Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
In a clean, luxurious hospital room, the monitor kept beeping nonstop. Song Yang, a 100-year-old man, lay peacefully on the bed. He knew his time was near, but his heart still carried a deep regret. That person was his wife, Chu Zihan, the one he had wronged the most in his life. 83 years ago, she had suddenly disappeared, neither alive nor dead, her body never found. Though he had searched relentlessly since then, there had been no news. Perhaps by now, she had long passed away. Juror Creek. The hospital room door slowly opened. An elderly woman with white hair and leaning on a cane hobbled in. D. Beep, beep, beep. Song Yang's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Though her face was aged and her youth long gone, Song Yang still recognized her instantly. No matter how much she had changed, her face was forever etched into his memory. Zihan. He was stunned. He never expected to see the woman he had longed for his entire life again, just before his death. This was the woman he had searched for endlessly, the woman he had never stopped loving. His wife, Chu Zihan. She was still alive. As Song Yang stared in shock, Chu Zihan slowly walked in, leaning on her cane. She coldly shut the hospital room door. Click. Song Yang watched helplessly as Chu Zihan turned off the oxygen machine. You bastard, I've waited for this day for 83 years. All these years you've lived in fame and fortune. While powerful men revolved around you, I couldn't kill you. So I waited. I couldn't die. I've lived only to see you burn in hell before I die. 83 years. Even though my body is broken, I've kept breathing because I couldn't forget my hatred for you or the child I lost. Song Yang, you go to hell. Watching you die will be the last thing that brings me peace. Her voice trembled with fury, revealing the depth of her hatred. Even more shocking to Song Yang was that she had endured all this time just for revenge. He didn't resent her. He owed her everything. If it brings you peace, then I die without regret. If there's a next life, it'll make up for every mistake. His voice trailed off as the heart monitor let out a long, continuous beep. Song Yang was gone. Chu Zihan's frail body trembled. A bitter, cruel laugh escaped her lips. Song Yang in the next life, they'll still never forgive you. As she spoke, she staggered and collapsed beside Song Yang, her breath slowly fading away with his. Please divorce me, stop torturing me. In a dimly lit rented apartment, the air was thick with smoke and alcohol. Discarded lottery tickets and scattered playing cards littered the floor. Song Yang opened his eyes, staring at the mess around him. He was stunned. A beautiful woman stood before him, holding a sharp knife to her own neck. Song Yang froze. Zihan. Yes. The woman in front of him was his wife, Chu Zihan. But she wasn't the old woman from before this was her younger self. What are you doing? He shouted, snatching the knife from her. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through his hand. Blood! He stared at the wound, at the blood dripping down, his mind going blank. This wasn't a dream, this was real. Song Yang remembered clearly today. Chu Zihan had threatened to take her own life if he didn't agree to a divorce. He had ignored her, which led to her getting hurt while pregnant. Then, the loan sharks came for the high-interest debt, delaying her medical treatment, and the child was lost. 3 days later, Chu Zihan vanished in a thin air. No body, no trace. It had devastated Song Yang, and it was the beginning of his downfall. A year after her disappearance, he left Baitian City. Heading south, he met the wrong crowd and fell into a life of crime. From then on, he lived like a walking corpse. Whether by fate or cruel irony, he rose from a nobody to a feared leader. Though he never became a gangster, people cursed him as a bloodsucker. Eventually, he was arrested. His sworn brother took the fall, and he was sentenced to only 5 years. But others weren't so lucky. Most were hunted down and killed. When he was released, he was alone. To atone, he became a Taoist monk in the mountains. 10 years of ascetic training made him a master of divination. He became a sought-after advisor for top billionaires, enjoying immense fame and wealth. He had no desire to return to the secular world, but when developers wanted to demolish the temple, he had no choice but to intervene. That decision turned him into a legendary figure worth billions. He died at the age of 108. Yet he never imagined that his wife had been hiding in the shadows all this time, surviving just to see him die and take her revenge. If he had known, he wouldn't have lived so long to let her suffer. As Song Yang took the knife from her trembling hands, Chu Zihan broke down in tears. Let me go. I beg you. For 3 whole years, you've tortured me. From college to marriage, you drank, gambled, slept around. This family is ruined. Completely ruined. Song Yang, do you really want to kill me? Clang. The knife fell to the floor. Though in his past life, he had become a Taoist master and studied the I Ching deeply, he didn't believe in ghosts or reincarnation. But how else could he explain this? His wife stood right in front of him, just as beautiful as ever, but her once flawless skin was marred with bruises and scars. She had once been the campus beauty, with lines of admirers stretching from the university to the city outskirts. Only because Song Yang had once saved her did they end up together. After a sweet beginning, they married soon after graduation. Against her family's wishes, Chu Zihan chose to marry Song Yang. But after graduation, Song Yang failed job after job, fell in with the wrong crowd, and started conning, loafing, and gambling. In 3 short years, their poor little family had accumulated a mountain of debt. His parents were divorced. His father had kicked him out. His mother remarried to support him, but her new husband refused to let her bring him along. So he had been alone until Chu Zihan stood by him through 3 hellish years. Now, guilt flooded his heart. He couldn't go down this path again. Since fate had given him a second chance, he had to make things right. But what good was that now? Chu Zihan had completely lost faith in him. Outside, there was still $1,000,000 debt. And in the next few days, the loan sharks would come knocking. They had already called non-stop, and everyone they knew had found out. No one would throw money into this bottomless pit. They'll sign it. They'll sign it right now. Just don't do anything reckless. You're pregnant, don't harm the baby. Chu Zihan's heart jolted at Song Yang's words. This monster actually agreed? Did he even care about her pregnancy? No, that was impossible. Then sign now. And don't worry after the divorce. You'll never see this child again. Her voice was sharp, final. Song Yang felt pain in his chest, but he still tried to salvage things. Zihan, I agree to the divorce. But can you wait just 1 more month? Chu Zihan laughed bitterly. 1 month? What do you plan to do in a month? Wait longer for me to be drained dry? For me to be beaten to death by the loan sharks? Or are you planning to sell me off? Her voice was shrill, almost mad. Song Yang tried to explain desperately. No, I have an insurance policy. I bought it with a friend. You are the beneficiary. It becomes valid in a month. And even if we divorce, those people won't stop hunting you. So we'll try to repay the debt in this month. If I fail and they kill me, you'll get a huge payout. That's the only way I can make up for what I've done. Song Yang was practically begging. In his past life, he had always been decisive, never pleading with anyone. But this time, he couldn't give up. He wanted to change her perception of him through his actions, to show her he had truly changed, that he was no longer that worthless, despicable, rotten man. Chu Zihan remained silent. Her eyes were filled with despair, distrust, mockery, and contempt. Change? Yeah, right. Pigs might fly. He had said those words not just once, not even 100 times. Each time, he begged and promised he would change. Hadn't she given him chances? She had hoped, time and again, that the man she loved would become better. But every time, his despicable actions crushed her hope again. I don't want your filthy money. You think this is enough to make me believe your lies? Do you know I maxed out every credit card I had just to pay off your debts? I worked 3 jobs a day, only to come home and be beaten by you. I'll wait a month. I'd rather see you dead right now. Chu Zihan laughed bitterly, her voice filled with the deepest disappointment. Just 1 month. This will be the last time. Zihan, a month from now, if you still want the divorce, they'll give you your freedom. She sneered. Fine. 1 month. But I won't give you another chance. Not ever. If you still refuse, they'll die with you. Just then, the phone rang. It was Song Yang's phone. Even through the door, they could hear someone else's ringtone at the same time, the same ringtone as his phone. It was the loan sharks calling. Song Yang's body stiffened. A surge of killing intent rose in his chest. In his past life, they had ruined everything: his wife, his child. This time, he would not let history repeat itself. Chapter 2. Can a scoundrel truly reform? Impossible. Once the call connected, a frivolous voice echoed through the receiver. University student, I know you're inside the house. And I also know that you and your wife are at home. If you don't repay the money today, I shall set the house ablaze. At that moment, you two shall become a pair of ill-fated lovebirds. The voice outside was crystal clear within the confines of the room. Chu Zihan, frightened, curled up in the corner like a startled rabbit. Song Yang, you scoundrel, is this what you call a solution? Despair enveloped her. She understood that Song Yang was utterly incapable of repaying the debt, and a day would mark her end. For Chu Zihan, her own safety was of little concern. The crux of her worry lay with the child within her womb. What would become of him? What about this 2-month-old baby? As she trembled in fear, Song Yang's fist whitened with tension. Had it not been for these ruffians obstructing his efforts to get Chu Zihan medical help back then, their child would not have been lost, and she would not be in such dire straits. Reflecting on this, he glanced around and picked up the knife from the floor. In her utter despair, Chu Zihan made no move to stop him, for she knew Song Yang too well. He was a coward, one who only dared to inflict harm upon himself. Even when debt collectors had previously harassed her, he had merely turned his aggression inward, silent in the face of those menacing creditors. But this time, Song Yang was different. Brandishing the knife, he radiated an aura of lethal intent. Little did Chu Zihan realize the trials he had endured in his past life. During his days in the underworld, he had been captured, wounded, and nearly lost his life in a hospital bed. He had also harmed others, and over time, he had become exceedingly ruthless, engaging in violence daily until he ascended to a position of power. Once again grasping the knife, an undeniable aura of ferocity filled the room. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yang strode towards the door and opened it resolutely. Outside, several tattooed thugs stood menacingly, each carrying a canister of gasoline. Their leader, sporting an earring and a shaved head adorned with a coiling dragon tattoo, was undeniably intimidating. He held a cigarette in his mouth, casting a mocking glance at Song Yang. "Oh, university student? You've opened the door? I must commend you. You've grown some spine." This man was known as Lao Dao, the leader of these thugs. He collected protection fees and acted as an intermediary for debt collection. Everyone in the vicinity recognized him, and none dared to provoke him. For he was associated with Hutong Financial, a notorious company notorious for its ruthless dealings in Baitian City. Unexpectedly, Song Yang struck Lao Dao squarely in the face. The sudden assault caught Lao Dao off guard, causing blood to pour from his nose. Seizing the moment, Song Yang wrapped an arm around his neck and dragged him into the house. Inside, he brandished a fruit knife, pointing it at the others. "Who dares to come closer? I will slay him right now." The young thug stood frozen in shock. Song Yang was notorious for being a useless coward. None of them had anticipated that he would dare to wield a knife today. While the thugs hesitated, Lao Dao sneered, "University student, you really have grown some prowess. Haven't you? However, if you don't kill me today, you shall be my son." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Song Yang's blade swiftly grazed his leg. With a single stroke, the skin was lacerated. Though it had been some time since Song Yang last wielded a knife, his skills had not diminished. The cut was superficial, yet it severed capillaries, causing blood to trickle down his pant leg. The old man winced in pain, watching the crimson liquid flow, and panic set in. Initially, he had thought Song Yang to be cowardly and hesitant to strike. However, this was no longer the timid individual he had presumed. Fueled by rage, Song Yang pressed the knife with greater force. Blood dripped from the blade onto the ground. The old man genuinely feared for his life, abandoning his previous bravado. "College student, let us discuss this amicably." Yet, Song Yang remained resolute, addressing the thugs with fervor. "I will repay the debt I owe you, but grant me 1 week to gather the funds. After a week, I shall personally deliver the money, or else you can set the place ablaze, and we shall all perish together. In that case, you will receive neither your money nor your lives." Realizing that Song Yang was serious, the old man feared provoking him further, lest they both meet their demise. Moreover, prolonging this standoff would inevitably attract the police, and they were already engaging in illegal activities. Should the authorities arrive, their fates would be sealed. It must be said that Song Yang's sudden shift in demeanor caught them off guard, rendering them exceptionally vulnerable. Weighing the consequences, the old man reluctantly conceded. Fine, a week is all I ask." "I agree, you shall have your time." Song Yang smirked. "You have made a promise. These are your subordinates, and in our world, one must honor their word. I shall indeed repay you in a week, and I hope you will do the same." The old man dared not provoke Song Yang further, for his life hung in the balance. "I, old Dao, have been in this game long enough to keep my promises. If I say you have a week, then you shall have a week. However, interest will be calculated separately. So think wisely." Song Yang exhaled in relief, pushing aside the old man and confronting the others. "Very well, but during this time, should any of you harass my wife, do not blame me for turning hostile." With that, he slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Inside, Chu Zihan stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the same weakling, Song Yang? The man who had once remained silent while witnessing her being harassed now stood armed, confronting thugs. And he had even injured someone? It seemed that if the old man dared to challenge him, he was genuinely capable of taking a life. Chu Zihan was left in disbelief, but upon reflection, she realized that he was simply pushed to a desperate measure for self-preservation. This brute had never expressed concern for her well-being. Yet, what she did not know was that today, those individuals had struck at Song Yang's most vulnerable spot, which happened to be her. The old man and his cohorts did not linger. They hastily departed to tend to their wounds. As the sound of their footsteps faded away, Chu Zihan felt as though they had finally left. She then rose, her expression devoid of emotion as she approached the door. I will give you 1 month, and I hope you do not break your promise. With that, she slammed the door behind her. Zihan. Song Yang rushed outside, intending to call out to Chu Zihan. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to utter them, watching her resolute figure fade into the distance. He felt a profound sense of shame at the thought of begging her to stay. A heart that has lost its vitality is truly difficult to reclaim. With a heavy heart, Song Yang returned to his disheveled room, feeling increasingly restless in such chaotic surroundings. After much contemplation, he decided to find a clinic to tend to his wounds. The treatment for his injuries cost him only a few dozen yuan. After scanning the payment, he glanced at his phone's balance, which stood at a mere 500 yuan, money he had originally earmarked for recouping his losses today. Without further deliberation, Song Yang withdrew all the cash he had, contemplating his next move. As he examined the 500 yuan in his hands, the thought crossed his mind. Could he turn this into 1 million? 7 days to transform 500 into 1 million? It seemed absurd. Yet, while others might falter, he felt a surge of confidence. After all, he possessed insights into the world's transformations over the next several decades. Even without complete knowledge, he could deduce outcomes through divination, combined with his understanding of the broader circumstances of the future. Moreover, he held a wealth of secrets about affluent magnates and events that would unfold in the years to come. In essence, he could foresee the destinies of these individuals with remarkable accuracy. Chapter 3. Mastering the Future for Song Yang. The pursuit of wealth and prosperity, armed with such foresight, posed no challenge whatsoever. Furthermore, he had never faltered in matters of divination in his previous life. Thus, with this dual assurance, it was not an exaggeration for him to assert that he could act freely. Seated quietly on a park bench, surrounded by an artificial lake and devoid of people, Song Yang began to gather twigs from the ground, fashioning them into small sticks to facilitate his divination. After calming his mind, he earnestly commenced the process. The divination revealed the hexagram of mountain and marsh, signifying loss below and gain above. Analyzing the results, he calculated the constants, a hexagram number of 7 and a line number of 9. The changing hexagram was auspicious, hinting at great fortune. The Kuan hexagram symbolized profound virtue, while the wind and thunder hexagram suggested favorable conditions for progress, particularly in crossing waters. Good news. It appeared that a turning point was imminent. Engrossed in thought, Song Yang made an effort to recall all recent events from the future he was familiar with. This act of divination was not merely fortune-telling. It was an understanding of the celestial mandate. The I Ching speaks of joy in knowing one's destiny. Through detailed deductions, Song Yang arrived at a conclusion. His current situation was perilous due to past wrongdoings. The variable lay in aiding others, with a specific note that encounters with water would be fortunate. Water? Song Yang fell into contemplation. Looking around, a sudden thought struck him. How could he have forgotten? Today, at Tianxin Lake, there was an event celebrating the blooming of lotus flowers, with the organizers having adorned the lakeside with numerous lanterns. Consequently, many parents brought their children, and several young couples flocked to the area. A light bulb went off in Song Yang's mind. With so many children and couples present, his best course of action would be to create and sell small lanterns. The recent event was organized in collaboration with a local real estate developer, primarily aimed at promoting their properties. It took place near a newly constructed residential complex, and the promotional efforts seemed rather abrupt, as people only became aware of it by the afternoon. It is likely that, during the early hours, the event was merely circulating among social media circles. A glance around revealed only a few vendors selling water and balloons, whose profit margins were minimal. However, the small lanterns stood out, as children delighted in playing with them, and couples could create a romantic ambience for photographs. Noticing that there was still ample time, Song Yang hastily rented a shared bicycle and rushed to the wholesale market to procure these charming lanterns. Such items are typically sold during the festival season in the lunar calendar, leaving little demand at this time of year. Consequently, the shops were nearly deserted, with scant customers. As Song Yang surveyed the market, he spotted a paper lantern adorned with a tiny bulb, priced at a mere 2 yuan each. These lanterns, resembling traditional paper lanterns, featured playful designs such as small rabbits and various motifs, including romantic poetry and picturesque scenes. His eyes lit up with excitement. This was precisely what he needed. He inquired with the shopkeeper about bulk purchases, and given the current lack of demand, he managed to negotiate the price down to 1 yuan each. The quality of these lanterns was commendable, surpassing that of inferior counterparts. After striking a deal, Song Yang utilized the 500 yuan he had on hand to acquire the entire stock. A quick count revealed approximately 530 lanterns. And even after accounting for a few damaged ones, he was left with 510. Elated, Song Yang hurriedly transported his lanterns back to the lakeside. Upon his arrival, he found that the lanterns already prepared were aglow, attracting a crowd gathered to admire both the lanterns and the blooming lotus flowers. Without delay, he illuminated his small lanterns and set about selling them by the lakeshore. As anticipated, children passing by were irresistibly drawn to them. When he revealed the price of 10 yuan each, parents were more than willing to pay for a moment of peace for their little ones. Couples, too, were indifferent to the cost. Song Yang, a shrewd businessman, cleverly offered small animal lanterns, such as those shaped like rabbits and tigers, which delighted the children and satisfied the adults. For couples, he presented lanterns adorned with romantic verses, including those from the tales of Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai, as well as others featuring classical poetry that evoked a sense of nostalgia. Young couples typically purchased them in pairs. As Song Yang processed payments through his phone, he was busy and sweating profusely. In a flash, his initial 500 yuan had transformed into 5,000 yuan after selling all the lanterns. Upon selling the last lantern, he gazed at the balance in his account. Truth be told, despite advancements in technology, very few individuals earned 5,000 yuan in a single day. If one were to inform Chu Zihan, she would undoubtedly find it hard to believe, even to the point of disbelief. For Song Yang, however, 5,000 yuan was a mere trifle. In his past, his worth had surpassed that amount by millions. Therefore, he regarded this sum with indifference. As he contemplated the funds in his possession, it became clear that this paltry sum was but a drop in the ocean compared to his over 1 million yuan in debts. He knew he had to devise another plan, as time was of the essence. He had merely 7 days to repay. Earning it back gradually was simply out of the question. Then, a sudden thought struck Song Yang. He recalled a news story about a con artist who attempted to deceive others but, through a twist of fate, ended up enriching the victim instead. The fraudster had sold a counterfeit antique, a ceramic Buddha statue from the Republic of China, while deceitfully claiming it to be from the Ming dynasty. He had charged the unsuspecting buyer 50,000 yuan for what was originally worth only a few hundred. In a fit of rage upon discovering the truth, the victim smashed the statue, only to find it filled with layers of oiled paper. Upon unwrapping it, he was astonished to uncover a Guangxuera 7-tael silver ingot. The con man was left regretting his actions, yet he had no recourse, as he was too frightened to confront the victim for the return of the money he had swindled. It appeared that the oiled paper was a stash hidden by a craftsman years ago, containing a total of 10 pieces, though their condition was less than perfect. They were valued at 150,000 yuan each, resulting in a staggering profit of 1,500,000 yuan. However, the crux of the matter was that Song Yang was not even eligible to be deceived at this moment. The fraudster had initially set the price for the statue at a minimum of 50,000 yuan, while Song Yang found himself with a mere 5,000. How could he possibly earn that 50,000? Calculating the time, he realized that the opportunity would arise within the next couple of days. He needed to get ahead of the victim and locate the con artist first. Fortunately, the fraudster would be easy to find, likely lurking around the antique market, specifically in the old vegetable market. With this thought, a sense of clarity began to dawn upon Song Yang. He needed to earn more money to approach the con man, which was paramount. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He remembered that there was an automobile exhibition scheduled for tomorrow, where he could engage in blind ordering. This exhibition allowed simultaneous bookings from various locations, and given its early timing, the new vehicles would be available for blind order. No one would know what the cars were until the unveiling at 10 o'clock, which would undoubtedly captivate the consumers' hearts. The moment the new cars were revealed, orders would flood in, making them scarce. Moreover, the blind orders could be resold directly. After placing an order, filling in the owner's information would secure the purchase. The blind ordering had a time limit, specifically before 10 o'clock. By around noon, the orders would have surged, and those who had placed blind orders would possess priority for vehicle collection, turning them into highly sought-after commodities. Each blind order cost 1,000 yuan, allowing Song Yang to place 5 orders with his 5,000 yuan. It would not be uncommon for the value to multiply 7 or 8 times by the following day. If all went well, he could even see returns in the tens of thousands. Accomplishing this task would enable him to seek out the con artist. He was one step closer to repaying his debts. Chapter 4. Was it merely luck? The future aspirations have been set. Upon returning home, Song Yang purchased merely 2 packets of instant noodles, as he needed to economize. Tomorrow's prospects appeared rather bleak. Nonetheless, he remained unconcerned, for he planned to rise early to queue for blind orders. Once the blind orders concluded, he would be poised to benefit from the price surge. Song Yang recalled that the highest price had been announced around 2 o'clock this afternoon. At that moment, he swiftly released all the blind orders, thus securing a substantial profit. Consequently, he intended to sell the orders while remaining vigilant against the deception of others. This required him to act swiftly. Upon arriving home with the noodles, Song Yang was greeted by a disheveled and smoky room. He quickly consumed the instant noodles and began tidying up. Since the passing of his wife, he had ceased to be so negligent. After cleaning, he still sensed an unpleasant odor lingering in the room. Reflecting on this, he descended to purchase incense. Although he preferred sandalwood for its fragrance, his limited funds permitted him only to acquire a modest quantity, which he ignited to purify the air. In no time, the once untidy room transformed into a pristine space. Song Yang settled in the living room, engaging in quiet contemplation. A habit he had maintained for decades, one he found impossible to relinquish. The movement of heaven is strong. A gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. The earth is vast. A gentleman should carry the weight of virtue. These lines from the I Ching resonated deeply with him. After delving into the principles of this ancient text, he discovered its profound wisdom. It is often said that a person experiences 3 realms of existence. The first realm is characterized by the sentiment, "Last night, the western wind withered the verdant trees. Alone, I ascend the western tower, gazing towards the horizon." This realm symbolizes the stage of independence, marked by missteps and misguided paths. The second realm is reflected in the phrase, "As my garments grow increasingly loose, I have no regrets for the toll taken for her sake." This represents the stage of perseverance, where Song Yang found himself lost in a hedonistic society, ultimately leading to his imprisonment and the demise of his closest friend due to his actions. Now, after decades of reflection, Song Yang had reached the third realm. In the crowd, I searched for him 1,000 times. Suddenly, I turned around, and there he was, amidst the dim lights. This phase signifies attainment. At this juncture, Song Yang had finally come to terms with his past mistakes and recognized what he truly desired. Therefore, in this lifetime, he vowed to spare his wife from the sufferings of their previous existence, ensuring her happiness as a means of atonement. Lost in thought, Song Yang dozed off. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone jolted him awake. Checking the time, he hastily splashed water on his face and grabbed his phone, hurrying to the exhibition venue. The city of Baitian held little esteem for this automotive exhibition. Its small scale and inadequate promotion rendered it unremarkable. Upon arriving at the venue, Song Yang noticed the desolate atmosphere. After waiting for a full hour, the doors finally opened, only to reveal that the staff outnumbered the attendees. In the desolate atmosphere of the car exhibition, Song Yang, clad in rather shabby attire, went unnoticed by the sales staff, who mistook him for a janitor or a worker. However, this suited him well, as he made his way directly to the booth for blind orders. This blind order could only be placed on site. Upon payment, one would receive an order number, which would grant priority in securing a vehicle. This was precisely what Song Yang sought. The blind order did not require any owner information. One simply bought an order number. Moreover, it was time-sensitive and limited in each region. Arriving early, Song Yang found the booth empty. He glanced around and spotted a yawning staff member. At this hour, hardly anyone would be present. Typically, the booths were staffed solely by employees. Approaching the young man, Song Yang smiled and inquired, "Excuse me, can I place a blind order now?" The young staff member was taken aback. Was someone really here so soon after the doors had just opened? "Sir, are you certain you wish to place an order?" he asked, curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, staff from the adjacent booth exchanged amused glances, whispering, "Could this fellow be a rookie scalper?" Haha. Those nearby could hardly contain their laughter. The vehicle Song Yang intended to blind order had only been seen in spy shots online. No one knew the specifics of the model. Furthermore, scalpers typically avoided such blind orders. Who would be foolish enough to commit without seeing the vehicle first? For them, it would be akin to throwing money away. Undeterred by their mockery, Song Yang responded formally, "Yes, I would like to place a blind order for 5 vehicles." At that time, there were no restrictions on the quantity for blind orders. However, requesting 5 at once only reinforced the staff's belief that he was indeed a novice scalper. Who else would come so early to place a blind order? The opening was at 9:20, with the press conference set for 9:30. Usually, scalpers would wait until the conference concluded. If the manufacturer received a positive market reaction and the vehicle was appealing, then the scalpers would consider diving in. The staff member awkwardly suggested, "Sir, perhaps you could wait a moment. There is no one else here." Song Yang, however, had no time to waste. After a brief scan, he purchased the order, intending to resell it later via his phone. He was also keen to find a con artist, pretending to be a victim of a scam. After all, he had only heard about this in his previous life. He was not the one who had been deceived. As for the identity of the con artist, he had no idea, only a vague clue concerning an earthen Buddha statue from the Republic of China era. This hint was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The staff member, glancing around, reluctantly said, "You'll need to wait a bit longer. Our computer is still inside the store and has tea been brought over yet. Please bear with me." Song Yang nodded, while those around him regarded him with expressions of bemusement, occasionally stifling laughter. His demeanor was unmistakably naive. It was as if he had "I want to seize a bargain" written on his face. The staff members collectively found him rather endearing. After approximately 30 minutes, the laptop was finally delivered. Song Yang found himself growing increasingly impatient, surprised by the sluggishness of those around him. The clock had already struck 9:50. And if he failed to secure his order, his early rise would have been in vain. Fortunately, the staff proved remarkably efficient. Within 10 minutes, they had entered all of Song Yang's orders into the system, collected payment, and finalized the contract, complete with a receipt for the blind booking. During the contract signing, a kind staff member reminded Song Yang, "Sir, please note that our blind bookings are non-refundable. After you make this payment, you must either lock in the order or make an additional substantial deposit. Of course, the blind booking is transferable. Have you made your decision?" Without hesitation, Song Yang nodded and affixed his signature to the contract. Payment was made, and he received the receipt in a seamless manner. His urgency in completing all the formalities elicited laughter from the nearby booth staff, who teased, "Hey there, did you secretly raid your family's funds to place this order? Aren't you worried about losing out?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, you don't even know what the car looks like, and yet you're placing an order?" Ha ha. The laughter erupted, but just as they mocked Song Yang, someone rushed out in a flurry. "Xiao Wang, hurry up and call the store to send 2 more computers for blind booking. The main venue has gone into a frenzy. Those scalpers are flooding into the smaller cities. Prepare quickly." The laughter abruptly ceased, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Song Yang walked out under their astonished gazes. Had he been privy to the car's details all along? Was there a leak? Xiao Wang himself was bewildered. Typically, salespeople were kept in the dark about the new cars. Only a select few at the manufacturer were informed. Moreover, the manager had repeatedly emphasized the importance of confidentiality before the meeting, instructing them not to disclose or inquire about any details regarding the new vehicles. Now, with the car's official release resulting in a surge of orders, one had to wonder, could there truly be someone with foresight in this world? Xiao Wang shook his head, refusing to believe such a notion, yet he was at a loss for an explanation. It could only be said that Song Yang was exceptionally fortunate. Chapter 5. Deception and Trickery. Song Yang chose to disregard the others. In his view, their astonishment held no relevance to him. His greater concern was how to locate the con artist. In his previous life, he had merely heard about the news, but now where could he begin his search? Contemplating this, Song Yang considered divination, but he lacked the necessary tools. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly spotted a supermarket. Fortune does not abandon those in need, he chuckled to himself, instinctively voicing his thoughts, then glanced around to ensure no one overheard him, lest they think him mad. From the supermarket, Song Yang purchased a box of toothpicks. He found a bench in a corner of the square and selected 50 sticks. The number 50 represents the Great Transformation, utilizing 49. He set one aside, then divided the remaining into 2, pinching one with his pinky. From left to right, these represented heaven, man, and earth, elements of the I Ching's 3 talents. Yet, within these 3 talents, there exist spirits, and spirits remain unseen. Song Yang divided every 4 sticks, with a remainder of 2. Additionally, the days could be counted in 5s or 9s. Thus, he proceeded to count 3 and continue the cycle. The numbers were 4 and 8, corresponding to the Earth as 4 and 8. If there were errors, they would be deemed as mistakes. Song Yang's divination was remarkably tranquil. And subsequently, he counted the remaining 4 sticks in a group for the 3rd time. Upon observing the hexagram, he murmured to himself. There were 2 variations of the hexagram, the composite, the interchanging, and the erroneous hexagram concealed within the lines. Could it signify a reunion with an old acquaintance? Song Yang felt a tightening in his chest and proceeded to organize the hexagram, deducing that the schemer lurked in the southeast, which was the market's direction. Furthermore, with the changing lines, the individual should be concealed in the northeast corner of the market. Additionally, there was the implication of meeting an old friend. At that moment, Song Yang could not ascertain who this old acquaintance might be, but he had already concluded that the fraudster was indeed in the antique market of the old vegetable market. With this thought, Song Yang promptly summoned a shared bicycle and hurried towards the antique market. His greatest concern was which unfortunate soul from his past had already fallen victim to deceit, for that would mean he had missed his opportunity. Rushing towards the market. Upon arrival, he headed directly to the northeast corner and instantly recognized the swindler. Having seen his photograph in later years, the man appeared to Song Yang as a centenarian. And the elderly, above all, cherish their memories, particularly when they reach a certain age, as they recollect events from decades past with clarity. Upon spotting this fraudster, he immediately identified him, though the swindler did not recognize him and was still waiting for a prime catch. Song Yang contemplated that approaching him directly might arouse suspicion. He needed a cunning strategy. This centenarian trickster understood a fundamental truth. An adept hunter often masquerades as prey. Thus, Song Yang began to meander around the vicinity, feigning the role of a bargain seeker. In an antique market, where could one find genuine items? If one were to claim authenticity, perhaps a phoenix beak pot from the Liling kiln of the 1960s and 70s could be considered genuine. However, such a piece would only fetch 700 to 800 if in good condition. Yet, its value is largely attributed to inflation. Reluctantly, Song Yang wandered amidst the stalls, his expression nearly conveying his intent to find a bargain. Observing him, the vendors could not help but mock. Where did this fool come from? Is he afraid that others won't notice his desire for a steal? Ha! In the old vegetable market, or as it was mockingly referred to, the chives market. Who would come to harvest today? If one could make a profit, it would be considered a start. As the merchants exchanged hushed jests and jeers, the fraudster Xia Jian also took notice of him. Song Yang, isn't that the useless one? Xia Jian recognized Song Yang, although the latter did not know him. He was a frequent gambler who invariably lost. The others jokingly referred to him. Oh, isn't that Song Yang? Xia Jian greeted him with a smile, rubbing his hands together. Song Yang feigned surprise, glancing at Xia Jian and inquiring, Who are you? I am Xia Jian. We've played cards at the same table. Song Yang strained to recall, but he could not remember this fraudster. However, he had gambled excessively, making it impossible to remember everyone he had played with. Moreover, during that time, he had been quite well known, so it was only natural for others to recognize him. Oh, are you conducting business here? Song Yang feigned being lured in. His demeanor almost emblazoned with the words, I am an easy target, come deceive me. The term easy target is a colloquialism in the marketplace, synonymous with Navi buyers. Merchants invariably desire to encounter such unsuspecting individuals, yet, in the case of someone like Song Yang, a destitute target, they tend to harbor disdain. After all, Song Yang merely wandered about, observing without inquiring about prices, clearly indicating a lack of funds. He looked around, seemingly like a country bumpkin. Brother, are you here looking for a bargain? Xia Jian glanced around, adopting an air of mystery. Song Yang remained silent. Continuing to survey the various stalls, it wasn't that he was merely looking. He was indeed in a tight spot financially and thought he might as well try his luck. Xia Jian's heart raced with excitement. How splendid! An easy target had encountered his net. There was no way he would let him slip away. With this thought, Xia Jian chuckled. Brother, if you're hoping for a stroke of luck, I might have an idea. I've been trying my luck as well. Having observed this antique market for several days, there seems to be no bargains to be found, but fortune can be capricious. I believe I've stumbled upon a rare opportunity. Why don't we discuss it and seize this chance together? We can split the profits later. Song Yang, skeptical yet aware of the typical tricks employed by swindlers, inquired, What opportunity? Xia Jian, with an air of secrecy, led Song Yang aside and discreetly pointed to a portly vendor in the distance, whispering, Do you see that hefty fellow? He possesses a Ming Dynasty ceramic Buddha statue. If we collaborate, we could resell it for at least 100,000. Song Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Why is it so expensive? Xia Jian smiled, explaining, the vendor is not knowledgeable. There weren't ceramic pieces produced in the Ming era. I examined it yesterday and even had someone verify it. It's actually from the Tang Dynasty. Song Yang trembled with excitement and eagerly asked, is that true? How much will it cost? We need to negotiate the price first. Then we can decide how to proceed together, Xia Jian replied. After contemplating, Song Yang nodded in agreement. The swindler, seeing that Song Yang had taken the bait, instructed him to wait. While he engaged the vendor, he discreetly checked online prices. Based on his calculations, he believed the current market price was about to surface. Without hesitation, he listed all his orders online at a price of 20,000, although he could certainly sell them for a higher price. The maximum he anticipated was around 23,000. An additional profit of merely 1,000 would hardly catch Song Yang's interest. The immediate transaction, however, was paramount. Once listed, he received notifications indicating that all his orders had been sold almost instantaneously. Song Yang stared at the incoming payment notifications. Within a short span, 5,000 had transformed into 100,000. Not only would this allow him to swindle the con man, but if he could acquire the Buddha statue, he could also repay his debts. Chapter 6. Who will suffer loss? As Song Yang contemplated his fortune in the antique stall, Xia Jian and the vendor engaged in hushed discussions. Occasionally, they stole glances at Song Yang. The vendor's eyes sparkled with greed as he nodded in agreement, and soon, the two reached a mutual understanding. Summer Jin swiftly approached Song Yang and inquired, what is the maximum amount you can muster now that the negotiations are concluded? Curiously, Song Yang responded, what was the price you settled on? Summer Jian scratched his head and replied, the temporary price is 40,000. 40,000? That profit seems insufficient for a gamble. Perhaps we should abandon this. Song Yang feigned an intention to leave. Summer Jian quickly interjected, this is negotiable, and remember, you are not the only one financing this. Let us discuss further. How much can you ultimately contribute? Song Yang spread his hands and stated, I can manage a maximum of 10,000, and that is borrowed. It's a matter of life and death. Summer Jian's heart leapt with joy. 10,000 could yield a profit. He had an agreement with the boss for a split of 40-60. The statue had cost the boss 300, and selling it to Song Yang would net him 4,000, quite a substantial gain. Contemplating this, Summer Jian hastily declared, all right, I will attempt to negotiate a better price. Without allowing Song Yang a moment to ponder, he approached the boss. Shortly thereafter, the boss joined him. The antiquities dealer was a portly man, a seasoned merchant known for his cunning. With a mere exchange of glances, he and Summer Jian understood each other perfectly. Brother, if it weren't for our acquaintance, I would hesitate to let go of this statue. However, antiquities are all about fate. Since fortune has brought us together, it signifies that you are destined to possess this statue. I acquired it for 8,000, and I want to demand much more from you, just 20,000. Song Yang felt a stir of excitement, prompting Summer Jian to seize the moment. Boss, could you lower the price a bit? My brother is here to turn his fortunes around. Please, do a good deed and let him have it for just 10,000. Allowing yourself a modest profit of 2,000. Upon hearing this, the portly man's face quivered with disbelief. What are you joking about? I run a business here. I have expenses, shipping, rent, all of which I cannot overlook. Summer Jian continued to play along. Boss, everyone encounters tough times. Helping others ultimately benefits oneself. Consider this a charitable act. The merchant pondered Summer Jian's words, reluctantly conceding, for your sake, I will allow it this once. Instantly, Summer Jian signaled to Song Yang, what are you standing there for? Get the money. Understanding the ruse, Song Yang promptly paid. After the transaction was completed, the boss handed over the statue, saying, inspect it well, the goods are yours now. I bear no responsibility for any discrepancies. If there are issues, it is solely your oversight. Upon inspection, Song Yang immediately recognized the statue as a counterfeit. The base exhibited a clear seal that was faintly marked, easily mistaken for a repair. Additionally, it felt significantly heavier than typical statues, likely filled with clay rather than the anticipated Guangxu silver dollar. After thorough examination, Song Yang nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Thank you very much, boss. With a sly grin, Summer Jian quickly added, please wait here. I need to speak with the boss briefly. I'll fetch the funds for you shortly. This transaction cannot be solely on your shoulders. Song Yang remained silent, waiting patiently. Meanwhile, Summer Jian entered the boss's office. where he waited for 20 minutes without any sign of the merchant emerging. Outside the door, the other merchants could not help but mock Song Yang. Look at this country bumpkin still waiting here. Who knows where this fool came from? Cradling a mere relic as if it were a treasure. Hey, I say you've been duped, you idiot. Haha. The crowd erupted in laughter, yet Song Yang remained unperturbed. His mind was occupied with one thought. Had Xiaojian left? If he had, it would allow him to proceed to the next step. Amidst the ridicule, a stout man emerged, spotting Song Yang with a look of disdain. What are you doing here? Xiaojian left ages ago. You foolish creature, do you actually believe what he says? Haha. This idiot really took him seriously. What a sight. The stout man, seeing the other merchants joining in the laughter, smirked slightly. I bought that thing for 300. It sat here for half a year without anyone wanting it. Who would have thought you'd come along? But let me tell you, I only took what I was owed. The rest goes to that Xiao fellow. Our rules here are clear. Once a transaction is complete, we bear no responsibility. If you have a problem, take it up with him. Now get lost. You're a nuisance. The stout man dismissed Song Yang, but he remained steadfast in his position, sighing in relief before asking. So, Xiaojian has vanished without a trace, correct? What? You still want to brawl with me? Look at your frail physique. Song Yang smiled gently, cradling the statue, and continued. Then the price I set for this Buddha statue is none of your concern, right? The stout man sneered in response. What? You expect to sell this broken thing for a high price? It's clearly from the Republic era. Who do you think you're fooling? Haha. Where did this fool come from, thinking he can find a bargain? If we could find treasures every day, what would we eat? Good luck trying to make a business out of it. Despite the crowd's derision, Song Yang remained remarkably calm, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed. This statue is a relic from the Republic period. I recognized it at first glance. However, the belly of this Maitreya statue seems excessively large. Statues from that era often carry some significance. So, I'll spend 10,000 to test the waters. Turning the statue over, he pointed to the base, saying, a solid clay Buddha statue from the Republic period? Hiki. At this moment, the crowd fell silent, suddenly aware of a crucial question. Could there be something hidden within this statue? As Song Yang lifted the statue, he declared, so, let us see if my discernment is sharp enough. With a crash, the statue shattered before the onlookers, revealing a considerable amount of soil within. As the dirt scattered, the crowd gasped in astonishment as an oil paper bundle emerged from the debris. Now, everyone was stunned. There truly was something inside. Song Yang unwrapped the oil paper, and to their astonishment, it contained 10 silver dollars. Someone stepped forward to examine it closely, unable to contain their excitement. Holy cow. You really struck gold. Is this a 7-chintufen silver ingot from the Guangxu era? My goodness. Stout man, you've suffered a tremendous loss. This is from Fengtian. Although its condition isn't pristine, having been sealed within the statue for years has caused some corrosion, each piece is worth at least 150,000. Upon hearing this, the stout owner was utterly bewildered. Little did he expect that within the deceitful scheme he had concocted with others, there existed something entirely unexpected. How did this fellow discern it? Upon hearing this, the rotund man's face flushed crimson as he bellowed. This item belongs to me. What I sold you is the Buddha statue, not the contents within. Chapter 7. The old friend Li Hanfeng, the proprietor's change of heart, was something Song Yang had anticipated long before. Yours? Everyone here just heard it. The goods have been sold, and they no longer concern you. If you claim it's yours, should we then return everything bought in the antique market? The other merchants quickly chimed in. That's impossible. It's against the rules. You cannot disrupt the established order, my plump friend. Indeed, should you disrupt the rules, you might as well cease your business here. Everyone held the mindset of better the devil you know than the devil you don't. While the fat man's face quivered with indignation. Internally, he cursed the ancestors of Xiaojian, feeling utterly vexed. Was it not his prodding that led to such a significant loss? Amidst the uproar, a curious onlooker beyond the crowd cast his gaze this way. What is happening? Is the antique market this lively? The speaker was a young man, accompanied by a lovely female secretary. Mr. Lee, it's not usually like this here. The well-dressed young man, clad in a silver-gray suit and possessing striking good looks, was the epitome of a wealthy bachelor. He had come today merely to peruse, having visited an auction and various prestigious antique shops. His grandfather, recently discharged from a nursing home, had a penchant for collecting but had yet to find a genuine Guangxu Tongbao from Fengtian. It wasn't a matter of funds. Rather, most he encountered were forgeries, and those with real pieces were unwilling to part with them. After a day of searching without success, he decided to try his luck at the antique market. Mr. Lee, why don't we head back for now? I can have someone inquire elsewhere for you. After all, there are markets that might carry what you seek. The young man waved his hand dismissively. If I start searching everywhere, my grandfather will surely accuse me of shirking my responsibilities. Just as his curiosity piqued, a sudden shout rang out. My goodness, a Fington made 7 Chien Tu Fun? Each one is worth around 15,000. And here is 10 of them? This lad has struck it rich. What? The young man was jolted, immediately pushing through the crowd, spotting a youth clutching an oiled paperback. Without hesitation, he approached Song Yang and tapped him on the shoulder. Brother, is this for sale? Name your price, and I shall take it. Hearing the voice, Song Yang felt a sense of familiarity. It triggered memories of his earlier divination results. He turned abruptly, astonished to find Li Hanfeng standing before him. It was indeed him. A tremor coursed through Song Yang's heart. He had truly encountered an old friend. This was his foremost disciple, Li Hanfeng. As Song Yang stood momentarily stunned, Li Hanfeng was equally taken aback. The intensity of Song Yang's gaze suggested recognition, yet Li Hanfeng had no recollection of this face. Brother? What's wrong? Do you know me? Song Yang hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, Yes, your name is Li Hanfeng. I am familiar with you. Although you likely do not recognize me. Li Hanfeng did not ponder this much, as he was well aware that many people knew him, while he could count on one hand those he remembered. However, upon hearing that Song Yang was acquainted with him, a surge of joy welled up within him. After all, knowing someone made dealings much easier. That's wonderful. What should I call you? Song Yang. Song Yang? Li Hanfeng found the name rather unfamiliar, yet he greeted him with warmth. Brother Song, are you selling what you have in your hand? I am sincerely interested. Name your price. Hearing Li Hanfeng refer to him as brother, Song Yang raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Over the years, Li Hanfeng had always addressed him as master, a title he maintained until his passing at the age of 97. Suddenly, to be called brother stirred a desire to reprimand him. However, reflecting on it, they had not known each other in their previous lives, and they belonged to entirely different worlds, one in heaven and the other in the underworld, until he encountered the destitute Li Hanfeng once more. Indeed, when Li Hanfeng first met Song Yang in his past life, he was but a broken man, if memory served him right. It was around this time of year that the calamity struck. His stepmother colluded with her lover to ensnare Li Hanfeng with a malevolent scheme, leading to the downfall of the Fenghe Group and nearly resulting in the dissolution of its largest bank. In the aftermath of his disgrace, overwhelmed by despair, he attempted to take his own life by jumping from a building. Fortunately, fate smiled upon Li Hanfeng. His clothing snagged on a lamp fixture, preventing a fatal fall. Though he survived, he was left with crippling injuries, confined to a wheelchair for life. All of this had been shared with him by Li Hanfeng in years gone by. Although he eventually attained vindication, that was a matter for years later. Those years had utterly shattered Li Hanfeng's spirit, filling him with disdain for the hypocrisy of the world, rendering him a figure of humility. Contemplating this, Song Yang realized he must find a way to remind him. After all, this was not just anyone, but his own disciple. Having been granted a second chance at life, how could he stand by and watch his dearest disciple repeat such a tragedy? Nevertheless, he felt that discussing such matters here was inappropriate. After some contemplation, he suggested, if we are to converse earnestly, let us find a more suitable location. Li Hanfeng deemed this unnecessary and waved his hand dismissively. Just name your price. I will not haggle. I have urgent matters to attend to, and I want it now. Song Yang sighed. This was akin to Li Hanfeng's self-deprecating humor. His youthful arrogance had rendered him impervious to reason. Witnessing his earnestness, Song Yang recognized the truth in his words. Thus, he proposed a price of 2 million for 10 pieces, offering him the option to negotiate if he disagreed. He hoped to set a high price to coax Li Hanfeng into seeking a quiet place for further discussion. To his astonishment, he had overestimated Li Hanfeng's emotional intelligence. Deal. Just 2 million, Li Hanfeng declared, waving his hand to instruct his secretary to prepare a transfer for Song Yang. Taken aback, Song Yang felt an impulse to reprimand him. But since he did not yet recognize him, he feared complications could arise. Consequently, with a resigned sigh, he asked, All right, 2 million, how do you intend to make the payment? Li Hanfeng glanced at his secretary and said, She will handle the handover with you. You may discuss matters with her. She is my secretary and possesses full authority to represent me in dealings. Song Yang cast a cursory glance at the female secretary. Noting her decent demeanor and efficient work ethic, he understood a profound truth. When someone is determined to self-destruct, no intervention can halt their demise. He was merely reminding himself of the opportunity at hand. After a moment's contemplation, Song Yang stubbornly shook his head, payment upon delivery. I'm not negotiating a partnership. You wish to purchase my goods. I require full payment up front. His insistence drew silent scorn from the surrounding merchants, who thought him naive. Had he never encountered wealth? Did he truly believe that the esteemed Li would default on payment? Was he losing his sanity? They couldn't help but mock Song Yang. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that his concerns were not rooted in monetary matters. He recognized that Li Hanfeng was certainly not lacking in funds. Li Hanfeng, sensing the absurdity of the situation, chose to remain silent. He looked at Song Yang and proposed, very well. How about this? Accompany me to the bank to retrieve the funds. Would that suffice? All right. Song Yang nodded in agreement and proceeded to follow Li Hanfeng and the female secretary outside. Just as they departed, the rotund man collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming in frustration. Xia Jian, you scoundrel. If I catch you, I will make you pay dearly. You've cost me 2 million. 2 million. Chapter 8. A caution. Ignoring the anguished cries of the rotund man, Song Yang accompanied Li Hanfeng to the roadside. Li Hanfeng turned back and said, Brother, let us get in the car. I'll take you with me. Song Yang raised his hand and calmly replied, Perhaps it's best to reconsider. My earlier insistence was merely to expedite our departure. I am aware of the price, 150,000 each. I do not wish to impose further. I will provide you with my bank account details for your secretary to transfer the funds. However, I must advise that you appear somewhat unwell. Please take care of yourself. Li Hanfeng looked at Song Yang with suspicion. Was he voluntarily lowering the price? What could this mean? Rest assured, if I state 2 million, I will indeed provide you with 2 million. Song Yang chose not to linger on the matter and continued, while 2 million may not pose a challenge for you now. In the future, I urge you, Mr. Li, to heed my unsolicited advice. I sense that you may soon encounter misfortune. It would be prudent to scrutinize your accounts and exercise caution around certain women in your vicinity. Particularly, I have a foreboding feeling about a woman who will invite you to a hotel tomorrow. My counsel is to refrain from attending. It could lead to significant trouble. The secretary's expression changed, prompting Song Yang to hastily clarify, Miss, I am not referring to you. Your aura does not suggest any ill intentions. However, Mr. Li, I strongly advise you to inspect your finances as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. That is all I wish to convey. I will leave my account details with you. I trust in your integrity, Mr. Li. Li Hanfeng inquired, perplexed. Brother, are you implying that you possess the ability to foresee the future? Song Yang shook his head. I cannot predict fate. I merely possess a rudimentary understanding of the principles of change. In essence, I can perceive potential variances. Your circumstances are precarious and could easily lead you down a path of decline. Whether you choose to believe me is entirely your prerogative. If you choose to believe, I advise you to examine your accounts. It won't cost you anything. If you choose not to believe, simply dismiss my words as the ramblings of a madman again. It will bear no cost to you. Li Hanfeng found himself increasingly curious, yet he regarded fortune-telling and divination as sheer nonsense. He chuckled and inquired, What exactly can your predictions reveal? Song Yang, maintaining his composure, replied, Well, I can discern that you lost your mother at a young age and that there is discord between you and your father. Li Hanfeng was not taken aback. Anyone familiar with him would already know this fact. He laughed lightly, saying, Brother, many are aware of this matter. Song Yang continued, directing his gaze at Li Hanfeng. Your mother's death was accidental, and your father's stepmother has been duplicitous, sowing discord within the household. Additionally, it is evident that you suffered a significant injury in your youth. If I am not mistaken, it appears you were involved in a car accident, and this was no accident. Rather, it was a deliberate act. However, for certain reasons, or perhaps because it concerns a scandal within your family, it seems this matter has been concealed. Li Hanfeng's eyes widened. He had indeed been harmed by the collusion of the butler and outsiders, supposedly linked to his stepmother. But he had no way to prove her involvement, as she persistently denied it. Thus, to preserve their reputation, the family had chosen to suppress the issue. Only a few within the Li family were privy to this information. Outsiders could not possibly know. How then was Song Yang aware of such details? Who are you? How do you know all this? Li Hanfeng asked, astonished, hoping to glean something from Song Yang's expression. After all, his identity was no ordinary one. He was the vice president of the Fenghe Group and oversaw 3 banks. It was conceivable that someone with ulterior motives could fixate upon him. Yet Song Yang, unfazed by Li Hanfeng's astonishment, calmly replied, I have my methods. With that, Song Yang added the secretary on WeChat, took a photograph of his bank card, sent it to her, and then departed. Li Hanfeng was left bewildered, uncertain of the meaning behind Song Yang's enigmatic words. After Song Yang left, the female secretary looked at Li Hanfeng with concern, saying, "Li Zong, I assure you, I have not done anything to betray your trust." Li Hanfeng couldn't help but laugh. "What are you talking about? Besides, he just claimed you're not the issue. You may return now." He found it all rather perplexing. Despite his dismissal, a seed of doubt had been planted in Li Hanfeng's mind. How could an outsider know about his family's disgrace? There were hardly any within the family aware of this matter, and Song Yang spoke with such conviction. This doubt lingered in his thoughts, especially as he recalled that Song Yang's warning was related to an impending encounter where someone would invite him to a hotel room, only for him to discover an unfamiliar young woman lying on the bed. Upon entering, he would become ensnared in a trap, and this scandal would swiftly circulate across the internet, leading to his ruin. As if misfortune were not enough, on that very day, a bank experienced catastrophic failure, triggering panic withdrawals at his own bank. His stepmother had orchestrated his downfall, culminating in a shocking revelation of a 23 billion shortfall in the bank's accounts. Consequently, the bank's stock plummeted, paving the way for opportunistic acquisitions. Proud and strong-willed, Li Hafeng could not bear the humiliation and ultimately chose to end his own life. However, fate played a cruel jest on him. As he leaped down, his clothing snagged on a lamp post protruding from the staircase. Although he survived, both legs were rendered entirely incapacitated, condemning him to a life confined to a wheelchair. Yet, Song Yang felt compelled to intervene in this matter, wishing to alter the course of this unfortunate event. At that moment, however, Song Yang was not preoccupied with grand thoughts. His sole focus was on caring for his wife and the child growing within her. By any means necessary, he was determined to ensure the safe delivery of their baby, promising to devote his life to nurturing both of them. Little did Song Yang realize that, at that very moment, Chu Zihan had just returned home. She had been expelled by her mother, who had berated her the previous day. Today, while at work, her mother incessantly called, as if with a death knell. Upon returning home, her mother wasted no time in chastising her. "I have raised you for so many years, and now I must support your illegitimate child? You have a perfectly good life, yet you choose to bear that abomination? I will not tolerate this. You must terminate the pregnancy and divorce that worthless man immediately, or we shall sever all ties." Hearing her mother's words, tears streamed down Chu Zihan's face. The child was innocent. Regardless of the circumstances, it was still hers. Why did everyone wish for this child to perish? What wrong had the child committed? In her despair, Chu Zihan could no longer contain her emotions, crying out in anguish. Yet her mother responded with a slap. "How dare you speak to me like that? What are you? After all these years of raising you, is it wrong for me to desire a good life? I tell you, if you do not divorce that useless man and terminate this pregnancy today, do not expect to step foot in this house again. Consider me as if I never bore you." Those words from her mother shattered Chu Zihan's heart. With tears in her eyes, she dragged her suitcase, preparing to leave this home, even if it meant renting a place. She was determined to bring the child into the world on her own terms. However, the reality was that she had nowhere to go, and there were still belongings to retrieve. So she took her electric bike, intending to return home. As she approached her doorstep, the thought of the disheveled state of her home, akin to a doghouse, made her feel nauseous. Moreover, she feared that Song Yang would cling to her in desperation. With a sense of hopelessness, she opened the door, only to be taken aback. Chu Zihan instinctively stepped back to verify the door number. Was this truly her home? Had she not made a mistake? How had the place transformed into such a pristine state? Chapter 9. Chu Zihan's plea for help. The tidy room bore no trace of clutter. Not even a speck of dust could be found in the corners. The cramped rental exuded a subtle fragrance of sandalwood. Yet, there was no sign of Song Yang. Could it be that this man had truly changed? In that moment, Chu Zihan could not help but entertain that hopeful thought. How she wished for Song Yang to have turned over a new leaf. But past experiences had taught her that a dog cannot change its nature. He would surely remain the same. With that thought, a wave of desolation washed over her. She began to gather her belongings, deciding to move out. That evening, she would discuss with the owner of the shop where she worked the possibility of staying in the employee dormitory. For now, she needed to find a temporary refuge. Once the divorce was finalized, she would soar to new heights far away from this life. With her luggage in tow and 2 months pregnant, she rode desolately on a second-hand electric scooter towards the shop where she worked. Each night, Chu Zihan diligently reported for duty at this upscale establishment specializing in antiques. The shop remained open until late, necessitating a constant presence to oversee operations. To accommodate this, the owner had arranged for employee quarters at the back of the store. Chu Zihan contemplated the possibility of residing there temporarily, at least keeping her distance from Song Yang and her parents. Upon arriving at the shop, she approached the owner, Mr. Wang Chong, and asked, "Could I stay in the dormitory? I only need a place for a little while until I find suitable accommodation." Mr. Wang, who had previously engaged in the antique market, had left that world after profiting from counterfeit goods to establish his own store, now selling a mix of genuine and imitation items. His eyes brightened with a sense of delight at her request. This young woman was undeniably alluring, and he had long sought an opportunity to take advantage of her presence. Concealing his true intentions, he feigned a benevolent demeanor and replied, "Of course. There is plenty of space here. You can stay as long as you need." Chu Zihan was elated and bowed gratefully, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss." Mr. Wang waved dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks." However, she remained oblivious to the way his gaze lingered over her, as if he could scarcely contain his desire to strip her of her clothing. Among the staff, Chu Zihan was the most striking, both in beauty and figure, and Wang had been harboring thoughts about her for quite some time. Today, it seemed, fate had delivered him an opportunity. Meanwhile, Song Yang was entirely unaware of Chu Zihan's situation, believing she was at her own home. Having earned some money, he contemplated ways to enhance his family's living conditions. Over the years, his indulgent lifestyle had left their home in disarray, with valuable possessions sold off. He resolved to make some simple improvements to the house, starting with essential items. Since his rebirth, the most uncomfortable aspect for Song Yang had been his clothing. Accustomed to the robes of a recluse, he decided to take a taxi to the market to procure some necessities. For him, items like the I Ching and Suture of the Heart were indispensable, in addition to a proper incense burner, sandalwood, essential counting rods, and a meditation cushion. He also sought decorative pieces to lend a semblance of order to his home. Having purchased a considerable amount, Song Yang found himself burdened with 2 large bags. As he carried them, passers-by couldn't help but cast surprised glances at the young man struggling with such a load. Once he finished shopping, he prepared to hail a taxi home. Just as he was about to call for one, his phone rang, displaying the name, Chu Zihan. Startled, he answered, but the call abruptly dropped. When he attempted to call her back, there was no response. After several attempts to call, there was still no answer. A sense of foreboding enveloped Song Yang, an instinct whispering that Chu Zihan was in peril. At this hour, she should be working at the antique shop. Song Yang was familiar with the location, having once visited to retrieve his lost fortunes. Without hesitation, he resolved to investigate. Just then, a taxi pulled up. The shop was not far from his current location. In mere minutes, he arrived, only to find the roll-up door closed despite the daylight still lingering. A knot tightened in his stomach, amplifying his unease. He circled to the back alley and discovered the rear door ajar. "Help!" A voice pierced through the air. It was Chu Zihan's. Fury surged within him. Though he had been calm, hearing her cry for help ignited a tempest of rage. With a mighty kick, he forced the back door open. In the narrow passage of the room, he found Chu Zihan, a paper cutter clutched in her trembling hand. Tears streaming down her face as she confronted her assailant. "Don't come any closer. I'm pregnant. Please, spare me," she pleaded desperately. Yet, Wang Chong, consumed by his primal instincts, reveled in her cries. "I truly want to see how a pregnant woman fares." Just as Wang Chong advanced menacingly, the door behind him was flung open. Chu Zihan was taken aback. She had never imagined that her desperate call for help, which had failed to connect, would lead to Song Yang's arrival. Once a notorious figure of the underworld, Song Yang swiftly closed the distance to Wang Chong, seizing him by the collar. With a resounding blow, he struck Wang Chong, sending him sprawling. This was the second time Chu Zihan witnessed this once timid man fighting fiercely for her. Song Yang's expression darkened as he planted a foot firmly against Wang Chang's chest. Before the latter could utter a curse, Song Yang unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike landing with brutal force, leaving Wang Chang bloodied and battered. Chu Zihan realized with alarm that Song Yang was on the verge of committing murder. She urgently grasped his arm, shouting, "What are you doing? Are you really going to push me to the brink? Look at the mess you've gotten me into. Do you intend for our child to have a father who is a murderer?" Song Yang paused, his fist suspended midair, as Chu Zihan pulled him toward the exit. The fallen Wang Chong, still on the ground, believed that Song Yang's earlier bravado stemmed from fear of being imprisoned. This coward, he thought, would never dare to resist again. Rising to his feet, Wang Chong pointed accusingly at Song Yang, spewing insults. "You worthless piece of trash. You dare strike me? I demand compensation, or you'll see your wife in my bed. Song Yang's gaze hardened, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes, causing Wang Chong to shiver involuntarily. What are you looking at? You destitute fool. Do you think you can wreak havoc in my shop? I'll have someone dispose of you. Chu Zihan, alarmed, urged Song Yang, you must leave now. However, Song Yang showed no intention of leaving, causing Chu Zihan to weep anxiously. What would happen to their home if Wang Chong truly sought to deal with Song Yang? Although Chu Zihan cared deeply for him, she had never wished for his demise. Yet, Song Yang acted without regard for her feelings, persistently following his own path. Completely indifferent to their already shattered family. Indeed, one cannot change their inherent nature. How foolish of her to think he had changed. Overwhelmed by desperation, Chu Zihan contemplated using her own life as leverage to compel Song Yang to depart from this tumultuous place. Just as she was about to stab herself with a knife, Song Yang seized her hand. He swiftly disarmed her and turned to Wang Chong, saying, call the police if you wish. Let us see who remains inside longer. Chapter 10. Viciously punishing the scoundrel. Wang Chong was taken aback. This worthless fool dared to speak of the law? How absurd. Could he even afford a lawyer? Yet, after being threatened by Song Yang, he regained some composure. Indeed, this was tantamount to assault. If the matter escalated, he could not guarantee his escape unscathed. Even if he tried to pay off the trouble, it would undoubtedly be a substantial sum. As for Song Yang, he would only face a short sentence. At most 15 days. It simply wasn't worth it. With this thought, Wang Chong hesitated. Then he noticed the shards of the fake blue and white porcelain that had been shattered when the door was kicked open. Very well, let us take this to court. What evidence do you have against me? But the wounds on my face were inflicted by you. You must compensate me for medical expenses, 100,000. Song Yang scoffed. 100,000? Then go ahead and report me. He regarded Wang Chang with a cold gaze, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, exuding an indefinable aura. This demeanor was far from that of a mere worthless individual. To Wang Chong, it felt as though he was confronting a formidable underworld figure. Utterly overwhelmed by Song Yang's presence. You worthless fool, how dare you shout in my shop? What do you have to say for breaking my antique? That was a piece of blue and white porcelain. Even with a few flaws, it is worth 400,000. If you do not compensate me, prepare for a lawsuit. For 100,000. Chu Zihan was rendered speechless. Clearly, she had never witnessed such a scene before, but she quickly regained her composure. Instinctively, she defended Song Yang. That vase is a counterfeit. It only cost 500. Isn't this extortion? Wang Chang laughed boisterously. And what if I am extorting you? Do you have the wealth to fight me in court? Have you ever seen money? Song Yang merely sneered. He picked up a large vase from the shelf and examined it closely, remarking, Qianlong period? Even with the seal on the base? With such foolishly rudimentary methods of forgery. You dare to run an antique shop? Anyone with a modicum of sense would know these inscriptions are hand-painted. How can you shamelessly demand money? With that, Song Yang smashed the vase right before Wang Chong's eyes. Witnessing the destruction, Chu Zihan felt powerless to intervene. Overcome with despair, she sat down, resigned to the situation. Silently watching. You dare to smash my Qianlong period vase. During the reign of Qianlong, were there such large porcelain vases adorned with pastel colors? Why not create a toilet-shaped design instead? Wang Chong, rendered speechless by Song Yang's remarks, gazed in astonishment. His curiosity piqued by how this seemingly impoverished individual possessed knowledge of antiques. Little did he know, Song Yang, during his days of prominence, had developed an affinity for collecting antiques due to an inner emptiness, unwittingly transforming himself into an expert, his appraisal skills rivaling those of established masters. Casually, Song Yang picked up a lotus plate, exclaiming, "Ah, a green lotus plate? This crackling pattern could not be any more fabricated. As if it were specifically designed for microwave use." Crash. Another one shattered. A Yuan dynasty blue and white jar? I fear you are unaware of what Su Ma Li Qing entails. Can this color be any more counterfeit? It doesn't even qualify as a high imitation. Crash. A Dotsai chicken cup? Would you believe it if I claimed it to be authentic? Crash. As Song Yang revealed the flaws of these counterfeit antiques, smashing them one by one, Wang Chong's heart trembled with each shattering piece. Although they were fakes, they were still his merchandise. The moment Song Yang reached for a pair of eye-catching Qing dynasty pastel flower and bird vases, priced at several $100,000, Wang Chong became anxious. You, brother. Let us talk this out. Please put down the vase. Song Yang smiled, releasing his grip, and Wang Chong, terrified, exerted all his strength to catch it. Though he succeeded, He twisted his ankle and lost a front tooth in the process. Seeing the vase intact, Chu Zihan immediately grasped Song Yang's arm. Are you mad? This is genuine. If it breaks, you'll have to compensate. It is the treasure of this antique shop where I work part-time. Very well, I shall refrain from breaking it. But an attitude of acknowledgement is required, no? Song Yang cast a disdainful glance at Wang Chang. On the floor, Wang Chang's eyes bulged with fury, ready to confront Song Yang. In an instant, as he lunged forward, Song Yang hurled the vase at him. To protect it, Wang Chang had no choice but to embrace the vase, only to receive a kick from Song Yang, sending him sprawling on the ground. Stepping on Wang Chang's face, Song Yang declared, "Apologize to my wife. I shall not demand compensation for emotional damages. Of course, we could meticulously tally the costs and head to the police station to clarify the situation. I can reimburse you." Wang Chang pondered briefly. Realizing he had no strength to resist, if he went to the police station, he would face at least 3 to 5 years. Compared to Song Yang's mere 10 days, it was not worth it. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Lying on the ground with Song Yang's foot on his face, Wang Chang heard Song Yang's expressionless voice, "Apologize. Make it sincere, otherwise." Song Yang exerted more pressure. Despite his reluctance, Wang Chang gritted his teeth and reluctantly uttered, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Witnessing this scene, Chu Zihan's heart raced. When had Song Yang become so assertive? He had always been domineering at home, fierce as a tiger or leopard when dealing with himself, yet submissive when faced with outsiders. However, today he is indeed entirely transformed. He has changed, undeniably so. Whether for better or worse, she cannot yet ascertain. Yet at the very least, he is willing to take risks for himself, which was previously unthinkable. As Chu Zihan fell into contemplation, Song Yang showed no intention of departing. "Boss Wang, allow me to gently remind you, there are deities watching from above. One must ponder. Who has ever escaped the wrath of heaven? Engaging in wicked deeds may lead to dire consequences. By the way, have you offered me an apology yet?" "Understood. I shall not dare again. I recognize my mistakes, Master Song. Please, forgive me." Wang Chang had lost all courage to confront Song Yang. With a snort, Song Yang released his foot and smiled gently at Chu Zihan. "Zihan, shall we depart?" Chu Zihan, ungrateful, rose and exited through the back door, without waiting for Song Yang. Upon seeing his wife leave, he lost interest in lingering with Wang Chang and promptly followed her outside. As soon as he stepped out, Chu Zihan coldly interrogated him. "What on earth do you intend to do?" "Song Yang, is gambling not enough for you that you now engage in illegal activities? Do you not realize that should you be apprehended, it would lead to imprisonment? And are you not afraid that Wang Chang will cause you trouble?" Chu Zihan's furious outburst rendered Song Yang momentarily speechless. Trouble? From the moment he laid eyes on Wang Chang, he sensed the youth was up to no good, though the specifics eluded him. Regardless, he was certain that Wang Chang would not survive long enough to pose a threat. However, these matters were not to be shared with Chu Zihan. "Do not worry, here." Song Yang produced a card containing 500,000. "Take this and repay the debts." The funds were transferred from his phone to his bank card, initially intended as a reserve. However, it was clear now that it must go to Chu Zihan. Especially since her credit card had reached its limit due to him, he could not bear the burden of debt alone while neglecting his wife. "You truly possess 500,000? Chu Zihan became agitated once more. "Where did your money come from?" At this, Song Yang found himself at a loss for words. He grasped the 2 bags he had placed by the door, contemplating how to explain. Meanwhile, upon noticing the robes and the I Ching within the bags, Chu Zihan's disappointment deepened. "Have you gone out to pose as a mystic to swindle money?" Her heart ached, unable to fathom how low Song Yang had fallen. Chapter 11. Who escapes the wrath of heaven? Song Yang, observing the items in his possession, quickly clarified. How could I possibly read fortunes? I merely wish to quit gambling. Hence, I sought to explore our nation's invaluable cultural heritage. The I Ching is an essential part of our legacy. I simply desired a moment of tranquility, and I have yet to delve into it. As for the money, I admit I have been a scoundrel in the past, but I promise you, I shall change. I have been diligently working these past few days. You must be aware of the Lantern Festival at Tianxin Lake. I sold lanterns there and earned a fair sum. Today at the auto show, I even managed to secure a blind reservation for a new car, which has also yielded some profit, and then I encountered an acquaintance. I never expected him to deceive me. At this moment, Song Yang remained cautious, aware that if he revealed everything, Chu Zihan would undoubtedly be skeptical. Thus, he simply mentioned the reserved funds to alleviate her concerns. I acknowledge that I possess numerous flaws. He enticed me into spending exorbitantly on a folk pottery Buddhist statue. Perhaps it was fate's intervention, for in a fit of rage after being deceived, I shattered that item. I had spent 10,000 yuan, while the statue was worth merely 4 or 500. However, to my astonishment, within it lay several Guangxu silver dollars from the Fengtian Mint, which I subsequently sold for 500,000. I have been striving to earn money, hoping to clear my debts so that you could give birth to our child without worry. Zihan, please believe me. I am genuinely trying to change. As Song Yang explained. Chu Zihan scrutinized him closely. She was all too familiar with this man. Whenever he lied, his eyes would dart uncontrollably. Yet, only she could perceive this. This time, however, it was different. She could tell he was speaking the truth. Furthermore, she had worked part-time at an antique shop and recognized the value of the Guangxu silver dollars. Indeed, they were worth something, and it was pure luck that Song Yang had managed to earn 500,000. But the thought of Song Yang's reckless behavior and the possibility of Wang Chong refusing to back down troubled her. What if he ended up in prison? This realization ignited her indignation once more. Zihan, please don't be angry. Do not jeopardize the pregnancy. Song Yang was far more concerned about Chu Zihan and their child than money. Noticing his concern for her, Chu Zihan scoffed. You should focus on yourself. Don't expect Lao Dao to grant you a second chance. Take this card. I do not want your money. What about your credit card? You need to pay it off first. I can still earn more. I have a business deal tomorrow, and I've already covered the expenses. If all goes well, I can repay the debts before the due date. Chu Zihan felt a flicker of hope. The weight of her credit card debt was indeed suffocating. And if it could be settled, she would not need to work so tirelessly. She couldn't afford to overexert herself, as it could harm the baby. With this thought, she finally softened. After I finish work tomorrow, call me, and we will go to the bank. With that, she walked away without looking back. Song Yang wanted to chase after her, but paused instead. This was the first time Chu Zihan had spoken to him so gently. The last instance had been during their honeymoon. As he fell from grace, their communication had deteriorated. After Chu Zihan departed, Song Yang glanced at the shop once more. His gaze fell upon the sign, and he was taken aback. Dachang Antiques? He murmured, realizing he had indeed not resorted to threats. He said this because he believed that Wang Chong might not see the dawn of the next day. In the days that followed, a significant event transpired, leading many to claim that Baitian City was cursed. During that time, a series of major incidents occurred, overwhelming the onlookers. Dachang Antiques would soon explode in popularity across social circles and chat groups throughout the city, due to the grievous actions of the antique shop owner, who assaulted a female employee. His entire family met a tragic fate at the hands of her enraged boyfriend. Song Yang vividly recalled the incident. The owner, in a fit of brutality, violated the woman, prompting her to enlist the help of her roughneck boyfriend. In his fury, the boyfriend inflicted wounds upon the owner, who narrowly escaped, while his wife, children, and parents, descending the stairs in anticipation of a family dinner, encountered the infuriated boyfriend and were brutally slain on the spot. In a previous life, at this very moment, Chu Zihan lay in a hospital bed, rendering her involvement impossible. Thus, fate had delivered him yet another chance to avert disaster. Upon scrutinizing the plaque that read to Chong, a sardonic thought crossed his mind. A knife strikes down a man, leading him to his grave. It seemed that this time, the wretch could not evade his reckoning. A fleeting concern struck Song Yang. Would this old fool perish due to my arrival? Does that mean I would be indebted for the 500,000? Would I become a debtor? The sum was insignificant to him. He had no qualms about it. However, the likes of Wang Chong, a scoundrel, deserved no mercy. How many had he wronged? Perhaps this was a lesson bestowed by the heavens. Song Yang was resolute. He would not concern himself with such malevolence. Justice, in the end, would be served, though timing may vary. His decision to refrain from taking direct action was already a display of mercy. How could he possibly save him now? Should Wang Chong somehow survive, the 500,000 would be inconsequential. With that thought, Song Yang turned to depart, unaware that he had struck the owner. Meanwhile, the owner, tending to his wounds in the shop, though wealthy, was notoriously miserly. He washed his face and planned to seek treatment at a nearby clinic before heading to the hospital for a thorough examination later. Before stepping out, he instructed the female employee residing in the back to tidy up the aftermath of the incident. The employee had witnessed the assault, but having frequently endured harassment from the owner, she felt a sense of elation at the turn of events. Assuming Wang Chang would go to the hospital, she promptly called her boyfriend over for a rendezvous. As she swept up the shattered remnants, She eagerly prepared to shower and await her boyfriend for an intimate encounter. However, not long after, Wang Chong, having attended to his injuries, returned. Upon entering, he stumbled upon the female employee, clad in a revealing nightgown, emerging from the backyard. Mistaking the footsteps for her boyfriend S, she hurried out, only to find it was the owner. The sight of her in such attire, with damp hair cascading down, ignited a surge of lust within him, fueled by his previous failed attempt at assaulting Chu Zihan. He lunged at the employee once more, intent on overpowering her. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Song Yang's intervention would alter the course of events. In a previous life, the employee had been violated, leading her boyfriend to confront the owner, who fled out of guilt to preserve his own life. This time, as the owner attempted his lecherous advances, he was confronted by the employee's enraged boyfriend. Seeing his girlfriend pinned down by Wang Chong, the boyfriend's eyes blazed with fury, and he shouted, "You bastard! I will kill you." In a frantic glance, he noticed the shards of the shattered faux yuan blue and white vase at the entrance. Grabbing a sizable piece, he plunged it into Wang Chang's neck, delivering a fatal blow. The deed was done, and the boyfriend stood in shock, paralyzed by the gravity of his actions. The female employee was understandably frightened. She hastily clutched her boyfriend's arm, imploring him to turn himself in. She believed that by confessing now, he would likely receive a lenient sentence, and she could wait for him. Moreover, he had acted in self-defense during the assault by their employer, which might bolster his case. With this thought in mind, they decided to surrender. Meanwhile, the employer managed to escape unscathed. Unbeknownst to Song Yang, he had inadvertently altered the course of events. He was on his way home, preparing to tidy up his space. Once everything was in order, Song Yang sat down to contemplate his next moves. If he repaid the money now, he would find himself financially depleted. This was unacceptable. He needed to leverage the 150,000 to earn more. He carefully placed the incense burner and began to burn incense for divination. As the divination sticks revealed a new hexagram, he fell into deep thought. There remained an opportunity for profit. However, the changing lines indicated a transformation. The yang had shifted to yin, suggesting alterations in his circumstances. The principal line represented a person, and it was no longer in a favorable position. The hexagram indicated hidden dangers beneath the surface. Subsequently, the rare changes in the line suggested a shift in fortune. Was it a moment of stillness or movement? Risk and opportunity coexisted. Song Yang felt a tightening in his chest. This hexagram hinted at a looming dual calamity. Yet within the calamity lay a chance for redemption. In other words, if he seized this opportunity, there was potential for considerable profit. However, the hexagram also warned that this opportunity harbored significant risks. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How could he have forgotten about that matter? The bonds. If he managed that situation wisely, he could indeed turn a profit. Chapter 12. Fulfillment. The matter Song Yang contemplated was related to Li Hanfeng's consortium. According to news reports from the future, Li Hanfeng's stepmother had misappropriated public funds through her position, causing turmoil in the stock market. Her paramour was already implicated in the issues with the Hifeng consortium. Together, they plotted to drain two banks simultaneously before fleeing. Consequently, the bank associated with Li Hanfeng encountered difficulties first, creating widespread panic among depositors. At that moment, her short-selling strategy would allow her to capitalize on the situation and escape. The bank that faltered before Li Hanfeng suffered dire consequences, unlike Hifeng, which managed to urgently reallocate assets and stabilize. Although they incurred significant losses, the other bank completely collapsed, ultimately being absorbed by another institution. The bonds issued by that bank became worthless, prompting a rush to sell. Fortunately, larger banks stepped in to stabilize the market, allowing some to profit by purchasing the bonds at low prices. However, the divination results indicated that significant risks lurked within this opportunity. This uncertainty could lead to severe consequences. To verify his thoughts, Song Yang could only begin searching for information on his phone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Hanfeng sat quietly in his office, awaiting developments. Initially, he had not taken Song Yang's words seriously. Yet, as he sat in the car, an unsettling feeling grew within him. Suddenly, a message arrived on his phone. The financial report of Yuanhui Bank has plunged into chaos, leading to a run on the bank and a drastic fall in bond prices. Upon receiving the news, Li Hanfeng seemed entranced. He urgently instructed his secretary, "Notify my office immediately. They must come to reconcile the accounts." The secretary hesitated. "Reconcile the accounts? Are you certain, Mr. Li?" With a sigh, Li Hanfeng replied, "Without reconciling, I cannot find peace." With that, the secretary promptly dialed, "Hello, this is Wang Wei. Please arrange for someone to come over. Mr. Li wishes to audit the accounts. Yes, right away. Not long after Li Hanfeng arrived at the company, the accounting team from the firm commenced their review. Although Li Hanfeng held the position of vice president, his authority was substantial. As he was the heir apparent of the group, none dared to obstruct him. As seconds ticked by, Li Hanfeng had never felt time drag on so torturously. His restless heart accumulated anxiety with each passing moment. He recalled every word spoken by Song Yang, pondering deeply, yet he could not discern Song Yang's intentions. Could it be true that some individuals possess the ability to foresee the future? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. As Song Yang waited, chain-smoking, his phone suddenly rang. It was a recent acquaintance, a social media influencer with whom he shared an innocent relationship. Already feeling vexed, Li Hanfeng hesitated before answering. Hello? Darling. Shall we try something different today? Room 2212 at the Laston Hotel. What? Li Hanfeng stiffened, a chill racing down his spine as if he had fallen into an abyss. In that moment, Song Yang's words echoed in his mind. Mr. Li, forgive my unsolicited advice, but I perceive you are on a downward path. It would be wise to scrutinize your finances and be wary of the women around you, especially since one will invite you to a hotel tomorrow. I advise against going. It could lead to grave consequences. Indeed, it had come to pass. His new influencer girlfriend had called, and to his dismay, she truly had booked a hotel room. Wang Wei, Li Hanfeng bellowed. Moments later, Wang Wei entered, concern etched on her face. Mr. Li, how may I assist you? Li Hanfeng spoke in a low tone. Have you transferred the funds for the cryptocurrency? Wang Wei nodded. I just completed the transfer. What is the matter? Li Hanfeng waved his hand dismissively and added. Summon Lu Yuan and instruct him to bring additional personnel. Wang Wei was taken aback. Lu Yuan had connections to the underworld, and Li Hanfeng had cultivated numerous acquaintances from all walks of life in Baitian City. Seeking Lu Yuan at this juncture surely indicated a significant matter at hand. Without daring to question further, she quickly nodded and exited to make the call. Having given the money to Song Yang, Li Hanfeng felt a semblance of tranquility. After all, if events unfolded as Song Yang predicted, he would owe him a considerable debt of gratitude. Restlessly, Li Hanfeng could no longer remain seated in his office. He stood up. As Wang Wei emerged from her call, startled, she immediately rose. Mr. Li, where are you headed? Li Hanfeng replied calmly, to the finance room. Wang Wei was taken aback. Could it be that the young man truly possessed prophetic abilities? Wang Wei is quite different from Li Hanfeng. She does not reject such matters, although she is not superstitious. She believes many things cannot be easily clarified. She approaches these metaphysical concepts with a sense of reverence. Alas, she must accompany Li Hanfeng to the finance office. Li Hanfeng hurriedly arrives at the door, where the personnel within the finance office are busily engaged in their tasks. In the office, someone is directing the work of others. He is the head of the firm and Li Hanfeng's trusted aide, Wu Fei. Xiao Fei, what is the situation? As soon as he enters, Li Hanfeng inquires with great urgency. Wu Fei, still quite young, owes his current position largely to Li Hanfeng's support, which has fostered his unwavering loyalty. Upon being questioned by Li Hanfeng, he does not conceal any information. Boss, this matter is quite troublesome. Although we haven't finished checking, it is already evident that there are serious issues with the accounts. The discrepancies identified so far have exceeded 500 million. And there may be even more yet to be uncovered. 500 million. A chill runs down Li Hanfeng's spine. The recent turmoil at Yuanhui Bank has already caused a stir. If this issue were to be exposed, it would spell disaster for him. Even if Hongfeng Bank manages to survive, it would undoubtedly suffer significant damage. Li Hanfeng shudders at the thought. How could such a monumental oversight occur? Wu Fei shakes his head, acknowledging that it is impossible to speculate recklessly about such matters. Currently, we cannot ascertain much, but it is fortunate that you discovered this early. If it had come to light during the financial report preparation, it would have resulted in a catastrophe. Li Hanfeng breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that the financial report preparation is set to begin the following day. If Wu Fei could uncover this information so quickly, others would undoubtedly not lag far behind. Should that be the case, his position as vice president would be irrevocably compromised. He is at a loss for words, unable to articulate the complexities of the situation. Li Hanfeng slumps onto the sofa, his mind racing with thoughts of Song Yang's warnings. How did he know? This pertains to the company's accounts. And if I do not consent, reconciliation would be impossible. Could it be that he was already aware of some foul play behind the scenes and deliberately alerted me? That seems implausible. Judging by Song Yang's demeanor, he appears to be an ordinary individual. How could he possibly be involved with the core operations of the bank? Li Hanfeng sits silently on the sofa, no one daring to disturb him. Wu Fei repeatedly urges everyone to accelerate their verification efforts in hopes of producing accurate data as soon as possible. As time ticks away, the atmosphere in the room grows increasingly oppressive. Just as everyone is engrossed in reconciling the accounts, Li Hanfeng's phone suddenly rings. He jolts, instinctively picking it up. It is a call from Lu Yuan. Li Hanfeng answers immediately, feeling an inexplicable tremor in his hand. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, his pupils constrict sharply. Young Master Li, thank you for sending me here. This place is a trap. Had you come yourself, it would have surely led to your disgrace. What? Chapter 13. A narrow escape from crisis at the Rastan Hotel, room 2212. A group of men in black suits stands outside the door, while several thugs crouch on the ground, adorned with extravagant tattoos. On the bed lay a young girl, disheveled and concealed beneath the covers. If Li Hafeng were to push open the door, he would find himself cornered by ruffians armed with recording devices, which had already been seized by Lu Yuan. Should the surveillance footage of Li Hanfeng entering the room surface online, the girl would emerge, disarrayed, from the confines of the blanket. These two recordings would irrevocably tarnish Li Hanfeng's reputation. In that event, major media outlets and social media armies would fervently exploit the situation for clicks. Leaving Li Hanfeng utterly defenseless, Lu Yuan coldly pressed his foot against the young man's face, remarking, "Were you sent here?" The man stammered, "Brother Yuan, I had no idea it was you. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared. I don't even know that individual. He just paid me to find a girl for this purpose. I truly don't understand what is transpiring." Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he retorted, unwilling to speak. "No matter. I have ways to extract the truth from you. Get these individuals into the vehicle." He then kicked a young thug to the ground and, with a faint smile, spoke into his phone, "Li Xiao, I will manage the situation here. Just tell me how you wish to proceed." Li Hafeng trembled uncontrollably, commanding, "Uncover the mastermind behind this. I don't care what methods you employ. I must know who orchestrated this." Finally, he erupted, his final words nearly a shout. Although he had tasked Lu Yuan with the investigation, he already knew the identity of the perpetrator, his own stepmother, Ling Meijin. She had previously attempted to harm him, and he had narrowly escaped with his life. To his dismay, it seemed she was relentless in her malice, striking at him once more. His thoughts were influenced by Song Yang's warning, "Beware of women." The first on that list was his internet celebrity girlfriend. Resolute, he dialed her number. After 2 rings, a sweet, sing-song voice answered, "Darling, have you arrived?" With a stern expression, Li Hanfeng replied, "Where are you now?" She responded, "I'm at the company. Where are you?" "Just as I left, a brand approached me for a collaboration, but there is no one here, and I'm unsure why." Li Hanfeng was skeptical. He couldn't believe that Yinin was uninvolved in this affair. Yet, lacking evidence, he chose not to raise suspicion. "My car broke down. Could you come to the company shortly?" After a moment's hesitation, his girlfriend agreed. "All right, I'll head over once I finish my tasks." As he ended the call, Li Hanfeng felt as if he had died and been reborn. In 2 lifetimes. Gazing at the ceiling, doubts began to creep into his mind. Perhaps there truly exist individuals with prophetic abilities. It seemed he was still too inexperienced. The world is vast and filled with the extraordinary. Does divination genuinely hold merit? Li Hafeng found himself grappling with disbelief, yet how could he explain the current predicament? If not for Song Yang's warning, how could he have possibly evaded this calamity? Such a complex trap. Without anyone to alert him, it would be utterly impossible for him to avoid being ensnared. Yet, what could be the motive behind Song Yang's actions? Li Hanfeng leaned back against the sofa, letting out a deep sigh. The burden of obligation has grown too heavy. At that moment, Wu Fei, armed with the preliminary calculations, stated, "The audit has been completed, and the initial findings indicate that, conservatively speaking, the financial shortfall amounts to approximately 800 million. If this situation escalates, the losses will far exceed this figure. I propose we find a way to delay the financial report's release and immediately initiate an investigation to trace the misappropriated funds." Li Hanfeng nodded. "Very well, I appreciate your efforts. Let's pause the financial report verification, citing issues with the statements, and postpone the release by a week. I will discuss this matter with my father. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Fei. Take the brothers out for a meal first. We shall continue tomorrow." Wu Fei nodded, aware that Li Hanfeng's mind was in turmoil. In his view, the only individual capable of orchestrating such a scheme within the Fenghe consortium was Li Hanfeng's stepmother, Ling Meijin. "All right, boss, take care of yourself. Rest assured, we are here for you. I will devise a plan." Li Hanfeng forced a smile and patted Wu Fei on the shoulder, allowing them to leave for a much-needed rest. He remained at the company, awaiting Yin Yin's arrival. Before long, the sound of high heels echoed down the corridor. As the office door swung open, a wave of perfume wafted into the dimly lit room. A slender, alluring beauty gracefully turned on the office lights. "Darling, why is it so dark?" Click. The office lights illuminated, revealing Li Hanfeng seated at his desk, his gaze icy as he regarded her. Flanking him were 8 bodyguards clad in suits, with Wang Wei standing beside him. "Darling, what is this? What's wrong?" Li Hanfeng snorted coldly. "What's wrong?" He waved his hand, and the office door was promptly shut. Yin sensed the gravity of the situation, her voice trembling. "Hanfeng, what are you doing? You're frightening me." "Frightened? If anything, I am the one who is alarmed. Had I not been cautious and sent Lu Yuan to assess the situation, I would have faced ruin today. Now, let us clarify the matter regarding the young girl in room 2212, and where those ruffians who intended to ensnare me came from." Yin's face turned pale with fear. "Young girl? What young girl? Darling, what are you saying? I don't understand." Ultimately, as an internet celebrity, she was adept at feigning innocence and playing the victim. Unfortunately, Li Hanfeng was no Navi admirer to be swayed by a mere term of endearment. "You don't know?" Li Hanfeng sneered, leaping off the desk to deliver a resounding slap across her face. Smack. "Ah," Yin screamed, clutching her face and trembling. "I truly didn't know. I just wanted to meet you, and then someone called asking me to discuss a collaboration. When I arrived at the company, there was no one there." These were the well-rehearsed lines Yin had prepared. How could she admit to collaborating with others to entrap Li Hanfeng? If Li Hanfeng were to discover this, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Li Hanfeng cast a piercing glance in her direction, asserting, "It is in your best interest to remain unaware. However, you may leave now. The farther, the better. Should I lay eyes on you again, do not blame me for turning hostile." Yin, with a pitiful demeanor, implored, "Hanfeng, I love you so dearly. Why do you not trust me? I truly know nothing. Leave." Li Hanfeng bellowed furiously, causing Yin to retreat in fear, her pallid face clutching her bag as she hastily exited the office. Not long after Yin's departure, Li Hanfeng received a call from Lu Yuan. "Young Master Li, the scoundrel has confessed. I must warn you not to be angered. Speak." Li Hanfeng's gaze turned cold, as though he had transformed into a different individual. He mentioned a man named Tian Xinlin, who is the elder brother of his boss. This fellow is entangled with a wealthy woman on one side and a social media influencer on the other. The wealthy woman is Ling Meijin, your stepmother, and the influencer is Yin. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Li Hanfeng let out a bitter laugh. "2 women serving 1 man? Where is this Tian Xinlin? Find him for me. If he returns the money, I might spare his life, but if he refuses, let this serve as currency for the afterlife." Chapter 14. A new opportunity. Li Hanfeng felt no sorrow. After all, Yin was merely a mutual benefit for him. He sought to release his pent-up desires, while she was in pursuit of wealth. Thus, having regained his composure, he was no longer in a tempest of rage. His current objective was retaliation, to completely eradicate the disgrace that was Ling Meijin from the Li family. Therefore, he needed to enlist someone to investigate Ling Meijin's accounts. Such individuals could indeed be located. Thus, the night promised to be anything but tranquil. Meanwhile, Song Yang remained blissfully unaware of Li Hanfeng's predicaments. He was unconcerned. Having already issued a warning, the rest was in fate's hands. Upon awakening in the morning, Song Yang groggily checked his phone. He had spent the previous night sifting through information, yet remained perplexed. Just as he noticed the time, his phone rang. To his astonishment, the caller ID read Wang Wei, Li Hanfeng's secretary. When he answered the call, it was not Wang Wei on the other end, but Li Hanfeng's voice. "Mr. Song, have you awakened?" Song Yang, bewildered, replied, Mr. Li, is there something you require? You should have transferred the funds by now, as I have verified." Li Hanfeng unexpectedly expressed gratitude, and Song Yang realized he had indeed acted upon his words. "It appears my predictions have come to fruition?" Li Hanfeng chuckled. "Indeed. They have all manifested flawlessly. Without your assistance, I would be at a loss for what to do now." Song Yang exhaled in relief. After all, Li Hanfeng was his disciple from a previous life, and he wished to prevent his student from reliving a tragedy. As long as all is well. Divination is merely a means to attract fortune and avert calamity. One should not place absolute faith in it. However, if it proves effective, that is commendable. Li Hanfeng did not inquire how Song Yang had acquired such knowledge, intending to find an opportunity to meet and discuss further. "By the way, do you have some time?" I would like to invite you to dinner so we can converse in depth. After pondering for a moment, Song Yang did not refuse. Very well. Suddenly, Song Yang recalled that Li Hafeng was an expert in this field and decided to consult him. Oh, by the way, Mr. Li, there's something I would like to ask you. Could you inform me about the types of bonds issued by Yuanhui Bank? Bonds? Li Hafeng was taken aback that Song Yang was interested in such matters. Are you genuinely intrigued by bonds? I would advise against engaging with Yuanhui Bank's bonds. They've already faced significant turmoil. However, Song Yang calmly responded, I am aware of that. I simply lack knowledge regarding the categories of bonds issued by Yuanhui Bank. I sense an opportunity and wish to explore it. Opportunity? What kind of opportunity? Li Hafeng inquired, perplexed. Song Yang did not conceal his intentions. It's a matter of bottom fishing. Since their company is issuing bonds, it is likely they too will experience a downfall. I believe that if I act now, I can acquire them at a remarkably low price. I am confident that the financial circles will not allow this bank to collapse without intervention. Therefore, before someone steps in to support them, I plan to buy a batch of bonds. I just need to ascertain what types they have issued. After pondering, Li Hafeng elaborated for Song Yang. Their offerings primarily consist of two types of bond services. Unlike Yifeng Bank, Yuanhui Bank does not focus on traditional savings, rather. They provide loans for bonds and funds, catering to depositors with such needs. The two main types of bonds are emergency convertible bonds and high-yield financing bonds. If you intend to bottom fish, then the high-yield financing bonds are the way to go. Song Yang, having deliberated, was well aware of the distinctions between these two types of bonds. The emergency convertible bonds yield greater profits than the high-yield financing bonds, but they carry the risk of depending on the bank's continual profit growth. If complications arise, such bonds could become worthless. Thus, they could be deemed as highly speculative. Conversely, the latter is a standard high-yield bond issued by the company for financing. Should the bank encounter a crisis, there is a possibility of default. However, it remains a bond and is prioritized for repayment during liquidation. Therefore, if one intends to bottom fish for their bonds, this would be the most suitable option. Song Yang smiled and said, Thank you very much. Li Hafeng promptly offered, Shall I accompany you to take a look? I could assist you in locating a broker. After contemplating for a moment, Song Yang did not decline. After all, having Li Hafeng by his side would certainly mitigate the risks involved. All right, I will head over now. Where shall we meet? Let's gather at the bank's entrance. I will set off right away. Once the time and location were agreed upon, Song Yang left early, eager to secure this opportunity. This time, he opted for a taxi, as he valued punctuality and disliked being late. While in the car, he overheard the driver conversing with a colleague via radio. Have you heard? Something major has happened at Dachang Antique Shop. The owner was killed. It seems he had made advances towards a female employee, which led to her boyfriend retaliating fatally. Indeed, I heard about it. The fool brought this upon himself. He deserved his fate. Song Yang was not surprised by this exchange, as he had sensed the impending trouble the previous day. The unfortunate soul had courted disaster, and it was only a matter of time before tragedy struck. In the realm of e-philosophy, the more reckless a person becomes, the closer they are to death. In simpler terms, wild behavior often precedes untimely demise. It is evident that one has orchestrated their own downfall. As for the debt of 500,000, it seems that repayment is no longer a concern. Shortly thereafter, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the Yuanhui Bank, where Song Yang observed a crowd gathered. In a previous life, the news reported an encounter between someone and a broker here. Fearing the imminent collapse of Yuanhui Bank, the broker sought to liquidate their holdings swiftly, selling bonds at half their value. Despite incurring significant losses, this action allowed them to cover other financial gaps. The broker, burdened with several high-risk bonds, failed to divest them quickly. Thus, after liquidating, they gambled on purchasing shares of Hafeng Bank, hoping it would endure. Ultimately, their gamble paid off, making the news noteworthy as both individuals profited handsomely. As Song Yang surveyed the scene, he realized that he could only purchase financing bonds today, resolutely avoiding emergency convertible bonds. With Li Hafeng yet to arrive, he began to inquire around. His inquiries revealed that most individuals were indeed focused on emergency convertible bonds, drawn by their high-interest returns. Little did they anticipate that the foreign listing of Yuanhui Bank would trigger a catastrophic event. Now, with the situation unraveling, no one dared to take on the risk. They could merely observe. After circling around, Song Yang found that most brokers were still dealing with those emergency convertible bonds, which were essentially liabilities waiting to be offloaded. Unbeknownst to Song Yang, As he was questioning the brokers, another individual had taken notice of him. This individual, none other than the rotund businessman Zhu Fuguwei, had been taken advantage of by Song Yang the previous day. Zhu Fuguwei, merely passing by, became intrigued as he observed Song Yang's incessant circling. He contemplated a plan to intercept him. Chapter 15. A bloodied interception. Zhu Fuguwei perceived Song Yang as a professional opportunist, certain that his presence here was for the same purpose. Observing him inquire about prices, Zhu Fuguwei exited his vehicle with fervor, also beginning to gather information. The brokers sought to liquidate their positions, making this the optimal strategy. Waiting for the bank to provide clarity was tantamount to awaiting one's demise. Thus, as inquiries arose, many would converge. On Song Yang's side, he primarily sought to identify the types of bonds held by the brokers. Upon learning they were emergency convertible bonds, he promptly turned away, declining to discuss prices. The brokers, feeling slighted by the apparent disregard for their bonds, resolved to remain silent if further inquiries arose. While Zhu Fuguwei was a con artist in antiques, he was a novice when it came to bonds. His focus lay solely on price and whether Song Yang was inquiring about the bonds. Zhu Fuguwei understood Song Yang's tactics, to gather information first, then select the right moment to strike. However, he was confident that he was wealthier than Song Yang. The modest fortune that Song Yang possessed would likely permit him to select only the most lucrative option. He, on the other hand, could have it all. The brokers, upon seeing Zhu Fuguwei arrive at their doorstep, were exceedingly enthusiastic. Yet, whenever Zhu Fuguwei inquired about bonds, they merely stated that these were bonds issued by the bank. Presently, there were risks involved, and as finance professionals, they needed to liquidate their positions immediately. The prices were negotiable. The phrase "the prices are negotiable" ignited a spark in Zhu Fuguwei's eyes. He relentlessly haggled, although he was pressing for a lower price. These brokers understood that if they did not exit swiftly, they risked incurring total losses. Thus, minimizing their losses, even slightly, was paramount. Meanwhile, Song Yang, after making a round, suddenly noticed a middle-aged man, around 40 or 50, hesitating at the bank's entrance. At that moment, Zhu Fuguwei seized the opportunity. "Boss, do you have any bonds? How much are you selling them for?" "I'll buy." The man pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I haven't made up my mind yet." Zhu Fuguwei grinned broadly. "What is there to think about? I must tell you, if you don't liquidate now, you'll be at a disadvantage. Sell them to me." Zhu Fuguwei had come to the realization that Song Yang must have learned some insider information. The bank's bonds should be relatively secure. If he purchased them at a low price, even selling them at the original price later would yield significant profits. Presently, he had managed to negotiate the price down to below 20%. However, the man hesitated for a moment before stating, "I can only go as low as 60%. That is my final offer." Upon hearing this, Zhu Fuguwei immediately waved his hand dismissively. "What are you talking about? It seems you're not genuinely interested in selling. I'll offer you 15%. Take it or leave it." The man, upon hearing this, retorted, "I want to sell. How can I sell at that price?" Zhu Fuguwei scoffed, "You want to sell? There are plenty of others who will." With that, he turned to consult other brokers. Attracted by the commotion, Song Yang approached. Unlike Zhu Fuguwei, he smiled and asked, "Boss, you have high-yield financing bonds in your possession, don't you?" The man nodded. "Yes, due to this situation. The pressure on the company has increased tremendously. I must liquidate my position." But, upon hearing that it was a financing bond, Song Yang responded with a smile. "How much do you want for them?" The man deliberated, still hesitant. After all, financing bonds represented senior debt. In the event of bankruptcy liquidation, they would be repaid first. However, if Yuanhui was not acquired, the redemption of his bonds would remain indefinitely distant. Currently, being tied up financially was a significant blow. Selling now would mean incurring a loss. The man contemplated for a moment, and in an effort not to scare Song Yang away, he gritted his teeth and lowered his price a bit more. "All right, I can bring it down to 50%. I'll be taking a loss of half. But if you agree, we can transact now." Song Yang reflected. In his previous life, he had sold these bonds at 65% of their face value. Now, he could acquire them for 50%. Thanks to Zhu Fuguwei's interference, he stood to gain immensely. With this thought, Song Yang nodded. "All right. Let us proceed with the transaction." The man retrieved a contract, and together with the account and password for the bonds, handed it over to Song Yang. Song Yang then produced 1,500,000, completing the full acquisition. Once the other party wrote a receipt, the transaction was deemed finalized. Upon witnessing Song Yang's expenditure of 1,500,000, Zhu Fugui couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Fool! My price is 7 to 8 times lower than yours, and you pay such a high price. You think you can fleece me? Let me tell you, you found a bargain, but I will snatch it away." Song Yang turned to Zhu Fugui, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Boss Zhu, what is this? Are you also collecting bonds?" Zhu Fugui, with an air of smugness and his arms crossed, replied, "Indeed, and I'm wealthier than you. You poor wretch can only feast on the scraps I leave behind. I'll be honest with you, I've acquired all the bonds here. And you, stubbornly clinging to your price. I admire your audacity for finding a big spender." The man, confused, observed that Zhu Fugui was collecting emergency convertible bonds, while Song Yang was acquiring high-yield financing bonds. At that moment, with a return rate of 1108, what gave Zhu Fugui the audacity to ridicule Song Yang? Song Yang had purchased the bonds at par value of 50. If Yuanhui Bank managed to persevere, these bonds would be redeemed. Song Yang would then secure 33 million. After deducting the 1.5 million he spent, he would profit 1.83 million, which is more than a double return. Even if Zhu Fugui's bonds were acquired at a low price and the bank survived, they would merely convert into shares valued by the bank. If he managed to avoid a 99 loss, it would be sheer luck. In essence, Song Yang was betting that someone would take over the bank, whereas Zhu Fugui was wagering on the bank's recovery, a bet with minimal probability. Although a successful outcome would yield him substantial gains, the likelihood was exceedingly slim. Just as Zhu Fugui reveled in his perceived triumph, the bank employees posted an announcement regarding the handling of the bonds. The emergency convertible bonds would directly convert into shares, while Song Yang's financing bonds would be redeemed. This was due to regulatory bodies stepping in to provide them with emergency funds specifically for the liquidation of the financing bonds. The debts could await the bank that would take over. Upon seeing the announcement, Zhu Fugui gleefully remarked, "Am I now a shareholder of the bank?" The others looked at him as if he were a fool. With a look of pity, Song Yang responded, "Boss, when the bank is bundled for acquisition, it will undoubtedly be at a discounted price. Currently valued at 10 billion, if it's acquired for 2 billion, your emergency bonds will depreciate by 80%. Furthermore, due to financing dilution, it is exceedingly common for their value to diminish to less than 10%. In other words, the bonds you hold are akin to worthless paper." After Song Yang finished speaking, Zhu Fugui's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? What emergency bonds?" The man beside him, taken aback, angrily questioned. "You just undervalued me and didn't even know what financing bonds or emergency convertible bonds are. You." Now, the man contemplated taking action against him. Had he only endured a bit longer, he might have avoided incurring losses. However, it was too late. The contract was signed, and the money was received. Remaining is the anticipation of funds arriving, which left Song Yang feeling resigned. Zhu Fugui finally comprehended that he had just squandered money on a heap of worthless paper. The next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he sank helplessly to the ground. This time, he had truly suffered a substantial loss. Chapter 16. Master Song Zhu Fugui sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably, never expecting that he, a seasoned veteran, would fall prey to a young man. Meanwhile, Song Yang paid him no mind, though he felt a flicker of displeasure at the sight of the middle-aged man. Yet, he dismissed it, after all. He had not acquired his gains through unscrupulous means. In the realm of business, one must accept both profit and loss. At that moment, Li Hanfeng arrived. A sleek black Lamborghini came to a halt by the roadside, instantly capturing the attention of all onlookers. After stepping out of the car, he hurried to Song Yang, saying, "I apologize, Master Song. I was caught in traffic." "Master?" Song Yang was slightly taken aback. Did Li Hanfeng truly regard him as a master of fortune-telling? A gentle smile graced Song Yang's face as he replied cheerfully, "No worries. I've nearly concluded my affairs here. Since you're here, allow me to direct you toward a potential reversal of fortunes." Li Hanfeng was momentarily stunned, pointing towards Yuanhui Bank. "You can't possibly mean for me to take over, can you?" With a grin, Song Yang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is my intention." Song Yang had no intention of deceiving Li Hanfeng. In his previous life, although Yuanhui Securities encountered difficulties, it was crucial to note that only the bank's operations had faltered. The remaining assets were intact. Thus, when a major bank took over, significant changes ensued. If a Fing bank were to take over, their credentials and financial strength were on par with that of the aforementioned bank, if not slightly superior. As long as the price was right, it would be feasible to acquire all of Yuanhui Securities. After all, time was of the essence. Additionally, With Yuanhui Securities lacking the time to divest, a bundled sale was inevitable. By negotiating a lower price, one could reap substantial profits while simultaneously dismantling the long-standing constraints imposed by Hefeng Bank. This would pave the way for significant breakthroughs in the future. Were these words to come from anyone else, Li Hafeng would have undoubtedly labeled them as delusional. Yet, the one proposing this was Song Yang, who had just rescued him. After some contemplation, Li Hafeng realized that while the risk appeared daunting upon initial reflection, the potential profits behind the operation seemed remarkably enticing. Well, since you suggest it, I shall give it a try. However, you wouldn't be calculating this, would you? Although slightly skeptical, Li Hafeng felt an inexplicable compulsion to proceed. To alleviate Li Hanfeng's apprehension, Song Yang decided to provide a limited explanation. After all, this was once his disciple, and he couldn't bear to watch him miss such a splendid opportunity. Ha ha, of course not. This is merely a deduction based on analysis. Consider this. Your Hefeng Bank has evidently hit a developmental bottleneck, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve breakthroughs. However, should you acquire Yuanhui, your operational capabilities would be significantly bolstered. At that point, the market's confidence will gravitate toward the bank that commands it, leading to greater profitability. Wouldn't you agree? Li Hanfeng's eyes gleamed with understanding as he grasped Song Yang's intent. Although it was merely an analysis, Li Hanfeng found it hard to believe that someone as young as Song Yang could comprehend so much. Perhaps he was merely calculating, not wishing to appear mysterious. It seemed that fortune-telling possessed a kernel of truth, yet it did not unfold in the dramatic fashion portrayed on television. It was instead the product of deduction and analysis. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Master Song. Where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you. Following the events of the previous day, Li Hafeng displayed utmost respect towards Song Yang. Song Yang, somewhat amused by the title of Master, replied, "Please refrain from calling me that. I merely possess a modest proficiency in the art of divination, and I hardly qualify as a master. Nevertheless, since you express a desire to follow my guidance, I too wish to earn a little money. How about I deposit my funds in your bank, and you assist me with some stock transactions?" What? Li Hanfeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Song Yang. Perceiving the intensity of Li Hanfeng's reaction, Song Yang inquired, "What is the matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Hanfeng responded, "Brother Song, from now on, I shall call you Yang-gu. Please do not take offense at my frankness, but I advise against engaging with stocks. Currently, aside from occasional surges, it is predominantly a game of losses." Song Yang understood the implication of Li Hanfeng's words. If the U.S. stock market was akin to consuming a potent enhancer, then the stock market was like taking a laxative, never having been robust. When the U.S. market surged, he declined. When the U.S. market fell, he followed suit. Thus, it affectionately earned the nickname of the falling stock. Many publicly listed companies either opted for listings in Hong Kong or the U.S. However, Song Yang was aware that due to the situation with Yuanhui Bank, Li Hanfeng's stepmother and her paramour were short-selling and capitalizing on the market, making it a propitious moment to buy in. Analyzing from his own memory, Song Yang recalled that Ling Meijin had simultaneously shorted several stocks to conceal her identity, seeking a safe exit. Thus, she had orchestrated a performance with one stock as a means of asset transfer. This stock was associated with a shell company, its value perpetually plummeting. The company outwardly claimed to be engaged in financing, so when Yuanhui encountered difficulties, Ling Meijin deliberately manipulated the stock to create an illusion of capital influx, enticing others to enter the fray. At this juncture, she and her paramour would sell off the stock, causing a downturn and volatility in its price. Subsequently, exploiting the ensuing panic, she would elevate this trap-like stock and exit at a high point. Song Yang aimed to seize this opportunity. Naturally, he could not divulge these intricacies, so he simply smiled and remarked, "I have divined this. It is the hexagram of encounter, with the female strong and caution advised against engaging with women. The hexagram consists of 5 yang lines and 1 yin line. Encounter signifies meeting. The unfaithful speaks to your original hexagram. You are currently being manipulated, and you must be wary of such women." Li Hanfeng, perplexed, glanced at the hexagram, utterly bewildered. What kind of woman? Song Yang chuckled as he pointed to 5 intact toothpicks. 5 represent the yang, 1 the yin, a male above and a female below. 5 males above and 1 female below. The implication is clear. The woman takes the initiative. In other words, it is the woman pursuing the man. Li Hafeng was once again astonished by Song Yang's insights. There was no room left for skepticism. It seemed that all of this was indeed true. Song Yang possessed genuine divination skills, and his predictions were remarkably precise. With a cheerful demeanor, Song Yang remarked, "From this hexagram, it can be inferred that there is more than one woman involved. Your changing lines are two, the first 6 and the ninth 4. With the principal changing line being the ninth 4. The text states, there is no fish in the bag, which leads to peril. Translated. This means that the absence of fish in the bag foretells danger. This hexagram signifies actions from the other party, suggesting gains. Thus, I deduce that you must take action. The first changing line indicates a disadvantage for the main party, so you should turn the tables. Essentially, you must seek an opportunity for counterattack. The hexagram indicates that the female party is formidable, which currently does not bode well for you. The resulting changing hexagram, derived from the changing lines, is Sun above and Qian below, which corresponds to the minor accumulation hexagram. Its image states, success, thick clouds bring no rain. Self-reliance in the western suburbs. The symbol suggests that the wind moves in the heavens, and the noble gentleman cultivates virtue through elegant culture. Therefore, this changing hexagram signifies that you can turn danger into safety. The stock I selected is also a way to test the waters, to see if my conjecture holds true. Li Hanfeng listened, somewhat bewildered yet finding great sense in it all. It was evident now that Song Yang was not lying. He truly possessed the art of divination. And his skills were quite impressive. Could it be that divination could reveal anything, even the lottery results? Song Yang chuckled lightly. Divination is merely a pursuit of celestial principles. A quest for the path of seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune. The Book of Changes states, the movement of heaven is vigorous. The noble man should continually strive for self-improvement. It also constantly reminds us to respect the spirits and keep our distance. There is no omniscience, at most. It serves as a reference, providing you with certain insights. Li Hafeng found the Book of Changes extraordinarily mystical and profoundly deep, which subtly cloaked Song Yang in an enigmatic aura in Li Hanfeng's mind. Nevertheless, he also sensed that Song Yang might just be a charlatan. Chapter 17. The desire to be a speculator regardless of the circumstances. Song Yang had indeed saved him. This favor was one he must remember. Whether he was a charlatan or not mattered little. After all, more friends mean more paths, though it remained uncertain how long his miraculous insights could last. Li Hafeng was also curious to test whether Song Yang truly possessed such abilities. He had decided that if Song Yang's investment proved profitable, he would certainly treat him as an esteemed guest. After all, in the realm of stocks, Song Yang's financial standing likely did not afford him the means to manipulate the outcome. However, if it resulted in a loss, Li Hanfeng would consider it a misjudgment on his part, accepting the loss as his own without allowing Song Yang to suffer any real financial detriment. Li Hanfeng drove, taking Song Yang to the company. Upon arrival, the employees greeted Li Hanfeng enthusiastically. "Hello, General Manager Li." "Hello." Naturally, after the greetings, the rest of the staff were curious about the identity of the young man accompanying Li Hanfeng. After all, it was rare for him to bring anyone to the company. Friends who accompanied him were few and far between. After Song Yang stepped into the elevator, he proceeded directly to the office. Upon seeing him, Wang Wei was filled with both surprise and trepidation. After all, Song Yang's divination was astonishingly accurate, eerily so. If he were to casually utter a few disparaging remarks about her in front of Li Hanfeng, her career would be in jeopardy. "Mr. Li, Mr. Song, may I offer you something to drink?" Wang Wei managed a professional smile, maintaining her composure as always. Li Hanfeng glanced at Song Yang, who casually replied, "Just a glass of plain water for me." "Same for me." This made it appear as though Li Hanfeng was the guest, while Song Yang assumed the role of host. However, Li Hanfeng had little time to dwell on such matters. Once he invited Song Yang to sit, he expressed his lingering doubts. "Brother Yang, you mentioned I could retaliate. Could you elaborate?" Song Yang spoke calmly. "There's not much to say. I observed the fluctuations in the stocks and noticed that the patterns of 33 stocks mirrored the trends indicated by my divination. After discerning and filtering, I selected 7. From the perspective of the recent collapse of Yuan Hui, the one most likely to be utilized is Qinghai Financing." Qinghai Financing? Li Hanfeng was taken aback. This stock had plummeted for 13 consecutive days, and practically no one dared to touch it, as it seemed to carry a curse. Noticing Li Hanfeng's confusion, Song Yang reiterated, "It's no trouble. I'm merely testing the waters. If you trust me, give it a try. If not, it's of no consequence. You stand to lose nothing." Once again, it was clear that Song Yang was unwilling to elaborate further. He was presenting a choice, to believe or not to believe. Last time, Li Hanfeng had chosen to believe, successfully avoiding the traps set by Ian and uncovering the financial discrepancies. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Hanfeng. He pulled out his phone and glanced at today's news. Yuanhui Bank has received emergency financial support. The high-priced financing bonds have stabilized, yet they remain in dire straits. After reading the news, Li Hanfeng was momentarily stunned. Right, Brother Yang, did you just purchase financing bonds? How much did you spend? Song Yang remained composed. 1,500,000. I acquired bonds worth 3 million. By the way, may I use these bonds to trade with you? My current funds are insufficient. I can pledge them to you and transfer the amount directly upon redemption. What? Li Hanfeng was taken aback, breaking into a cold sweat. If the 1,500,000 were fully redeemed, Song Yang would make a profit of 1,800,000. Just like that. He would turn a quick profit. Li Hanfeng found it difficult to articulate the extent of Song Yang's ability. Was he a diviner or a seer of the future? No. That is unnecessary. I will cover the 3 million principal. If there is a loss, I'll bear it. If there is a profit, you can simply take the earnings. Song Yang understood that Li Hanfeng wished to express his gratitude. He did not refuse. Otherwise, Li Hanfeng might feel uneasy, suspecting ulterior motives. All right, thank you for your trust. Mr. Li Hanfeng quickly waved his hand. No need for that, Brother Yang. Just call me Hanfeng. Addressing me as Mr. Li feels too formal. Song Yang, without much hesitation, inquired. All right, Hanfeng, will you join me? Once again, Li Hanfeng, almost as if under an enchantment, nodded in agreement. I trust you, so I shall follow your lead. Uncertain of the wisdom of his decision, Li Hanfeng was acutely aware that just after uncovering a financial shortfall, he was now preparing to mobilize a substantial sum of capital to accompany Song Yang in the stock market. To an outsider, it would undoubtedly seem he was afflicted with a mental disorder. Yet, for reasons unknown, a persistent inner voice urged him, trust him, trust him. Doubts crept into Li Hanfeng's mind, questioning whether he had lost his sanity. Nevertheless, regardless of his mental state, he resolved to take a gamble. Soon after, the company's director, Lin Wei, entered the room. Mr. Li, you called for me? Upon seeing him, Li Hanfeng promptly stated, prepare the accounts and arrange the reserve funds. I estimate we need 800 million. If that's insufficient, withdraw from the operating account for now, and we shall repay it later. Lin Wei's eyes widened in astonishment, pondering whether they had stumbled upon a significant project, as such actions typically indicated a major undertaking. Instantly rejuvenated, Lin Wei eagerly asked, Mr. Li, what shall I do with the funds you are mobilizing? First, establish a personal account for Yang Ge, depositing 3 million. The remainder should be pooled from multiple accounts, ensuring we are ready to enter the market at any moment. Lin Wei, taken aback, nearly dropped his jaw to the floor. What did you say? Stocks? It was evident that Li Hanfeng's words had struck a nerve with Lin Wei. The company had just discovered financial discrepancies, and here was the young master, diving headfirst into the stock market. Even if it were to engage with the U.S. stock market, he would have no objections. But stocks? Was the young master out of his mind? Yet, Lin Wei could not voice such thoughts. Steadying himself, he asked, Mr. Li, are you certain about the stocks? Absolutely. Go make the arrangements immediately. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Wei's brow. Which stock do you wish to acquire? Qinghai Financing. The mere mention of those 4 words sent Lin Wei's heart plummeting. Was this a reckless endeavor? Mr. Li, are you sure about Qinghai Financing? Li Hanfeng, growing impatient, shot him a glare. Less chatter. Just get it done. With that reprimand, Lin Wei dared not question further. Stepping out in a daze, he encountered Wang Wei. He discreetly pulled her aside and whispered, Secretary Wang, what on earth is going on with Mr. Li today? Has he lost his mind? Why would he suddenly want to buy a stock that has plummeted for 13 consecutive days? This stock is utterly worthless. Wang Wei paused, then quickly connected the dots. It must be the work of Master Song. Concealing her thoughts behind a smile, she replied, Oh, Director Lin, just follow Mr. Li's instructions. This is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It has been contemplated. Do you see that gentleman, Mr. Song? He is an extraordinary individual and was the one who uncovered our financial issues. Just focus on your responsibilities. Mr. Song is a friend of Mr. Li, and they must have conferred about this. Lin Wei scratched his head, recalling that he had indeed noticed Song Yang upon entering. It seemed that his earlier skepticism of Song Yang's plan had irked Li Hanfeng. Yet, upon reflection, it appeared that Mr. Li's intent to use a personal account as a trial run was not entirely reckless. With a resigned sigh, he set about preparing as per Li Hanfeng's directives. Before long, Lin Wei brought over the laptop and, adhering to Li Hanfeng's instructions, invested the entire sum of 3 million into Qinghai financing. No sooner had the funds been transferred than Li Hanfeng noticed the downward line suddenly fluctuate. It's rising? Has it surged so quickly? Lin Wei, standing behind them, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Incredible! It really has risen. However, Song Yang remained unfazed. He had been keenly observing the timing. The moment was just right. With the task completed, he could now descend to call Chu Zihan. As Song Yang contemplated, the line fluctuated again, and upon the second refresh, it surged significantly once more. Song Yang understood that Ling Meijian had entered the market. Due to the absence of today's financial report, Li Hanfeng's actions had compelled her to hastily withdraw. Both Li Hanfeng and Lin Wei witnessed the scene and simultaneously thought of two words: incredible. Chapter 18. Misunderstanding. Li Hanfeng stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Who exactly is Song Yang? Can he truly predict when stocks will rise? This is astonishing. If he could assist in the future, wouldn't he be invincible? Brother Yang, how did you know it would definitely rise? Did you calculate it? The moment those words slipped from Li Hanfeng's lips, he regretted asking. That was not a question he should have posed. Song Yang merely smiled, remaining silent. Lin Wei, however, was perplexed. Calculated? Relying on fortune-telling for stock trading? That is absurd. Song Yang continued to smile, offering no explanation, instead saying, It's already been purchased, Hanfeng. You can prepare to enter the market tomorrow. Let it rise today. This is just the beginning. The real excitement awaits tomorrow. Li Hanfeng had little to add. He nodded and replied, All right, I trust your judgment. Then, I have a matter to attend to. Could you please inform the bank that I need to withdraw 500,000 for my wife? I will return tomorrow for the remaining issues. Li Hanfeng did not insist on staying. He believed that those with exceptional abilities often had their own temperaments, and provoking them could be detrimental. Very well, I will arrange for someone to assist you. I'll accompany you to the elevator. Thus, Li Hanfeng escorted Song Yang to the elevator door before returning. Song Yang leisurely stepped out of the building. Next to the Hanfeng Group's entrance stood a bank. He paused at the door, opened his phone, and checked the application. After confirming that the bonds could be redeemed, he proceeded with the request, initially expecting a delay. He was surprised when the deposit notification arrived instantly. The amount of 33,324,000 yuan had been credited. Please check bank card 62. Glancing at Hanfeng Bank, Song Yang contemplated the possibility of earning some extra income alongside Li Hanfeng in the future. However, his immediate priority was to assist his wife in clearing the overdrawn bank card. Consequently, Song Yang withdrew 500,000 in cash from the counter. Given that this was a task assigned by Li Hanfeng, the teller processed it with remarkable speed. After notifying Chu Zihan to collect the money, Song Yang also applied for a debit card and a credit card, depositing the majority of the funds into the debit card. The remaining 90,000 was stored in the credit card for future daily expenses for Chu Zihan. Holding the cash, Song Yang waited at the entrance. Before long, Chu Zihan arrived, riding her worn second-hand electric scooter. Song Yang handed her a paper bag filled with money. Here are 500,000. Will you accompany me? Chu Zihan gazed in astonishment at the brown paper bag. Song Yang truly produced 500,000. He had indeed made a fortune. If you give me this money, how will you repay your debts? Chu Zihan inquired, her concern masked by a facade of indifference. Song Yang chuckled softly. Rest assured, I have it all under control. I am nearly able to resolve my financial issues. Accepting the bag, Chu Zihan continued, You didn't win this from gambling again, did you? Song Yang shook his head. Since you left, I haven't touched a card, nor indulged in cigarettes or alcohol. Chu Zihan paused, then replied, I hope you speak the truth. I have matters to attend to, so I must leave. Without granting Song Yang further opportunity for conversation, she turned her electric scooter and departed. On the road, as Chu Zihan passed a vehicle, she remained oblivious to the fact that the passenger had caught sight of her. That passenger was none other than her elder brother, Chu Ziheng. Like Song Yang in the past, Chu Ziheng was a debauched individual, indulging in drinking, gambling, and other vices, living a life devoid of ambition. At home, their parents catered to his every whim. Although older than Song Yang, he merely relied on their parents and held no respectable job, embodying the very essence of a wastrel. Chu Zihan's misfortune lay in having him as a brother, a stroke of ill fate indeed. Unaware of his presence, Chu Zihan pedaled away with the paper bag in hand. Meanwhile, Chu Ziheng, perplexed by the sight of her clutching the bag, wondered aloud. What is she doing at the bank? Has she earned some money? It's not payday yet. Could it be that this little brat has been making money behind my back? The thought ignited a spark of anger within him. She has money to squander on this worthless existence, but neglects her brother. He seated internally, plotting how to seize that money for himself. Ziheng, what are you thinking? Hurry inside. They'll be leaving soon. Just then, a man in a suit, smiling warmly, called out to him. This man was Wei Feng, the supervisor of Chu Zihan's department. Having taken a liking to her, he had established a connection with Chu Ziheng. The entire Chu family endorsed his desire to marry Chu Zihan, however. Wei Feng had no intention of raising another's child. His demands were straightforward. Chu Zihan must terminate her pregnancy, divorce Song Yang, and marry him instead. To be honest, he had long been enamored by Chu Zihan's beauty but lacked the opportunity to act. Today, having brought Chu Ziheng along, he sought to orchestrate a complete plan. Especially since Chu Zihan was due to receive her salary shortly and would undoubtedly come to repay her debts. Representing the company, he believed that if the lobby manager could be persuaded to cooperate, everything would fall into place seamlessly. Thus, Chu Ziheng was there to conspire against his own sister. Chu Zihan. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Ziheng quickly nodded. I suddenly feel unwell. You go ahead, and once the deal is sealed, I will cooperate. Wei Feng did not ponder deeply. He nodded and said, all right, then await my call. Chu Zihan rode her bicycle home, carefully concealing the money within her suitcase. Once it was securely hidden, she intended to check the outstanding balance on her credit card, preparing for repayment the following day. As it was already too late today, the banks would have closed. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a message from the work group. Did you hear? The owner of Dachang Antique Shop has been murdered. The perpetrator was the boyfriend of a female employee at the shop. It seems he killed him out of rage after finding out he attempted to assault her. Upon reading this news, Chu Zihan felt her entire body freeze. Song Yang killed someone. No, that couldn't be right. He had been with her just moments ago. Moreover, there was no reason for Song Yang to commit murder. He would have fled instead. Yet, with such news circulating, how could it possibly be explained? Terrified, Chu Zihan's hands trembled, and her mind went blank. Soon after, someone in the group directed a message to her. Zihan, weren't you working at Dachang Antique Shop? Can you explain what happened? I don't know. Chu Zihan instinctively replied. Immediately after sending the message, she dashed out the door, hailing a taxi to rush home. Song Yang, who had just returned home, tidied up the place and was about to prepare instant noodles when Chu Zihan burst through the door, tears streaming down her face. She threw herself at Song Yang, gripping his arm tightly, demanding, Song Yang, tell me, what did you do yesterday? Caught off guard by Chu Zihan's sudden appearance, Song Yang was bewildered. What was happening? Yet, upon hearing her frantic question and trembling voice, it was evident she was in distress. What had he done to provoke her? He merely intended to make some noodles. It hardly warranted such a reaction. Confused, Song Yang replied, nothing, really. I just followed you when you left. Then why is Wang Chang dead? Did you kill him? Are you insane? Murder carries a severe consequence. Don't you know that? You need to leave now. As she spoke, Chu Zihan pushed him. Song Yang was taken aback and quickly clarified. No, it's about Wang Chang's situation. Zihan, haven't you seen the news? It's not our issue. It involves your colleague, the one who lives nearby. Go check the news. Chu Zihan trembled slightly. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? The news has reported it. That man has already turned himself in, he assured her. Looking into Song Yang's eyes, she realized he was not deceiving her. Chu Zihan felt a wave of certainty wash over her. Now, overwhelmed by fear, she trembled as she opened the news article. As expected, the assailant had confessed and been apprehended, with public opinion largely siding with the argument of self-defense. Numerous experts were discussing the matter, sharing videos to express their perspectives. It seemed Song Yang had indeed spoken the truth. With that thought, Chu Zihan sighed in relief, leaning weakly against the wall. Are you all right? You're sweating profusely. Are you concerned about me? Song Yang murmured softly. At his words, Chu Zihan immediately scowled. I'm worried about being implicated because of you. I advise you to divorce as soon as possible. That way, you can do whatever you please, and I won't interfere. Upon finishing her words, Chu Zihan lowered her head and swiftly exited. Although she feigned toughness, Song Yang could clearly perceive the faint blush adorning her cheeks. This girl remained obstinate. Relieved, Chu Zihan returned home, only to be met with incessant scolding from her parents, who demanded she divorce Song Yang. Yet, unbeknownst to them, her feelings for Song Yang had begun to shift. Thus, despite their harsh words, she continued to treat them as mere background noise as she pushed open the door to her home. However, Upon entering, she was struck dumb. Her suitcase had been tampered with. The money was gone. Chapter 19. The money was stolen. A rush of blood surged to Chu Zihan's head. She lunged at her suitcase, only to realize that the money had vanished. In a frenzy, she emptied the contents of the suitcase, but the money remained elusive. Glancing around, she saw no other place where it could be. She dashed out the door, shouting at her parents, "Did you go into my room? Return my money. That was my debt repayment." Her mother, Lu Sufan, was taken aback by her daughter's fierce demeanor. Chu Fumin, bewildered, asked, "What money was stolen?" "Your mother and I just got back." Lu Sufan dismissively retorted, "What money could you possibly have? All the money went to fill that waste pit." Tears streamed down Chu Zihan's face as she exclaimed, "That was the money Song Yang gave me to repay my debts, 500,000. If you don't tell me where it is, I will call the police." Seeing their usually docile daughter in such a state of distress startled both parents. "How much money? That waste gave you how much?" Chu Fumin's concern was not for his daughter, but rather for the amount of money involved. Chu Zihan, her voice hoarse, replied, 500,000, exactly 500,000. Both parents were taken aback. 500,000? This was no small sum. How could it have disappeared? Suddenly, Chu Fumin recalled something. "Yes, I think I saw Ziheng leaving with a paper bag at the community entrance." "What?" Chu Zihan sank to the ground in despair. She then cried out, You always favor him. Now I will make you feel the consequences. If Ziheng doesn't return my money today, I will perish alongside him." Lu Sufan remained steadfast in her bias towards her son. "He's your brother. Your money is essentially his. What can you do with your money? He might have important matters to attend to. He needs to start a business and live his life. Him. You all say Song Yang is a waste. But he is better than Ziheng. At least when I was in danger, Song Yang was there to save me. When faced with the old knife, he would fight for me. That scoundrel Wang Chong bullied me, and he rushed to my aid. What do you think of your precious son? All he does is indulge in vice. That 500,000 was earned by Song Yang to repay debts. It is our family's lifeline." Even at this juncture, Lu Sufan continued to defend her son, saying, "Then just let him use it. What is the big deal? You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Once your brother has money, he'll pay you back. Besides, how could Ziheng possibly compare to that waste?" Chu Fumin also chimed in, saying, "Indeed. Your brother must be preoccupied with something urgent that he hasn't shared with you. You are unaware that he has been cultivating a relationship with a businessman these past few days. Men often require funds to navigate social obligations. Rest assured, he will repay you in due time." Chu Zihan felt a chill seep into her heart as she gazed at her parents. Each word they uttered carved deep wounds within her, extinguishing the last flicker of hope she harbored. You have always given birth to but one child, and that is Chu Ziheng. I have never truly existed for you. Your preference for sons over daughters has rendered me inconsequential in your eyes. At the very least, regard me as a human being. That is my life-saving money, my lifeline." With that, Chu Zihan stormed out of the house without a backward glance. Determined to reclaim her funds from her brother, she dialed his number, but Chu Ziheng refused to answer. Standing alone on the street, a biting wind swept across her face, causing her heart to feel as if it too had turned to ice. Her husband, her mother, her brother, just as despair threatened to engulf her. The recent behavior of Song Yang flashed through her mind. He had indeed undergone significant transformation. He had learned to manage the household and had begun to earn money. Most importantly, he had begun to care for himself. In the depths of that endless night, this realization felt like her last glimmer of hope. With renewed determination, Chu Zihan picked up her phone. "Song Yang, my money has been stolen, and I have lost my home." On the other end of the line, Song Yang's voice came through, filled with concern. "Where are you? Are you all right? Please do not become agitated. You are with child. I will come right away. Just tell me where you are." Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Yes, he had once appeared before her in just such a manner. He had saved her life. After the depths of despair, he reignited her hope. Unable to contain her sobs, Chu Zihan replied, "I am at the entrance of the community. Please wait for me. I will come right away." Throughout their conversation, Song Yang did not mention the matter of money. To him, money was inconsequential. His life was dedicated to making amends for his wife. Before long, Song Yang arrived, drenched in sweat. He draped his coat over Chu Zihan's shoulders. "Are you all right? What are you doing here? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup? Money lost is just that, lost. As long as you are safe, that is what matters." Why the urgency? Seeing her husband felt as though they had been separated for years. In that moment, Chu Zihan sensed that the man before her, whose eyes were filled with love for her, was the Song Yang she had once known, contrasting starkly with the scoundrel she had thought she knew. "Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come?" she cried, her voice choked with emotion. Song Yang embraced his fragile wife, his heart aching for her. "I was wrong. I returned too late, allowing that scoundrel to torment you for so long. I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly do. Zihan, I ask for your patience as I strive to prove that the wretch you once knew is no more. He is utterly gone. I have returned." 500,000 was an insurmountable mountain for Chu Zihan, yet for Song Yang, it was merely a fleeting concern. Holding his beloved wife close, Song Yang assisted her into a taxi. With hope rekindled, Chu Zihan transformed years of sorrow into tears of relief. She clung tightly to Song Yang, fearing that if she awoke, that scoundrel would once again intrude upon her life. Yet this time, it was different. Song Yang's every movement was executed with utmost care and caution. He gently assisted Chu Zihan back home, where the exhausted Zihan succumbed to slumber. With tender delicacy, he cradled her and laid her upon the bed, covering her with a blanket. As for himself, he remained dutifully seated in the living room. Today was distinct. Zihan had returned, and Song Yang's heart blossomed with joy. As for the 500,000, he felt no remorse whatsoever. In fact, he felt a sense of relief. That sum could reignite his wife's hope in him, which was invaluable. However, a twinge of guilt lingered within him. It was disheartening to think that such a sum could cause Zihan to crumble so. He vowed that she would one day regard that 500,000 as mere pocket change, never again to suffer for financial woes. He was determined to compensate for all his past transgressions in this lifetime, not only for her, but also for their yet-to-be-born child. He would make amends, without fail. Chapter 20. He is an extraordinary individual. While Chu Zihan slept soundly, Li Huanfeng could hardly remain still. Since Song Yang's departure, the market indices had surged as if under the influence of a potent elixir, showing no signs of ceasing their ascent. Had it not been for the impending closure, no one could predict the extent of today's gains. Were it not for Song Yang's earlier advice, he would have been tempted to enter the market immediately. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Song Yang's insights, discerning the stock market's intricacies through keen judgment. Should his predictions hold true, he could recoup his losses and restore balance to his finances. If only he could mobilize sufficient capital, he might cover the deficit. In due time, he would gather evidence against his stepmother. Li Huanfeng remained perplexed by how Song Yang managed to command such information. Just as he pondered this, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. To his surprise, the caller ID revealed it was his grandfather, Li Yuanhe. He answered promptly, "Grandfather." "Xiefeng, I heard there has been trouble on your end. Your father is still hesitating. I've already spoken to him. What is the situation there? Can you hold on?" Li Yuanhe inquired. With a wry smile, Li Huanfeng replied, "Were it not for the guidance of an extraordinary individual, I fear I would have been finished." Li Yuanhe expressed surprise. "Oh, an extraordinary person is advising you? Who might that be?" Li Huanfeng struggled to explain, ultimately sharing the truth of the circumstances. After absorbing this information, Li Yuanhe fell silent. He had encountered remarkable talents in his time, but it had been years since he had seen someone of such caliber. He never imagined his grandson would cross paths with such a person. "Xiefeng, has this extraordinary individual personally instructed you on how to resolve the issue with Ling Meijin?" "Yes, indeed." "Grandfather, are you suggesting?" Li Yuanhe, with a rare seriousness, responded, "Connections like these must not be overlooked. With his guidance, the Li family shall pave the way for you. This is our family's fortune. It is our hope." "Grandfather, do you truly believe in such prophecies?" Li Huanfeng found it hard to fathom, as his grandfather typically dismissed such notions. Li Yuanhe spoke with a grave tone, expressing his skepticism towards charlatans. However, he recounted an instance where he had witnessed an elderly diviner who used lifespan as a medium for divination, predicting fortunes through calculations rather than mere fortune-telling. This practice, often referred to as the occupational divination school, involves deducing future pathways by analyzing variables and understanding constants, epitomized by the concept of knowing one's destiny. Upon hearing this, Li Huanfeng felt a tightness in his chest, realizing that Song Yang possessed genuine abilities. "Very well, I shall nurture my relationship with him. Rest assured," he declared with a chuckle. "In a few days, I will travel to Baitian City. Please invite him to join us, as I wish to have a thorough discussion with him." The prospect of Li Yuanhe meeting Song Yang filled Li Huanfeng with trepidation. It had been quite some time since Li Yuanhe had engaged with outsiders, as he now preferred a life of tranquility and wellness, avoiding the company of others. For him to travel such a distance to meet someone was no trivial matter. "I will extend the invitation," he affirmed. After ending the call, Li Hafeng felt a sense of clarity. Since his grandfather had already consented, there was no need to inform his father. Truth be told, a rift had long existed between the father and son regarding Ling Meijian. If he were to accuse her of causing him harm, it was likely that his father would not believe him. Now, he could only wait until he gathered sufficient evidence, and as Song Yang had provided him with a method, he would proceed accordingly. Meanwhile, at the Chu residence, Chu Ziheng squandered money at the casino, depleting 500,000 within a single night. In a private room, he embraced a beautiful young model, lost in a haze of indulgence. He was utterly indifferent to the fate of his sister at that moment, preoccupied with the notion of marrying her off to a wealthy man, thereby securing a life of luxury for himself. It was not until the late hours of the night, after exhausting his funds, that he drunkenly returned home. Upon his arrival, his father, Chu Fumin, and mother, Lu Sufan, eagerly approached him, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Xiaoming, did you take that girl's money? Hand it over to me. I'll save it for you, so you can marry a wife in the future. Chu Fumin quickly chimed in, echoing his wife's sentiment. However, Chu Ziheng scoffed. Dad, Mom, your tricks won't fool me. Do you think I'm like that girl? When I marry, you can just let Chu Zihan find another suitor. Surely, you wouldn't let this 500,000 by your silence, would you? Just think, 500,000 is nothing. As long as Chu Zihan marries a big boss, we will have more than enough money. With this money, I can help you find even more wealthy patrons. Soon, we shall prosper. The two parents exchanged glances, and Lu Sufan continued, but your sister claims that money is her lifeline. Give it to me, and I will take care of this matter. Chu Ziheng snorted dismissively. Lifeline? Nonsense. That's just filthy money she obtained from somewhere. Besides, I've spent it all. It's gone. Chu Fumin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You've spent it all? How could that be? It's only been a short while. Having consumed alcohol. Chu Ziheng spoke without thinking. Such a small amount of money? Gambling at the casino proved to be a futile endeavor. Today, fortune has truly abandoned me. And what of that girl? I recall she is supposed to repay her debts tomorrow. She must have funds. Upon hearing this, Lu Sufan's anxiety surged. You went out to gamble. You squandered 500,000 in a single night. You prodigal son. That money could have been saved for your future wife. Chu Fumin also grasped the gravity of the situation. If Chu Ziheng continued down this path, their retirement savings would be at the mercy of this reckless offspring. With Chu Zihuan now absent, acquiring funds would not be a simple task. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Chu Fumin could no longer contain his outrage. You, ungrateful child. You truly ventured out to gamble. Do you realize that this 500,000, if you take it to gamble now, do you intend to use our retirement savings for gambling in the future? Are you learning from that good-for-nothing? Enough of this nonsense. I will do as I please without your interference. Once that girl, Chu Zihuan, marries a wealthy man, we will live in luxury. Faced with their son's evasive arguments, the elderly couple found themselves powerless. After all, they had indulged their son throughout his life, while they had relentlessly pressured their daughter. Chu Zihuan had graduated from university, yet they had driven her to such a state. And what of Chu Ziheng? He had not even passed high school, merely managing to complete a vocational program. 500,000, squandered in a single night. The couple felt no remorse for Chu Zihuan. Their hearts ached for the lost money. They were also subtly apprehensive about the future. If Chu Ziheng were to squander their retirement funds, what would they do? No. They must secure a wealthy match for Chu Zihuan. Otherwise, their hopes for the future would be utterly dashed. Chapter 21. Assuring his wife early the next morning. As Chu Zihuan arose, she sensed sounds emanating from outside her room. Upon opening the door, she discovered breakfast had been prepared. Song Yang sat at the dining table, engrossed in the Book of Changes. Observing the soy milk and deep-fried dough sticks on the table warmed her heart. You're up? Hurry, eat while it's hot. You have low blood sugar, so I added a little extra sugar to your soy milk. It had been years since Song Yang had risen early to fetch her breakfast. After their marriage, he would typically be fast asleep at this hour, unable to stir. But now, everything felt different. The house was devoid of smoke, replaced by a subtle scent of sandalwood that calmed the mind and spirit. Once seated, she gazed at the Book of Changes in Song Yang's hands. You keep reading that. Why not seek employment or do something productive? Deceit is against the law, you know? Song Yang smiled slightly, gesturing to the text. Fortune-telling can be lucrative, but it depends on accuracy. However, that is not my focus. I simply appreciate the wisdom within the Book of Changes. My favorite line is, as heaven moves vigorously, a gentleman should continually strive for self-improvement. Though Chu Zihuan did not comprehend the principles of the She felt no inclination to question Song Yang upon hearing his words. The money is gone. What do you plan to do? Will you go out to hunt for more opportunities? Chu Zihuan cautiously probed Song Yang, who cheerfully replied, there aren't many opportunities to seize. I made a friend whom I assisted. It has forged a good connection. He is willing to take me along in finance, and truth be told, I have earned more than just a little. There are still some matters to attend to, and I will head to the office shortly. If all goes well, I should be able to repay the loan by the due date, and perhaps even retain a little surplus. I intend to engage in a modest venture, not seeking wealth, but rather stability. Upon hearing Song Yang's words, Chu Zihan's brow unfurled. Yes. As long as it can be steady and secure, that is sufficient. The pursuit of wealth and fame is unnecessary. By the way, Zihan, I will handle the credit card situation. Please provide me with the card number. A friend of mine is acquainted with someone at the bank. If today's project goes well, I will set aside a portion for future investment and use the other part to settle the credit card debt. After all, you are expecting, and it would be best not to take on additional work. Chu Zihan paused momentarily and then shook her head. I'm fine. As long as you can manage, I trust you. Song Yang pondered before responding. Still, please give it to me. Even if you do not consider yourself. You must think of the health of the child. You need nourishment and rest now more than ever. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Zihan eventually nodded. All right. I will inform the part-time job today. Song Yang, anticipating what Chu Zihan was about to say, smiled and produced another card. Here, you know the password. Do not touch this money. I have saved it for emergencies. Chu Zihan looked astonished. Aren't you investing that money? And where did you acquire such a sum? With a gentle smile, Song Yang replied. That was from yesterday. I received the first round of profits. You are aware of the situation with Yuanhui Bank, are you not? Chu Zihan nodded. Such a significant matter would certainly be heard. Song Yang silently thought, Li Hanfeng, I am sorry. You have covered for me. With that in mind, he calmly explained, this friend of mine specializes in finance and intends to capitalize on Yuanhui's high-yield bonds. We acquired some bonds at 50% of their face value. Although this was a collective effort of 3 individuals, the other fellow faced misfortune by acquiring the wrong bonds and incurred substantial losses. My friend, being a professional, accurately assessed that the bank would provide a safety net, and since financing bonds are debts, they can be prioritized for repayment, which is how I secured the exchange. The profits from this venture constituted a portion of what I have. The remainder has been earmarked for investment, and once the funds are recouped, I plan to settle debts and embark on a small business. It should suffice. A heaviness settled in Chu Zihan's heart as she hesitantly inquired, You aren't deceiving anyone. Pretending to be a fraud, are you? Song Yang shook his head. He is a major investor. How could I deceive him? What are you thinking? Chu Zihan, still uncertain, took the card and stated, Then I will clear the credit card this afternoon. Keep your funds reserved for the business. For now, business is paramount. But what do you intend to pursue? Song Yang contemplated seriously. Actually, I possess some ancient remedies from my hometown, and I also hold a medical license. As I am skilled in bone setting, coupled with the medical knowledge I acquired during my studies, it should be sufficient. While Song Yang studied traditional Chinese medicine in university, he and Chu Zihan were not in the same field. Although the traditional medicine program at their school was somewhat superficial, it was true that all graduates were indeed licensed to practice. Indeed, Chu Zihan found Song Yang to be quite reliable. He had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, operated a small clinic, purchased herbal remedies for health maintenance, and provided orthopedic services, which were sufficient to support his household. However, renting a shop and hiring staff would undoubtedly require a substantial amount of money. Song Yang chuckled knowingly. I have considered this. I lack confidence in my medical skills. It would be wiser to seek a storefront and explore the possibility of partnership. At the very least, I should find a seasoned master to guide me. Invest in the endeavor and learn diligently under their tutelage. Seeing Song Yang's grounded and steady demeanor, Chu Zihan felt as though she were in a dream. Song Yang was indeed evolving. He simply required someone to oversee and guide him. All right, pursue your ambitions. As for the finances, I will set aside what remains. Your endeavors are of greater significance. If I were to give birth, I would lack an income and would rely on you. Song Yang chuckled. Of course, as the father, I must shoulder this responsibility. I have another matter to discuss with you. I believe a friend of mine is quite principled and genuinely industrious. I wish to continue investing with him. I seek nothing more than to share in his success. He enjoys the feast, and I merely wish to savor the broth. Although Chu Zihan felt some apprehension, she recognized Song Yang's ambition. Given the current challenges in the physical industry, maintaining a household through the financial sector seemed a commendable choice. However, this realm bore significant risks, albeit it was preferable to gambling. At least this provided a livelihood. If he collaborated earnestly, there was potential for great advancement. "What does your friend do?" she inquired. "He operates a bank. His name is Li Hanfeng. Remember those 10 gold ingots I had? I sold them to him as gifts for his elders. I heard they were exceedingly pleased, and additionally, I confided my troubles to him, successfully dissuading him from a potential calamity. This strengthened our bond." Chu Zihan was momentarily taken aback. "Li Hanfeng, the vice president of Hefeng Bank?" Song Yang nodded with a smile. "Indeed, that is him. He is my benefactor, and he taught me that self-reliance is the key to progress. Gambling is but a fleeting illusion, a beautiful mirage that ultimately unveils itself as a deceit. He also made me realize how absurd I had been." Chu Zihan displayed a faint smile. "I see. It seems you have indeed encountered a benefactor. It is wise to maintain a good relationship with him. Do not entertain any improper thoughts. We cannot afford to offend someone of his caliber." Song Yang nodded, softly assuring her, "Rest assured, I am fully aware." Chapter 22. The Art of Divination at Chu. In the office, Li Hafeng had arrived early. He feared that if Song Yang came and he was absent, it would reflect poorly on him. Little did he know, Song Yang was using him as a shield. In fact, the night before, he had conducted some research into Song Yang's background. The findings genuinely surprised him. How could such a remarkable individual be revealed as a gambler and a drunkard? It seemed rather implausible. Was it possible he was deliberately concealing something? Clearly, his past history had lost all significance. There is no reference value to be found. What he ought to focus on is the present and future of this individual. The grandfather's insight is undoubtedly infallible, and he has expressed the desire to personally test it. In contemplation, Song Yang, after bidding farewell to his wife in the morning, resumed his usual practice of divination at home before heading out. Upon arriving at Li Hanfeng's office, Li Hanfeng promptly rose to greet him. "Brother Yang, you have arrived." In the presence of Song Yang, Li Hanfeng exhibited utmost respect, fearful of inadvertently displeasing him. Observing Li Hanfeng's demeanor, Song Yang smiled and remarked, "Hanfeng, why such formality? Aren't we friends now?" Li Hanfeng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, we are indeed friends." As Li Hanfeng settled back down, he began discussing the stock market from the previous day, eagerly inquiring, "So, what is our plan for today?" With a serious tone, Song Yang replied, "I have indeed consulted the divination for you." Li Hanfeng was taken aback, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. What was the result? Song Yang calmly stated, "Risk and crisis coexist. If we succumb to insatiable greed, we shall face ruin. However, if we have a clear objective and act solely to achieve it, fortune shall favor us." Upon hearing Song Yang's words, Li Hanfeng felt an immediate sense of relief. "Thank you, Brother Yang, for your guidance. Without you, I would have truly been at a loss. When shall we enter the market?" Song Yang confidently asserted. "We shall enter at the opening, disguising ourselves as Navi investors, surging in alongside them. Once the moment is right, we will seize the opportunity before our opponents can reel in their nets." "Understood," Li Hanfeng responded, filled with renewed vigor. He no longer cared how Song Yang had discerned that this stock was manipulated by Ling Meijian, nor did he concern himself with whether it was indeed her scheme. As long as he could fill the void, his objectives would be fulfilled. As the market commenced, Li Hanfeng immediately entered. Meanwhile, at her villa on the outskirts of the city, Ling Meijian sat on the sofa, sipping red wine while observing the stock market with a smile. The funds she had invested yesterday were already yielding results. With a significant influx of Navi investors, the stock surged as if invigorated. All that remained was for her to wait for the opportune moment to reap her profits. In doing so, the funds she had appropriated could be laundered through the stock. And by this time tomorrow, she would be reveling in leisure abroad with her lover. As the stock price soared, Li Hanfeng's heart raced with anticipation. Since his entry, the stock had exhibited frenzied growth, even reaching its upper limit. The scene was utterly chaotic. In stark contrast, Song Yang appeared distracted. His thoughts far removed from the stock market, he was preoccupied with future endeavors. The stock was merely a short-term investment. His true aspirations lay in a long-term venture. The medical clinic was merely a means to reassure Chu Zihan, instilling a sense of security. In reality, his aim was to delve into pharmaceuticals, a sector known for its substantial profits. Most importantly, he possessed some ancient medicinal formulas from his past life, and he was confident that, if utilized, they could yield considerable gains. Moreover, one must not rest on their laurels. There are further ventures and short-term investments to consider. What could they be? With this thought, Song Yang produced a toothpick and commenced divination on the tea table. Before long, the signs revealed themselves. Li Huanfeng observed that the hexagram was the bihexagram. Oh, does it require collaboration? Song Yang inhaled deeply. If assistance were to be sought, he believed that only Li Huanfeng could provide it. Yet, what endeavor would necessitate his involvement? Suddenly, a realization struck Song Yang. Ah, indeed there was something. Without Li Huanfeng, he would lack the entry privileges. However, this young scion of a financial consortium was a different matter altogether. If he could act in his name, perhaps a significant profit could be made. Thus, this wealth could catalyze his long-term investments. As he pondered, Li Huanfeng, intrigued by what lay before Song Yang, inquired, "Is this divination?" Song Yang smiled and replied, "Indeed. This is divination. I perceive fortune-telling as drawing lots or using copper coins. How is this different from your method?" Pointing at the toothpicks on the table, he explained, "These are counting sticks, and while it is referred to as divination, it differs from fortune-telling. As the saying goes, the predetermined circumstances have not altered. Destiny is fixed and immutable, much like the cycle of life and death. No one can alter these truths. Yet, everything from birth to death is subject to change. The principles of change assert that the only constant is the ever-evolving nature of this world. Thus, there exists no universal solution that guarantees success. Only adaptive strategies that align with reality. These counting sticks number 50, signifying the great change. Utilizing 49 leaves a thread of hope. The essence of divination is not merely to seek wealth and promotion, but to navigate fortune and misfortune, to forecast the variables. This cannot be deemed true divination, rather. It is a mere extrapolation of the present circumstances. What are the results? Li Huanfeng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Song Yang chuckled and pointed at Li Huanfeng, saying, "Ah, do not be overly greedy. The principles of prosperity and stability are rooted in virtue. Engage in good deeds to reap benevolent outcomes, commit malevolent acts, and one shall face retribution. However, I have discovered a lucrative opportunity, though it is too early to disclose. The time is not yet ripe. This endeavor truly requires both of us to execute. When the moment arrives, I shall inform you, and together we shall amass wealth." Li Huanfeng nodded enthusiastically. "Very well. Contact me when the time comes. Whatever you propose, I shall follow without hesitation." This sentiment echoed true for him. In his eyes, Song Yang was no mere mortal. He was a celestial being, a prophet of sorts. Were it not for him, Li Huanfeng feared he might no longer inhabit this world. Such malicious schemes would have stripped him of his dignity, compelling him to seek death to prove his innocence. As time passed, 2 hours before the market closed, Song Yang abruptly rose and declared to Li Huanfeng, "Gather your resources. We must commence the netting process immediately. Not a moment can be wasted." Li Huanfeng, tense with anticipation, swiftly began executing the trades. In no time, all accounts were liquidated. Finally, Li Huanfeng slumped into the boss's chair, gasping for breath. How much had been earned? He felt utterly drained. Wanwei scrutinized the situation and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Mr. Song amassed nearly 10 million, while you have reaped a staggering 1 billion. Li Huanfeng immediately rose from his seat, hastening towards the computer. Indeed, Li Huanfeng had invested over 8 billion, yielding 10 billion in return. 18 billion lay dormant in his account. Meanwhile, Song Yang's tactics were even more audacious. He earned 1 million, and with 300,000 units. That equated to 1 million. Li Huanfeng was taken aback. Even a stock market deity would not engage in such maneuvers. Chapter 23. Hey, if you harm my wife. Have you considered the consequences? Li Huanfeng's exit precipitated a steep decline in the previously soaring stock prices, triggering a halt in trading. This left Ling Meijian, who had not yet fled, ensnared in a precarious position. At that moment, she was in her villa, indulging in intimate moments with a man, relishing their blissful union. When she finally felt it was time to return to her computer, she was utterly stunned to witness the market's abrupt nosedive. A substantial amount of capital had fled, leaving her shares ensnared. After the trading halt, attempting to escape would pose significant challenges. Just as she was at a loss, the villa's door was suddenly kicked open. Entering was none other than Li Chunyang. With the bank embroiled in such turmoil, it was impossible for him not to appear. Prior to his arrival, the elder had apprised him of the unfolding events, though reluctant to believe it. The sight of a naked man in the villa alongside the scantily clad Ling Meijian spoke volumes. "Chunyang, let me explain," she cried. "Wretched woman." Slap. Li Chunyang paid no heed to her explanations, delivering a resounding slap. Ling Meijin fell to the floor, clutching her face. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yet she dared not utter a word. Given her actions, there was no way Li Chunyang would allow her to remain unharmed. Zhang Chuang is dead, and you need not dwell on him. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? Ling Meijin trembled in fear, unprepared for Li Chunyang's swift retaliation. Soon after, another figure entered, the ever-diligent Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had uncovered numerous details during the pursuit of Zhang Chuyang. The latter, in fear, attempted to flee but met with an accident on a treacherous mountain road, a consequence of his own actions. As for Ling Meijin, Li Chunyang's gaze bore a chilling intensity. But to kill her? What purpose would that serve? Lu Yuan, take her to a place where she will learn the true meaning of suffering worse than death. I never wish to see her again. Lu Yuan bowed respectfully. Understood, sir. I shall attend to it immediately. Ignoring Ling Meijin entirely, Li Chunyang approached the computer. Observing the market prices, a faint smile graced his lips. This lad can finally stand on his own. I need not wipe his mess any longer. At this juncture, an attendant inquired, Sir, shall we return to the company? Li Chunyang shook his head. There are matters abroad that require my attention. As for domestic affairs, inform everyone that Li Hanfeng is officially appointed as the executive director for the Pan-Asia-Pacific region, responsible for all matters therein. It is high time he contributes to the family instead of indulging in frivolity. When will he mature? Certainly, sir. I shall notify them at once. Li Hanfeng intended to hand over his capital to Song Yang, but Song Yang refused, choosing instead to keep only his profits, over 9 million. With this influx, Song Yang's assets had now reached a 7-figure sum. To be frank, he was already contemplating a change of residence. However, he still aimed for something of better quality. As his current funds were insufficient, he planned to save up for another venture with Li Hanfeng that would yield even greater rewards. At that moment, a call from Lu Yuan interrupted him, and the expression on Li Hanfeng's face was unmistakably one of excitement. Upon hanging up, he enveloped Song Yang in a hearty embrace, leaving Song Yang somewhat bewildered. What are you doing? I have a wife, he protested, pushing Li Hanfeng away with mild irritation. Li Hanfeng couldn't help but chuckle heartily. If I were a woman, I would undoubtedly marry you. Brother Yang, you are incredible. Ling Meijin has been captured. Song Yang was taken aback, then asked with suspicion, Captured? You guys are quick. Li Hanfeng's face darkened slightly. However, the old man does not intend to kill her. He has granted her a glimmer of hope. But she will certainly suffer. Since she is so shameless and fond of men, let her indulge this time. Given Song Yang's past, he understood the implication behind such words. Yet, he felt no urge to dissuade Li Hanfeng. Acts of kindness should not be confused with indulgence. Assisting someone in their wrongdoing does not constitute benevolence. Encountering a beggar, knowing full well they are deceitful, does not equate to an act of charity. Purchasing a truckload of fish only to release them is hardly virtuous. True benevolence stems from good deeds and righteous intentions, encapsulated in the principle of public good. As the saying goes, though the rain may fall generously, it does not nourish the rootless grass. The Buddhist path is vast but difficult for the unvirtuous to traverse. Doing good is not as simple as it seems, conversely. Relinquishing the bloody knife of wrongdoing is a formidable challenge. Song Yang felt no pity for Ling Meijin's tragic fate, nor did he applaud it. He could only acknowledge the principle of cause and effect. Retribution is inescapable. Glancing at the time, Song Yang remarked with a smile, My wife will be off work soon. I must head back. When the opportunity arises, I will call you. Li Hanfeng replied, All right, take care, Brother Yang. Let us keep in touch. He understood Song Yang's temperament well. The latter disliked flattery and sycophancy, and his demeanor was anything but ordinary. Yet, what kind of person was he, really? That remained to be seen. As Song Yang descended the stairs, he considered calling Chu Zihan, but was soon drawn to the sound of an argument. Following the commotion, he saw a crowd gathered around a Mercedes that seemed to have collided with an electric bike. The driver was confronting the other party with a sense of entitlement. Song Yang recognized the figure in the crowd and felt a pang of anxiety. It was Chu Zihan. Without hesitation, he plunged into the throng, wrapping his arms protectively around her. Are you all right, my love? His arrival instilled a newfound confidence in the previously helpless Chu Zihan. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she pointed at the driver, Song Yang. Let us go. Upon seeing Song Yang, the other party displayed an air of arrogance, sneering, Who do you think you are? Get lost. Song Yang furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing that Chu Zihan seemed intent on diffusing the situation. In an instant, he identified the person before him as Wei Feng, the department manager and Chu Zihan's immediate superior. Wei Feng arrogantly pointed at Chu Zihan, demanding, Chu Zihan, you need to compensate for the damages. We work for the same company. I do not wish to make this difficult for you. The repairs will cost 80,000 yuan. Hand over the money. Of course, if you lack the funds, I won't press you too hard. You can simply divorce your useless husband and give me the child. Not only will I waive this debt, but I will also provide some money for your parents and brother. As Wei Feng spoke, another figure emerged from the crowd, rushing over to assess the situation. Chu Zihan. What on earth happened? How did you crash the car? Upon seeing this person, Chu Zihan erupted in fury. Chu Ziheng? Give me the money. You owe me money. You thief. Chu Ziheng was taken aback by his sister's frantic outburst. Her accusations and anger left him feeling somewhat unsettled. This was not the script they had planned. Why was she behaving this way? Historically, Chu Zihan had always been submissive. What had changed today? Little did he know, her past compliance was born out of helplessness. No one had ever stood by her side, but now things were different. She was aware that someone would support her. And although uncertain of how dependable that support might be, it infused her with boundless courage. How dare you speak such nonsense? Chu Ziheng, enraged and humiliated, lunged at his sister, raising his hand to strike her. Chu Zihan, terrified, closed her eyes, bracing for the blow. Just then, Song Yang sprang into action. With a resounding thud, he kicked Chu Ziheng, causing him to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath as he nearly vomited from the force of the impact. Subsequently, Song Yang placed his foot firmly on the back of Chu Ziheng's head, declaring, Hey, did you consider the consequences of striking my wife? Chapter 24, Brother Yang. Are you all right? The atmosphere was as formidable as a mountain, and Chu Ziheng could hardly fathom the transformation of the once ineffectual Song Yang. What had happened to him? Chu Ziheng attempted to lift his head, but found himself utterly unable to do so. Despite being Chu Zihan's brother, as long as she did not intervene, Song Yang felt no hesitation. In his previous life, he had let Chu Ziheng off the hook. This time, he would not allow anyone to bully his wife. He had no intention of tolerating it any longer. Meanwhile, Wei Feng, witnessing Song Yang's aggression, pointed at him with a cold reprimand. So you are the so-called waste? Huh. You show some spirit, but what does that matter? Before me, you are nothing but a pile of garbage. Without even glancing at him, Song Yang casually replied, Wasn't it you who suggested my wife terminate her pregnancy, divorce me, and compensate for the car damages? Chu Zihan instinctively wanted to intervene and stop Song Yang. But as she opened her mouth, she hesitated and ultimately withdrew her objection. Let it be. Whatever happens, happens. Suddenly, she resolved within herself. Song Yang was fighting for her. She had no right to hinder him. Since he had changed, she would stand by his side because, in this world, no one else cared for her, except for Song Yang. Bang! Without warning, a single punch sent Wei Feng crashing to the ground. As he touched his face, he discovered it was smeared with blood. And he immediately erupted in fury. How dare you strike me? Chu Zihan, you need not return tomorrow. I will ensure your termination. However, Song Yang remained unfazed. He stepped forward and retaliated with a series of slaps. Slap, 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 slap. The blows rained down relentlessly, as if they were without cost, showing no signs of cessation. In mere moments, Wei Feng resembled a battered pig. At that instant, the bank's lobby manager, accompanied by a group of security personnel, rushed out. Stop! The manager bellowed. Wei Feng was representing the company and was one of his key clients. Upon seeing someone come to his aid, Wei Feng scrambled to his feet. His face swollen to the point of resembling a plush toy. Song Yang's gaze fell upon the lobby manager, witnessing the state of his client. The manager's anger flared. What are you waiting for? Seize him. Song Yang turned to glance coldly at the security guards. He had never feared a brawl, moreover. In his youth, fighting was second nature. As a dozen security guards charged forward, one by one, they found themselves incapacitated by Song Yang's prowess. The guards, earning merely 4,000 a month, had no intention of risking their lives in such a confrontation. After receiving a blow, they would feign injury, collapsing to the ground. Faced with such an adversary, they were at a loss. Chu Zihan watched in disbelief. When had Song Yang grown so formidable? In the past, he struggled to defeat even a single opponent. Now, he seemed to be embodying a god of war. Of course, it wasn't that Song Yang possessed immense strength. Rather, he had a wealth of experience. The security guards were merely ordinary individuals. As they lay on the ground, clutching their stomachs or faces, the lobby manager was equally astonished. In broad daylight, such violence persisted. It seemed that calling the police was inevitable. Song Yang, however, remained unconcerned, calmly stating, "Feel free to call the police. Let us see if you can keep your job." With newfound support, Wei Feng, oblivious to the impending doom, continued to shout, "Call for help. This punk is just a gambler with no real skill. He's merely bluffing." Yet Song Yang chuckled softly and retaliated with another slap, this time knocking out one of Wei Feng's teeth. The lobby manager, sensing the situation was deteriorating, prepared to call the police. However, just as he retrieved his phone, it was struck from his hand and shattered underfoot. "How dare you strike me, you insolent fool?" The manager fumed. Today had begun so well, once the loan was finalized. His performance metrics would soar. Little did he expect such misfortune, encountering individuals so reckless. As he turned to see who had struck him, he was taken aback. It was none other than Li Hafeng. Realizing who had appeared, the lobby manager immediately began to complain. "Mr. Li, look at this ruffian. He is utterly arrogant." "I was merely attempting to call the police." Upon hearing the lobby manager address Mr. Li, Wei Feng immediately cried out, "Mr. Li, you must advocate for me. These two rascals have gone too far. Just look at my car." Chu Zihan, upon hearing this, retorted angrily, "Mr. Li, it was they who collided with me and are now demanding 80,000 in compensation. I have not damaged anything, yet they insist on this sum. They even pressured me to divorce and to terminate my pregnancy." The lobby manager did not inquire further but proceeded to apprehend my husband. Li Huanfeng furrowed his brow and directed his gaze at the lobby manager. "Is this the case?" The lobby manager quickly waved his hands. "No. Manager Wei is a client of our bank, and they have a loan. I am here to assist the client." Before he could finish his explanation, Li Huanfeng raised his hand. Would Song Yang be idly beating him? Absolutely not. Forcing someone's wife to divorce and harming a child? This is madness. Li Huanfeng scrutinized Wei Feng and asked, "Which company are you affiliated with?" "I am with Yunling Group. Mr. Wang is our boss." Wei Feng exclaimed. "Wang Qinxin?" Li Huanfeng casually inquired. Wei Feng appeared to have found a savior, while Chu Zihan's heart raced, sensing that trouble was imminent. Meanwhile, Song Yang remained silent, exuding an air of calmness. Upon hearing Wei Feng's words, Li Huanfeng ceased his inquiries and approached Song Yang, asking, "Brother Yang, are you unharmed? Brother Yang?" This statement left everyone stunned. Chu Zihan was taken aback, looking at Li Huanfeng and then at Song Yang, suddenly recalling something. "Li Huanfeng? Is this the same Li Huanfeng? Isn't he an esteemed benefactor of Song Yang? Why is he treating Song Yang with such courtesy?" Song Yang chuckled. "It's nothing. They did not harm my wife. So I merely administered a light reprimand. Rest assured, I will cover the medical expenses." Li Huanfeng immediately waved his hands. "Brother Yang, are you not slapping my face? This group of scoundrels treated my sister-in-law this way. Your actions against them are far too lenient. They deserve far worse." Song Yang unleashed a tirade, leaving the lobby manager utterly flabbergasted. Song Yang recognized this individual, yet just yesterday he had conspired with Wei Feng to abduct someone's wife. "Mr. Li, I am unaware of your relationship with this gentleman." Before he could elaborate, Li Huanfeng coldly interjected, "Do not call me Mr. Li. There is no place for employees like you at Feng Group. You are utterly disgraceful." The lobby manager was stunned, trembling as he fell to his knees, pleading, "Mr. Li, I beg you, I realize my mistakes." However, Li Huanfeng coldly responded, "What were you contemplating? You must clarify your actions immediately, or the consequences will extend beyond mere termination." Terrified, the lobby manager quickly apologized, understanding the gravity of Li Huanfeng's words. "Mr. Li, I acknowledge my faults. I should not have acquiesced to them. It was Wei Feng who compelled me to act this way, as I considered him a client of our bank." Upon hearing this, Li Huanfeng, infuriated, kicked him. Li Huanfeng, operate this bank to provide services, not to enable wrongdoing. Just because he is a bank client, you believe you can act in such a manner? Certainly. I shall inform Wang Qinxin that from this moment forth, he shall no longer have the means to procure even a single cent from our bank. Chapter 25. Apologize to my sister-in-law. Li Huanfeng picked up the phone, his tone frigid as he stated, "Mr. Wang, please come over. Our loan agreement has been terminated." "Just come over." Upon hearing the call, Wang Qinxin immediately grew anxious. "Mr. Li, haven't we been collaborating well? What has happened? Have I offended you in some way?" Li Huanfeng replied coldly, "Wei Feng is from your company, correct? You should come and address this matter." "Understood. I shall be there immediately." Wang Qinxin dared not delay. If Li Huanfeng were to sever the loan, the company would face utter ruin. Moreover, since Li Huanfeng mentioned Wei Feng, it was evident that this scoundrel had caused trouble for him. Otherwise, why would Li Huanfeng seek to create discord? Wang Qinxin hastily summoned his driver to head straight for the entrance of Hoofing Bank. Soon, a Range Rover came to a halt at the bank's entrance, followed by Wang Qinxin rushing towards the location in a frantic manner. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. If I have erred in any way, please do let me know. I assure you I will amend my ways. I beg you, do not terminate the loan. Li Hanfeng scoffed. Mr. Wang, this isn't solely your fault. The main issue lies with your subordinate. He pressured my sister-in-law into an abortion and divorce, only to marry him afterward. Would you tolerate such behavior? At Li Hanfeng's words, a chill ran down Wang Qinxin's spine. He turned to see Wei Feng, bloodied and trembling, who, upon meeting Wang Qinxin's murderous gaze, hastily fell to his knees and pleaded. Mr. Wang, it is all a misunderstanding. I was misled. It was this scoundrel who deceived me. At this point, Wei Feng could only use Chu Ziheng as a scapegoat. Yet, Wang Qinxin kicked him, exclaiming, did he order you to die? You, scoundrel, is this how you conduct your work? I hired you and compensated you not to tarnish my reputation. Seeing Wang Qinxin's fury and the betrayal from Wei Feng, Chu Ziheng's face turned ashen with fear. Ignoring his pain, he scrambled to his feet and fled, disappearing in an instant. Wang Qinxin was indeed acquainted with Song Yang. In a previous life, he had not committed any heinous acts. On the contrary, he had consistently engaged in charitable donations and contributions, although he often found himself embroiled in minor scandals. He had never failed to uphold righteousness in significant matters. Song Yang recalled how, during a time of technological embargo, this individual had the audacity to procure core components, ultimately becoming a target of a major nation-s manhunt, which forced him to operate solely within the domestic sphere and face severe sanctions. During an interview, he had calmly declared, do not speak of sanctions, even if it costs me my life. I must give it a try. Consequently, while his company's international trade was frozen, domestic trade flourished, allowing it to survive, a quintessential example of a business supported by its nation. Undoubtedly, he had never disappointed those who placed their trust in him during critical times, always remaining a proactive force. Thus, Wang Qinxin was unlikely to instigate Wei Feng into such despicable actions. Indeed, he remained oblivious to the despicable actions committed by his subordinate. Upon hearing Li Hanfeng's words, his anger surged, resulting in him delivering several kicks that fractured Wei Feng's ribs. Wang Qinxin, after finishing his outburst, hastily apologized to Chu Zihan. I am truly sorry. It is my failure in management. Just as he was expressing his contrition, Wang Qinxin suddenly recognized Chu Zihan. After all, her beauty made her memorable after a mere encounter at the company. Abruptly, he exclaimed in astonishment, You are from our company, aren't you? Chu Zihan promptly nodded. Yes. Mr. Wang, I am Chu Zihan, and Wei Feng is my superior. The revelation that Wei Feng was Chu Zihan's boss only intensified Wang Qinxin's fury. What a disgrace to treat one's own employee in such a manner. Pointing at Wei Feng, Wang Qinxin shouted, You beast! How dare you lay a hand on a pregnant employee? Wei Feng, you are fired, and you shall compensate for the damages caused to the company and the emotional distress suffered by my employee. Otherwise, I will ensure you face imprisonment. His thunderous reprimand sent shivers down Wei Feng's spine. Meanwhile, Li Hanfeng glanced at the lobby manager beside him and declared, Did you hear that? My stance aligns with Mr. Wang's. Apologize to my sister-in-law and make reparations, or I will ensure you taste the inside of a prison cell as well. Chu Zihan was taken aback. Did Song Yang truly possess such influence? No, it must be Li Hanfeng. Indeed, Li Hanfeng was a benefactor to Song Yang. Yet, as she recalled how Song Yang had been engrossed in the Book of Changes lately, she whispered with concern, Tell me the truth. Are you not just putting on an act to deceive generally? With a smile, Song Yang replied, Hanfeng, come here for a moment. Li Hanfeng approached with a broad grin. What's up, brother Yang? Your sister-in-law seems to think I'm out peddling fortunes, tricking you, the esteemed general, into believing I have been idling these past few days. Li Hanfeng widened his eyes, then burst into hearty laughter. Sister-in-law, if brother Yang were to be idle, what would that make me? Brother Yang and I are engaged in serious investments. I assure you, our dealings are legitimate. With Li Hanfeng vouching for him and radiating an air of success, it was evident they had profited. Wang Qinxin, with his keen business acumen, quickly discerned the situation. Anyone who could command such respect from Li Hanfeng and engage in profitable business with him was undoubtedly a person of great caliber, worthy of association. Realizing this, Wang Qinxin, well versed in the ways of the world, added, being in business with young Master Li, you need not worry, Xiao Chu. As for Wei Feng, He is simply unfit for this role. However, I have heard commendable things about your diligent work ethic, though lacking in experience. How about this? You shall take over Wei Feng's position. Strive earnestly and achieve remarkable results. Chu Zihan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Wang Qinxin. Mr. Wang. Wang Qinxin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Everyone must go through a process of growth. None of us are born with experience. I see potential in you. This is also a gesture of the company's sincerity. As for your pregnancy, there is no need for concern. We will follow the usual procedures and grant you maternity leave. Alas, as long as you do not blame us for not identifying and stopping this beast's malice sooner. Chu Zihan felt a sudden warmth in her eyes. It had been a long time since anyone had shown such genuine concern for her. I will certainly work hard and not disappoint you, Mr. Wang, she vowed. However, she was acutely aware that Wang Qinxin's kindness stemmed from his regard for Li Hanfeng. Yet, what could possibly motivate Li Hanfeng to assist Song Yang? Doubts swirled in her mind, yet she hesitated to voice them. Nonetheless, she firmly believed that Song Yang lacked the capability to warrant such support from Li Hanfeng. Was it conceivable that Song Yang had aided Li Hanfeng in some unsavory endeavor? A pang of anxiety gripped her heart, and she resolved to persuade Song Yang in the future to refrain from actions that could jeopardize his prospects. Chapter 26. Brother Yang. I have a second-hand car. With the tumult subsiding, Wei Feng could only resign himself to misfortune, compensating Chu Zihan, though she declined to accept any money, fearing retribution. He chose to confess, hoping it would placate Li Hanfeng. As for Chu Zihan's credit card, Li Hanfeng intended to forego it, but with both parties firmly insisting. He had no choice but to personally request the teller's assistance. Ultimately, all penalties and late fees were waived, and only the principal amount along with standard interest was collected, totaling 130,000. Upon settling her credit card, Chu Zihan felt as though she were in a dream. However, her worry soon resurfaced. While her credit card was cleared, what would become of Song Yang's debts? The deadline for repayment loomed just days away. He had entrusted her with the funds. How could he possibly repay? Guilt washed over her as she observed Song Yang assisting Li Hanfeng with the electric scooter, which had already broken down, rendering it unrideable. Brother Yang, this electric scooter is beyond repair. Why not let my sister-in-law use my car? After all, she is a department manager. Having a vehicle would certainly be convenient for her. Song Yang contemplated this before responding with a smile. She definitely cannot have it. I should buy her a small car instead. Driving a luxury vehicle would surely keep her awake at night. A modest family sedan would suffice. Upon hearing this, Li Hanfeng immediately grasped the implication. Both Song Yang and Chu Zihan were remarkably understated individuals. Suddenly, a memory struck him. He owned a second-hand car that he had purchased for leisure. It was an automatic luxury Toyota 86, acquired from the port. Wang Wei, lacking automotive knowledge and pressed for time, mistakenly believed an automatic transmission would be preferable and thus selected an automatic Toyota 86 for Li Hanfeng. This choice had become a source of amusement among his friends for quite some time, who, after all, would opt for an automatic Toyota 86. It was commonly known that such a vehicle was meant for manual driving, and the automatic version, especially the 2.0 naturally aspirated model, seemed a rather extravagant misstep. Nonetheless, Li Hanfeng refrained from criticizing Wang Wei, as she had been a diligent and loyal employee for many years. Moreover, since the car was not particularly expensive, it had remained untouched in the garage. Brother Yang, I possess a second-hand car that I purchased for just over 200,000. Perhaps it could be suitable for my sister-in-law. Now, it holds little value. I face ridicule for driving an automatic 86 myself. Song Yang gazed at Li Hanfeng in surprise, not realizing he had experienced such an embarrassing predicament. Indeed, for Li Hanfeng, the car was hardly a financial concern, particularly since it was second-hand. What price do you seek? I shall cover it. Li Hanfeng waved his hand dismissively. Isn't this a slap in my face? This thing has been sitting in my garage untouched. You can let your sister-in-law drive it away. Just consider it helping me deal with this embarrassing situation. Every time a friend sees this car in my garage, I get mocked. I even contemplated smashing it. I can't sell it. Who would buy this broken automatic if they want to play with an 86? Song Yang pondered for a moment and, given his relationship with Li Hanfeng, did not refuse. After all, the car could be purchased for around 200,000 now. He could manage it, and considering the favors owed, there would likely be ample collaboration between him and Li Hanfeng. There was no need for concern about that. Thus, Li Hanfeng nodded. All right, I will speak to your sister-in-law. With a cheerful tone, he continued, Great, I'll let Wang Wei know to bring the car over. No need. I'll come to pick up the car in a few days. It's getting late, and she just had a scare, so I'll take her home first. Li Hanfeng did not object, but nodded in agreement. After leaving the bank, in the taxi, Chu Zihan began to worry about Song Yang. It wasn't until they returned home that she seriously asked, Song Yang, tell me the truth. What exactly are you doing with Mr. Li? Song Yang was taken aback. Was Chu Zihan concerned for him? I'm just doing some stock trading with him. Nothing much. Why? Chu Zihan contemplated for a moment before continuing. So why is Li Hanfeng so supportive of you? It can't just be because you hit it off? Song Yang chuckled and nodded. Indeed, it can't just be that, nor can a few ancient coins make me a valued guest. The key is, I've been incredibly lucky, you know? I inadvertently stumbled upon a matter. His stepmother is plotting against him. So I casually mentioned sensing misfortune coming his way. But at that moment, I was just trying to help him protect himself. I couldn't exactly say I stumbled upon it, could I? That wouldn't bode well for me either. Chu Zihan nodded, realizing that such an explanation would raise suspicions. They might question whether he was in cahoots with Li Hanfeng's stepmother. Song Yang continued to explain. So, based on my analysis of the situation, I deduced the other party's movements, and it turned out I was completely right. I can say I inadvertently pulled Li Hanfeng from the fire. His kindness towards me is only natural. Song Yang still refrained from disclosing the full truth. Of course, he didn't intend to deliberately hide it from Chu Zihan. That would be utterly unconvincing. He believed that perhaps in the future, he could prove himself through action, and when the time came, he would certainly tell her everything. He needed to be forthright about everything to compensate his wife properly. However, that moment was still far off, so he opted for more convincing words to reassure Chu Zihan. I see. So what will you do moving forward? Keep deceiving him? Song Yang shook his head. I'm not deceiving him. I genuinely wish to befriend him. And I am indeed studying the I Ching, having come to understand many principles I previously did not. If it weren't for the real assistance of the I Ching, I wouldn't have succeeded. Thus, I'm not a fortune teller scamming money. Rather, I am applying the principles learned from the I Ching to support my entrepreneurial endeavors. I haven't asked him for a single penny. All the money I've earned is through my own efforts. Let me put it this way. The money I earn is not gained through unscrupulous means, so you need not worry. Throughout my life, I shall no longer entertain the notion of opportunities falling from the sky, nor shall I ever indulge in gambling. Chu Zihan was filled with emotion. She realized that Song Yang had indeed undergone significant transformation. I do not doubt you. I simply wish for you to understand how rare your ability to change truly is. I do not want you to revert to your old ways. Song Yang smiled gently and took Chu Zihan's small hand. I understand, rest assured. I assure you that the person I once was is no more. Instinctively, Chu Zihan withdrew her hand, her heart racing. She then glanced at the pained expression in Song Yang's eyes. I will tidy up the house. Yet, upon standing, she discovered that there was nothing in need of her attention, and her face flushed as she retreated to her room. This left Song Yang unable to suppress a wry smile and a shake of his head. Clearly, winning Chu Zihan's acceptance would be a long and arduous journey. However, after waiting for so many years, a few more days were of little consequence to him. With this thought, Song Yang turned his attention to preparing dinner. Little did he know that while he was wholly devoted to caring for his wife, trouble was brewing with Chu Ziheng. Chapter 27. Fractures. Chu Ziheng had been frightened away, and an unsettling feeling lingered within him. The mere thought of Li Hanfeng's unexpected appearance was enough to make him feel unfortunate, having allowed the worthless Song Yang to seize an advantage. With this, the opportunity to catch a big fish like Wei Feng slipped through his fingers. He would now need to find another wealthy benefactor for his sister. To Chu Ziheng, the idea that Song Yang could change and rise again was as ludicrous as a sow climbing a tree. A good-for-nothing remains a good-for-nothing, incapable of transformation throughout his lifetime. In truth, after Song Yang left all those years ago, he ceased to inquire about the Chu family, showing no interest in whether they lived or died. He had only heard later that the Chu family had fallen into dire straits, with both elderly parents passing away in a nursing home, reportedly due to maltreatment by caregivers. As for Chu Ziheng, it seemed he had long ago fallen victim to his gambling debts and was dealt with by his creditors. The specifics of his demise were unclear to Song Yang. Regardless, such individuals deserved their fate, and Song Yang was indifferent to his plight. Covering his bruised face, he intended to return home and complain to his parents. However, upon entering, he found that his parents did not appear surprised by his condition. After all, engaging in debauchery and gambling often leads to such consequences. Chu Fumin continued to sit in the living room, engrossed in the television, while Lu Sufan rested in the bedroom. Oh, Dad, Won't you do something about that wretched girl? She actually allowed that good-for-nothing to beat me. Look at my injuries. Chu Fuming cast a glance at Chu Ziheng and scoffed. You stole that girl's money. It's a miracle Song Yang didn't retaliate. Did you not hear your sister say that was her lifeline? Chu Ziheng, feeling aggrieved, covered his face and exclaimed, Dad, look at what I've endured. Are you not going to say anything? What should I say? Did you receive a single penny of the 500,000? Faced with his son's grievances, Chu Fuming had no intention of intervening. After all, he had not received a single cent from that sum. It was not that he cared for Chu Zihan. Rather, he was infuriated that Chu Ziheng had stolen money and offered nothing to him, which provoked his ire. 500,000. He squandered it all. Chu Fuming realized that if he wanted to secure his old age, he must be wary of his son. Otherwise, his savings for burial would be entirely wasted. Noticing that Chu Fuming was ignoring him, Chu Ziheng proceeded to complain to his mother, Lu Sufan. Mom, look at what that wretch did to me. Unexpectedly, Lu Sufan paid him no heed and merely remarked with indifference, Aren't you still able to move? Mom, why don't you care about me? I was beaten to a pulp by that good-for-nothing. Humph, that good-for-nothing still knows to give money to that girl, but what about you? You received 500,000 and wasted it all. Did you ever think about us while spending? Just think, if you had saved that money for your future wife. It would have been wonderful. Instead, you squandered it all in one night. You prodigal son, if you waste money like this now. Will you also squander our burial funds in the future? Faced with his mother's accusations, Chu Ziheng was left speechless. No wonder Chu Zihan doesn't want to stay at home. You care for nothing but money. You only think of hoarding wealth for yourselves. Infuriated, Chu Ziheng lashed out at his parents, only to receive a disdainful look from his mother. How dare you speak to us like that? I have raised your sister for so many years. All we desire is a better life, and perhaps a grandchild. Is that a crime? Look at yourself, unemployed and living off others' efforts. We can tolerate that, but you can't even find a wife? Must we watch other families be blessed with children while ours is barren? I see now. You are just as useless as that good-for-nothing. Fine. I have no ability? Just wait until I earn money, then we shall see what you say. With that, Chu Ziheng slammed the door and left. Of course, he had never considered earning money through his own efforts. Instead, he plotted to borrow some funds and reclaim the humiliation of the day at the gambling table. He refused to believe he could be less capable than that good-for-nothing, Song Yang. Song Yang, meanwhile, still could not share a bed with Chu Zihan and had to endure the night on the couch. The next morning, Chu Zihan found herself stranded due to car troubles and had to rise early to catch the bus. While they were having breakfast together, Song Yang suggested, Li Hanfeng has a second-hand car he no longer wants. Would you like to take it? A second-hand car? His second-hand car won't be cheap, and besides, you can't take advantage of him. You would owe him a favor. Chu Zihan earnestly lectured Song Yang. With a wry smile, he responded, I'll pay off my debts when the time comes. I will certainly have enough money. Moreover, you are pregnant. If you don't care, how can you disregard the child? I've inquired about Li Hanfeng's car. It's not a luxury vehicle, just an ordinary one. His secretary bought the wrong car, and because of it, he has been ridiculed by friends. He hopes I can help him sell it, so he doesn't have to suffer the embarrassment any longer. The car is quite inexpensive. For him, it's merely a toy and holds no real value. If it were too costly, do you think his secretary could still work for him? Upon hearing Song Yang's explanation, Chu Zihan pondered for a moment before responding, I see. If you purchase it, he won't be embarrassed anymore? Indeed, if he sells it to someone else, he would still be ridiculed, and word would easily spread. By buying it ourselves, we not only avoid owing him a favor, but also assist him in a way. You must understand, people like him are particularly sensitive about their reputation. Yet, a hint of concern lingered in Chu Zihan's voice. But if you owe 1 million, can you truly repay it? Song Yang replied with unwavering confidence, Yes. I should be able to secure the funds within these few days. Besides, he did not intend for this matter to be publicized. We have another project to pursue, and the money can be deducted directly from my earnings. If that does not suffice, he runs a bank. I can simply take out a loan. That way, we would have more liquid assets at our disposal. Chu Zihan scolded Song Yang with a hint of irritation. A loan? Look at your credit score. It's a complete disaster. What do you intend to borrow for? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Yang scratched his head. However, considering the child growing within her, Chu Zihan found merit in his reasoning. Did he mention what brand of car it is? A Toyota, a small one. Upon hearing the brand, Chu Zihan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The vehicle was not overly expensive. She nodded, saying if it can help him, spending a bit of money would be beneficial for you as well. If you believe it is worthwhile, then let us proceed with the purchase. However, I am still apprehensive about driving, so you will have to pick me up. Song Yang appeared as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, joyfully responding, "All right, I will come to pick you up tonight." The prospect of daily encounters with Chu Zihan brought him immense joy. Yet, as they conversed, Chu Zihan's phone suddenly rang. "Hello?" The call was from an unfamiliar number. Curiously, she inquired, only to be met with a strange man's voice on the other end. "Is this Chu Zihan? Your brother is gambling here and has accrued quite a debt, 600,000 in total. You need to bring the money immediately, or you may never see him again." Chapter 28. Seeking change before Chu Zihan could respond, the caller abruptly hung up. Song Yang, observing Chu Zihan's furious expression, inquired, "What happened?" With a cold tone. Chu Zihan replied, "What good comes from gambling? Chu Ziheng is trying to deceive me again. Ignore him. And you, if you dare to gamble once more, I will certainly file for divorce." Caught off guard by Chu Zihan's sudden reprimand, Chu Tian was bewildered, realizing he was being implicated. However, given his previous actions, Song Yang simply smiled and nodded. Chu Zihan understood her brother. He would resort to deceit. He had stolen 50,000 from her, and she had yet to confront him about it. 50,000? Had he spent it all so quickly? He must have assumed she still had money since she hadn't demanded it back, thinking he could drain her dry. Now, her heart had grown cold towards that family. After countless demands from her brother, she no longer wished to concern herself with him. Her focus was solely on living her own life well. After all, Song Yang had provided her with ample funds. If she could reclaim just 100,000, it would suffice as principal. She could devise a plan for the interest later. Thus, Chu Zihan chose to disregard Chu Ziheng's fraudulent demands. She could hardly fathom that this time, Chu Ziheng was not deceiving her, but was indeed sincere. After breakfast, Song Yang accompanied Chu Zihan to the taxi, and as she was about to leave, she reminded him, "If there are any bills to settle, let me know. I will withdraw the money, and you can add a little more. Once we are debt-free, you can quit gambling, and I will receive a promotion and a raise. Starting next month, we will be free from debts. As for starting a business, there is no need to rush. I will earn enough from home. As long as you refrain from gambling, we will have sufficient funds. In business, haste can lead to failure." Although Chu Zihan did not allow Song Yang to touch her, her words made him feel a warmth in his eyes, which became slightly moist. Why did he not cherish such a wonderful woman in his past life? Burdened with guilt, Song Yang tidied up and then went to the market to buy some delicacies, intending to nourish Chu Zihan's health that evening. Only then did he seek out Li Hanfeng to finalize the matter regarding the second-hand car. Upon arriving at the company, the receptionist greeted Song Yang with enthusiasm and respect, saying, "Mr. Song, President Li is waiting for you in the office. You may take the executive elevator directly." Song Yang expressed his gratitude and proceeded to the elevator to meet Li Hanfeng. After their encounter yesterday, Li Hanfeng held Song Yang in the highest regard. Following Song Yang's advice, he promptly arranged for the acquisition of Yuan Wei, securing it for a mere 9 billion, a remarkable stroke of fortune. This maneuver not only enhanced Li Hanfeng's reputation but also marked his triumphant return to the financial arena, a masterful display. Once the news broke, a flurry of positive developments followed. Moreover, he had successfully gained his father's approval, obtaining management rights over the Pan-Asia-Pacific region, a significant achievement. This indicated that he had acquired sufficient strength within the family to shoulder its responsibilities. Of course, the spirited Li Hanfeng did not forget that all of this was thanks to Song Yang. Upon seeing Song Yang, Li Hanfeng promptly rose with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Brother Yang, you've arrived. Has your sister-in-law agreed to the car?" Song Yang nodded and inquired, "How much is this car?" Li Hanfeng smiled slightly and motioned for Song Yang to sit down, saying, "I'm not sure of the price, but I know you wouldn't take my car for free. Therefore, I have a request. This matter is particularly important to me. I would like to ask for your assistance in divination. Consider the car as payment." Unable to contain his laughter, Song Yang responded, "What? A big boss like you believes in fortune-telling?" Li Hanfeng quickly clarified, "Oh no. No, I know you are not superstitious or a fortune-teller. I merely wish to consult for my father, who is currently facing a dilemma. Although our relationship is strained, I do not want to see him continue to suffer." Hearing Li Hanfeng's words, Song Yang could not help but chuckle. "Then tell me, what troubles is your father encountering?" In truth, even without Li Hanfeng's words, Song Yang was already aware of the situation. This was something Li Hanfeng had once confided in him. His father, Li Chunyang, in his hubris, sought to expand business in Europe, only to be outmaneuvered by investors. As of now, he had yet to fall into the trap. However, in a month or so, he would likely find himself entangled in their schemes. At present, he merely encounters obstacles. As time passes and hope remains elusive, those individuals will inevitably emerge, offering him the illusion of hope and leading him into their trap. These are seasoned deceivers who would never transform into saviors at the first sign of trouble. For Li Chunying, he is no fool. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the financial industry for quite some time, he knows that without a modicum of intelligence, he would have long since been reduced to begging. Once Li Hanfeng finished recounting the situation, Song Yang refrained from speaking directly, instead opting to consult the divination. The resulting hexagram, upon analysis, was the SH hexagram. There were two changing lines, specifically the fourth and sixth lines, leading to the transformation into the Weiji hexagram. Song Yang calmly pointed to the table and began his analysis. Your father currently embodies the SH hexagram. SH signifies military forces, while KN represents water and danger. In conjunction with your description of the current circumstances, this suggests a predicament fraught with hidden perils. It does not concern geography, but rather involves human conflict. KN symbolizes the earth and represents compliance, implying that military action should be a last resort for the wise. However, it can effectively resolve conflicts when aligned with the prevailing circumstances, as a justified military action can transform misfortune into fortune. Therefore, to break free from this deadlock, the primary force must act with authority, compelling the opposing side to acquiesce. A balanced approach is essential to convert danger into safety. Otherwise, it remains a precarious situation. Li Hanfeng felt a jolt of alarm at the mention of a precarious situation. Song Yang nodded, using his finger to trace the water and drawing the 6 lines. Observe. KN is above and KN below. The changing lines are in the 4th and 6th positions, indicating they are in their rightful place. The celestial count is 25. The terrestrial count is 30, summing to 55, with even numbers representing yin and odd numbers representing yang. The fixed count is determined by 7 and 8, while 6 and 9 are variable. This hexagram, ascending from the bottom, yields the numbers 8, 7, 8, 6, 8, 6, resulting in a total of 43. Subtracting 43 from 55 gives us 12. Let us count from the bottom upwards. Song Yang raised his hand to begin counting, pausing at the 6th line before counting back, marking each step again. Ultimately, his finger landed on the initial line. Here lies the principal line. The interpretation states, the army departs with regulations, the adverse outcome is ominous. Thus, this is the line your father has received. If he conducts himself with principles and adheres to regulations, all will be well. However, if he veers off course, it will spell disaster. Li Hanfeng listened intently, captivated by the discourse. He then inquired, how can my father resolve this predicament? Without haste. Song Yang pointed to the 4th line. The line representing people undergoes change, and thus the heavenly line must also shift. This indicates that your father must prioritize his moral integrity and ideology for the divine mandate to alter. Destiny is not fixed but subject to change. The current situation reflects an unyielding stance, engaging with dubious individuals, which may lead to his downfall. To break the deadlock, he must initiate self-reflection, enforcing discipline within his team and relying on collective strength, akin to an army vanquishing its adversaries. This is the key to his escape from the crisis. As for the transformed hexagram, it signifies the future, represented by the Weiji hexagram. Its interpretation states, success is possible. A little fox may achieve its goal, but must whet its tail without profit. Li Hanfeng was perplexed, asking, what does that mean? Song Yang smiled slightly. It implies that even if success is attained, little benefit will be derived. It may be wiser to abandon the current objective and explore alternate directions. The point of resolution may no longer lie in Europe. Perhaps the Middle East could present a viable opportunity. Li Hanfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the proposal put forth by Song Yang was precisely what he had in mind. This indicated that his judgment was indeed correct. However, it did not take long for Li Hanfeng to feel troubled once more. Did he not know his father's temperament? If his father were amenable to listening, this situation would not have arisen in the first place. Yet Song Yang smiled faintly and remarked, I happen to have an opportunity for you to prove yourself. This would empower you to persuade your father and have him entrust this matter to you. Li Hanfeng's excitement surged. Really? What opportunity? This is of monumental importance to me. No, to our Li family. Song Yang smiled mysteriously. Do you recall the opportunity one mentioned? We can discuss it now. Chapter 29. Seizing futures. Although Song Yang spoke in enigmatic terms, Li Hanfeng held steadfast belief in him. setting aside the fact that he articulated the divination with remarkable clarity. It was evident that he was no mere charlatan. He had no faith in the sort of fortune-telling that claimed to predict the future with a mere snap of the fingers. The way Song Yang expressed himself was deliberately vague, echoing the essence of the I Ching, which was not so much divination as it was a form of deduction. It could also be seen as a subtle suggestion to seek change and select appropriate solutions. Brother Yang, just tell me what you need me to do. I will follow your lead. Song Yang calmly inquired. Have you ever dealt with grain futures? Are you referring to international grain and oil futures trading? Could this opportunity be related to that? Li Hanfeng surmised. Song Yang confirmed his speculation. Precisely, I have divined about it. There is profit to be made in this trade. Upon hearing this, Li Hanfeng's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. After all, the last time Song Yang had made a similar claim, he had reaped substantial rewards. Rescuing the bank from crisis. This time, Li Hanfeng felt as though he could already see wealth beckoning him. I lack the qualifications to enter the market. But you should possess them, correct? Li Hanfeng nodded affirmatively. Yes, I do. Song Yang did not hold back. He stated calmly, I will invest 10 million. You will assist me in purchasing grain futures contracts that can be settled soon. Remember, buy in full. How long will this take? Li Hanfeng inquired. It can only be executed before the futures settlement. Otherwise, we must proceed to delivery. After a moment's contemplation, Song Yang continued. This is a short-term investment. If all goes well, we should be able to sell by noon tomorrow. Shall we proceed with the purchase now? Li Hanfeng tentatively asked, eager to confirm the efficacy of Song Yang's divination. Given that international grain futures trading was beyond Song Yang's influence, he could not fathom how Song Yang could interfere in such a market. With this in mind, Li Hanfeng resolutely prepared to invest a substantial sum. Ready to join Song Yang in this venture, he too wished to take a gamble, hoping to demonstrate his capabilities to his father. Before long, Lin Wei arrived. And upon learning of the grain futures purchase, he was taken aback once more. However, given their previous profits, he had grown less skeptical of Song Yang's abilities. Yet he could not help but wonder, just what was Song Yang's true profession, and how did he possess such profound knowledge of investments? Investing in stocks is one matter. But how did he come to comprehend the intricacies of futures market trading? To be frank, the current decline in grain futures has dampened his optimism. While it cannot be asserted with absolute certainty that grain futures will continue to fall, there is, at present, no indication that could propel grain prices upward. Given that Li Hanfeng has spoken, he felt compelled to make a purchase that evening, acquiring approximately 1 billion in futures contracts through the platform. The contracts were divided into two parts, one for Li Hanfeng and the other for Song Yang. Having finalized this, Li Hanfeng, feeling somewhat bored, began to browse his phone for information regarding international trade. After a brief perusal, he stumbled upon reports of severe droughts and locust plagues affecting multiple countries, leading to the grim realization that grain yields may be drastically diminished. Analysts from specialized institutions predicted a significant surge in grain prices. Shocked, Li Hanfeng nearly dropped his phone. It was as if he had seen a ghost, and his gaze quickly shifted to Lin Wei. Did you make the purchase? Li Hanfeng's eyes seemed to convey that if Lin Wei were to respond negatively, he would be in grave peril. I did buy in, Mr. Li. Have you changed your mind? Lin Wei stammered, his voice quivering. Li Hanfeng smacked him on the back of the head, exclaiming, What nonsense! Have you seen the news? This year, numerous countries are facing famine due to the locust plague. Grain production is bound to see a substantial decline. International grain and oil prices are destined to soar. Lin Wei, now trembling, stuttered, Mr. Li, have you studied sorcery? How can one manipulate international grain and oil futures prices? This defies logic. It is utterly unscientific. Having worked in finance for so long, Lin Wei had never encountered someone like Song Yang. Such a presence seemed invincible. Li Hanfeng, though astonished, was increasingly convinced of Song Yang's remarkable capabilities. The aura of mystery surrounding him only grew stronger. Brother Yang, how did you come to know of this? Song Yang smiled faintly. It is fate. It is merely a matter of aligning with the will of heaven and doing what one can. Well, that concludes today's affairs for me. I have other matters to attend to. Where is that second-hand car of yours? I shall drive there now. Li Hanfeng quickly responded. It's parked in the company's underground garage. I will take you there right away so we can complete the transfer. Gifting Song Yang a second-hand car worth over 200,000 was, to be honest, somewhat embarrassing for him. However, apart from this vehicle, it seemed that Song Yang had little else he could accept. Moreover, the current Song Yang was certainly not in need of a luxury car. With this thought, He accompanied Song Yang to the underground parking garage, bringing along all necessary documentation and introducing him to the awaiting 86. This car, aside from being an automatic, was quite commendable. Although it lacked the thrill of spirited driving, it was still suitable for casual use. As they conversed, they arrived at the underground garage. Upon seeing the white 86, Song Yang paused momentarily. The vehicle appeared remarkably new, and Li Hafeng had already made some modifications, including a body kit, alloy wheels, and a rear spoiler, all completed overseas. The front had also been fitted with laser headlights, contributing to a striking appearance. With 2 doors and 4 seats, it was powered by a 2.0 engine, providing ample power indeed. Upon purchasing the vehicle, it became apparent that it was an automatic, a fact that left him feeling embarrassed and led to no modifications being made to the exhaust. Li Hafeng handed the car keys to Song Yang, saying, "Brother Yang, please do not disdain it. I have completely revamped the interior, and I assure you, it is quite impressive." While the driving experience may not ignite passion, the vehicle performed steadily, leaving him with an impression of having acquired something rather lackluster. "No worries, I'll just take a stroll," he added. Song Yang remained silent as he entered the car, discovering that Li Hafeng had upgraded everything possible: the central console, steering wheel, and seats. The modifications were indeed commendable, indicating that a substantial amount of money had been invested in the car. Take, for instance, the 4 forged wheels, which alone were a sight to behold. As Song Yang started the engine, the petite white car emerged from the underground parking lot. True to Li Hafeng's words, the vehicle's power was impressive. It felt securely anchored to the ground as it drove. The car, originally valued at over 200,000, had been transformed into something nearing 500,000. A remarkable feat in itself. Song Yang drove directly to the vehicle administration office, where Li Hafeng had enlisted the help of a professional intermediary to facilitate the transfer of ownership. Upon completing the necessary paperwork, the car was officially registered in Song Yang's name. This vehicle would serve the couple well, and there would be no issues with Chu Zihan driving it. After all, it was compact and offered commendable maneuverability, its appearance inconspicuous enough to evade ridicule. For everyday use, it was more than adequate, and Chu Zihan would surely not concern herself with its handling. After driving the 86 back, Song Yang dropped Li Hafeng off at the company and glanced at the time, almost 2 o'clock. He still needed to return home to prepare soup for Chu Zihan before picking her up from work. At that moment, nothing seemed more pressing than this task. However, unbeknownst to Song Yang, Chu Zihan was having a rather challenging day. Chapter 30. Whispers behind her back throughout the day. The employees in the company regarded Chu Zihan with a certain peculiarity. Whispers circulated behind her back, fueled by the recent scandal involving Wei Feng. His disgraceful behavior had cost him his job, a situation that piqued everyone's curiosity. Yet, what surprised many was that Chu Zihan had suddenly been promoted to department manager. This unexpected turn of events sparked intrigue among her colleagues. Some speculated that the company's recent fallout with Li Hafeng had granted Chu Zihan this opportunity, adding layers to the unfolding narrative. Initially, Chu Zihan paid little mind to the gossip, but the constant murmurs and pointed fingers made her feel as though she had committed some unseemly act. What had she done to warrant such scrutiny? Why was she the subject of such unwarranted speculation? Discomfort settled in her heart, yet she felt powerless to change the situation. Seated in her office, she remained diligently focused on her work. Although naturally reserved, Chu Zihan was unwaveringly committed to her responsibilities, tasks that had stumped Wei Feng throughout the day. She managed to resolve with remarkable efficiency. Though often overshadowed by familial obligations, Chu Zihan was not lacking in capability. In her school days, she had been the epitome of both beauty and intellect, far more than a mere decorative figure. She aspired to demonstrate her worth through her talents. Regrettably, her colleagues were engaged in speculation about whether she had employed some underhanded methods. Throughout the day, Chu Zihan found it impossible to lift her spirits. As the workday drew to a close, her parents' phone call unexpectedly rang in. Chu Zihan furrowed her brow, glancing at the phone, and without a second thought, she hung up. At that moment, she had no desire to converse with her parents. It felt like a torment to her. With this thought in mind, Chu Zihan dialed Song Yang's number. Presently, only Song Yang offered her a glimmer of hope. Indeed, this household had undergone a transformation thanks to Song Yang's influence. "I've finished work. Where are you?" "I'm right downstairs, waiting for you." Hearing Song Yang's voice, a wave of warmth washed over Chu Zihan, momentarily banishing all her discontent. Grabbing her backpack, she hastened to the ground floor. From a distance, she spotted Song Yang standing in front of a white sports car. Her heart tightened as she approached him and asked, "Is this the second-hand car you mentioned?" Song Yang nodded. "Yes, it's what you might call a civilian sports car. Compared to those luxury supercars, this one is indeed more accessible. However, it is still a toy for the affluent, not regarded as a true vehicle. You can consider it merely a fade." Chu Zihan gazed at the white 86, feeling somewhat dazed. It felt as though she were in a dream. Although they were driving a second-hand car and living in a rented place, what did it matter? As long as everything was progressing in a positive direction, there was no cause for concern. Song Yang assisted Chu Zihan into the car before swiftly taking his seat in the driver's position. Observing Song Yang's tender care, Chu Zihan felt as if she had returned to the early stages of their romance. As Song Yang started the engine, the car glided smoothly forward. He was cautious not to drive too fast, fearing that Chu Zihan might feel nauseated. However, shortly after they set off, her phone rang once more. Her parents were calling again. Seeing the caller ID, Chu Zihan hesitated. Song Yang, gripping the steering wheel, inquired, "What's wrong?" "My mother is calling. It's probably about money again." Song Yang expressed confusion. Wasn't it just a while ago that Chu Ziheng stole 500,000? Why do they still need money? It hasn't been long. With a sigh, Chu Zihan replied, "Chu Ziheng is a gambler, a prodigal son. Who knows what scheme he has devised this time to ask for more money. But avoiding the situation is not a solution. I should at least hear what they want." Nodding in agreement with Song Yang's words, Chu Zihan answered the call. As soon as the line connected, Lusufin's vitriolic tirade erupted from the other end. "You wretched girl, have you learned to ignore my calls? Huh? Your brother has been detained, don't you know? He has returned home for a day." With a frigid tone, Chu Zihan retorted, "I have no money. You should tell him to save it or come up with a new scheme. You little brat, are you planning to cut off our family line? You heartless creature." Chu Zihan scoffed coldly. "Yes, I am heartless. If Chu Ziheng is so wonderful, why don't you go to him?" With a decisive click, she hung up the phone. Exhaling deeply, they are always like this, utterly oblivious to the concept of moderation. Song Yang harbored no affection for Chu Zihan's parents. Over the years, they had even denied his existence. Particularly in his past life, although he acknowledged his own faults, they were complicit in the tragedies that had transpired. As the saying goes, during an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Thus, even if they were to perish, Song Yang would feel not a shred of sorrow. His only concern lay with Chu Zihan, for she was the one nearest to his heart. Upon returning home, as Song Yang opened the door, a delightful aroma enveloped him. Curious, Chu Zihan inquired, "What is that delightful scent?" "Oh, it's pork rib soup. I wanted to nourish you. After all, you're not just looking after yourself anymore." Chu Zihan was taken aback. Song Yang was cooking for himself? This was indeed a first. Ever since they had begun their relationship, he had never ventured into the kitchen. When had he acquired such skills? Was it truly for her sake? A wave of emotion washed over Chu Zihan, and she smiled as she lifted the lid of the pot. A fragrant broth filled the air. She took a taste. It was passable. Although his culinary skills left much to be desired, the sentiment was undeniably heartfelt. For reasons she could not fathom, tears began to well up in her eyes. Was this not the life she had always yearned for? Wealth and riches held no significance for her. It was the warmth of the moment that she cherished above all. "What's wrong? Is it that terrible? Are you crying from the taste?" Song Yang exclaimed in surprise, hastily scooping a spoonful for himself. In his eagerness, he burned his mouth. Chu Zihan chuckled through her tears. "Silly, go wash your hands. I'll handle this." "But you're pregnant," Song Yang said with concern. Yet Chu Zihan retorted with a smile. "I'm pregnant, not incapacitated. Hurry and wash your hands." Once home, she transformed into a homemaker, plating the food as the couple shared a cozy meal together. Song Yang relished these moments. In his past life, he had dreamed of such scenes. However, before he could fully savor the dream, suddenly, Chu Zihan's phone rang again. It was a call from her family. Furrowing her brow, she answered and switched to speaker mode. "What on earth are you doing? Get back here. Boss Sun has been waiting at home for ages." "Boss Sun?" Chu Zihan was taken aback. "I found you a benefactor, if you're short on money. You need to figure something out. Hurry up and come back." Fuming, Chu Zihan shouted, "I have a husband. I don't need you to find me a benefactor." Chapter 31. Li Yuanhe a benefactor? Song Yang was equally enraged. This mother-in-law was truly unreasonable. Chu Zihan's face flushed with anger as she hung up the phone. Song Yang quickly steadied himself and reassured her. "Don't be upset. You're pregnant. If it comes to it, we can just block them." After contemplating for a moment, Chu Zihan nodded. Without hesitation, she blocked all her family members. Sighing after severing ties with her parents, she asked, "By the way, how did your project go today?" Song Yang smiled. "Everything is under control. Repaying the debt shouldn't be a problem." "Indeed, Zihan. Today I assisted Li Hanfeng once more. He mentioned that he would not compensate me in cash, opting instead to offer a vehicle as payment." Zihan was taken aback, inquiring about the nature of the assistance. "Ah, it pertains to matters within his family, specifically regarding his eligibility for the family inheritance." Zihan felt a sense of relief, initially believing that Song Yang owed Li Hanfeng a favor, but now it appeared that was not the case. This was a relief. "By the way, I have been contemplating seeking a storefront tomorrow, aiming to secure a location soon to engage in business thoughtfully. I intend to accumulate entrepreneurial experience before gradually expanding my endeavors." Zihan was momentarily stunned. In the past, Song Yang would have been fervent, as if he were already wealthy. Yet now, he sought stability and approached matters with meticulous steps. "Do you have a gradual development plan for the future? For instance, in terms of product definition and your developmental direction?" "Well, primarily, I intend to focus on traditional Chinese medicinal products. I aspire to modernize and adapt ancient prescriptions for contemporary production. Naturally, I will be dealing with supplements, while also offering some therapeutic medications. Many pharmaceutical companies possess such therapeutic drugs, yet they are often locked away in safes. After all, inexpensive medications that yield quick results are not deemed marketable by them. They seek remedies that require continuous consumption." Zihan nodded, acknowledging the grim reality of the situation. "This is the inevitable outcome of excessive commercialization. Given your insights, I find little to worry about. At present, it is paramount to settle our debts. I have now assumed the role of department manager. As long as you refrain from extravagant spending, our daily expenses will be more than sufficient." Song Yang smiled faintly, choosing not to argue. He preferred to demonstrate his worth through actions, letting results speak for themselves. After dinner, the couple shared a tender moment washing dishes and tidying up. Once everything was in order, Zihan returned to her room to sleep, while Song Yang remained seated on the mat, contemplating the principles of the I Ching. It may sound somewhat dreary, yet Song Yang felt a profound sweetness in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, since his departure, Li Hafeng had not left his computer for a moment. The International Grain Trading Futures Index surged uncontrollably, causing Li Hafeng to feel a thrill of apprehension. Throughout his life, he had never witnessed such a meteoric rise. After a while, feeling fatigued, he rubbed his eyes, only to be interrupted by a sudden phone call. Upon answering, he discovered it was his grandfather calling. "Grandfather," he said. Noticing his grandson's weary tone, the elder inquired, "Hafeng, what is happening over there? You sound quite exhausted." "It's nothing. I was merely monitoring the international grain futures." "Did you need something? International grain futures? You were interested in this?" Li Hafeng replied softly, "Yes. It's Song Yang. He mentioned that he wants to collaborate with me on this." Li Yuanhe was taken aback, having only just learned of this news himself. Logically, he should have been the first to know. Yet, his grandson, Li Hafeng, was already engaged in futures trading? Had he lost his mind? "Hafeng, are you referring to that young man named Song Yang who informed you?" Li Hafeng spoke in a deep voice. He also mentioned that regarding my father's affairs, if one wishes to achieve success, strict discipline must be enforced, and one cannot afford to deviate from the path as my father often does. Such a course of action could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, even if success were to be attained, it would ultimately yield no genuine returns. He expressed skepticism towards Europe. Li Yuanhe was taken aback, anxiety creeping in. Where does he see potential then? Li Hafeng did not withhold information, nodding as he replied, "The Middle East." "What?" Li Yuanhe's eyes widened in disbelief. Europe has long been one of the financial epicenters. For Fenghe to progress, it is an indispensable region. Yet, Song Yang pointed towards the Middle East. Does he truly comprehend the chaos that reigns there? Why would Song Yang set his sights on that region? Oil? Energy? But they operate in finance, running banking operations. The astonishment at Song Yang's choice of the Middle East was one matter. Even more surprising was that, based on Li Yuanhe's vast experience, the developmental potential there was indeed colossal. Upon noticing his grandfather's silence, Li Hanfeng's heart tightened. Could it be that there was something amiss in what he said? Li Yuanhe shook his head with a bitter smile. No, his choice is frighteningly astute. "Hafeng, you come to Shuhai Villa. I have already arrived at Baidian. I await your presence at home." "You've arrived at Baidian? Wonderful. I shall head there at once." Li Hanfeng was startled, quickly tidying up before speeding off in his flashy sports car towards the villa. Shuhai Villa is the pinnacle of luxury in Baitian, a sanctuary for Li Yuanhe to enjoy tranquility. Upon entering the estate, the electronic gate opened automatically. After driving in, Li Yuanhe immediately alighted from the car, finding his grandfather in high spirits, seated in the courtyard savoring tea. Li Hanfeng hurried over, smiling as he presented a Guangxu yuanbao he had purchased from Song Yang, saying, "Grandfather, this is a gift for you, bought from Brother Yang." Li Yuanhe's eyes sparkled as he took the oiled paper package into his hands, examining it closely. A look of delight spread across his face. Truly remarkable. You've put thought into this. It really is from Feng Dian, weighing 7 qian and 2 4. Setting down the silver dollar. Li Yuanhe continued, "Now tell me more about Song Yang. Leave out not a single detail." Li Hafeng sat down and earnestly recounted everything about Song Yang. After he finished his account, Li Yuanhe remained silent for a long while. From his grandson's narrative, it was evident that Song Yang was far from the simple character he initially appeared to be. His identity seemed to harbor complications. Li Hanfeng grew anxious. "Grandfather, what exactly is the issue? Is it because he was once a gambler? Haha, a mere young man barely in his 20s possesses such depth and character. From your description, aside from his disdain for those who harmed his wife, there is nothing that reveals the impetuosity typical of youth. Instead, he resembles a wise elder. Were it not for your insistence on his youthfulness, and my own investigations, I might have thought you were speaking of an old fox." Li Hanfeng was taken aback. Indeed. He always felt that something about Song Yang seemed out of place, yet he could never articulate it. However, the grandfather was able to discern the truth with a single remark, awakening him to reality. Indeed, Song Yang was remarkably mature for his age. He resembled an old fox, having lived life to its fullest. "Grandfather, could it be that he is not Song Yang?" Li Yuanhe shook his head, regardless of whether he is Song Yang or not. "This individual should be befriended. The secrets he harbors are of no concern to us. You are simply fortunate to have encountered this concealed master among the common folk." Li Huanfeng nodded earnestly. "Yes, grandfather, I understand. I will certainly cultivate a good relationship with him." Li Yuanhe chuckled, then lifted his teacup and said, "Why not do this? Tomorrow, you can inquire whether he is available for a visit, so that I may properly express my gratitude for his life-saving assistance to you." Chapter 32. The unclaimed. Little did Li Yuanhe know that, in terms of psychological age, he, as an elderly gentleman in his twilight years, was merely a youth compared to Song Yang, who was a centenarian. However, neither the grandfather nor the grandson could fathom this, and thus they did not contemplate it further. They merely perceived Song Yang as exceedingly astute, certainly not an ordinary person. Meanwhile, within an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, Chu Ziheng was left battered and bruised, kneeling and pleading for mercy. "Brothers, I truly understand my mistake. I will repay the debt. I will find a wealthy suitor for my sister, and she will undoubtedly help me settle it. Help you repay your debt? How about this? Summon your sister here and let us see. We might grant you a few extra days." A group of men leered lewdly. To his disgrace, Chu Ziheng hastily bowed his head. All right. As long as you spare me, I will call her here to serve you well." One man picked up the phone and handed it to him. "Call her now. If she does not come, we will break your legs." Chu Ziheng quickly dialed Chu Zihan's number. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, the already sleeping Chu Zihan answered groggily. "Hello? Zihan, it's me, your brother. You must come to save me. I am at the warehouse on the outskirts. Please hurry. Just you alone is fine. Make haste." Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended, and the man kicked him to the ground. Chu Zihan, still half asleep, thought to herself that Chu Ziheng truly would not give up until he achieved his goal. How could he call at such a late hour? With that thought, she simply blocked his number and returned to her slumber. At that moment, the man continued to kick him while angrily berating him. "Are you trying to play tricks on me? Beat him up." Several burly men surrounded Chu Ziheng and began to pummel him. He had always been deceitful, yet Chu Zihan still believed he was merely acting. Now, it seemed that Chu Zihan did not take him seriously at all, allowing the situation to unfold as it may. After an hour had passed without Chu Zihan's arrival, the thugs indeed took action, breaking Chu Ziheng's right leg. Then one man sneered, "If your sister does not come today, we shall cut off one of your fingers and send it back to your home." No. I know where she lives. I will tell you where to find her. Isn't finding her a simple task? Spare your words. You have already reported our address. Do you wish to lead us into a trap? With that, the man unceremoniously used a dagger to sever one of his fingers. Chu Ziheng let out a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his blood-soaked hand. The man behind him exchanged a knowing glance with another, signaling to prepare for delivering him to the Chu family. However, unexpectedly, Chu Fumin and Lu Sufin had gone to discuss matters with relatives in search of a new benefactor for their daughter. They intended to meet with a wealthy individual, gauging whether he was indeed affluent. Thus, they chose to stay overnight at their relative's home. The enforcer, carrying a severed finger, discovered the house deserted, resulting in a futile endeavor. The following day, Song Yang drove Chu Zihan out for a delightful breakfast before escorting her to work. Just as Chu Zihan entered the corporate building, Song Yang received a call from Li Hanfeng. "Hello?" Song Yang responded with a bright smile. Li Hanfeng cheerily replied, "Brother Yang, it's me. My grandfather has arrived in Baitian and is quite fond of the items you sold me. He wishes to meet you in person to express his gratitude. He wants to know if you have some time available." Li Hanfeng smiled. "As for time, I can manage. However, I need to keep an eye on the futures market today. I must sell before 11 o'clock noon. Can you handle that?" Upon hearing this, Li Hanfeng confidently proclaimed, "Of course, I'll have Lin Wei monitor it. We will sell on time." Song Yang chuckled. "All right then, send me the address, and I shall drive over." Li Hanfeng sent him the address of the villa while he himself headed towards the Shuhai Villa. Song Yang was well acquainted with Shuhai Villa, the most expensive villa district in Baitian City. The villas were nestled within a scenic area, boasting breathtaking views. Upon arriving at the villa, the electronic gate opened automatically, revealing Li Hanfeng waiting inside. "Brother Yang, you've arrived." Upon seeing Song Yang step out of the car, Li Hanfeng greeted him respectfully. Song Yang smiled, glancing at the villa. "Your home is indeed grand. It truly reflects your wealth." Li Hanfeng scratched his head, hastily inviting Song Yang inside. "Please come in. My grandfather is waiting for you in the courtyard." Following Li Hanfeng, Song Yang ventured deeper into the villa, soon spotting Li Yuanhe seated in the courtyard, engaged in a chess match with the butler. "Grandfather, Brother Yang is here." Upon hearing the voice, the elder did not respond but focused intently on the chessboard. The butler, looking perplexed, remarked with a wry smile, "Master, I am not skilled at chess and have lost again." Li Yuanhe smiled faintly, while Song Yang's gaze fell upon the exquisite jade-carved chess set. In his past life, he cherished playing chess in the temple, relishing both xiangqi and weiqi. The sight of this finely crafted chess set rekindled his fondness and sparked a desire to play. Noticing Song Yang's expression, Li Yuanhe chuckled. "Do you fancy this chess set?" Song Yang shook his head. "Elder, it simply reminds me of the joy of playing chess." Li Yuanhe laughed heartily and gestured to the opposite seat. "Come, let us have a game." Song Yang, not one to decline, stepped forward and took his seat opposite Li Yuanhe. After arranging the pieces, Li Hanfeng swiftly nudged a piece. "Pawn to 3. Advance 1? A guiding hand?" Li Yuanhe looked at Song Yang in astonishment, then smiled slightly. "Interesting." With that, he made his move, cannon to 8. Move to 6. Li Hanfeng could not comprehend much. He was merely an onlooker. He understood that his grandfather seldom encountered worthy adversaries in chess, having triumphed over many. Yet, he was utterly astonished to see Li Hanfeng seemingly devoid of contemplation, making his moves with remarkable decisiveness, consistently suppressing Li Yuanhe. Song Yang played with an expression as calm as a placid lake, while Li Yuanhe's visage betrayed his anxiety. It was evident that his grandfather faced an opponent he found challenging to contend with. "Checkmate," Song Yang softly declared. Li Yuanhe glanced at the chessboard and then at Song Yang, bewildered. "How could I have lost so soon?" he thought, feeling a tinge of indignation. He promptly gestured. "Let us play again." Song Yang did not refuse, silently setting up the pieces once more. "Pawn to c3, he announced. "Are you employing that strategy again?" Li Yuanhe exclaimed, astonished by Song Yang's unpredictable tactics, reminiscent of celestial guidance, as elusive as the man himself. To Li Yuanhe, Song Yang was the first individual he had encountered who remained inscrutable. The depth of his thoughts was not merely a natural talent. It was the result of years of refinement. A prodigy was Li Yuanhe's assessment of Song Yang. As anticipated, after only a few more moves, Li Yuanhe found himself defeated once again. "Haha, young friend Song, from whom did you learn such chess prowess?" Song Yang smiled. "I merely experimented at home. I have not been taught by anyone." "Good day, sir. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Yang, a friend of Hanfeng." Li Yuanhe scrutinized Song Yang before smiling and saying, "I have heard you possess the gift of divination. Might I be fortunate enough to have you read my fortune and discern how much longer this old man has to live?" Song Yang waved his hand and replied with a chuckle, "There are 3 matters I do not divine. First, life and death. Second, rise and fall. Third, right and wrong." Chapter 33. Li Chunyang Song Yang's words piqued Li Yuan's interest. Oh, what do you mean by that, young friend? Did you not assist Han Feng in averting calamity? Huh. That was merely a method to seek fortune and avoid misfortune. My principle of 3 prohibitions is well-founded and not mere nonsense. I do not divine life and death, for these are predetermined. From the moment one is born, they are on the path toward death. It is ordained by heaven and thus cannot be divined. As for rise and fall, it is not merely fortune. The rise and fall of nations, species, and the very fabric of time are also predetermined, akin to life and death, and cannot be fathomed. Regarding right and wrong, these are matters of morality, intertwined with human emotions, and are likewise predetermined. Natural laws provide their own judgments. What need is there for divination? Li Yuanhe smiled gently, nodding in agreement. Indeed, you speak truthfully. It seems you are not one of those charlatans, but rather a genuine disciple of the divination school. Song Yang was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Li Yuanhe was familiar with the divination school. However, his astonishment was fleeting, unnoticed by Li Yuanhe. It appears the old gentleman is quite knowledgeable about our sect. Song Yang remarked with a smile. Li Yuanhe spoke thoughtfully. In my youth, I had the privilege of witnessing a celestial master from the divination school. They truly possessed the ability to foresee the future. No wonder you possess such remarkable abilities. It seems your descent from the mountain was aimed at enhancing your experience. Song Yang nodded, acknowledging that is somewhat true, but primarily it is to repay the debts I owe. After all, I was quite reckless in the past, and now I must make amends for my previous actions. Li Yuanhe chuckled, as if all his concerns had dissipated. For 3,000 years, the pursuit of grandeur ebbs and flows. Let us raise our glasses and jest about the vicissitudes of life. In the indifferent celestial palace, let us cherish the people before us, for that is indeed a treasure. With a long sigh, Li Yuanhe patted Song Yang on the shoulder and remarked, young friend Song, I heard from Han Feng that you are engaging in grain futures with him. I am quite curious. Despite the rising market, why did you advise Han Feng to sell before noon? With a calm smile, Song Yang replied, actually, this is quite straightforward. The world has more grain-producing regions than just these few countries. It is undeniable that grain prices will rise, but the futures market often deliberately inflates prices. Who benefits most from this? Clearly, it is not these individuals. To profit, one must allow prices to fall, and then those who have not entered the market but hold grain, countries that require actual financial settlement, will hope to reap substantial rewards. Those who inflate prices ultimately hinder their gains, so a significant harvest must occur to suppress these futures orders, followed by a strategic bottom-fishing approach, waiting for prices to stabilize and rise before executing orders. Li Yuanhe was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Song Yang with disbelief. The reasoning was indeed simple, yet it precisely captured the essence of the matter. Such insight is not commonplace. It is the rarity of the few. To possess such astute psychological foresight is an exceptional trait. A prodigy, without a doubt. Whomever receives his assistance will undoubtedly ascend as if propelled by a rocket. The Li family has truly encountered a sage. At this moment, it is imperative for them to elevate this sage into a benefactor. A prodigy. In my lifetime, I have encountered numerous talented individuals, yet young friend Song is the first to possess both such skill and character. Ha Feng is fortunate to befriend someone like you. However, I still find myself puzzled about one matter. I wonder if young friend Song could elucidate it for me? Please feel free to inquire, the elderly gentleman urged. Li Yuanhe smiled slightly. Then, how do you ascertain the timing of the announcements by these countries? The time difference, of course, Song Yang replied. I believe they have been aware of yesterday's dramatic surge for some time. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for them to respond today. I am confident they will react promptly. Li Yuanhe was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. I understand now. Haha. As they continued their conversation, Song Yang engaged Li Yuanhe in discussions about international developments and future prospects. It was merely casual dialogue, lacking any substantial content. Nonetheless, throughout the exchange, Li Yuanhe found himself awed by Song Yang. The young man's eloquence and demeanor made Li Yuanhe feel as though he were conversing with someone far older and wiser, rather than a mere youth. This was indeed peculiar. Before long, a car pulled up outside. Upon seeing the black license plates, Li Hanfeng recognized that his father had returned. Shortly thereafter, 2 secretaries hurriedly exited the vehicle, followed by a middle-aged man who descended the steps with measured grace. After alighting from the car in haste, Li Hanfeng expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Grandfather, why did you summon him? Li Yuanhe huffed in response. Did I summon him? Have you forgotten how much money you've misappropriated? Do you really think I would seek him out? Sure enough, upon spotting Li Hanfeng from a distance, Li Chunyang's face soured. You prodigal son. Why did you suddenly divert 800 million from the accounts? Li Hanfeng, with disdain and annoyance, retorted, do I not possess the right to manage my own affairs? Must I report to you? Li Chunyang's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Li Hanfeng, exclaiming, you know I am currently seeking opportunities and negotiating collaborations with major banks in Europe. Your sudden withdrawal of funds has jeopardized everything. Li Hanfeng replied defiantly. What I do is none of your business. I have the right to profit for the company, and besides, that money was originally mine. Why should I not be able to reallocate it? Seeing his son audaciously defy him, Li Chunyang, in a fit of rage, struck him across the face. Li Hanfeng, though struck, remained unyielding. Go ahead, strike me if you dare. It's not like the money can be taken out now. Witnessing his disciple being struck, Song Yang immediately rose and said, Mr. Li, I believe there is no need for such agitation. Li Chunyang scrutinized Song Yang and, with displeasure, retorted, who are you? What are you doing in my home? Li Yuanhe, upon hearing this, expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, Song is my invited guest. Li Chunyang, your behavior is increasingly intolerable. Do you think that becoming chairman grants you the right to act recklessly? Under the old man's reprimand, Li Chunyang softened immediately, saying, Father, I am merely concerned about you being deceived. Do you know what this person does? Li Yuanhe replied angrily, what he does is of no concern to you. I may be old, but I am not foolish. And you, how dare you criticize others? Look at yourself. What have you contributed to this family? How can you still scold others? Li Chunyang bristled at the old man's scolding, feeling particularly indignant in front of outsiders. Father, how can you say such things about me? I am the chairman, after all. Furthermore, I am striving to find breakthroughs for our family. Our business has reached a bottleneck. Should we simply endure? Europe is a field we must enter. Without this step, the Li family is bound to decline. Li Hanfeng scoffed, as if we are all useless without you. If you could succeed, even a sow could climb a tree. Upon hearing this, Li Chunyang retorted angrily, how dare you speak to me like that? You ungrateful wretch. Enough. Li Yuanhe interjected. Chunyang, you are lost in your obsession with Europe. Do you truly believe that entering Europe will liberate the Li family from its current plight? Have you considered that even if we enter Europe, we might achieve nothing? How could that be possible? Father, what do you mean by that? At this moment, Song Yang spoke up, Mr. Li, I must say I agree with the old gentleman. Even if you succeed, you may indeed reap no rewards. Li Chunyang replied with irritation. What does this have to do with you? I am unclear about your purpose here. I am unwilling to expose you before the old master. And you still have the audacity to show your face? Chapter 34, A Swindler of the Jianghu? Li Hanfeng, upon hearing his father speak of Song Yang in such a manner, could not restrain himself and stepped forward to say, you think you're impressive? You think you're something special? You married a wretch who has deceived you time and again, nearly leading me to my demise. If it weren't for Brother Yang, I would have leapt off a building. And you still have the gall to speak ill of others? Have you considered your own actions? Unable to manage your own affairs, how dare you berate others? Li Chunyang was furious, raising his hand to strike again. However, this time, his hand was firmly grasped by Li Yuanhe. Impudent! Li Yuanhe rebuked, leaving Li Chunyang momentarily stunned. Father, do you not know? I have investigated this fellow. He is nothing more than a gambler and a drunkard. He currently owes over 1 million to loan sharks. He is merely playing tricks here, knowing a few whispers. Do not let him deceive you. Li Yuanhe dismissed him with a wave of his hand, pushing Li Chunyang away. Is this the extent of your abilities over the years? Learning to be brazen in front of me? Learning to strike your own son? Learning to seek out wretches outside? With your conduct, how do you expect to lead the family to prosperity? What will you rely on? That wretched woman misappropriating the family's funds? Supporting a young gigolo outside? Li Yuanhe scolded his son without mercy. Li Chunyang was left speechless. Father, what do you mean by that? Li Yuanhe scoffed, casting a glance at his son. What? You commit disgraceful acts and still expect not to be criticized? Is this all you amount to? Li Chunyang dared not speak. Though he held the title of chairman, the old master's influence still loomed large, and he was essentially propped up by it. Were it not for the old master, with his pitiful actions, the Li family would have long been irreparably damaged. Not to mention, the woman he married had nearly caused his own son's demise multiple times. But father, do you truly not know what this fellow does? Li Yuanhe chuckled softly. What he does has no bearing on my acquaintance with him. Song Xiaoyu lives in the present, gazing towards the future. What does the past matter? Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, he helped Hanfeng evade the traps laid by that wretch and has compensated for our losses. On that basis alone, Do you even possess a semblance of the family head's demeanor in your previous statements? Faced with Li Yu and his inquiries, Li Chunying finally had to lower his head. To be candid, Song Yang had little desire to involve himself with Li Chunying. It was solely due to Li Hanfeng being his disciple that he felt compelled to act. Otherwise, he would have turned a blind eye to such a person. Li Chunyang's fate was of no concern to him. Everyone walks their own path, the rain, no matter how abundant, cannot nourish a rootless grass. Not all souls require salvation. Even if Song Yang wished to assist, he would be powerless to do so. Therefore, were it not for Li Hanfeng's sake, he would resolutely refrain from intervening. What? How could it be? He is merely a gambler, a drunkard. How could he possibly? Before Li Chunying could finish, Li Hanfeng, with a darkened expression, interjected, "What grandfather said is correct. He is indeed a gambler and a drunkard, guiding me to capitalize on the stocks chosen by that wretch and her paramour to transfer assets. She intends to exploit the stock market, deliberately siphoning off a wave of funds to facilitate a smooth transfer before making her escape. Her strategy involved establishing a position in the stock market while laundering funds, subsequently redirecting them towards high-quality foreign stocks. Yang provided me with timely guidance, enabling a sudden intervention to intercept the transferred funds, effectively trapping her within the market's confines through a price drop. Consequently, I managed to recover all my losses and, under his direction, seized the opportunity to acquire Yuan Wei. This acquisition paved the way for a new business direction, allowing us to secure assets worth billions, thus enabling Huffing to venture into new realms of development. As for you, you remain obstinately self-righteous, convinced that your perspective is the only valid one." Li Chunyuan was left dumbfounded. If we were to say that Song Yang merely stumbled upon the truth, alerting Li Hanfeng to avoid Ling Meizhen's snares, that could be dismissed as mere coincidence. However, whether it involves short-selling opportunistically or bottom-fishing Yuan Wei, such occurrences cannot merely be attributed to chance. Coincidence may be plausible once or twice, but when it happens repeatedly, it transcends mere happenstance. The question arises, how could such an incorrigible gambler possess such capabilities? Observing Li Chunyuan's silence, Li Hanfeng coldly retorted, "What right do you have to mock Yang?" Li Chunyuan, "I'm unafraid to admit that the 8 billion is a testament to Yang's guidance for me to prove myself, to demonstrate that I am superior to you, capable of leading Huffing out of its stagnation and seizing new developmental opportunities. Europe, your thoughts are consumed solely by Europe. With the developments there, what remains for us to claim? Have you even contemplated this? If there were opportunities for growth, would we be waiting to discover them? If we were to venture there, we would merely be lambs for slaughter. Even if you employ various underhanded tactics to infiltrate the European financial market, what then? Do you think they would allow you to usurp their livelihoods? What are you contemplating?" Li Chunyuan, chastised by his son, flushed with indignation, replied, "Europe is the world's financial hub. Without penetrating the European market, how can we possibly advance?" Song Yang sighed in resignation, chairmanly, on this matter. "I must concur with Hanfeng. I acknowledge the unassailable position of Europe in the financial realm, yet entrenched interests have already solidified there. Be it the payment systems or financial governance, they have developed comprehensive management structures. Even if you successfully enter the European market, would depositors and clients carelessly choose your newly established bank over established local institutions? Furthermore, they operate as a cohesive unit. At best, you might engage in a limited amount of cross-border trade settlements related to the mainland, but ultimately you would still rely on their settlement systems, incurring management fees. Have you considered that Europe is akin to an aging titan in finance? Although it once basked in glory, its potential has waned. The pie has been nearly divided, and the spirit of contract is largely upheld. Should issues arise, would they still honor their contractual obligations? The world is vast, and in financial development, particularly for emerging enterprises, the focus lies on future potential. Attempting to compete with the past and present is akin to striking a rock with an egg. The Middle East, in contrast, is characterized by numerous nations undergoing reconstruction. They seek development and are eager for substantial capital influx into their markets. The potential for growth there is significant. For your Huffing consortium, the investment potential and returns far surpass those available in Europe. The situation over there is unstable and fraught with risk. However, the key point is that the world has long been divided and must eventually unite. Similarly, what has been unified must eventually fall apart. After so many years of turmoil, can this continue indefinitely? Don't they desire to live peacefully? Upon hearing Song Yang's words, Li Chunyang was taken aback. The Middle East? Li Hanfeng scoffed dismissively from the side. Don't think you're the only one who understands. The Middle East is the best option, low difficulty, high returns, albeit with relatively high risks. But for us, this is hardly a concern. Unlike you, Brother Yang, I am currently accumulating capital, enabling me to enter the market. Just so you know, the funds you wanted have been allocated to purchase grain futures. Once the money is in place, I will promptly arrange for our entry into the Middle East. Li Hanfeng's words left Li Chunyang utterly incredulous. He was on the verge of flying to Europe when he discovered that Li Hanfeng had diverted funds, compelling him to rush back for a reprimand. To his astonishment, this money was now being used for futures trading. This was nothing short of reckless. Yet now, Li Hanfeng intended to use these funds to enter the Middle East. It was simply unbelievable. How can you be so confident in making a profit? And with a mere $800 million, over $100 million, you think you can penetrate the financial market in the Middle East? Do you not realize it is a realm of the wealthy? Before Li Chunyang could finish, Li Hanfeng's phone rang. Hello? Lin Wei? What is going on? President Li, we just received news that several northern countries have declared their grain supply is ample and are willing to participate in the international grain market, indicating sufficient stock. Li Hanfeng exclaimed excitedly. So, have you sold? Yes, I just completed the sale shortly before this news broke, and now the index is plummeting. Lin Wei exclaimed. President Li, this Mr. Song is truly formidable. How does he know all this? Does he have someone on the inside? Did he know in advance? Li Hanfeng retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? How much did we profit? About 5 times our investment. When I sold, it was over 5.5 times the initial amount. Master Song's 1 million has now ballooned to 65 million. Chapter 35, A True Master. 65 million? Song Yang earned that much? Was he not raking in a fortune? Realizing this, Li Hanfeng immediately activated the speakerphone, addressing Li Chunyang. And what about us? Lin Wei, unaware of the situation on this end, shouted excitedly, President Li, we are even more remarkable. We pooled around 800 million in funds, and our account balance has reached 5.3 billion. What? Li Chunyang nearly shouted in disbelief. Li Hanfeng, under Song Yang's guidance, had managed to generate such substantial profits for the consortium. Lin Wei continued with growing enthusiasm. Moreover, Master Song's predictions have been astonishingly accurate. After we sold our futures, the market fluctuated and then began a steep decline. If we had delayed, we would have truly faced disaster. Hearing this, Li Chunyang turned to look at Song Yang in astonishment. Earning $600 million in one go was no trivial matter. 45 billion was an astronomical sum for a medium-sized consortium like Hefeng. Over $600 million. When considering the funds at hand, that totals to a staggering 700 million. If we were to consolidate our available capital now, we would possess an impressive $50 billion. Entering the Middle East undoubtedly holds great promise. Li Chunyang was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Well done. You deserve a half-day off to rest. Thank you, Mr. Li. Lin Wei felt a surge of joy upon hearing that Li Hanfeng had granted him a break. However, what Lin Wei did not anticipate was that this conversation was overheard by Li Yuanhe and Li Chunyang. After hanging up the phone, Li Hanfeng confidently declared, Grandfather, I wish to convene a board meeting to seek a resolution. Should we continue to strive for entry into the European market? Or should we consider laying the groundwork in the Middle East? Li Yuanhe cast a glance at Li Chunyang and inquired, what is the current situation in the European market? Li Chunyang shook his head. At present, there are no effective solutions. I have exhausted every possible means, yet all parties remain indifferent to us. Even if we managed to enter, we would merely be investors without decision-making power. Moreover, the investment requirements and barriers are exceedingly high. Li Yuanhe scoffed and turned to Song Yang, asking, Young Song, could you possibly persuade this unfilial descendant to reconsider? Which path shall we choose? Song Yang clasped his hands and smiled. This is your area of expertise, and I believe you already possess the answer in your heart. However, I must caution you, Chairman Li, that pursuing a misguided path can lead to significant losses, especially considering you have stated that all avenues have been explored. Are you not concerned that once you enter, they might render all your efforts futile? Had Song Yang expressed such sentiments earlier, Li Chunyang would have been enraged, vehemently dismissing Song Yang's worth. Yet now, having witnessed Song Yang's prowess, he had tempered his demeanor. Mr. Song, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. You are correct. The European market has long been divided, and I find myself at a loss. I agree that the Middle East presents a viable option. However, your warning about pursuing a misguided path, could you elucidate further? Song Yang contemplated for a moment. In his previous life, Li Hanfeng had also mentioned matters concerning Li Chunyang. Although at that time, Li Chunying had sought to vindicate Li Hanfan, it was only after a considerable period, following a betrayal by his most trusted confidant in Europe, who had reaped the benefits while deceiving Li Chunying into entering a partnership that ultimately led to devastating losses for the phone consortium. This incident had significantly impacted Li Hanfan's grandfather, Li Yuanhe, who, upon receiving such distressing news, succumbed to his fate in a convalescent home. After all, his grandson had just sustained severe injuries, rendering him incapacitated, and now his son had squandered generations of the Li family's efforts. Such a reality was unbearable for Li Yuanhe. Song Yang sighed inwardly, considering it merely a way to repay Li Hanfan for the favor of the used car he had given him. Chairmanly, this is not a difficult matter to ponder. With your financial resources available for investment, why is it so arduous? Are you truly willing to forego investment? Have you not contemplated the possibility that your every piece of intelligence is thoroughly understood by the other party, who may be exploiting this knowledge to gain leverage over you? Li Chunying was jolted by this revelation. Song Yang's words served as a wake-up call to those in a stupor. Indeed, he had harbored a curiosity about his situation. As an investor, he was there to dispense funds, and there was no reason for others to reject his presence. Other Chinese merchants were investing in Europe, yet they encountered far less difficulty than he did. Unless, of course, someone was betraying him, divulging his information to the opposing side and placing him in a precarious position during negotiations. Li Chunyang's gaze turned icy as it fell upon his two secretaries trailing behind him. The two, intimidated by his glare, quickly raised their hands in protest. Chairman, it's not us. We have been with you the entire time. Even if we harbored such thoughts, we would lack the time to act on them. If anyone is to blame, it would be your designated overseas contact, Liao Haixing. The mention of Liao Haixing sent a shiver through Song Yang. Was he the one who later engaged in deceitful practices, causing a stir in the United States and ultimately losing $300 billion before being imprisoned? He was indeed a remarkable figure, having created significant upheaval in the financial sphere. Song Yang knew of him from his previous life, as he had once made headlines. Li Hafeng, with a grim expression, murmured, I presume he is the one who devised a strategy for you, suggesting there is a way out? Li Chunying chose to ignore Li Hanfeng, instead falling into deep contemplation. At that moment, Li Yuanhe, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked, this should be straightforward. You need only to investigate the accounts to uncover the truth. Have you looked into the overseas accounts? Li Chunying shook his head. As a member of the banking system, scrutinizing one of his own subordinates was well within his capabilities. I understand now. I will arrange for an investigation immediately. Remarkably, Li Chunying refrained from saying more and proceeded earnestly with his task. Mr. Song, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance to the Li family. Such kindness shall not go unacknowledged. Should you ever require our help, do not hesitate to ask. Song Yang waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for such formality. Li Chunying nodded with a smile, then hurriedly left to prepare for the investigation. After all, if there was indeed a mole in his midst, it posed a significant threat. Once Li Chunying departed, Li Hanfeng let out a long breath. He patted Song Yang on the shoulder and said, Brother Yang, though he may not be a good person, he speaks the truth, regardless of the circumstances. Our family will never turn you away. Well, if that is the case, then we are indeed being formal, Song Yang replied with a chuckle. At that moment, his phone rang from his pocket. Upon checking, he saw a message from Chu Zihan. Come to the company. There is something urgent. Chapter 36. The transformation of Chu Zihan. Noticing Song Yang's furrowed brow, Li Hanfeng inquired with concern, Brother Yang, has something happened with your wife? Song Yang nodded. Typically, unless there was trouble brewing, Chu Zihan would not message him at this hour. It was clear that something was amiss. Apologies, Elder Hafeng. I must return home urgently due to family matters. Li Yuanhe nodded and turned to Li Hanfeng, saying, Hanfeng, accompany young Song. You are more familiar with this area and can assist in resolving any minor issues that may arise. All right, Yang, shall we depart? Song Yang did not refuse. After all, Li Hafeng held a significant position in Baitian, and any issues that arose would indeed be more easily resolved by him. Thus, the two did not linger, but rather drove straight away. To facilitate their journey, Li Hanfeng opted to take his seldom-used Rolls-Royce, heading directly towards the company. Meanwhile, at the company entrance, a crowd had gathered, many spectators drawn in by the commotion, yet none dared to approach. They merely took photographs or whispered among themselves. A fashionably dressed woman, adorned in designer labels, continuously shouted at Chu Zihan, you shameless harlot. You've seduced my boyfriend. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Chu Zihan, her face flushed with anger, retorted. When did I ever seduce your boyfriend? I have a husband and children. The woman shot back. Who knows whose child you bear? You're utterly shameless. With that, she slapped Chu Zihan, leaving her face stinging red. Everyone knows your husband is a coward. I'll tell you this, my boyfriend is Li Hanfeng. You should stop dreaming of soaring above your station. The crowd murmured in derision. Look at that worthless husband of hers. Too afraid to speak up while his wife carries another man's child. Chu Zihan trembled with fury upon hearing the woman's words. Her colleagues could not contain their whispers. Did you see? I told you she could never rise to prominence. Indeed, she only ascends through shamelessness. By the way, I saw her husband driving her to work yesterday. Turns out it was Li Hanfeng's car. As the taunts grew increasingly harsh, Chu Zihan sensed that forbearance held no value. She stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. Smearing me is one thing, but insulting my husband? You, of all people, have the audacity? Furthermore, you claim your boyfriend is Li Hanfeng? Do you truly believe someone like him would ever notice a disgrace like you? My husband is friends with Mr. Li. What are you? At best, a mere inflatable doll. No one expected the previously submissive Chu Zihan to utter such words. Stunned, the woman, having been struck, pointed at Chu Zihan and shrieked, You dare hit me, you wretched creature. But before she could finish, Chu Zihan retaliated with 2 more slaps. And what if I do? You come here uninvited, insulting my husband. Who else would I strike? The woman, in a frenzy, lunged at Chu Zihan, attempting to grab her. However, Chu Zihan seized her hair and unleashed a flurry of punches upon her. The blows were delivered with such ferocity that the woman's nose was left askew. That is for your slander. That is for insulting my husband. Finally, Chu Zihan pushed the woman to the ground, pointing at her in fury. Let me make this clear. I, Chu Zihan, can handle my man. You dare utter another word against him? The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the transformation of Chu Zihan from a meek figure to someone so fiercely defiant. Just then, a Rolls-Royce came to a stop behind the crowd. The car door swung open, and Song Yang hastily emerged. He had initially believed that Chu Zihan was being bullied, but upon pushing through the crowd, he was taken aback. At that moment, Chu Zihan was behaving like a wild tempest, relentlessly attacking a woman. The woman's nose had been twisted from the blows. Yet Chu Zihan seemed far from satisfied. How dare you speak nonsense? How dare you insult my husband? Song Yang rushed forward, enveloping Chu Zihan in his arms. Zihan, my dear, please calm down. Don't let your anger affect the baby. You're pregnant. How can you engage in a brawl? What if you get hurt? Just tell me if anything happens. Upon seeing Song Yang, Chu Zihan appeared emboldened. This despicable person came to our company, claiming I was seducing President Li and even insulted you. Do they think I lack a temper? Song Yang quickly nodded in agreement. No. My wife is hardly someone without a temper. Please, calm down. You have a child to think about. Chu Zihan pointed at the bloodied woman with fury. If you dare to come to my company again to cause trouble, I will tear your mouth apart. Please, don't get angry. Song Yang pleaded. Oh dear. Why does your temper flare up so suddenly? All right, my love, just take a breath. I will handle this. As Song Yang comforted Chu Zihan, Li Hanfeng also exited the vehicle. Upon seeing the woman sitting on the ground, he instinctively recoiled. Sister-in-law is quite fierce. Yanggu has survived all these years without being beaten to death by her. He truly is fortunate. However, Li Hanfeng quickly disregarded the woman and approached Chu Zihan, bowing apologetically. Sister-in-law, please don't be angry. It was my fault. That wretched woman, I should have dealt with her to prevent your anger. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will take care of this. Li Hanfeng then exchanged a knowing glance with Song Yang before swiftly delivering a resounding slap. Slap. Wretched woman, do you still have the audacity to claim I am your boyfriend? Do you think I am unaware of the shameless acts you have committed? Slap. When you and Ling Meijian were both consorting with one man, did you ever consider how disgraceful you are? Slap. And colluding with outsiders to ensnare me. While I had not sought trouble with you, yet you dared to trouble my sister-in-law. Even if Yanggu were to let you off today, I shall not. Li Hanfeng continued to strike the woman, leaving the onlookers in shock. Li Hanfeng actually referred to Chu Zihan as sister-in-law? What was even more astonishing was that this fashionable and beautiful woman had such a fierce side. Was she not an internet celebrity, living a glamorous life? As Li Hanfeng exposed the woman's sordid deeds while striking her, the woman pleaded, Hanfeng, I was wrong. I truly know my mistakes. I did all this because I love you. I cannot live without you. Love? Spare me your nonsense. Get lost. Li Hanfeng, enraged, kicked her again, sending her sprawling to the ground. Song Yang observed impassively, having refrained from taking action against the woman who sought trouble with his wife. Feeling fatigued from the altercation, Li Hafeng then grasped the woman by her collar. Enough. There is no need to speak to a person like you. You wouldn't understand anyway. If you're so eager to stir trouble, very well, allow me to enlighten you on the consequences of provoking my elder brother, Li Hanfeng. With that, Li Hanfeng picked up the phone and dialed Lu Yuan. I have apprehended that wretched woman. I trust we have retained the prior evidence, correct? Come over and ensure she is taken into custody. Understood, young Master Li. I shall bring my team immediately. Upon hearing Li Hanfeng's words, Yining trembled in fear. Hafeng, you cannot treat me this way? Have you forgotten the love we once shared? Get lost. Do not remind me of those memories. Even thinking about them now makes me feel nauseated. After Li Hanfeng established control over the situation, Chu Zihan glared at the others. What are you all gawking at? Does the company pay you to loaf about and record videos? Return to your duties at once. With Chu Zihan's fierce reprimand, the remaining individuals hurriedly tucked away their phones and rushed back to work. At this moment, everyone understood one thing. The newly appointed manager of the business department was not to be trifled with. Chapter 37. I have a wonderful husband. As the crowd dispersed, Chu Zihan sighed with relief. It was only then that she realized she was cradled in Song Yang's embrace. Her cheeks flushed suddenly. Are you negotiating business with Mr. Li? If so, please continue. I shall refrain from seeking you out during work hours. Song Yang shook his head. You are my wife. Such matters require my involvement. I am concerned for both you and our child. Chu Zihan's cheeks reddened further, and in a coy manner, she chided, smooth talker. With that, she playfully nudged Song Yang. However, at that moment, Chu Zihan experienced a sense of reliance and assurance she had never felt before. Song Yang had truly transformed. Not just him, but she too had undergone a change. She discreetly resolved that this marriage was one she would not abandon. Moreover, she intended to cherish a life with Song Yang, even if he achieved little and relied on her earnings. As long as their home remained warm and she could feel such happiness, that was sufficient. As Song Yang watched Chu Zihan return to the company, Li Hanfeng sheepishly remarked, Brother Yang, I apologize. I did not anticipate my affairs would disrupt you. Song Yang shook his head and smiled. No worries. Many occurrences are destined and unavoidable. Li Hanfeng, with a smile, suggested, Brother Yang, how about we grab a bite? I haven't properly treated you since you came over. Song Yang did not decline. He agreed to Li Hanfeng's invitation, and they drove to a rather upscale restaurant by the North River. Li Hanfeng reserved a private room to facilitate a quiet conversation. Once seated, Li Hanfeng, brimming with excitement from his recent financial gains, eagerly inquired about Song Yang's future plans. Brother Yang, what do you intend to do next? Song Yang had anticipated this question and had long since formulated his response. For now, I wish to focus on caring for my wife. As for specific undertakings, I believe in taking it one step at a time. Ensuring her stability is my priority. Short-term investments can be temporarily set aside. You must also take time to digest everything. Li Hanfeng nodded vigorously and smiled as he said, I understand now. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Li Hanfeng's phone rang unexpectedly. It seemed urgent. He placed the car keys on the table and said, Yang, leave your car at my grandfather's place for now. You can drive it. I want to be using it. When I have time, we'll switch back. Without waiting for Song Yang to refuse, Li Hanfeng hurriedly left to settle the bill. Song Yang looked at the keys on the table, contemplating the situation. Driving a Rolls-Royce to pick up his wife? He realized that Li Hanfeng intended for him to use the luxury vehicle for that purpose, as it would be far more comfortable than his modest 86. However, the car itself was rather conspicuous. Yet, with no alternatives available, he decided to drive it for the time being. Upon exiting the hotel, Song Yang glanced at the time and thought it might be a good opportunity to stroll around and check out the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Perhaps he could find a suitable practitioner. Thus, he took the Rolls-Royce for a spin. After cruising for a while, he discovered that such clinics were scarce and finding one would require some effort. He wasn't particularly pressed to locate one today. It was a search that required patience. After all, he had sufficient funds for now, and he could continue driving the car until he had the chance to return it to Li Hanfeng. With this in mind, Song Yang drove the Rolls-Royce directly to Chu Zihan's company. Since the events of noon, the employees had become considerably more subdued. Furthermore, Chu Zihan had become decidedly more assertive, shedding her previous cautious demeanor. Many previously bottlenecked business orders had been promptly organized. As she prepared for a break, a senior colleague who had a good rapport with Chu Zihan approached her with a cup of hot water and remarked, Manager Chu, You look dashing today. By the way, what does your husband do? He must be quite impressive if Li Hanfeng refers to you as sister-in-law. That's remarkable. Chu Zihan smiled slightly and replied. They merely know each other. Mr. Li was likely just being courteous. Is that so? That relationship must be rather special. Just as they were conversing, the door swung open. Old Wei, I found a fantastic place today. The girl is exceptionally beautiful. A man entered with a playful demeanor. Upon realizing that the person in the office was not Wei Feng, he scrutinized Chu Zihan with surprise. Oh, a beauty? Where's Wei Feng? Are you his secretary? Why didn't this guy mention such a stunning girl? Chu Zihan frowned. This man frequently sought out Wei Feng, and given her desk was tucked away in a corner. He rarely noticed her. Yet, she often observed him entering and exiting Wei Feng's office. This individual was Wang Lai, the chairman's nephew, known for his arrogant behavior and tendency to harass female employees, causing everyone to avoid him. Chu Zihan's expression tightened. Wei Feng has been dismissed. If you have no business here, please leave. Oh, a little firecracker, are we? Wang Lai smirked, his eyes glinting with a lewd light as he continued to appraise Chu Zihan. New here? Are you free tonight? Let us grab dinner. With a stern face, Chu Zihan replied, No, if there is nothing else, please exit immediately. With a cold laugh, Wang Lai suddenly splashed the hot water from the table directly onto Chu Zihan. Although she did not scream, the older sister beside her gasped in shock. Chu Zihan glanced at the water soaking her, while Wang Lai mockingly taunted. So you think you can be disrespectful? Don't you dare ask who I am? This company belongs to my uncle. If you want to work here, then work. Otherwise, I'll make sure you leave today. Glaring, Chu Zihan had long wished to quit. Yesterday, she had been whispered about behind her back, and today, she encountered this insufferable man. Did her face convey that she was easy to bully? Very well, then, she would inform your uncle that I'm resigning. With that, she defiantly pointed to the door, saying, Let us go right now. I'm waiting. Wang Lai sneered coldly and retorted, So you're asking for trouble, are you? Just wait. After sitting down, Sister Jia advised, Zihan, why provoke him? Just decline politely. You know how arrogant Wang Lai is in the company. In a low voice, Chu Zihan replied, I don't want to either. You saw it. When my husband arrives, how will I explain this? Rather than distressing my husband, I'd rather quit. I can find another job. It's better than losing my family. Sister Jia, hearing Chu Zihan's words, ceased her persuasion. She merely sighed mournfully. If only my husband had half the virtue of yours, I wouldn't have to endure this nonsense. About 20 minutes passed. Chu Zihan was still waiting for Wang Qinxin to call when her phone rang. Zihan, I'm here now. I parked the car at Li Hanfeng's place. When you get out, the black sedan is mine. You took President Li's car out? Song Yang chuckled helplessly. He was in a hurry, so he left it with me. I'm in a bit of a bind. All right, wait a moment. I have some matters to attend to. I plan to resign tomorrow. Chu Zihan's declaration startled Song Yang. Resign? What happened? It's nothing. Just wait for me. Song Yang quickly replied, If you're resigning, then don't worry about it. I'll support you. We have enough money at home. Just come down. I can get a shop in a few days. And you can be the boss. We won't be mistreated. A warmth surged in Chu Zihan's heart, and she asked, Have you made money? Song Yang grinned, Yes. I've made a bit. Once we settle our debts, we can live comfortably. Come down. Don't waste your breath on them. Joy filled Chu Zihan as she grabbed her backpack and told Sister Jia, Inform Wang that I'm done serving. With that, she happily clicked her heels and hurried downstairs. Just as she stepped out, Wang Lai chased after her, yelling, Who said you could leave? Aren't you so tough? Uncle, this wretched girl, ungrateful and audacious, dares to confront me. Wang Lai pointed at Chu Zihan, and upon seeing her, Wang Qinxin's expression changed dramatically. What the hell? Are you trying to court death? Chapter 38. A justified beating. Wang Qinxin never anticipated that his nephew would provoke this formidable lady. Was he deliberately inviting trouble? To his astonishment, Chu Zihan strode confidently towards a black and silver Rolls-Royce. Was he the Li Hanfeng's car? The driver was none other than Song Yang, the man whom Li Hanfeng had referred to as brother that day. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Wang Qinxin's back. Unbeknownst to Wang Lai, who was oblivious to his uncle's pallor, he brazenly declared, I have taken a liking to you, and that is your fortune. Today, I shall see who dares to support you. Song Yang's brow furrowed as he quickly approached, but Chu Zihan promptly grasped his arm. Let us not stoop to his level. Let us go home. Song Yang glanced at Wang Lai, his gaze radiating an icy demeanor. Yet Wang Lai arrogantly continued. You must be her husband, right? I'll be frank. I'm interested in her. If you know what is good for you. You'd persuade your wife to spend a few days with me. Otherwise, originally, Song Yang intended to halt his advance, but upon hearing those words, he executed a swift kick. Bang! Wang Lai staggered backward, struggling to regain his balance before collapsing. You! How dare you hit me? Uncle, did you see that? He dared to strike me. Wang Qinxin glared at his troublesome nephew and retaliated with a kick. Damn it! I've worked tirelessly to build my business. And your family has offered no assistance. Now you want to drag me into the abyss? Do you think I can provoke Li Hafeng? Do you take me for some mere background character in a novel, easily sacrificed? The more Wang Qinxin pondered, the angrier he became. Delivering blow after blow as Wang Lai cried out in agony. Uncle, you're hitting the wrong person. Why are you doing this to me? Wang Qinxin seethed. I'll beat you to death, you wretched child. If you dare to show up at my company again, I will make you regret it. Do you think you can mess with Manager Chu? This is not a place for your antics. You just keep causing trouble. Today, I'll deal with you. And it will spare your father from further headaches. Chu Zihan watched in astonishment as Wang Qinxin pummeled Wang Lai. The latter dared not resist. His current standing was entirely due to Wang Qinxin as support. Without him, he was nothing. After Wang Qinxin had vented his frustrations, he turned to Chu Zihan and said, Manager Chu, I sincerely apologize. My nephew is nothing but a beast. It is a misfortune for my family. One should not strike those who come with a smile. He added, his demeanor softening. Wang Qinxin's sudden cordiality left Chu Zihan at a loss for how to respond. Chairman Wang, let us not dwell on it. Manager Chu, it is entirely my fault. Since your husband is here, I must make amends for the company. Therefore, you should report for duty tomorrow. We have a general manager position that has been vacant, which I have been filling. You will take on this role. Chu Zihan's eyes widened in disbelief. General manager? Was she even qualified for such a position? In terms of both experience and credentials, she felt utterly unqualified. But chairman, I lack the qualifications and experience. Experience? What more do you need? Manager Chu, please do not be so modest. That scoundrel Wei Feng has turned my department into chaos. As soon as you took office, you managed to rectify the situation. Now, the company finds itself at the brink of despair. After all these years, do you not harbor even a shred of affection for this company? This statement felt like a form of emotional coercion directed at Chu Zihan. Indeed, during her most challenging times, she relied solely on the salary from the company. Had it not been for her employment here, she would have struggled to persevere until now. With this thought in mind, Chu Zihan sighed. All right, I shall give it a try. Wang Qinxin has also recognized that Chu Zihan is truly a remarkable talent. His interest in her is not merely to curry favor with Li Hafeng. After all, in these past few days, Chu Zihan has addressed the issues that plagued the company since her ascension. Such talent is not something he can afford to overlook. Moreover, he speaks the truth. Over the years, the various departments within the company have shown no regard for the organization, instead engaging in factional infighting. Now, the company teeters on the brink of bankruptcy. If there is no improvement soon, the enterprise he painstakingly built will dissolve into nothingness. Very well, I shall address you as General Manager Chu. Rest assured. Once our company goes public, you will assume the role of president, which will put my mind at ease. To be frank, allowing someone of your caliber to languish in obscurity over the years reflects my inadequate management. Tomorrow, I am returning to attend the shareholder meeting. My ability to assert myself at the head office depends entirely on you. If we succeed this time and establish our independence, it will be a soaring triumph. Wang Qinxin has indeed placed all his bets on Chu Zihan. This gamble is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It is because Chu Zihan has the support of Song Yang, who shares a close relationship with Li Hafeng. This connection significantly enhances her chances of securing a loan compared to anyone else in the company. Even if they do not go public immediately, as long as the performance improves, the prospect of an IPO becomes less critical. After all, Chu Zihan's company is fundamentally focused on finance and investment. As long as there is cash flow, pursuing an IPO in the future, even through reverse mergers, is entirely feasible. The crux lies in reversing the current operational state of the company. Moreover, the company must pivot its business direction. Currently, it has strayed off course. But with someone of Chu Zihan's integrity at the helm, the company is bound to find its way back onto the right path. Most importantly, Chu Zihan lacks a personal interest group within the company, and her ally, Song Yang, has a favorable relationship with Li Hafeng. This dynamic allows Chu Zihan to instigate a significant overhaul within the company. Song Yang easily discerned Wang Qinxin's intentions but chose not to expose them. For Chu Zihan, this represents an invaluable opportunity for growth. allowing her to amass considerable experience. Furthermore, by cultivating her own core team now, she will be able to adapt swiftly, even if she ventures out on her own in the future. Therefore, Song Yang has no intention of intervening in Wang Qinxin's invitation. Henceforth, I shall rely on you. Chairman Wang. As Song Yang contemplated this, he smiled politely at Wang Qinxia. Wang Qinxia promptly replied, "What are you saying? General Chu is also a talent of our company." A rarity indeed. As the saying goes, it is easy to find soldiers, but hard to find a general. It is my honor. Chu Zihan felt a bit shy and softly said, "Chairman, I will take my leave now. See you tomorrow." Good, good. Work and life must not interfere with each other. I have also heard that you are expecting. It is no problem. After a while, you can work from home, and in the last few months, you can rest. It's all fine. I should be back in about a month. Wang Qinxia was exceedingly kind to Chu Zihan, which deeply moved her. Indeed, as the saying goes, a soldier would die for a true friend. Wang Qinxia had become her patron. With this thought, Chu Zihan smiled as she bid farewell to Wang Qinxia. Then, Song Yang opened the car door and carefully helped Chu Zihan into the vehicle. He then seemed to assume the role of a dedicated chauffeur, driving Chu Zihan towards their little home. Wang Lai looked on in astonishment as Chu Zihan entered the Rolls-Royce, a car with a dual-tone color scheme and 3 lines of handcrafted stitching. It was evident that it featured extensive custom craftsmanship. This left him utterly dumbfounded. Anyone who could drive such a car was certainly no ordinary person. Now, he understood why Wang Qinxia had struck him. It was not unwarranted. Chapter 39. The wolf has arrived. As Song Yang drove, Chu Zihan felt as if she were dreaming. Just before work ended, she was merely a small department manager. Now, she had ascended to the role of general manager of the company. Nothing could be faster than this. Song Yang. Do you think Manager Wang is acting out of respect for General Li? That can't be possible, right? Even if he wanted to please General Li, he wouldn't make me the general manager. Song Yang, gripping the steering wheel, laughed. Wang Qinxia is quite shrewd. He wouldn't assign you such a vital position merely for Li Hanfeng's sake. As he mentioned, it's easy to find 1,000 gold pieces, but a general is hard to come by. Did you not hear him say that Wei Feng had managed for so many years, yet the company faced numerous problems? Without you, they would still be lost in despair. He recognizes your talent, hence he has placed his trust in you. It must be acknowledged that he is also considering his connection with Li Hanfeng, but that connection is based on your network, not merely personal ties. After all, if you were to pursue a loan normally, while Hanfeng wouldn't open doors for you, he would at least ensure the process is straightforward, without unnecessary complications. In an instant, Chu Zihan comprehended Wang Qinxia's intention. Ever since you changed, our family has been flourishing. It feels as if fortune has suddenly turned in our favor. Song Yang chuckled, teasing Chu Zihan. This is what they call from adversity comes prosperity, as stated in the Book of Changes. Unable to hold back her laughter, Chu Zihan covered her mouth and softly said, "You are just rambling. You claim to be friends with someone like General Li, yet you end up sounding like a charlatan." Song Yang, somewhat displeased, retorted, "Who said that reading the Book of Changes makes one a fraud? You know, many top-tier leaders study it. It contains profound truths, and only ordinary people concern themselves with fortune-telling. There exists a saying, when a person dies, their photograph hangs, and misfortune follows. For me, my studies are not aimed at learning fortune-telling. Rather, I seek to uncover the profound truths embedded within. Enough of that. What shall we dine on today?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Yang smiled and remarked, "Now that you're the general manager, we must celebrate. After all, my burdens have lightened. However, Zihan, if I were to open a small shop, I would merely be a small business owner. Would that be somewhat unworthy of your esteemed position?" Chu Zihan replied with a smile, "As long as you refrain from gambling and do not venture into the business realm, I shall support you. After all, marriage is about mutual support. I have achieved success now, but who can predict the future? Perhaps my company may suddenly face collapse, and I would rely on you for sustenance then. Wouldn't that be true? Let us support each other and continue to live our lives vibrantly." A warmth enveloped Song Yang's heart, and tears nearly brimmed his eyes. Was this not precisely what he desired? Of course, he could never rely on his wife for support. Yet, Chu Zihan always maintained her own sense of self. She never deemed her worth by her title. Even now, as a general manager, her thoughts remained refreshingly simple. Returning to the matter at hand, she remarked, "Now that you are a general manager, is it truly fitting for us to reside in this modest rented space? Should we not contemplate purchasing a home? At the very least, it should be near a hospital for convenience during checkups." Chu Zihan shook her head. Purchasing a house is unnecessary for now. While I yearn for a home of our own, our finances are limited, and we must save. It would be wiser to find a more suitable rental. Your suggestion holds merit. For checkups, let us seek a location close to the hospital. As we embark on this journey together, let us strive for a residence of around 100 square meters in a school district. We must not subject our children to the hardships we endured. Instead of merely hoping for our children to succeed, we should, as parents, take proactive steps to alleviate their struggles. Chu Zihan's thoughts were both simple and pragmatic, which deepened Song Yong's sense of guilt. How could he have failed to cherish such a wonderful wife in his past life? Gripping the steering wheel, he silently vowed to ensure his wife enjoys the life she desires. Yes, I will strive diligently. I will take charge of the house purchase while you focus on your health and work. When our baby arrives, they will have a mother who is a general manager and a father who works hard to provide. Isn't that splendid? A warmth filled Chu Zihan's heart, and she silently shed 2 tears of happiness. All right, it's settled then. We shall work together. Being quite frugal, Chu Zihan suggested that Song Yang select a relatively ordinary restaurant. They enjoyed several dishes together, packing the leftovers for the next morning. Although Song Yang expressed his determination to earn money for a house, she did not wish to burden him with pressure. She still desired to work together to purchase a home. As for the immediate situation, renting a place seemed most prudent. The matter of buying a house could be postponed. Little did she know, Song Yang had already prioritized the house purchase. After all, with 6 million in cash, acquiring a home was within his grasp. As the young couple savored their intimate world together, Chu Zihan's parents were engulfed in panic. Upon returning home, they discovered a delivery box at their doorstep. Greedy for a bargain, they hastily brought it inside, only to find a severed finger inside. My heavens, how could there be a finger? Lu Sufan was already in a state of shock. She had been angry with Chu Zihan for not answering her calls, which had delayed a potential benefactor, thus hindering their prospects for a better life. But now, the sight of a finger at their door was utterly bewildering. Just then, a knock echoed through the house. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Sufan, frightened, tugged at Chu Fumin. Old man, who could be knocking at this hour? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew increasingly frantic. With nerves on edge, Chu Fumin approached the door and asked timidly, "Who is it?" Silence followed. Peering through the peephole, he saw no one. Upon opening the door, the corridor was eerily vacant. Soon, another box appeared on the floor. Trembling, Chu Fumin brought the box inside. Lu Sufan, startled, retreated to the side. "What are you bringing that back for?" Chu Fumin whispered, "Do you think this finger could belong to our Zihan?" "What?" Lu Sufan felt her vision darken as she nearly fainted. Chu Fumin frantically patted her back and pinched her to rouse her. Once Lu Sufan regained her composure, she burst into tears. "Fumin, what are we going to do? Our Zihan will become a cripple. We must think of a way." Chu Fumin glanced at the box, which bore a telephone number. Was Zihan truly in debt from gambling and had been kidnapped? Call. Quickly. Rescue him. Chapter 40. Finally, time for bed. Unbeknownst to Chu Zihan, her parents were in turmoil over their predicament. Having blocked their calls, she remained oblivious to the family's troubles. After Song Yang brought her home, he prepared foot baths for her and tidied the room. Once everything was in order, he stood by the bed. Chu Zihan was well aware of his intentions. No longer a naive maiden, she was quite familiar with such matters. However, she recalled her pregnancy and the doctor's advice against intimacy in the early stages. Song Yang paused, then smiled broadly. No, I promise to behave. Should I sleep on the floor instead?" Observing his demeanor, Chu Zihan felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, she couldn't suppress a laugh. "Just get in bed." "All right." Song Yang felt as if he were dreaming, finally able to share the bed with Chu Zihan again. He grinned like a child, curling up beside her with the blanket. As he lay there, his heart raced with excitement. Although he was no longer a virgin, he had spent decades avoiding romantic entanglements before his rebirth. Now, to claim he was uninterested would be a falsehood. Nevertheless, he understood that the health of the child was paramount. Thus, Song Yang dutifully lay beside Chu Zihan, respecting her condition. Although Chu Zihan found Song Yang sleeping beside her, she felt no embarrassment whatsoever. After all, he was her husband. Joyfully, she nestled her head against him, finally able to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Since Song Yang's transformation, she had increasingly noticed the significant changes in him, so much so that at times she barely recognized him. Yet, rather than simply calling it a change, it was more accurate to say he had returned to the caring, protective boy he once was. Embracing his beloved wife, Song Yang felt that his life was truly worthwhile. Listening to the steady rhythm of Chu Zihan's breathing, his mind was filled not only with happiness, but also with thoughts of the following day. He resolved to find a shop, ensuring that Chu Zihan felt secure and at ease. The task of earning an income could be approached gradually. The next morning, Song Yang awoke to find that Chu Zihan had already risen, leaving the space beside him empty. He hurriedly got up, discovering her lovely figure in the kitchen, reheating the leftovers from the previous day. When she saw him, Chu Zihan smiled and said, "Awake? Wash your face and brush your teeth. Breakfast is ready." Song Yang approached the kitchen and remarked, "Let me handle these little tasks. You're pregnant. How can I allow you to do this?" Chu Zihan smiled. "What's the big deal? Don't worry, I'm pregnant, not incapacitated." With a grin, Song Yang wrapped his arms around her slender waist and held her close, saying, "I just want you to have a good life." Chu Zihan smiled softly, replying, "All right, I understand. Go wash your face. You'll take me to work soon, right? We can't have a Rolls-Royce parked downstairs. It feels so out of place." Song Yang nodded and chuckled. "Yes, after I drop you off. I'll go find Li Hanfeng." Chu Zihan softly acknowledged him and then pecked him on the cheek, leaving Song Yang momentarily stunned. She playfully nudged him. "Hurry up. Why are you just standing there?" With a silly grin, Song Yang rushed to the bathroom to wash up, and not long after, Chu Zihan brought out their breakfast. After they finished, he drove her to the office. Once he had dropped her off, he picked up the phone. "Hanfeng, I'm returning the car today. Can you bring mine back?" Li Hanfeng chuckled. "Well, a relative of mine took your car. How about this, Younggo? Just keep driving it for now. I don't need the Rolls. It's spacious for your wife, especially since she is pregnant. It's just that it consumes a lot of fuel." Song Yang felt a pang of annoyance. His car had been taken? This guy was becoming increasingly careless. However, considering Li Hanfeng's reasoning, he chose not to argue. After all, riding in a Rolls-Royce Phantom was indeed much more comfortable than in his smaller vehicle. As for fuel expenses, did he truly care? As long as Chu Zihan was comfortable, anything was acceptable. Yet, his wife was concerned about potential damages to the car. "Come on, Younggo, with your financial situation. Are you really worried about that? Don't worry, if it gets scratched, I'll handle it. Just drive it around. I really don't like the Rolls. It's just collecting dust. I've got other matters to attend to. I need to arrange things with Yuan Wei later." Setting aside any further discussion, "Yang, you may proceed. There is no concern in providing you with the vehicle." After hanging up the phone, Song Yang could not help but smile wryly at the situation. This lad truly goes to great lengths to secure the car for himself, reminiscent of his past life's character. Once Li Hanfeng sets his mind on someone, he will exhaust every means to assist them. In the future, as his wife's belly expands, driving a Rolls-Royce may seem ostentatious, yet it indeed offers comfort. Song Yang could only accept Li Hanfeng's goodwill. Driving Li Hanfeng's Rolls, his thoughts turned to acquiring a shop. Upon entering the vehicle, Song Yang deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, heading northward to explore for a suitable traditional Chinese medicine clinic. The northern part of the city, being an older district, clearly boasted a greater number of such establishments. As he drove, he observed his surroundings, and eventually, his vehicle came to a halt in front of a two-story clinic. It seemed this clinic had a bit of a reputation. Their bone-setting practice was quite renowned in Baitian City. Raising his gaze to the signboard, he noticed the name, Qing Dellen. Qing Dellen? Song Yang was taken aback momentarily, for he remembered this clinic well, having sought treatment here for injuries in the past. The elderly practitioner was exceptionally skilled, particularly in bone setting, attracting numerous patients from afar. However, the decor was rather modest, and he provided the most affordable yet effective remedies, treating children without charge. It appeared he hardly profited, perhaps struggling to cover the rent. Moreover, Song Yang recalled that in his previous life, this elder had been duped by an unscrupulous couple. The husband had connections with local authorities, and as a result, the clinic was shut down. Tragically, the elder passed away from grief the following day. This incident stirred considerable uproar, leading to the parents being exposed online, forcing them to flee and live in obscurity. Seeing the clinic, Song Yang felt compelled to assist this elderly gentleman. Having dedicated his life to helping others, such a fate was undeserved. Resolute in his decision, he parked the car and strode confidently towards the clinic. As he approached in the Rolls-Royce, onlookers cast envious and astonished glances. Their envy stemmed from the luxury vehicle, signaling true wealth, while their astonishment arose from the sight of someone of such stature visiting this humble establishment, unfazed by the opinions of others. Song Yang calmly entered the clinic. However, upon crossing the threshold, he was met with a cacophony of voices, particularly a woman's shrill cries. you old fool. You've broken my son's arm. You will pay for this. Chapter 41. Are traditional Chinese medicine practitioners deceivers? Upon entering, Song Yang was taken aback. He witnessed a couple vehemently berating the elderly man, their expressions filled with fury, as if they were ready to devour him whole. You old fool. Do you know who we are? I'll tell you, if you do not compensate us today, I will have this wretched place shut down. The elder's face flushed with indignation as he stammered in response. You are utterly shameless. Your child merely dislocated his arm, after I said it. You claim it was broken. Produce your evidence. The old charlatan here is deceiving people, claiming to practice traditional Chinese medicine, which is nothing but a load of nonsense. How absurd. Indeed, I urge everyone to weigh in on this matter. This couple is causing a scene, leaving onlookers perplexed as they gather to witness the commotion. Song Yang, having some knowledge in this field, pushed through the crowd and approached the child's parents. He glanced at the child, and something felt amiss. The child clearly had not suffered any broken bones and was happily enjoying a lollipop. Song Yang pondered silently. Judging by reports from his previous life, this unscrupulous couple intended to swindle the elderly man. Furthermore, they had previously made a living by disparaging traditional Chinese medicine, profiting from such deceit. Thus, they devised this nefarious scheme to boost their visibility, aiming to portray themselves as champions of truth while riding the wave of public sentiment. They were merely puppets in the service of pharmaceutical companies. With this realization, Song Yang decided against merely spectating. He pushed through the crowd, approached the child, and with a stern expression remarked, "Isn't your child perfectly fine? How can a broken bone allow one to sit here nonchalantly enjoying a lollipop?" The couple, upon hearing Song Yang speak, immediately erupted like rabid dogs, pointing at him and shouting, "Who do you think you are? Why should our affairs concern you? Are you just a pawn sent by that old swindler?" Song Yang smiled faintly and calmly replied, "Whether I am a pawn or not is of no concern to you. But the facts are evident. This child is unharmed. Shall we go to the hospital for a checkup? If anything is wrong, I will compensate the elderly man. But if not..." Song Yang's gaze suddenly turned icy as he fixed his stare on the couple, stating, "I will ensure your disgrace and will file charges against you for extortion. With so many witnesses present, I trust this couple will meet their downfall." Upon hearing this, the couple turned their fury towards Song Yang. "And what are you? You should take a good look at yourself. Do you know how many followers we have? Besides, even foreign experts have condemned traditional Chinese medicine as fraudulent." They chorused in unison. Song Yang chuckled coldly. "Which foreign experts? Did they create their own credentials? How convenient. I have a medical background myself, and I would be curious to hear your claims." At this point, the couple was left dumbfounded. "A medical professional?" The man quickly retorted. "You claim that, but look at your demeanor. Even if you are a trained physician, you are surely an incompetent one. Moreover, we drive a BMW. Do you think we would stoop to such petty deceit? We are upholding justice." Just as these words left his mouth, a hearty laughter erupted from the entrance. "Ha ha! Driving a BMW? My friend, the person you are speaking to arrived in a Rolls-Royce." As soon as this was said, all eyes turned to the entrance. Indeed, moments ago there was nothing, but now a luxurious Rolls-Royce stood parked at the door. The couple was left utterly speechless. "So you think wealth makes you superior? Clearly, you profit from deceit." Song Yang chuckled, unwilling to engage in their banter. Instead, he took a seat, composed and unruffled, stating, "As I mentioned, let us go to the hospital for a verification. If the findings are legitimate, I shall cover the expenses. However, if they are not, both of you will face imprisonment. At that moment, your son, the offspring of a fraudster, will inevitably be affected in his pursuit of university and civil service. Furthermore, your current employment will also be directly jeopardized. I leave this statement here for your contemplation. The courage to confront it is now in your hands." Song Yang's resolute response instilled a sense of guilt in the couple. An investigation? That would certainly expose them. As Song Yang aptly articulated, should they face charges of extortion, their ruin would be inevitable. Not only that, but they would also have tarnished their child's future. How can you be so cruel? Targeting the child? The child is innocent. Song Yang retorted coldly. Innocent? But that innocence will eventually transform into your own reflection. Innocence is not an everlasting condition. With parents like you, he will inevitably become a scoundrel. Now you recall his innocence? When you were exploiting an elderly man for your selfish gains, you were already setting a precedent for him. Song Yang's words garnered applause from many in attendance. Indeed, the couple's aggressive demeanor was deeply unsettling and exuded an air of arrogance. Now, someone had stepped forward to hold them accountable. Moreover, judging by their reaction to Song Yang's mention of an injury examination, It was clear to all present what kind of individuals they were. Are you satisfied now? Fine, we are leaving. As they spoke, they attempted to take their child away. Yet Song Yang, with a smile, interjected, wait, you cannot simply leave. Didn't your parents teach you to apologize when you err? What do you mean? You want me to apologize to this old fraud? Absolutely not. With a cold snort, Song Yang continued, Elder, I genuinely wish to invest in your medical practice. If you agree, you can continue to run it normally, while I provide funds for renovations. In the future, we shall share the profits. The elderly man was taken aback. Young man, there is no need to act out of spite. Waving his hand dismissively, Song Yang earnestly replied, I have been studying this matter for several days. I have heard about your situation, and I am drawn to your character. Collaboration fundamentally hinges upon integrity. The elderly man gazed at Song Yang in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this young man was serious about investing in his practice. To be honest, maintaining operations was already quite challenging for him. His family had long advised him to close the shop and retire. Who would have thought that today someone would be interested in investing? Did this mean the practice could continue operating? Are you not jesting? Song Yang chuckled and nodded. No, I'm not joking. Qingda Clinic can continue its operations. Name your price. I am merely investing, not acquiring. You will manage it alongside me. The elderly man waved his hand with a smile. No need. As long as I can treat patients here, a monthly stipend is sufficient for my living. I seek nothing more. Just buy the shop and do not disdain my presence. Song Yang pondered for a moment, but did not refuse the elderly man. Indeed, at his age, even if he had the will to manage, he lacked the strength. All right, you may continue your practice here, overseeing the patients. I shall impose no limitations upon you. The improvement of the shop shall be entrusted to me. How much do you intend to invest in this establishment? The elderly man pondered for a moment, then raised 2 fingers and declared, 300,000 will suffice. After all, for such a substantial establishment, 300,000 is indeed a modest sum. Song Yang nodded without hesitation and promptly transferred 30,000 to the elderly gentleman. As for the remaining funds, I shall take responsibility for that. Elder, I will guide Song Yang. We shall deliberate together henceforth. Should anyone dare to cause trouble here, you may call upon me. The elderly man smiled and nodded, softly introducing himself. I am Kong Dutsai, recently retired from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Mr. Kong, let us proceed with signing the contract, and we shall handle the formalities at a leisurely pace. There is no rush. You may continue your normal duties. Without hesitation, Kong Dutsai signed the transfer agreement with Song Yang, who then attended to the necessary paperwork and registered a new account under the shop's name for public use. Song Yang deposited a total of 1 million into this account, earmarked specifically for the shop's upgrades and daily operations. Additionally, the shop would require some staff, including assistants, waiters, and nurses. Once everything was in order, Song Yang was just about to return home to buy something nice for Chu Zihan when his phone rang. University student. It's almost time. Are you ready to repay your debts? Otherwise, we might pay a visit to your home tonight. Chapter 42. Trying to swindle my money? You'd best have a life to spend it. Song Yang was momentarily taken aback. It was Lao Dao. He replied coldly, rest assured. When I say I will repay my debts, I will certainly do so. I am on my way to withdraw the cash. Please wait a moment. All right. I shall await you at the office. However, allow me to remind you that as of now, you owe us over 150,000. Do not worry. I am reasonable. I shall waive the small change, and we shall settle at 150,000. Usury. The speed at which this debt snowballed was indeed ruthless. Song Yang replied calmly, understood. Please prepare the IOU, and we will settle the matter then. Very well, I shall await your esteemed presence. Lao Dao replied with a slight smile before ending the call and waiting for Song Yang. Driving his car, Song Yang prepared to withdraw cash. He greeted Li Hafeng and proceeded to request 150,000 in cash from Feng. Li Hafeng, without a moment's hesitation, allowed Song Yang to collect the funds. Upon arriving at the bank, Lin Wei was already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Song, President Li asked me to wait for you. Let us head inside. Lin Wei now regarded Song Yang with the utmost reverence. In his eyes, aside from deities, no one could possibly predict the future trends of the economy. At the counter, Lin Wei made a brief introduction, and the teller promptly produced a black bag. Song Yang handed the card to the teller, who completed the transaction with remarkable efficiency. Song Yang did not even take the time to count the money, as it was all neatly packaged and labeled. After bidding farewell to Lin Wei, he directly proceeded towards Lao Dao's location. As he approached the vicinity of the high-interest loan company, Song Yang stopped his car and glanced outside. Hutong Financial, a company notorious in the north as a den of iniquity. How many families have been utterly devastated by this company? They engage in usury, requiring no collateral. As long as you reside in Baitian City and have family, they will lend you money. However, once you acquire the loan, it is akin to falling into an abyss. How much did Song Yang borrow? Nearly a few $100,000. Yet now, he is 1,500,000. The extent of their malevolence is evident. Repaying? Even if he were to repay, a life of ease would remain elusive, as these individuals siphon the very marrow from his bones, vowing not to relent until they have drained him completely. Thus, Song Yang's visit is not merely to repay a debt. Rather, his intention is to reclaim the promissory note and send these scoundrels to their rightful end, to eradicate future troubles once and for all. Song Yang is imbued with confidence, for he knows the inevitable retribution awaiting these men. In a past life, Lao Dao and his associates wreaked havoc in this region for an extended period. 3 years later, they were ultimately undone by their own brethren. Back then, Song Yang sought only vengeance, with his elder brother procuring a lawyer and his comrades rallying to assist him. In a single night, they orchestrated the downfall of Huadong and the mastermind behind them, employing dubious methods. Song Yang directly abducted the boss's wife and child, compelling the latter to confess everything to safeguard their loved ones. Ultimately, Song Yang coerced him into surrendering, unveiling the truth to the world. Hence, he is intimately familiar with these men. Not a single one will be forgotten. While pondering how to deal with them, he contemplated divination. After all, no one knew he was in the car. He merely needed to repay the money today. With this thought, Song Yang began to divine in the vehicle. The result of the divination revealed Qian above, Dui below, the heavens, and the marsh treading on the tail of the tiger. Without human intervention, success is assured. In seeking victory amidst peril, the primary hexagram rests on the fourth line. Treading on the tail of the tiger ultimately leads to auspicious outcomes. This hexagram suggests that today he will seize the tail of his adversary, with the situation carrying only minor risks. Instinctively, Song Yang raised his head to discover a man in sunglasses at the doorway. Upon seeing this man, a surge of murderous intent coursed through Song Yang. This was the true culprit responsible for his shattered family, Du Pingcheng. Locating this scoundrel had required considerable effort on Song Yang's part in the past. This individual is a prominent figure in Baitian and is, of course, a subordinate of a man known as Five Yi. However, Five Yi was subsequently dealt with by Song Yang himself. What more could be said? Song Yang was aware that this rogue operated a large casino in the basement of the Engxi Lisha Hotel in Baitian, one of his most lucrative enterprises. It was Du Pingcheng who had orchestrated Song Yang's downfall. Upon seeing him, accompanied by a bespectacled man, Du Pingcheng's accountant and confidant, known among their own as Glasses, Song Yang felt a renewed determination. Yet, this man is ruthless and has his eyes set on Chu Zihan, manipulating events from the shadows. Neither of these scoundrels will escape his wrath. Since Du Pingcheng arrived wearing glasses, it is evident that they are once again engaged in money laundering. Huadong Finance ostensibly operates as a high-interest loan provider, yet in reality, these loans are merely a facade for illicit funds. The profits derived from gambling are subsequently laundered by this company. Has yet another batch of dirty money surfaced? A thought stirred within Song Yang. Could this not be the tail of their proverbial tiger? However, how should he address this situation? As he pondered, a particular individual came to mind, Yin Chong, the very person who had incarcerated him in his past life. Yin Chong is known for his obstinate nature and has certainly made a number of enemies within the police force. Yet, he is unwavering in his principles, harboring a deep-seated disdain for evil. Song Yang had fallen into his clutches due to Yan's multitude of tactics, and the man's extensive connections and numerous informants rendered him a figure of fear among the criminal underworld. During that time, it was said that no one dared to confront him, earning him the moniker King Yan. Though they began as adversaries, Song Yang came to appreciate their shared understanding. Regrettably, at that time, one was an officer and the other a criminal, and their relationship could progress no further. Nonetheless, had it not been for Yin Chong's intervention, the fates of Song Yang's brothers would have been drastically different, as this man ultimately ensured their safety. Song Yang wished to express his gratitude, yet Yin insisted it was simply his duty. Tragically, this good man met his demise shortly after Song Yang's release, falling victim to a killer he was pursuing. Song Yang has always held this debt of gratitude close to his heart. In one life, they were foes. In this life, let them be friends. A slight smile graced Song Yang's lips as he recalled that Yan's phone number had remained unchanged. Dialing the number, he soon heard a man's voice, tinged with irritation. As if he had just awakened. Clearly, he had been engaged in another case. Who is this? You must have dialed the wrong number, Yin grumbled. Calmly, Song Yang replied. Is this Captain Yin Chong? Yes. What do you want? Ah, Captain Yin, you may not remember me, but I was almost led astray once. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have become a wretched individual today. Song Yang recounted a specific incident that Yin had previously shared with him during a visitation. At that time, in the visiting room, Yin had remarked that seeing him sparked a memory. Although they were not well acquainted, he had left a lasting impression. Yin paused, momentarily taken aback, and then inquired, Who are you? I don't recall. Captain Yin, you are a man of many encounters. It is understandable that you might forget. I am calling because while settling my debts, I stumbled upon a lead. If you could collaborate with me, it might assist in unraveling a significant money laundering and illegal gambling operation. Chapter 43. Captain Yin Chong was taken aback, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. Although he did not recognize Song Yang, the tone of his voice suggested a familiarity, given that he had aided numerous individuals who had strayed from the righteous path. It was no surprise he could not recall each one. Nevertheless, it was evident that the caller sought to express gratitude. Yet, whether this was indeed the case remained to be seen. Please provide your name. I shall see if it jogs my memory. My name is Song Yang. Once, I was a gambling addict. When you caught me in the act, you offered me a chance at redemption, urging me to lead a better life. At the mention of my name, Yin Chang suddenly recalled the incident, though he had forgotten my name and nearly all details of my appearance. He remembered, however, that I was a student, and if apprehended, I would undoubtedly face expulsion from school. Thus, he had given me a sound beating and a stern lecture before ultimately releasing me. This event remained vivid in his memory, and upon my mention, it all returned to him. Indeed, it was a matter known only to us. Is it you? Are you here to repay your debts? I trust you aren't gambling again. Are you? I expected you to do better, yet here you are, Yin Chang scolded, his annoyance evident. He had been young at the time and had not anticipated that I would squander my second chance. No, that is not the case. I was deceived and fell victim to usury. I am preparing to repay my loans, I explained. I overheard some information today. There is a substantial sum of dirty money arriving in Baitian, specifically at the underground casino in Axierish. I wish to repay you for your kindness. So I intend to set a trap and work together to dismantle this operation. Yin Chong fell silent for a moment. How do you propose we work together? A slight smile graced my lips. I understood that he would seek vengeance. Captain Yan, I borrowed 150,000, but now they are pressuring me to repay 1.5 million. Given their modus operandi, they will undoubtedly attempt to lure me to the casino. After all, they will not let me leave without draining me dry. Therefore, I will intentionally fall into their trap. I will call you, claiming you are my friend, and I will feign losing money. That is when you can intervene. Yin Chong's heart tightened. He chuckled. You are indeed grateful. However, I suspect you seek something more from me. For the 1.5 million. I plan to repay it under lawful interest rates, I replied. Yin Chong finally exhaled. As long as there are conditions, this plan seems feasible. You're quite cunning. He acknowledged. I'll inform the director. I'll handle this matter as your cooperation with the police. Naturally, this arrangement is contingent upon success. Do not try to be clever. Understood. Captain Yin, I assure you, I will not create any complications. Very well, I await your call. Yin Chong ended the call, feeling reassured by my reasonable request, which would be easy to approve. He rose and went to find the director. After explaining the situation, the director became excited. If they could solve this case, it would be a significant achievement. Is it reliable? He inquired, maintaining his composure. Yin Chang patted his chest with confidence. I saved him. I remember this lad. Moreover, our cooperation aligns with mutual interests, so there should be no errors. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Once we succeed, we will directly give him the money. With everything arranged, I descended from the Rolls-Royce, feeling a sense of relief. Repaying debts? Let us observe whether they possess the fate to squander. Song Yang is well aware of many matters. Once they are apprehended, he can discreetly submit anonymous reports that would suffice to ensure this gang meets their demise. The few lackeys at the company's entrance were taken aback upon seeing Song Yang. Goodness, this fellow arrived in a Rolls-Royce. What is the situation? In just a few days, has he struck it rich? Song Yang paid them no mind. After all, he was there to repay a debt. He would return 20,000. while the remaining 130,000 would come back directly to him. This transaction was indeed quite lucrative. I have come to repay a debt. Is Brother Dao present? Brother Dao is upstairs. You may go up yourself. One of the lackeys gestured towards the upper floor. Without hesitation, Song Yang ascended, money bag in hand. Upon entering the office, Lao Dao rose with a forced smile, saying, "Ah, the university student has arrived. I truly did not expect you to dare come." With a cold smile, Song Yang boldly took a seat and replied, "Since I promised to give you money, I certainly shall. However, your previous visit to my home is a different matter altogether." Lao Dao scrutinized Song Yang and then softly threatened, "Scholar, you may have forgotten that this is my territory." With disdain, Song Yang retorted, "Lao Dao, I am here to repay a debt. If you insist on discussing these matters, I can assure you that before your brothers arrive, I possess the capability to eliminate you. However, I am uncertain whether your demise would mean my death or merely lead to chaos among your brethren." Lao Dao hesitated, as Song Yang's demeanor was entirely unlike the person he once knew. "Very well, let it be so. I shall not waste words with you. You owe me 120,000. The 30,000 is for the medical expenses from the injuries you inflicted upon me. A total of 150,000. I am being quite fair." Song Yang chuckled and sighed, "You moneylenders certainly know how to profit. I borrowed 15,000 and now must repay 150,000. However, I will repay the debt, but you must provide me with an IOU and a receipt. Otherwise, with your duplicitous nature, how can I be certain you won't come after me again?" One of the lackeys arrogantly grasped Song Yang's shoulder, saying, "You arrogant brat." Yet, before he could finish, Song Yang swiftly pinned him against the table with decisive ease. "As I converse with Brother Dao, you ought to refrain from interrupting. Who do you think you are?" Song Yang's fierce expression frightened the lackey into a frantic display of submission. Lao Dao, too, was taken aback by Song Yang's demeanor. This young man seemed genuinely formidable. All right. We are here to resolve matters, not to create enmity. Since you are willing to repay the debt, I certainly welcome it. Call in the accountant and have her bring the IOU. The other lackey had no choice but to comply with Lao Dao's request. Once Song Yang released his grip, Lao Dao remarked, "Brother, where have you been making your fortune lately? Do share your insights with us." With a smile, Song Yang replied, "Just fortunate in my endeavors. Earned a bit." Lao Dao's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of disdainful amusement. "Is that so? Then I must congratulate you." Soon, a young woman entered. Placing the IOU on the table, Lao Dao tapped the surface, saying, "May I see the money now?" Song Yang casually tossed the money onto the table, a total of 1,500,000. The accountant stepped forward, using a wallpaper knife to slice open the package. Then nodded and said, "Brother Dao, it's all bank sealed. There is certainly no mistake. It amounts to 1,500,000. Lao Dao nodded in agreement, a smile spreading across his face. Generous indeed. Song Yang turned to the female accountant. "Please issue a receipt for 1,500,000. Without a word, the accountant promptly provided him with a receipt. As he reached for the receipt and the promissory note, he prepared to turn away. But Lao Dao draped an arm around his shoulder. "Brother, don't rush off just yet. Since you're on a winning streak, how about we visit a high-end place to play a few rounds?" Everything unfolded as Song Yang had anticipated. A subtle smile graced his lips. "Oh, an upscale venue?" Lao Dao chuckled heartily. "Free food and lodging, plus beautiful ladies available for service." Song Yang waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not interested in that. My focus lies solely on money." Lao Dao regarded him with a smirk. "Well, that place is indeed a haven for those seeking to amass wealth overnight. After all, the clientele there are all affluent." Chapter 44. Infiltration. Lao Dao could hardly fathom that Song Yang was privy to all their secrets. He believed that Song Yang had unwittingly fallen into his trap step by step. Little did he know, Song Yang was feigning ignorance to buy time for Yin Chong, allowing for a strategic advantage. "All right, let us see what unfolds," Lao Dao chuckled, clapping his hands, and soon, someone emerged. They drove directly to the underground casino, which had been clandestinely excavated within an underground parking structure. Guards stood vigilant at the entrance, ensuring that even if the police arrived, they had an escape route. With a guide leading the way, Song Yang entered the casino seamlessly. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the vibrant atmosphere. From the outside, it appeared unassuming, yet within, the underground casino was truly something remarkable. Overwhelmed by the sights, he approached the front desk and deliberately exchanged 50,000 in cash for chips. In the casino, he initially observed the surroundings. Every entrance and exit was guarded, making escape impossible. He had no choice but to gamble first, testing the waters. Song Yang started off with a modest win, only to soon face losses. Within roughly 10 minutes, he had lost the entire 50,000. Feigning discontent at his misfortune, he remarked, "Why has my luck soured? All the money I had is gone." Lao Dao's associate, wearing a forced smile, responded, "If you're in need of funds, I can assist." The notion of small bets leading to significant gains lingered in the air. Song Yang chuckled softly, replying, "Borrow? No thanks, your usury rates are too steep. I'll just borrow from a friend instead." With that, he suggested calling a friend to deliver the money. Suddenly, one of the younger men became wary. After all, inviting a stranger to deliver money was fraught with danger. Why not just transfer the funds directly? Song Yang chuckled, patting the man's shoulder. "Brother, I'm indifferent. But aren't you concerned? Transferring money could easily expose your accounts. So why not just give you the cash, and you can buy the chips? Why go through the trouble of sending money?" Song Yang sat down with an air of calmness, expressing his concern that once he earned money, they might not let him leave. He was wary of them, just as they were of him. The others exchanged glances, based on their knowledge of Song Yang. They recognized him as a genuine gambler, one who posed no real threat. His companions were likely of the same ilk. This realization eased their minds. For Song Yang was a frequent patron who had never caused any trouble. Given that Lao Dao had previously taken advantage of him, his caution was understandable. With a shared glance, they instructed, "Make the call, put it on speaker. No tricks." With a chuckle, Song Yang picked up the phone and activated the speaker. "Lao Gao. It's Song Yang. My luck has been great lately. I'll return the money you lent me as soon as I break even." On the other end, Yin Chang responded with a hint of sarcasm. "Ha, you expect your luck to improve? Don't feed me nonsense. If I lend you money, will I ever see it back? Come on, you're being unreasonable. Besides, aren't you having fun too? This place is fantastic, free food and lodging. And the ladies are quite charming. Just bring along a couple 100,000 to enjoy yourself." "Fine, since you remember to keep me in mind for the good times. I'll come over. Where's the location?" "At Anchi LS, someone will meet you at the entrance." Song Yang smiled faintly and ended the call. Turning to the gathered men, "Any further questions, gentlemen?" Upon hearing of yet another unsuspecting victim arriving, their spirits soared. They knew that bringing him in meant a cut for them. Their faces lit up with smiles. "Brother Song, how could we doubt you? Rest assured, we'll take care of your stay and entertainment here." Internally, Song Yang scoffed, sighing, "Well, I won't hold back then. I'll just lie down for a bit and change my luck. It's been truly dismal." He turned towards the resting area, lying down alone, clearly distressed from his losses. The others chose not to engage with him further. Meanwhile, after receiving the call, Yin Chang swiftly organized a perimeter around Anchi LS. Donning sunglasses, he carried a suitcase filled with cash directly to the venue. Within 20 minutes, he arrived, the suitcase cleverly designed with a hidden compartment for a firearm, while the exterior was filled with money. At the entrance, the men checked Yin Chang, and upon seeing the cash, they relaxed their scrutiny and allowed him entry. As he stepped inside with the suitcase, Song Yang immediately rose with a broad smile and open arms. "Lao Gao. Finally, you're here." Yin Chang regarded the unfamiliar young man before him, realizing that this must be the Song Yang from the phone call. "Old Song, have you lost everything?" Song Yang scratched his head, feeling the discomfort. "Let us not dwell on that. Ready to play a few hands?" Yin Chang nodded, withdrawing 400,000 to exchange for chips while the rest remained close at hand. The onlookers noted this with delight, recognizing a significant catch had arrived, ensuring their profits. The gaming area offered a variety of options, including arcade games, fishing, and Texas Hold'em. In this place, there exists a myriad of distractions, from roulette to blackjack. Whatever one fancies, it is here. Song Yang seemed to regard this venue as his own domain, enthusiastically introducing it to Yin Chang. As he spoke, Yin Chang noticed the glint in Song Yang's eyes, a subtle hint directed at him. Yin Chang nodded in agreement, saying, "Sounds good, let's indulge for a while." The two promptly seated themselves and began to prepare for their game. At this moment, the others had lowered their guard. Song Yang leaned closer, whispering to Yin Chang, "Keep an eye out. Du Pingcheng has just arrived from Hua. We must act simultaneously." Yin Chang remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He looked at Song Yang with a smirk. "You've got quite the experience, haven't you?" While they engaged in their game, Yin Chang's watch concealed a camera, capturing every moment despite his blindfold. The special police officers outside had already devised a plan for entry. Moreover, Yin Chang's frequent associations with individuals from the underworld rendered him nearly unrecognizable as a police officer. His demeanor was more rogue than any criminal. Thus, their presence went unnoticed by the casino staff. While one side deliberately drew attention, the other was poised for action. Just then, Song Yang awaited the unfolding events, anticipating the police's imminent crackdown. However, Old Knife had arrived with a foreigner. Upon seeing the foreigner, Song Yang was taken aback. This foreigner was none other than Marlington, the father of a disciple from his previous life, a young woman named Selena, who was the daughter of a mafia lord and possessed a fervent passion for traditional mysticism, particularly the I Ching. Faced with this revelation, Song Yang stammered, "Goodness, Brother Chong, do you dare to arrest the mafia?" Chapter 45. A comprehensive sweep. Yin Chong was momentarily stunned, glancing back. After recognizing the young man, he queried, "Do you know him?" Song Yang nodded. "I've seen his photograph online. Marlington, the son of mafia godfather Rosachi. He is also an international police officer." Yin Chong was equally surprised. "Interesting. What on earth is an international police officer doing here? Undercover? This lad is merely here to complicate matters for us. We need to devise a plan to send him away." Song Yang patted Yin Chong on the shoulder and suggested, "Shall I think of a way?" Yin Chong, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "Do you really have a plan?" "Indeed. If we can dissolve their collaboration, you'll face fewer troubles. Wouldn't that count as my contribution?" he proposed, adding, "As for the money lost later." Yin Chong chuckled, "Rest assured, I won't let you suffer any losses. Think of a way to send this foreigner packing." Rising from his seat, Song Yang feigned a trip to fetch a drink. As the foreigner sat alone at the bar, awaiting Old Knife and Du Pingcheng's return, Song Yang approached with a beverage in hand and addressed him in fluent Italian. "If you wish to avoid any danger befalling Selena, you must leave at once. Someone intends to harm her." Marlington paused, his blue eyes flashing with a cautious glimmer. "You? Just like you. I'm an undercover agent. I'm investigating this matter, so do not interfere. Attend to your own affairs." With that, Song Yang turned and departed. His words were a blend of truth and deception. Indeed, there were those plotting against his wife and child, as they had become targets of unwanted attention. However, it appears that the other party has yet to solidify the news. Once he returns, he will likely just be embarking on the process. After all, Selena had mentioned that shortly after her birth, there were those who sought to harm her. It was during that time that her mother passed away. When Song Yang informs Marlington, it is akin to possessing foresight. Marlington, feeling increasingly restless, notices that Song Yang no longer engages with him, instead choosing to sit beside Yin Chong. Contemplating for a moment, he stands abruptly and, in broken Chinese, declares to the others, "I must depart. Urgent matters require my attention." The transaction is terminated. With that, he attempts to leave. Others try to intervene, but they are taken aback by Marlington's agility as he swiftly subdues them, straightening his suit. He casts one last glance at Song Yang before turning to exit. As Marlington departs, the remaining henchmen observe that it was Song Yang who conversed with Marlington, prompting his exit. "What did you just say to that foreigner?" one asks. Song Yang chuckles. "What could I possibly say? We were merely enjoying ourselves." He suddenly claimed to have pressing matters and left. "How would I know? Damn it. Are you trying to play tricks on us? Are you courting death?" A henchman charges at Song Yang with a baton, but he merely sneers, not bothering to evade. Yin Chong swiftly intervenes. Bang! With a powerful kick, Yin Chong sends the assailant flying. As a few others prepare to rush in, Yin Chong retrieves a firearm from a box. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Yin Chong fires a warning shot. Everyone is momentarily stunned. A gun. Manhwa, who dares wield a firearm? Except for the police. As this realization dawns, the ominous barrel is aimed at them. Hands on your heads, or I'll blow your brains out. I won't repeat myself. At that moment, Old Knife emerges from the elevator, only to be subdued by a group of officers. "What are you doing? How dare you lay hands on me?" He struggles momentarily, but upon realizing they are special police officers, he freezes in shock. Police? Just as Old Knife grapples with this revelation, in the office, both Eyes and Du Pingcheng are escorted out, their wrists adorned with silver cuffs. Old Knife stares at them in disbelief. "Master Du? Glass's brother. What is this?" Glasses glares at Old Knife, teeth clenched. "You were the one who summoned the cops, weren't you?" I did nothing." Old Knife stammers. "You brought them here just moments ago." Glasses, furious and pale-faced, is pushed forward by the special police. Move, no talking. Soon, the three men are hooded and taken away. The remaining small fry are swiftly rounded up as well. Du Pingcheng could never have imagined that he would fall into the hands of someone he least expected. And Glasses never anticipated that in his obsession with Chu Zihan, he would risk his own life. As the situation resolves, Yin Chang pats Chu Tian on the shoulder with a cold smirk. Now, do enlighten us. How did you come by such extensive knowledge? Don't tell me you merely overheard it. Song Yang chuckles softly. I indeed have a history with them. They have wronged me. And I have been gathering evidence for quite some time. They have their sights set on my wife. If you were in my position, could you bear it? Thus, I feigned gambling, hoping to see them brought to justice. Yin Chang looked at Song Yang with surprise, followed by a gaze filled with admiration. What a man. All right. Remember to come to the police station tomorrow to complete a statement. The money will be given to you then. Song Yang was not at all worried about Yin Chang defaulting on his word. The man was known for his reliability. He always kept his promises, which was a fundamental principle of his character. Therefore, Song Yang felt no apprehension. In truth, even if he were to forfeit the money, it would not trouble him. For this sum could ensure that those scoundrels who had caused the death of his child and shattered his family would meet their end. That was worth it. Just as Song Yang was about to leave, Yin Chang suddenly called out to him again. Hey, was that foreigner really an Interpol agent? Malin Unka Leon. You can look it up yourself. Absolutely no doubt. As Yin Chang watched Song Yang's departing figure, his eyes gleamed with appreciation. What a talent. This kid is wasting his potential not being in criminal investigation. Upon exiting the casino, Song Yang glanced at the IOU and receipt in his hand, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. With these documents, he could account for everything to his wife. Checking the time, he decided it was best to buy some groceries and then return home to prepare dinner. With that thought, Song Yang climbed into his Rolls-Royce and drove to the market. Truth be told, every time he parked, he attracted a fair amount of attention. A Rolls-Royce as a grocery getter? What is the story there? Nevertheless, Song Yang paid no mind to the gazes of onlookers. For him, as long as he could provide a good life for his wife and ensure their stability, that was all that mattered. He purchased ribs and a whole chicken, along with a live fish, planning to make fish soup for Chu Zihan later that afternoon. With a large bag of groceries in hand, Song Yang hummed a little tune, resolving to put everything away before heading to Chu Zihan's company to pick her up. He found no fatigue in this routine. Rather, he relished it. Each time he saw the blissful expression on Chu Zihan's face, he felt that everything was worthwhile. The greatest happiness in his life lay within these moments. As for making money or achieving great wealth, nothing compared to the joy of being with his wife. Today, there were many cars in the neighborhood, and he struggled to find a parking spot, ultimately settling for a more distant location. As he carried his burdens upstairs while humming, he was utterly unprepared for what awaited him. Upon reaching the door, he could hear Chu Zihan's voice, filled with distress. What do you take me for? Get out of my house. Leave now. Chapter 46, Exceptional Parents. His wife was back, but she shouldn't have finished work yet. How could she have returned? Something must have happened. As expected, he then heard Lu Sufin's voice from within the room. You ungrateful girl. Do you wish to see your brother perish? How did I end up raising such a heartless child? You must divorce him today. He has said that if you marry him, he will repay the gambling debts. Chu Zihan retorted angrily. What am I to you? What do you see me as? A commodity? Or simply a stepping stone for your ambitions? If Chu Ziheng has been arrested, why don't you report it? Shouldn't he be responsible for his actions? Why must I be sacrificed? Upon hearing this, Lu Sufin became furious. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Chu Zihan's face, delivered by Lu Sufin. Upon hearing the commotion, Song Yang did not hesitate to kick the door open with a forceful bang. His expression darkened as he strode into the room, startling both Lu Sufin and Chu Fumin. Ignoring them entirely, he approached Chu Zihan directly. Zihan, are you all right? The moment she saw her husband, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Song Yang. She clung to him desperately, unable to suppress her sobs. With a scowl, Song Yang turned to Lu Sufin and Chu Fumin, commanding, get out of my house. Now, anger surged within him. Did they truly believe they could act without consequence? How dare they strike his wife? In his previous life, his greatest regret had been his mistreatment of Chu Zihan. Since his rebirth, he had not only refrained from raising his hand against her, but had even avoided raising his voice. Lu Sufin, undeterred by Song Yang's ultimatum, sneered, Oh, you, a worthless waste, dare to expel me? If it weren't for your incompetence, our family would not be in such disarray. Mark my words, you will divorce today, or I will ensure that neither of you finds peace. She turned to Chu Zihan, demanding, Are you coming with us or not? If you refuse, I will sever all ties with you. Chu Zihan, her tears long dried, replied with a weary resignation, If you wish to sever ties, then so be it. To you, I was never truly your daughter. Parents like you do not deserve a daughter. If you want me to leave, fine. Bring forth the money, and I will cut all connections with you. Otherwise, you must facilitate my divorce. Can this useless man even provide money? Lu Sufan mocked, with a grim expression. Song Yang stood by, while Chu Zihan clenched her teeth, stating, "Without money, I will not leave. I am married now, and I have no ties to you. Leave my home, now, or I will call the police." "What did you say? Call the police?" Lu Sufan scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. "You ungrateful wretch. Your brother has had his fingers severed, and you still show such coldness? You took my money, 500,000. Do you understand that this was Song Yang's life-saving money? It was our family's lifeline. What have you to say about it? He is where he is because of his own choices. It has nothing to do with us. Get out of my house. Now." Chu Zihan trembled with rage as she recognized the true nature of her parents' cruelty and selfishness. Especially in the wake of Song Yang's transformation, she could no longer endure such a family. Despair washed over her as she looked at Song Yang, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Song Yang, if you are a man, do not let me leave you." His facial muscles twitched momentarily before he turned to face Chu Zihan's parents, his voice resolute. "Leave my house at once, or do not expect me to be courteous." "What? Do you still dare to strike me?" Song Yang scoffed. "Very well. If you refuse to leave, Zihan, we shall depart. We shall not remain in this wretched place." With that, he firmly grasped Chu Zihan's hand, leaving her momentarily taken aback as she clutched her handbag. He had never exhibited such decisiveness before. This dilapidated rental offered nothing for her to cling to. Song Yang calmly stated, "If you do not leave, I shall lock the door. And you may remain here at your leisure." Zihan swiftly took her bag and declared, "We are leaving." Song Yang's words provoked Lu Sufan and Chu Fumin, their gazes immediately fixating on the bag in Chu Zihan's possession. Surely, there must be money within. Upon this realization, Lu Sufan snatched the handbag from Chu Zihan's grasp. Chu Zihan was instantly alarmed. "My card," she cried out in desperation, while Lu Sufan and Chu Fumin clutched the bag and fled. 900,000. This was Song Yang's last lifeline. The repayment was due tomorrow. Chu Zihan wept bitterly, clinging to Song Yang as she sobbed uncontrollably, observing her in-laws flee. Song Yang felt no anger whatsoever. Chu Zihan, in her grief, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Why did you remind them? That was your lifeline. Don't stop me. I must retrieve the card." Song Yang embraced her, saying, "Calm down, Zihan. What is the matter? This card is linked to my phone. We can simply transfer the funds. But my phone is still in my backpack. Why did you have to mention it? Are you foolish? We have no money to buy another phone. Do you not comprehend how hard we have fought to get to this point?" Song Yang wrapped his arms around Chu Zihan's waist and, as if conjuring a spell, produced a debt note and receipt from his pocket. "Here." Chu Zihan's cries ceased abruptly as she gazed in astonishment at the debt note, which bore the official seal of Huadong Finance, alongside a receipt. 1,500,000? You repaid the entire sum? You settled the loan shark debt? Are we truly free from owing money? Song Yang gently stroked her back, soothing her with tender words. "Of course, we are now unburdened by debt. Moreover, fortune smiled upon us. While I was repaying the debts, the police arrived. Someone reported Huadong Finance. I cooperated with their investigation, and they informed me that I only needed to pay 200,000 in debt, with the remaining 1,300,000 refunded to us. I will hand you the money tomorrow." "Police?" Chu Zihan stared at Song Yang in disbelief, hardly able to accept what she had just heard. Indeed, good and evil eventually receive their due. Those who act with arrogance will inevitably face consequences. Their days of tyranny are over. I witnessed old Dao and his associates being apprehended, and it seems they are entangled in numerous cases. According to the police, we shall never see them again in this lifetime. Tears filled Chu Zihan's eyes as she exclaimed, "Heaven has truly opened its eyes." Song Yang revealed his phone and glanced around, instructing, "Stop staring blankly. I'll transfer the money to my phone. Hurry and pack our belongings. We must prepare for when they return to demand money." Realizing the urgency, Chu Zihan hurriedly began to gather their things. Though the situation seemed absurd, an inexplicable feeling washed over her, reminiscent of the early days of their romance. Once their belongings were secured in the car, Song Yang swiftly led Chu Zihan to a rented homestay. This particular homestay was a quaint villa with a private courtyard, and due to the off-season, it was devoid of guests. For 7 days, the cost was merely 5,000 yuan. Under normal circumstances, it would cost several tens of thousands for the same duration. Although slightly pricier, it afforded them convenience and peace of mind, free from the worry of being discovered by her parents. Thus, Chu Zihan gritted her teeth and agreed to let Song Yang rent the place. The next step was to swiftly find a new rental within the span of 7 days. They could never have imagined that they were currently residing in a holiday villa village. As for her parents' remarks regarding Chu Ziheng, she had no desire to intervene. Just based on their decision to terminate the pregnancy, she could not care less about their well-being. As long as her parents remained oblivious to her current situation, everything would be fine. Chapter 47. Rooting out evil well. We have retrieved all the money, and now we possess several million. Why not consider purchasing a house? Chu Zihan shot Song Yang a disapproving glare. You only think of frivolous spending. A house is beyond our current means. With a child on the way, we will undoubtedly need funds. We have no one to help us care for the baby. Hiring a reliable nanny and a postpartum caregiver are expenses we cannot overlook. Do you even realize that a slightly decent house in Baitian costs 4 to 5 million? After enduring his wife's scolding, Song Yang listened obediently, not daring to retort. In the past, he would have erupted in anger, but now he resembled a docile cat, a true picture of a submissive husband. Yet, when faced with danger, he transformed into a ferocious beast. Such a man, she thought, she had only ever encountered in dreams. Yet now, this man stood right before her, her underachieving husband. Chu Zihan had long ceased to care about Chu Tian's financial success. As long as he treated her well and refrained from gambling, that was sufficient. Even if he did not earn money at home, so what? She was capable of earning her own. Moreover, she did not want Song Yang to go out and potentially go astray again. After tidying up, Song Yang busied himself preparing a meal for Chu Zihan. But she entered the kitchen and seized the knife from his hand. You're so clumsy. What can you do? Let me take over. But dear, you're pregnant. How can you? Song Yang expressed his concern, yet Chu Zihan smiled. I may be with child, but I am not incapacitated. Now, just wash the vegetables and clean up. Don't create chaos in the kitchen. Like a wronged little wife, Song Yang complied with her instructions and began to clean up their temporary abode. Chu Zihan enjoyed the dinner immensely. After the meal, Song Yang joined her in bed, and today, Chu Zihan even granted him a special privilege. Clad in her pajamas, she invited him to hold her as they slept. The sensation felt heavenly for Song Yang. However, his restless hands often wandered, playfully causing mischief. Yet, as a married woman and a longtime wife, Chu Zihan understood everything. She fully cooperated, denying Song Yang any undue benefits, fearing he might stray outside in search of fleeting pleasures. That would be troublesome. Upon waking in the morning, Song Yang felt invigorated, brimming with energy. He first took Chu Zihan to work. Then, he continued to the shop to discuss the upgrades and renovations with Mr. Kong. With funds now available, Kong Dekai felt a sense of assurance. Naturally, he was pleased that someone was there to manage the store. He no longer needed to worry about maintenance. He simply had to focus on his medical practice. Boss Song, you mentioned a complete upgrade for our shop. Is it merely a matter of renovation? Song Yang chuckled softly. Of course not, Mr. Kong. We also need to hire pharmacists, as well as regular staff and nurses. If Qing Delin wishes to continue to develop, a comprehensive transformation is imperative. Traditional Chinese medicine must showcase its unique characteristics. I possess some expertise in treating ailments. The shop requires renovation, a full complement of personnel. And we also need to expand our prescription offerings. I am adept at formulating ancient prescriptions for health and remedies for injuries. We must endeavor to establish our reputation. And furthermore, we will limit the number of patients. Upstairs, we will only see 3 patients daily. The downstairs will continue to serve the public. The downstairs will be affordable and beneficial, while the upstairs will offer personalized services. This approach will help us expand our market and highlight our distinctive features. Ancient prescriptions? Is that true? You are quite young, yet you are familiar with them? Song Yang smiled. Indeed, I am. I will prepare some prescriptions for the downstairs. I will write them for you shortly. For the next few days, we will suspend operations, and you should thoroughly study these prescriptions. When we reopen, we will resume normal business. Kong Dekai nodded excitedly, as he was very much looking forward to the ancient prescriptions. He had long heard of them. Many were locked away in safes after being acquired by pharmaceutical companies. They sought remedies that could provide immediate relief. Anything less was deemed inadequate. In short, they desired a cure that could be achieved with a single prescription. Yet now, ailments often required weeks to resolve. For them, a medicine that could heal was not necessarily a good one. Only those that could generate substantial profits were deemed valuable. Song Yang wrote several prescriptions and handed them to Kong Dekai before heading home. He retrieved Chu Zihan's computer and began drafting evidence materials on her old laptop. Since he had involved Huadong's personnel, he knew he had to act decisively. There could be no opportunity for them to resurface. Song Yang compiled all the incriminating evidence from his past life, then stepped out to make copies. Just then, he received a call from Yin Chang. "Is this Song Yang? I'm waiting for you in my office. I need your assistance with several matters. Please come over." "All right, I'll be there shortly." The timing was perfect. After hanging up, Song Yang made his way to report to Yin Chang. In Yin Chang's office, after knocking and receiving an invitation to enter, Song Yang pushed the door open. Upon seeing Song Yang, Yin Chang waved him over with a smile. "Just in time. I actually have a few things I want to ask you." "What is on your mind, Captain Yin? Just say it. I am open and unreserved." They have been reluctant to cooperate, but we have uncovered some information, and among it, Du Pingsheng has already confessed. However, he was quite curious, as few were privy to such matters. "How do you know?" Song Yang shrugged. "I have no capability to know. I stumbled upon this information by chance. The specifics have been compiled into materials, and it was intentionally revealed to me by someone. I am unaware of their identity. Only that they are a man in his 40s, and judging by the accent, he is a local from Baitian." As he spoke, Song Yang handed the documents to Yin Chang. Yin Chang, with a look of suspicion, inquired, "Why give them to you?" He replied, "Because Du Pingsheng's confidant has his eyes on my wife. They plotted to harm me, hence I am bound to seek retribution against them." "This course of action is not illegal, is it?" Noticing the worried expression on Song Yang's face, Yin Chang couldn't help but burst into laughter. "It's not illegal. But you mentioned this person is a local from Baitian. Can you recall any particular features?" Song Yang feigned deep thought before responding. "He carries a strong scent of medicine. Quite pungent. Oh, and he has a slight limp. You haven't seen him. How do you know?" Yin Chang looked at Song Yang skeptically. Song Yang chuckled. "Come on. Can't you distinguish footsteps? A normal person wouldn't have such an uneven gait. I suspect he is injured." What Song Yang said was not fabricated. He was referring to his past life. The scent of medicine stemmed from an injury inflicted by an enemy. When others described him back then, they spoke similarly. Thus, he deliberately recounted all the physical characteristics from his former existence. The testimonies were nearly identical. Let them investigate slowly. After all, he bore no scent of medicine. Nor was he a man in his 30s or 40s. He was merely in his 20s. Yin Chang's eyes lit up. This clue was promising. "What else do you know about this individual?" "That is all I know. He is quite mysterious, merely stating that if I assist him, I could protect my wife and child. If not, I would regret it for a lifetime. Since then, I've seriously contemplated my actions and realized I owe my wife a great deal, which is why I've been treating her better." Little did Song Yang know, his half-truths and fabrications would lead Yin Chang to uncover another significant case. Chapter 48. Prenatal Examination. Yin Chang was seasoned in his profession. He could discern the truth in Song Yang's words with ease. Whether through micro-expressions or the details he described, his professional instincts indicated that much of it was genuine. There might have been some embellishments, but they were inconsequential. To speak the truth with perfect precision would indeed be a cause for suspicion. Furthermore, it was clear that Song Yang was not a suspect. He was undoubtedly a victim. With this in mind, Yin Chang continued seriously. "Since you have chosen to abandon your former ways, you must strive to live righteously and not constantly await strokes of fortune from the heavens. Your funds have been approved by the director under special circumstances. Now you simply need to fill out a form, and the department will transfer the money to you." "All right. Thank you, Captain Yin." As Song Yang departed, Yin Chang, glancing at the evidence and the documents, murmured, "There may be a larger case concealed within this. This young man is indeed my lucky star." Upon leaving the police station, Song Yang drove his Rolls-Royce, intending to purchase groceries for dinner. However, upon checking his phone, he was surprised to find a message from Chu Zihan. "Come pick me up from the office. Tomorrow is a holiday." Intrigued, Song Yang promptly headed to the company. For Chu Zihan, the mere fact that Song Yang had taken the electric bike to fetch her had already been touching. Now, arriving in a luxury car and consistently punctual, she felt a warmth in her heart as she watched her husband's silhouette. "Why are you off work so early today? Has something happened? Have your parents been looking for you?" Song Yang inquired with concern. Chu Zihan smiled reassuringly. "They haven't. They are probably still trying to figure out that card. I've already arranged for a personnel transfer. Tomorrow it will be frozen, and I will be transferred to the headquarters building. This is the office of the business department. And I will take a break before it is announced." Upon hearing this, a joyful smile spread across Song Yang's face. "That's wonderful. What do you plan to do tomorrow? I intend to go for a prenatal checkup. I've been quite anxious these past few days, and I worry about the baby, she replied. Opening the car door with a smile, Song Young said, then it's settled. A prenatal checkup is essential. Chu Zihan placed her backpack in the car and cheerfully remarked, It's agreed then. We'll go for the checkup tomorrow morning. If you have other commitments, I can manage on my own. How can that be? For your prenatal checkup, you'll need to be moving around. I cannot let you go alone. I will accompany you. Seeing the change in Song Yang, Chu Zihan no longer doubted his transformation. The couple chatted and laughed all the way home, shopping for groceries together and preparing dinner. Although they lived in a rented place, their life felt particularly warm and intimate. The following morning, Song Yang rose early, taking Chu Zihan to the only maternal and child health hospital in Baitian City. This public hospital had consolidated all obstetrics and gynecology services from the city. Other hospitals lacked such departments, leaving them with only two choices for childbirth, a private hospital or the sole public facility. Moreover, both hospitals were staffed by the same doctors, as the private establishment had branched off from the maternal and child health hospital years ago. However, the private hospital's exorbitant fees caused Chu Zihan great distress over the expenditure. Hence, they opted for the comparatively affordable public option. Yet, due to its monopoly on obstetrics, the hospital was not as accommodating as one might hope. Nevertheless, Song Yang had no alternative but to proceed with the prenatal checkup. Upon arriving at the hospital, which was the only one available, they found it bustling with people. Song Yang instructed Chu Zihan to sit on a bench in the corridor while he queued to register, bustling about. After completing the necessary tasks, he handed the registration slip to a nurse calling out names and silently waited alongside Chu Zihan. During the wait, she smiled and asked, Do you have more work to attend to later? Song Yang pondered for a moment and then nodded. Yes, but I can return in the afternoon. I still need to visit the clinic to discuss the renovations. All right, I will head back once I finish my examination. I placed an order yesterday, and the new phone should arrive this afternoon, Chu Zihan replied with a smile, to which Song Yang nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at Song Yang's side, where the doctor did not even glance at Chu Zihan before instructing her to undergo an ultrasound and then a blood test. Song Yang took care of the payment, and then proceeded to the waiting area to secure a number for Chu Zihan. After approximately an hour, having arrived early, Chu Zihan was able to complete her tests relatively swiftly. When they returned, the entrance to the obstetrics and gynecology clinic was already filled with people. Holding all the test results, Song Yang handed them to the doctor. While waiting at the entrance, he noticed a woman emerging from the consultation room with tears in her eyes. Her husband hurriedly approached her, asking, What happened? The doctor said there's a fetal abnormality, and we need to terminate the pregnancy. What? The man stood there, dumbfounded. After finally becoming a father, to face such a devastating outcome was unbearable for any expectant father. Song Yang observed the woman, whose complexion was flushed and radiant. Furthermore, her abdomen did not suggest any signs of fetal deformity. With genuine concern, he stood up and said, Excuse me, did the doctor say that? The couple turned to look at Song Yang, realizing they did not know him. He quickly clarified, Oh, I am accompanying my wife for her examination. She just entered, and I saw you coming out. What is the matter? The doctor told us we need to terminate the child, saying I am carrying twins. But one of them has 3 legs and 4 arms. What? Song Yang was taken aback and then said, I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. May I take your pulse? You do not appear to be someone who would bear a deformed child. The woman eagerly nodded. Yes, I've been especially cautious since becoming pregnant. However, the man, in a state of desperation, hesitated, but then said, Wife, perhaps we should let him check. The woman nodded and extended her wrist. As Song Yang took her pulse, he discovered 3 distinct pulse patterns and could not help but smile. Sir, why don't you feel your wife's abdomen? How many lumps do you feel? The man was taken aback. Lumps? 1, 2, 3. 3? Song Yang confirmed. Triplets. Triplets? You must be joking. I recommend that you visit a larger public hospital for a separate ultrasound. They may not have obstetrics, but they can take images. The man, reluctant to terminate the pregnancy, replied, All right, thank you. Song Yang waved his hand, smiling warmly. No need to thank me. We are all about to become fathers, and no one wishes for misfortune. It is best to be cautious in such matters. I believe a major hospital will provide you with clarity. Okay, I will head there now. The man hurriedly left with his wife, and at that moment, Chu Zihan emerged from the consultation room with teary eyes. As soon as she stepped out, she embraced Song Yang and said, I'm sorry, I may not be able to keep our child. Chapter 49. Whom to trust? Trust my husband. Song Yang was stunned. Earlier, a couple expecting triplets was advised to undergo an abortion. However, they claimed that the wife was unable to give birth. What are they attempting to achieve? Are they prioritizing performance metrics over human lives? This is utterly unacceptable. Song Yang felt quite displeased and, after reviewing the diagnosis, he took Chu Zihan to the outpatient clinic. Upon entering the consultation room, the doctor looked up at Song Yang and Chu Zihan and inquired, "Have you discussed this thoroughly? Your situation is quite serious. It cannot be delayed and must be addressed immediately." Chu Zihan, filled with concern, grasped Song Yang's hand. She truly did not wish to lose her child, as a mother. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, she was determined to fight for it. "Doctor, on what grounds do you suggest my wife undergo an abortion?" Song Yang pressed. "Everything has already been examined. What more do you require as justification?" Song Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "Is this how you treat your patients? The child is not even 10 weeks along, and you are so certain?" The doctor, growing impatient, rapped his fingers on the desk. "What do you propose we do? Your wife's uterine wall is notably thin. This is your issue, not mine. Even if you wish to preserve the pregnancy, the likelihood of premature birth is high. Can you guarantee she will endure beyond 31 weeks? Do you comprehend what a 31-week preemie entails? I certainly understand the implications of your words, but I believe it is premature to draw such conclusions. Ultimately, this is our child. We cannot simply relinquish it. Furthermore, based solely on an ultrasound and a lab report, you deem this child's life forfeit. Do you not find that rather hasty?" The doctor, taken aback, retorted, "I attend to hundreds, if not thousands, of patients daily without a single misdiagnosis. Are you questioning my medical expertise?" Song Yang couldn't suppress a smile. "Not a single error? That is rather dubious, is it not? Just moments ago, you informed that couple they were expecting a malformed fetus. Did you consider the possibility that she is carrying triplets?" "What?" The doctor paused in disbelief. Song Yang calmly asserted, "Have you contemplated that she is indeed expecting triplets? You propose to terminate all three? As a physician, your negligence could cost 3 lives. Have you considered that?" The doctor, now agitated, responded, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I misdiagnosed? It is unnecessary for me to say whether it is a misdiagnosis. Simply review her imaging from earlier. One fetus obscured another. Examine it closely." The doctor, taken aback, pointed an accusing finger at Song Yang. "Are you questioning my authority? What right do you have to doubt me? I am indifferent. They have already sought a second opinion at another hospital. Whether it is a misdiagnosis or not, you will discover the truth yourself. And I assure you, should it be confirmed that they are indeed expecting triplets, we shall see if they return to you." Upon hearing this, the doctor appeared flustered. He promptly opened his computer to review the images. Thanks to Song Yang's insight, he indeed uncovered an anomaly. It became clear that he had merely glanced at the images without thorough examination, hastily issuing a diagnosis. However, it now appeared that the couple was indeed expecting triplets. Chu Zihan looked at Song Yang in astonishment, realizing he was correct. But how could Song Yang possess such medical acumen? Wasn't he unable to enter the traditional Chinese medicine institution upon graduation due to his poor grades and practical skills? Currently, Song Yang bears no resemblance to a castaway. Rather, he appears to be a deliberate casualty. Has his decline over the years truly stemmed from clandestine manipulations? Indeed, this is the very crux of his plight. In his earlier years, Song Yang was an exemplary student, only to be surreptitiously eliminated from the hospital's ranks in favor of a more privileged peer. Ultimately, the latter ascended to the role of physician, while he was unjustly dismissed. This betrayal led Song Yang into a spiral of despair, causing him to lose faith in society and succumb to a downward trajectory. However, the man standing before Chu Zihan is not the disheartened youth of yesteryears, but rather a sage endowed with the wisdom of a century and unparalleled medical prowess, far surpassing what he once possessed. Thus, evaluating a triplet becomes a trivial task. Even if I were to misdiagnose, your wife's condition remains a matter of fact. The doctor, obstinately defensive, continued to argue with Song Yang. With unwavering composure, Song Yang responded, "I have no need to gamble my wife's and child's fate on your credibility. Zihan, the decision rests with you. Will you place your trust in me or in him?" Without hesitation, Chu Zihan turned to Song Yang, declaring, "I unequivocally trust you. I cannot bear to lose this child. After all, this is our child." The doctor, exasperated, exclaimed, "Insanity! You dare to trust him? I am the doctor here, not him. I graduated from medical school. Who is he?" Upon hearing the disrespect towards her husband, Chu Zihan retorted, "He is also a medical practitioner, specializing in traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine? The doctor paused, then erupted in laughter. Ah, that charlatanry akin to street magicians? Why not light some incense and pray for your child's safety? Song Yang scoffed. Doctor, kindly watch your language. I have tolerated you long enough. If we are the charlatans, then how can you render a diagnosis without due diligence? Are you not the true fraud? Do not overstep your bounds. If that is your stance, then let us sign a disclaimer stating that you relinquish all responsibility for the treatment and its consequences. The doctor bellowed in frustration. Yet, Song Yang remained unflappable, confident in his ability to safeguard his child. Preserving a pregnancy is child's play for him. If he cannot protect his own wife and child, he need not continue living. With newfound assurance, Song Yang remarked, let us proceed with the signing. Chu Zihan, steadfast in her belief in her husband, readily acquiesced, for she was certain that Song Yang would never gamble with their child's life. Furthermore, they were not lacking in financial resources. Although Song Yang spent lavishly, it was primarily for their welfare. He abstained from smoking, drinking, and indulging in ostentatious brands. Moreover, he had overcome his gambling addiction, reinforcing Chu Zihan's trust in him. The doctor produced the disclaimer, and with a calm demeanor, both Song Yang and Chu Zihan affixed their signatures. The doctor, now filled with resentment, declared, very well, you need not return. Handle your matters independently. Relying on that so-called traditional medicine, Song Yang coldly replied, I shall remember your words, doctor. Where else could one go if not here? Without delving into other matters, Song Yang believes that establishing another venture in fetal preservation could prove to be quite advantageous. After all, if the entirety of Baitian City were to have such obstetric hospitals, he feels compelled to engage in a bit of competition. Ultimately, this concerns human lives, not mere trifles. However, little did this self-assured physician realize that his actions today would bring about unimaginable repercussions for the hospital. Chapter 50. A promising future upon exiting the hospital. Chu Zihan was overwhelmed with guilt. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't safeguard the child well. Song Yang smiled reassuringly. It's all right. To be honest, I was rather reckless in the past. Had it not been for me, you wouldn't have had to endure such anxiety and would have been able to rest adequately. Do not worry, Zihan. I will take great care of both you and our child. Trust me. I will ensure our little one arrives healthily and that you have a safe delivery. A faint blush crept across Chu Zihan's cheeks as she nodded slightly. Yes, I know. I believe in you. She smiled and then shifted her concern to Song Yang. By the way, you mentioned the shop. Is the renovation underway? Yes. I was just about to check it out. Would you like to join me? After all, you are the lady of the house. Chu Zihan beamed. Sure. Let us go take a look. As Song Yang drove the Rolls-Royce, the couple seemed to have forgotten their earlier discontent. Upon arriving at the clinic, Chu Zihan observed the renovation workers diligently at work. The original counter had been replaced with a grand solid wood cabinet, giving the space an elegant and rustic atmosphere. The upper floor was still undergoing extensive renovations, the final appearance yet to be revealed. However, the sign had already been taken down, seemingly in preparation for a new one. Why has the sign been removed? Oh, Qing Dellen was originally a branch of Master Kong's establishment, since he is no longer the proprietor. According to the customs of the school, the sign of Qing Dellen must be returned. A new one is currently being crafted. A new sign? What will our clinic be called now? Song Yang smiled gently. It will be named Xiang Hall. Xiang Hall? Chu Zihan felt her cheeks flush, and warmth spread through her heart upon hearing the name. That is wonderful. Seeing her approval, Song Yang's smile widened. He continued, today's events have profoundly impacted me. I intend to open a dedicated traditional Chinese medicine clinic focusing on maternal and child health, specifically for expectant mothers to preserve and nurture their pregnancies. However, I still lack sufficient startup capital. Once the funds are adequate, I will gradually establish a branch. Chu Zihan smiled. Yes. Let us take it one step at a time and develop steadily. There is no rush. Seeing Song Yang's entrepreneurial spirit, a weight lifted from Chu Zihan's heart. While the clinic may not be large, at least Song Yang had embarked on his own career. She did not seek for him to achieve great wealth to elevate her status, but as long as he remained grounded and diligent, she would be content. Regarding Song Yang's medical skills, she harbored some reservations. As the couple chatted, Kong Sai happened to emerge from the shop. Boss Song, what brings you here? He greeted with a warm smile. Song Yang spoke with great respect. Mr. Kong, since you are here, my wife is undergoing a pregnancy checkup today. The doctor has advised us to consider an abortion, But from my observations, it is unnecessary. We simply need to preserve the pregnancy. Could you please take a look? Kong Ditsai glanced around, but there is no space. This place is a mess. Song Yang opened the car door, smiling. There is room in the car. We can check her pulse there. Kong Ditsai nodded and followed him into the Rolls-Royce, taking a seat in the back row. While Chu Zihan placed her hand on the armrest. After examining her pulse, Kong Ditsai smiled and said, "It is nothing to worry about. As of now, there is no indication for an abortion. Perhaps it is best to start with 2 prescriptions for preserving the pregnancy and monitor the situation." Song Yang nodded, and Chu Zihan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Kong Ditsai was an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and his words were reassuring. Kong Ditsai exchanged a glance with Song Yang, excusing himself to discuss some renovation matters. Therefore, Chu Zihan remained in the car while Song Yang went out with Kong Ditsai. Once they were outside, Kong Ditsai spoke after walking a distance, "Boss Song, regarding your esteemed wife, even if the child is delivered, you may face the dilemma of whether to preserve the larger or smaller one." Song Yang replied resolutely, "I naturally intend to preserve both. I understand the situation you mentioned. But we have not reached that point yet. Everything remains speculative, does it not?" Kong Ditsai nodded, and Song Yang continued, "Follow me, I will write a prescription for you. And you can say it was from you. Additionally, I will provide you with a few more prescriptions to study at home. When we open for business, we will need ancient prescriptions." Kong Ditsai was taken aback, but quickly nodded, "All right, I will follow your guidance." Upon entering the pharmacy, Song Yang took up a pen, and his calligraphy flowed with elegance, astonishing Kong Ditsai. It was a rare sight to see someone so young possessing such skill. After completing the prescription, Kong Ditsai was stunned. "This prescription is truly unique. Where did you obtain it?" "This is undoubtedly an ancient formula, with a formulation that has been lost, balancing the 5 elements in yin-yang, while also considering the timing and individual constitution." Song Yang smiled. "I merely possess a slight proficiency. It is nothing significant." Kong Ditsai inwardly scoffed. "You call this slight proficiency? What does that make me? A mere fool?" Song Yang provided Kong Ditsai with ample ordinary ancient prescriptions and then gathered some medicinal materials from the shop, packing them to take back to the car. Seeing Song Yang carrying the herbs, Chu Zihan curiously inquired, "Did Mr. Kong prescribe so many?" "Oh, only 2 bags are for you. The rest are for me to develop some health supplements that can yield quick returns." Chu Zihan looked at the herbs with curiosity. "You were developing health supplements? What for? But what if they prove effective for my current condition?" After all, Chu Zihan, already a married woman, associated health supplements with those for enhancing vitality. If they were truly effective, what would that mean for her current state? Wouldn't it lead Song Yang astray? Song Yang waved his hands dismissively. "I plan to earn money from women first. On one hand, it can aid in your recovery, and on the other, I will concentrate on researching formulas for preserving and nurturing the pregnancy. Rest assured, once I complete the task, I will verify everything with Master Kong. I shall not act recklessly. I would like to begin with some medicinal substances that promote skin whitening and beauty, starting with topical applications. If they prove effective, might it not allow me to earn some initial profits?" Chu Zihan smiled and replied, "Indeed, that is not out of the question, though the formalities may be somewhat cumbersome." Song Yang laughed heartily. "What is the fuss? These matters are hardly difficult. I will commission a specialized company to assist me in handling these procedures." Chu Zihan was aware that there are firms dedicated to managing such bureaucratic tasks for others. They possess extensive connections and expertise, making it exceedingly convenient to enlist their services. "Very well. Do you have any further matters to attend to? Shall we return home?" Song Yang nodded. "Yes, of course. Once we return, you should rest well while I prepare the medicine for you. I will also experiment with a new formula. I found Master Kong's guidance to be quite beneficial." Though he spoke with such assurance, deep within, Song Yang was already devising plans to swiftly develop a lucrative medicinal product. The remedy he envisioned was the illustrious rejuvenating elixir from ancient prescriptions, Shuyan Dan. Chapter 51, Divination and Unwanted Affections. Not long after returning home, Yin Chang called, stating he could process a refund and requested his account details. Song Yang provided his account information. To his astonishment, a notification appeared on his phone revealing that Yin Chang had refunded him 1,500,000. This amount included his bonus, along with additional refunds and wagered funds. Song Yang promptly transferred the entire sum to Chu Zihan's account. This unexpected windfall left Chu Zihan feeling inexplicably exhilarated. Originally concerned about their finances, she now found herself with 2,400,000, which indeed instilled a profound sense of security within her. With this sum, their lives could surely improve gradually. As the funds arrived, a delivery also came bearing Chu Zihan's newly purchased mobile phone. Reluctant to spend excessively, she had been using a modest device costing merely 1,000 yuan. Naturally, Song Yang understood that even if he were to buy her something more extravagant, she would likely refuse. Chu Zihan was content with sufficiency. She detested wasteful expenditures. Despite its modest nature, she found joy in playing with her new phone. With her delighted distraction, Song Yang had little else to occupy himself, so he decided to prepare her medicine. Meanwhile, he discreetly retreated to the study upstairs to conduct a divination for their child. The results of the divination were quite favorable. The hexagram indicated harmony between the heavens and the people, yet it also contained the hexagram of encounter, which foretold possible unwanted affections. The upper trigrams represented the Qian hexagram, while the lower trigrams depicted the Sun hexagram. The image of heavenly wind converging suggested a chance meeting. Song Yang pondered deeply. Unwanted affections? Surely not. Nevertheless, since the divination had revealed such possibilities, it would be wise to remain vigilant. After all, regardless of auspicious or inauspicious outcomes, divination is seldom devoid of value. Song Yang tidied his belongings and resumed his research on the preparation of Shuyan Dan. While he was aware of the formula, the process of transforming it into a marketable product necessitated a series of meticulous steps. After all, bringing a medicinal product to market involves considerable procedures, and currently, mass production was beyond reach. On a leisurely day, Chu Zihan and Song Yang found comfort in their quaint villa. Ever since Chu Zihan confirmed that Song Yang had changed for the better, she had taken a step back from overseeing his every move. Whether he was studying the I Ching or experimenting with herbs, she regarded these pursuits as his personal interests. It seemed that they had entered a phase of indulgence for Song Yang. Chu Zihan preferred not to micromanage Song Yang. Rather, she wished for her partner to possess his own thoughts and engage in activities that brought him joy. However, this was contingent upon the legality and potential of such endeavors. The financial aspect, on the other hand, held little significance for her. During dinner that evening, the couple broached the topic of housing, as it had become paramount to their current situation. "Darling, we do have some funds at our disposal. Shall we consider purchasing a home?" Song Yang suggested. Chu Zihan shook her head, responding earnestly, "Now is not the right time to buy a house. Furthermore, once the child arrives, we must consider their education. Lacking a good school district will pose future challenges. I envision a comprehensive solution, but the child will require time for schooling, during which we should strive to accumulate a down payment. As for our living arrangements, I propose we rent a place, ideally one that facilitates my prenatal checkups. After all, if we are to raise a child, we will need to find a reliable nanny and postpartum caregiver. We both have our commitments, and the issues we face are quite serious." Chu Zihan's words resonated with practicality, addressing the realities they were soon to confront. A dependable individual was essential in their household. Song Yang recalled someone from his past, a former housekeeper who had proven to be very reliable. However, she was likely still facing adversity at home. As a child born out of wedlock, she had endured bullying from her family, ultimately finding refuge with Song Yang, where she had become a trusted confidant. It could be said that without Song Yang's support, she would not have had the opportunity to rise above her circumstances. Currently, she was working in a nearby city, and reaching out to her before the child's arrival would pose no issue. Despite being a woman, her intellect and loyalty were exceptional, particularly in management and organization. With this in mind, Song Yang resolved to accelerate his efforts. Only when he had the means to safeguard her from her family's influence could he truly uplift her from her dire situation. "Very well, we shall proceed with your suggestion. We will rent for now and purchase once we achieve stability." In truth, Song Yang had not envisioned buying property in Baidian. He yearned for the villa of his dreams in the future. Yet, his current capabilities were still lacking. "All right, I will inquire about suitable rental options," he replied. The couple had reached a consensus and retired for the night. The following morning, Song Yang drove Chu Zihan to her new workplace, which was considerably farther than her previous one. The new office building was undoubtedly more impressive, although the journey was plagued by heavier traffic than before. As Song Yang paused, his mind was preoccupied with the conversation he had with his wife the previous day about renting a house. While he did not mind the idea itself, he was aware of the complications that could arise. Seated in his car, he contemplated his next steps when the phone rang. "Brother Yang, it's Han Feng. Are you busy at the moment?" Song Yang, a tad puzzled, replied, I have some time. What's on your mind?" Li Han Feng cleared his throat and said, "Actually, I have a favor to ask. I heard you have knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Do you also understand herbal medicines? Without reservation, Song Yang responded calmly. Of course I am knowledgeable about herbal medicines. Why? Is there something wrong with your health? Just come to my clinic, and I'll prescribe you some medicine. We have all kinds of strengths available. I guarantee you will regain your vitality. Li Hanfeng offered an embarrassed smile. I don't need it for myself. It's for my grandfather. His health has been deteriorating, and I was hoping to buy some beneficial medicine to help him recover. However, I am not familiar with herbal remedies. Today, there is a herbal medicine trade fair in Baitian City, and many merchants will be attending, along with an auction featuring some exceptionally rare and precious herbs. I was wondering if you could accompany me. Upon hearing about the herbal medicine trade fair, Song Yang perked up. He needed such items himself. Nodding, he replied with a smile, sure, just let me know the time, and we can go together. Li Hanfeng eagerly agreed. But Song Yang seemed to remember something and added, by the way, Hanfeng, do you have any friends who could help me find a house? I am looking to buy a property, preferably near a maternity hospital and a confinement center. Li Hanfeng chuckled. Haha, Brother Yang? What kind of house are you looking for? I have enough properties from debt settlements to start a community. However, I do have a very good location in mind for what you're looking for. You can't back out this time. All of these are properties from bad debts I've collected. If you pay me, it would be like slapping a brother in the face. Of course, if you feel indebted and have any profitable ventures, perhaps we could collaborate? What's wrong? Are you short on cash? Song Yang asked, astonished. Li Hanfeng, slightly embarrassed, replied. It's my useless father again. He is causing chaos in Europe, and as you predicted, it's a bottomless pit. He was deceived by someone he trusted, who ended up pocketing 40% of the profits, colluding with a group of foreigners to swindle him. Now, our company is facing a significant financial shortfall because of his actions, and my grandfather was so upset that he couldn't sleep all night yesterday. But I genuinely want to thank you. Without your help, our family might have faced ruin. Song Yang chuckled. We're brothers. There's no need for such formalities. All right, I'll accept your goodwill. Coincidentally, I could use some money as well, so let us engage in something adventurous. I know a way, but I'm not sure if you're brave enough to take the risk. Li Hanfeng's eyes lit up. Brother Yang, if you tell me that selling Northwest Winds can be profitable, I'll go collect it right away. I have no doubts whatsoever. Song Yang nodded, holding his phone. Then how about this? You take me to see the houses, and we can discuss everything in detail when we meet. Chapter 52. What a coincidence after their meeting. Li Hafeng entered the car and directed Song Yang towards a luxurious residential complex known as Foshui Garden. This place is indeed renowned in Baitian City. Upon arriving at the entrance of the complex, Song Yang was struck by the surrounding environment. At the south gate of the complex, there was a premier maternity center, the highest end of its kind in Beha. Across the street stood the opulent Sanyuo Maternity and Child Health Hospital. This establishment is exceptionally upscale, with the cost of childbirth here hovering around 80 to 90,000 yuan. Should one require a hospital room, expenses could easily exceed 100,000 yuan. With no upper limit. Though expensive, the services provided are comprehensive, ensuring that wealth commands respect in this realm. As Song Yang surveyed the surroundings, he noted that the environment was quite agreeable. The vehicle arrived at the entrance of the underground parking garage, where the gate opened automatically. It turned out that registration was required for entry. Song Yang drove into Li Hanfeng's designated garage. The garage and parking spaces were not located in the same area. When the garage door ascended, he discovered that it connected directly to the upper floors, complete with a private elevator. Such a feature undoubtedly came at a considerable cost. Contemplating this, Song Yang observed that the garage was spacious enough to accommodate at least 4 vehicles. He turned to enter the elevator. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Song Yang was momentarily taken aback. Stepping out, he found himself within the confines of the residence. He noted that the building comprised 6 stories. The first and second floors appeared to function as a duplex warehouse, not for parking, with a staircase leading upwards. Upon ascending, he found the third and fourth floors situated within, forming a large terrace, while the 5th and 6th floors were perched atop this terrace. Brother Yang. The first and second floors are a duplex that was originally separate. However, during a debt settlement, they sought to inflate the price by including both floors. I had no intention of renovating, so I utilized it as a storage space. It's currently empty, so feel free to place anything you wish here. I suggest transforming it into your personal laboratory. I believe it would serve you well. As for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, they constitute the main living area. While the 6th floor is an attic, albeit a flat-roofed one, considered as additional area, along with the terrace, which is all yours. However, in essence, the house is primarily the third, fourth, and fifth floors. The rest is considered complimentary. Of course, this is the pinnacle of the building. Song Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Is this house truly so expansive? Indeed, it is, Li Hanfeng responded. Initially, this building did not exist, however, with the scenic woods and an artificial lake behind. When their financial chain collapsed, they sought my assistance for a loan. Thus, they added this solitary structure, making it the crown jewel of the complex. While the view is splendid, it is unfortunate that there is no courtyard. The renovations are all completed. If you like, you may reside here temporarily. Looking around, Song Yang could not help but admire the lavishness of the renovations. Li Hanfeng had undoubtedly spared no expense. This house is exceedingly extravagant. If you were to give it to me, I fear I could not bear the burden. Li Hanfeng chuckled, wrapping an arm around Song Yang's shoulders. To speak of gifts between us feels too formal. Moreover, considering all the assistance you have provided me, this is merely a form of compensation for a debt, not something purchased with hard cash. In reality, they are still repaying the loan. We merely facilitated their relief. I have not spent a dime. I consider it a borrowed flower offered to the Buddha. Moreover, you mentioned there are opportunities to help me recover losses, yet you haven't disclosed what they entail. Song Yang chuckled and turned to Li Huanfeng, inquiring, Are you daring enough to short the U.S. stock market? What on earth? Short the U.S. stock market? Brother, while I may run a bank, the deposits within are liabilities to me. This jest is too perilous. Song Yang patted Li Huanfeng's shoulder and reassured him, Fear not. As usual, I shall provide you with 50 million. Will you assist me? Li Huanfeng waved his hand dismissively. Forget about 50 or 60 million. Instead, I will give you a credit card with a limit of 1 billion. As for the interest, pay it back within a month, and there will be none. Use it freely. Song Yang looked at him skeptically. A limit of 1 billion? What status does that entail? Is it our family's black card? My father instructed me to give it to you, stating that you would need it for business. With me as your brother, you need not worry about your investments. Just let me know what you need. Song Yang laughed, not at all averse to owing Li Huanfeng a favor, for he did not consider it a debt. I appreciate your kindness. If so, I could indeed achieve a windfall without any effort. Li Huanfeng chuckled. I would be more concerned if you didn't profit. Now, about shorting the U.S. stock market? Song Yang relayed his divination results to Li Huanfeng. His eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Is that truly the outcome of the divination? Indeed. Although fraught with risk, the change is in human hands, not in the heavens. It signifies a predetermined fate, but the outcome lies within our control. We shall simply follow along and reap the rewards. Just pursue the amount of loss you require. When do you anticipate closing the net? Approximately 3 to 4 days. And it shall conclude. Song Yang spoke with unwavering confidence. This was based on events from his past life. The U.S. stock market had indeed experienced a historic series of circuit breakers in recent days, with a plummeting speed akin to a sheer cliff. The occurrence of 3 consecutive circuit breakers had caught everyone off guard. Thus, this trifecta served as the foundation for Song Yang's shorting strategy. In the short term, it promised substantial profit. Li Huanfeng felt exhilarated at the thought. In light of the profit Song Yang could yield, the amount of money in question seemed trivial. After surveying the situation, Song Yang nodded. It's promising, yet your sister-in-law may vehemently oppose it. Li Huanfeng laughed heartily. What of it? In the future, just pretend that you rented it. Claim that I assisted you, and for my sake, you can live there for 2 years free of charge, provided you pay an annual rent of 300,000. Song Yang pondered this reasoning and found it quite agreeable. He nodded. Very well then. I shall not be polite regarding this property. Song Yang indeed had his eyes set on this house, though he feared it was beyond his current means. In his estimation, this property would cost around 2 to 300 million. Li Huanfeng patted Song Yang's shoulder. Brother Yang, if you continue to be overly courteous, it loses its charm. As for the paperwork, I will handle it. You need not worry. I will arrange for everything to be taken care of. Rest assured. Song Yang received the access card and proceeded to register his fingerprint for the fingerprint lock. Now, this residence had begun to belong to him. Though he had acquired a new apartment, he was in no rush to inform Chu Zihan. He feared that if he did, she would certainly not believe him, and might even suspect he had fallen into trouble once more. Just as Song Yang was reveling in his triumph, a call from Chu Zihan interrupted his thoughts. He paused momentarily and then asked, What is it? Is someone bothering you? Chu Zihan hurriedly clarified, No, not at all. No one is bothering me. Everyone has been quite nice. It's just that a colleague of mine mentioned that a relative of hers has a property in Foshui Garden, approximately 90 square meters, that is available for rent. We should take a look. Song Yang was initially taken aback, but then he smiled and replied, "All right, I will follow your lead." Chapter 53. A hefty price for a child with the room key in hand. Song Yang surveyed the new environment of his home, feeling quite content. This apartment was indeed suitable for nurturing his pregnant wife. As he was contemplating, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Chu Zihan. "What is the matter?" he inquired, surprised, wondering if there had been a conflict on her first day at the new workplace. Chu Zihan chuckled. "A former colleague just informed me that her relative is preparing to rent out a 90 square meter apartment for 4,100 a month. Shall we go see it tonight?" Song Yang hesitated for a moment before asking, "Where is it located?" "Foshui Garden." She said, "It's quite nice, directly opposite the maternity hospital. And there's a confinement center right at the entrance. When I give birth, I can manage at home, and they offer specialized services for the community," Chu Zihan explained. Unable to contain his laughter, Song Yang said, "All right, I will pick you up tonight." "Great, I'll wait for you. By the way, what are you occupied with now? Please don't wander around too much. My parents might be searching for us, and if they find us, we want to have a peaceful time," she cautioned. "Oh, I'm discussing business with Li Hanfeng. We have a potential investment project to consider," she responded. "Understood. Focus on your work. I won't disturb you," Song Yang replied. After hanging up, Song Yang found the situation rather serendipitous. He had just secured a house, and now his wife expressed interest in renting a property in the same area. It seemed highly likely that they would reside there in the future. "Your sister-in-law is looking for you?" Li Hanfeng inquired with curiosity. Song Yang nodded with a smile. "Nothing major, just focusing on our matters. Aren't we supposed to attend the trade fair?" Li Hanfeng grinned. "There is still plenty of time. By the way, Brother Yang, I know a wealthy businessman from the port area. He is currently desperate for a child. I must tell you, he is willing to offer 100 million in his pursuit. He has arrived in Baitian City because he heard about a batch of medicinal materials for sale, and he has been paying attention to our area. I'm acquainted with him. Would you like to give it a try?" Song Yang furrowed his brow slightly, as a name flashed through his mind. "You're not referring to Qin Jiayao, are you?" Li Hanfeng was taken aback. "Brother Yang, do you know him?" Song Yang shook his head, casually spreading his hands. "I don't possess the capability to befriend someone of his stature. I've merely heard of him." In truth, Song Yang was indeed familiar with him. This individual was once a dear friend in a past life, the Hong Kong businessman Qin Jiayao. He is a real estate magnate, possessing immense wealth. Regrettably, he has no children. In his quest for progeny, he has explored every possible avenue, undergoing numerous attempts at in vitro fertilization, yet to no avail. Eventually, he offered a staggering reward, hoping to enlist the help of a skilled practitioner from the public, tirelessly traversing various locales. Alas, all efforts seemed futile. In an unexpected turn of events, his wife became pregnant. However, this scenario mirrored the contrived plots of television dramas. The child was not his, but rather the offspring of a skilled practitioner. This revelation infuriated Qin Jiayao, leading him to cast his wife out and reward the practitioner. Ultimately, the practitioner met an untimely demise in the streets, the circumstances of which remain shrouded in mystery. In his previous existence, Qin Jiayao had met Song Yang through Li Hanfeng, who had also healed him, allowing him to have 2 sons and a daughter. Furthermore, being a businessman from Hong Kong, he held a strong belief in divination, ultimately becoming a frequent visitor to Song Yang. He lived to an advanced age, passing away peacefully at home. Feigning contemplation for a moment, Song Yang remarked, "The issue of infertility can indeed be addressed. After all, I am currently in need of funds to accumulate initial capital for development." Li Hanfeng laughed heartily. "Well, let us meet him then. It is still early, and I had intended to chat with him anyway." Song Yang did not decline, and thus, he drove his Rolls-Royce with Li Hanfeng to a luxurious hotel in Baitian City. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, the doorman, upon seeing the Rolls-Royce, promptly approached with great courtesy. Song Yang handed over the car keys and followed Li Hanfeng to the revolving restaurant upstairs. After entering the elevator and reaching the restaurant, they emerged to find a man in his late 30s rising to greet them. Upon seeing Song Yang and Li Hanfeng, he immediately smiled and exclaimed, "Mr. Li, here." Li Hanfeng, upon recognizing the man, quickly approached him. "Mr. Chun, long time no see." Qin Jiayao warmly shook hands with Li Hanfeng, having met him during his ventures in real estate in the mainland. At that time, Li Hanfeng had provided loans for his development projects. thus establishing a solid friendship between them. However, Chun Jiao noticed that Li Hanfeng had brought along a stranger, prompting his curiosity. Who is this? Li Hanfeng promptly introduced. Oh, this is my brother Yang, who is in business with me and has granted me a second chance. Chun Jiao was taken aback. It was indeed astonishing that someone as young as Song Yang could have conferred such a significant favor upon the heir of the Cheng family. Song Yang graciously extended his hand. Greetings, Mr. Chen. My name is Song Yang. Oh, Mr. Song, it is a pleasure to meet you. Since you are a friend of Mr. Li, you are also a friend of mine, Chen Jiao. Please, take a seat. Chen Jiao warmly invited Song Yang and Li Hanfeng to sit down. He then cheerfully remarked, Mr. Li, you mentioned over the phone that you would be attending the auction. Are you seeking medicinal materials for your esteemed father? Li Hanfeng was candid, nodding as he spoke. Yes. This time I have invited Brother Yang to assist me with the appraisal. I must tell you, despite his youth, Brother Yang possesses remarkable knowledge in both traditional Chinese medicine and the Book of Changes. Without him, I would have truly faced dire consequences. Chun Jiao was taken aback, gazing at Song Yang in astonishment. Does Song Sheng really understand traditional Chinese medicine and the Book of Changes? Song Yang responded nonchalantly, well, it's somewhat along those lines. Somewhat? Li Hanfeng thought to himself that Song Yang was indeed too modest. Was this merely somewhat? He had personally overheard Song Yang's conversation with his grandfather. And after Song Yang's departure, the old man had praised him as a prodigy. Furthermore, in the realm of the Book of Changes, he had already attained a master-level status. At least in Li Yuan's extensive life, he had yet to encounter anyone surpassing him. As for traditional Chinese medicine, Li Hanfeng surmised that since Song Yang intended to pursue it as his primary livelihood, it implied that his medical skills might indeed surpass his knowledge of the Book of Changes. Even if they did not exceed, they should be quite comparable. In reality, Song Yang had been a Taoist in his past life, though he was a grandmaster of the divination school, an absolute leader in his field. He was also the foremost figure in the alchemical school. However, Song Yang's master was a legendary Taoist from the divination school, which is why his reputation primarily flourished in that lineage. Given that the alchemical school had many prominent representatives, Song Yang refrained from showcasing his extraordinary alchemical skills to avoid conflicts with his fellow sect members. Chen Jiaya merely perceived Song Yang as too young and thought little of it, believing that Song Yang might possess some knowledge, but not to the level of a master. Of course, Song Yang did not feel the need to rush to prove himself. After all, in his previous life, he was the only one capable of curing Chen Yazu's ailments. Thus, if he refrained from assisting now, it would mean that Chen Jiaya would never have children. This was the foundation of Song Yang's calm demeanor. Chapter 54. The Trade Fair. Curious, Chen Jiao instinctively inquired, Oh, Li Sheng, could you tell me what the situation is regarding my inability to conceive? Song Yang smiled and replied, There are many factors, but the specific issue varies from person to person. I need to understand your physical condition and then design a treatment plan accordingly. Could you take a look for me? Chen Jiao extended his hand, awaiting Song Yang's examination. Song Yang was unreserved, checking his pulse with closed eyes. After approximately 10 minutes, he remained silent for a long time, leading Chen Jiao to feel a hint of unease. Is there something wrong with my pulse? Song Yang looked at Chen Jiao with a grave expression. If you continue this way, in 20 years at most, or 10 at the least, you will undoubtedly meet your demise. Chen Jiao was taken aback. How could treating infertility lead to such seriousness? 20 years would bring him close to 60. For a wealthy man, that would be an untimely passing. In 10 years, he would barely be 50. Chen Jiao anxiously looked at Song Yang and asked, Song Sheng, what do you mean by that? You have consumed an excessive amount of supplements, which are intended to enhance vitality, placing a considerable burden on your body. If this continues, you will soon comprehend the meaning of a life worse than death. Mr. Chen, if you wish to pursue treatment, it would be prudent to cease the intake of these medications for now. Your immediate focus should be on restoring balance to your health. One must recognize that extremes are unsustainable. Yin gives rise to yang, and yang to yin, just as the changes in the I Ching illustrate. The number 9 represents the mature yang, yet it transforms into yin, while the number 6 signifies the mature yin, which then shifts to yang. The interplay of 6 and 9 embodies the duality of yin and yang. Thus one must find harmony rather than extremes. At this revelation, Chen Jiao was taken aback and promptly implored Song Yang. Is there a solution, Mr. Song? I truly desire a child. With a smile, Song Yang responded. Once we restore your health, having as many children as you wish will not be an issue. The crux of the matter is that your body is currently out of balance, so when we visit the herbal market shortly, we shall procure some remedies to recalibrate your system. Li Hafeng, bewildered by the conversation, found himself uncertain of Song Yang's confidence in his abilities. However, due to Song Yang's seemingly divine methods of divination, he felt a sense of belief in what was being proposed. Very well, I entrust this matter to you, Mr. Song. In the future, Chen Jiaya shall reward you handsomely. Song Yang smiled, his demeanor remaining composed and unassuming. Chen Jiaya began to sense that Song Yang was far from being merely youthful, and he was certainly not an ordinary young man. Li Hafeng, ever the comforting presence, chuckled. Mr. Chun, I assure you that my brother Yang possesses remarkable skills, albeit he is quite modest. Rest assured, if he were uncertain about something, he would never speak of it. Chen Jiao nodded, though he still held reservations about Song Yang. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to honor Li Hafeng's faith in him. After enjoying tea for a while, the time had come to depart. Song Yang drove Li Hafeng and Chen Jiao to the venue. Upon entering Li Hafeng's car, Chen Jiao was taken aback, as Li Hafeng had repeatedly claimed that this vehicle belonged to Song Yang. How could someone so young be driving a Rolls-Royce? What was the true background of Song Yang? With such resources and bearing the surname Song, Chen Jiao could not help but think of a third-rate family in the capital. The Song family. This family, though not large, boasted assets of approximately 10 billion. While it would not be unusual for them to own a Rolls-Royce, it was quite remarkable for them to provide such a vehicle for their younger generation. In truth, the Song family in the capital did not possess the means to afford such luxuries for their descendants, and Chen Jiaya had interacted with them, finding them far less affluent than Song Yang. Despite his curiosity, he held back from inquiring further. The pharmaceutical trade fair was located in the outskirts of Baitian City, hosted in a resort area. The main trading area was situated outdoors. Given the temporary nature of the event and Baitian City's reputation for herbal products, they lowered the entry barriers, allowing numerous merchants to set up stalls as long as they were selling herbal remedies. The only stipulation was that they could only sell medicinal materials. The venue was divided into two main sections, one for transactions, where individuals could negotiate freely without intervention from the organizers, and the other where participants were responsible for discerning the authenticity and quality of the products offered. The value of purchasing items ultimately hinges on one's discernment and ability to identify medicinal materials. As for Song Yang, he possesses considerable confidence. After all, during his time on the mountain, aside from studying the principles of change, he devoted the remainder of his time to researching ancient herbal techniques. The practice was monotonous, leaving him with little else to occupy his time. Due to his master's influence, he was unable to access talismans and incantations, thus he held no requirements regarding such matters. With limited activities available to him, he could only indulge in this singular pursuit. In the courtyard, Song Yang could detect the aroma of medicinal herbs. Although numerous stalls were present, the waters ran deep here. After a thorough inspection, he noted that most of the herbs were cultivated artificially, with some being counterfeit. The labels often claimed they were wild and natural, yet genuine wild and pure natural specimens were exceedingly rare. However, in the eyes of Li Hafeng and Chen Jiao, these herbs appeared identical, rendering their distinctions imperceptible. They relied solely on price as a gauge, convinced that higher costs justified quality. Li Hafeng was overwhelmed by the plethora of options, struggling to discern the differences among them. Brother Yang, how do these herbs fare? The prices seem steep. Song Yang chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly. The waters are too deep, it's hard to say. As they continued, they arrived at the exhibition area, where a row of glass display cabinets attracted a crowd. The items showcased within were slated for an upcoming auction, allowing prospective buyers to observe and ascertain their desired lots. A cursory glance revealed that the majority of the auction items were, in fact, more false than true. However, amidst them, Song Yang did identify several prized specimens, such as wild euphorbium and water cedar parasitic plants. These were indeed authentic, albeit at a steep price. The market price for wild euphorbium was not exorbitant, however. Many labeled as wild were merely artificially cultivated in natural settings. Conversely, the truly wild harvested, pure natural specimens commanded a staggering price due to their rarity, as many regions had long since closed their mountains to foraging, resulting in minimal annual yields. These rare wild herbs were pivotal for ancient medicinal formulations. Chen Jiaya was captivated by a piece of aged tiger bone and found himself unable to move. Tiger bone wine is generally regarded as an excellent tonic for vitality. He pointed at the tiger bone and inquired of Song Yang, "What do you think of this item?" Song Yang examined it and smiled. Bastian, if you trust me, you should steer clear of this. It is not suitable for you. Have you forgotten what I mentioned? If you use this, you might find yourself at the hospital within 6 months. Chen Jiayao laughed awkwardly. Is that so? Then I shall pass. What do you suggest I purchase instead? Song Yang glanced around thoughtfully. I am also searching for suitable options for you, but many of the herbs are artificially produced. It will take time to find what is appropriate for you. Rest assured, I run a clinic, and I have access to many herbs. Some significant introductions, which I shall personally select, need not concern you. As the trio engaged in conversation, an abrupt and jarring voice pierced the air. Oh, isn't this young masterly? Why are you not out there making money, but instead dabbling in medicinal herbs? Is it because your father has recently been cuckolded, and you seek to salvage his reputation? How about I send you some later? Chapter 55. The discerning eye Li Huanfeng frowned, turning to see a man nearing his 30s standing behind him. This individual, whom Li Huanfeng recognized, was particularly loathsome and had a penchant for opposing him. Li Huanfeng's family was involved in banking, while this fellow's family operated in pharmaceuticals. Although they belonged to different circles, constant comparisons fostered a growing animosity between them. His name was Sidia. Li Huanfeng found him bothersome, yet felt powerless against him. Chongkong Pharmaceuticals had long been a leading enterprise in Baitian City, and financially, they bore no resemblance to Huffing Group. Thus, in Baitian City, they were somewhat of a local powerhouse, while Huffing Group, despite its might, found it challenging to contend with them. Situya was exceedingly arrogant, and only Li Huanfeng dared to confront him directly. Gritting his teeth, Li Huanfeng shot back at Situya. If you have nothing worthwhile to say, then go entertain yourself elsewhere, and don't disgrace yourself in my presence. Situya smirked, reveling in the fact that this was his domain. With Li Huanfeng stepping into his territory, he had no intention of letting him off easy. Noticing Chun Jiayao, he continued with a mocking tone, Boss Chun, still seeking a son? Come to our Chongkong group. We are developing a new male enhancement medication. Rest assured, it will cure your ailment. Chun Jiayao, unwilling to engage with him, found his words repugnant. Was he incapable? Hardly. It was simply that he had no children. What could he do about it? However, not wanting to stoop to the level of a rabid dog, Chen Jiaya replied, devoid of any emotion, Thank you for your concern, but your assistance is unnecessary. At that moment, Satya noticed Song Yang standing between the two. An idea struck him. Oh, isn't this the fool who lost money at Angxi Lisha a few days ago? You weren't taken away by the police, huh? Released so soon? I say. Li Huanfeng, how have you fallen so low as to associate with such a person? Is this your cup of tea now? Li Huanfeng's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. Situya, if you continue to spew nonsense, you'd better get lost. I warn you. Should you utter a single word about Yanggu again, let us settle this outside, anywhere you choose. Shin Jiaya was taken aback. How could someone as composed and low-key as Song Yang be involved in gambling? Yet, upon reflection, many discreet businessmen indulged in a game or two. Situya was merely a loathsome provocateur, and Chun Jiao chose not to dwell on it. After all, Song Yang's gambling habits were of no concern to him, and he too often sought a distraction in games when feeling unsettled. As for Song Yang, he was genuinely growing weary of the situation. This scoundrel had provoked him without cause, much like a rabid dog, and he wondered why he was being targeted. Li Hafeng expressed concern that the man might cause trouble. Urging Song Yang, Brother Yang, there's a mad dog over there. Let us take a detour. Getting a rabies vaccination is a minor issue, but the pain of the injection is quite another matter. Song Yang nodded in agreement, and Chun Jiao shared the sentiment. Thus they all chose to leave. Situya, reveling in a sense of triumph as if he had vanquished Li Hafeng, wore a smug smile, as though he had achieved a victory. Li Hafeng shot him a disdainful glance and muttered, Fool. Song Yang patted Li Hafeng on the back, advising him to ignore Situya. By the way, Brother Yang, I heard you got arrested by the police. Song Yang waved his hand dismissively. I had promised my wife to quit drugs long ago. The last incident was when I encountered Captain Yin Chong. He asked for my assistance. He had previously helped me, so I agreed to return the favor. Everyone has their youthful follies. In a moment of confusion, one may stray down the wrong path, and when faced with adversity, one might mistakenly believe life will always be this way. Looking back, I often feel like chastising myself. Chin Jiayu laughed heartily. What's the big deal? I think it's rather trivial. However, considering the long odds of gambling, to overcome such an addiction, you are not an ordinary person. Song Yang chose not to elaborate further, his gaze quickly fixating on a rather obscure stall. The herbs displayed there were unlike any other, devoid of exquisite packaging. They were quite dirty and their nature indiscernible. The stall was run by an elderly man and a young girl, both adorned in traditional minority attire. Taking a deep breath, Song Yang inhaled the fresh scent of earthy soil, mixed with the fragrance of wild grasses and the herbs themselves. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Recognizing the potential of these treasures, Li Hanfeng stood frozen, staring at the stall. The herbs appeared unkempt and lacked any discernible quality, resembling the wares of a rural market vendor. Nevertheless, Song Yang crouched down for a closer inspection and confirmed their authenticity. The herbs were still encased in dirt, ensuring their medicinal properties remained intact. With eagerness, Song Yang inquired, "Elder, are all these herbs yours?" The elderly man, accompanied by a girl of about 7 or 8, seemed a bit socially anxious, merely nodding without uttering a word. Song Yang cautiously probed, clearing a small portion of the dirt. The elder hastily cautioned, "No, you mustn't do that. If too much is removed, it would ruin the goods." Song Yang reassured him with a smile, "Rest assured, I am quite knowledgeable. If I were to purchase all your herbs, how much would that be?" The elder, taken aback, replied, "Young man, you cannot be serious. I gathered these for my granddaughter's treatment. These herbs are worth 800,000. Is that acceptable?" At this moment, Li Hanfeng tugged at Song Yang's sleeve, expressing concern. "Brother Yang, aren't these herbs a bit too expensive?" Chun Jiao echoed this sentiment, but hesitated to voice his thoughts, merely smiling as he suggested, "Perhaps we should look around some more?" However, Song Yang resolutely stated, "No, I shall take these." "Elder, do you have any more herbs besides these?" The elder nodded, and Song Yang meticulously assessed the selection, confirming their quality and the traditional preservation methods employed. All were in optimal condition. With a smile, Song Yang declared, "Excellent. I will take them all." With that, he proceeded to make the payment. Yet, Li Hafeng, wary of potential deceit, cautioned, "Brother Yang, are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" Song Yang turned to Li Hanfeng and asked, "Do you doubt my judgment?" Li Hanfeng quickly waved his hand. No, absolutely not." Chun Jiao then remarked, "Helping others is the essence of life. Regardless of the cost of the herbs, this young child requires medical expenses. Allow me to cover it." Song Yang gestured dismissively, "I am acquiring medicine for the clinic, and many of these herbs are urgently needed. There is no need for persuasion." With that, he proceeded to negotiate with the elderly man. Cash transactions were out of the question, and the elder was not equipped to receive payments via mobile. With a single bank card, Song Yang executed a transfer directly. Soon, a notification of the successful transaction arrived, echoed by a message on the elder's antiquated phone. At that moment, Satya approached with an irritating demeanor, spotting the herbs on the ground. He could not contain his laughter. "Li Hanfeng, where did you find this oddity? Do you even comprehend? Why purchase this heap of worthless weeds when there are so many herbs available? What are you thinking? Are you here for a joke?" Chapter 56. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Although Satya was the young heir of a pharmaceutical company, he was utterly ignorant when it came to traditional herbs. In essence, he was a frivolous scion with no scholarly merit. He lacked any understanding of how to select herbs. The truth is, the herbs that are truly valuable, particularly those that are completely natural, often possess an unappealing appearance. Their presentation is far inferior to those cultivated artificially. The items they had observed were merely processed, and such processing, to be candid, does not genuinely preserve the medicinal properties of the herbs. Upon hearing this, Li Hafeng became infuriated and retorted, "Why are you everywhere? How can the 12 zodiac signs not accommodate you? Do you have to resemble a fly? What is it about you that is so irksome?" Despite Li Hanfeng's fiery outburst, Satya remained unfazed, grinning as he replied, "What's wrong? Li Hafeng, are you still unconvinced? You may count your money, but when it comes to herbs, you are a mere novice. How could you possibly understand better than I?" Song Yang interjected calmly, "Do you think you comprehend? If you truly did, you wouldn't have uttered such words." He then showed his phone to the elder, saying, "Old man, take your granddaughter for treatment and leave this place of turmoil." The elder nodded gratefully and swiftly departed with the young girl. He understood that if he were to sell the herbs bit by bit on his own, he would not reach even 80,000 a day. In his experience, he had often been ridiculed by people like Situya, who referred to his goods as a pile of weeds and rubbish. The elder knew he possessed genuine items. But alas, these individuals were blind to their worth. Situya scrutinized Song Yang and then mocked, "What? Are you suggesting that I am inferior to you, a wretched gambler? How about this? I'll give you 5 million if you kneel and bark like a dog." Li Hafeng was immediately incensed and prepared to act. But Song Yang restrained him. "Situya, You need not offer 5 million. If my herbs are fake, mere weeds, I will bark like a dog. Excellent. Situya clapped his hands in delight, while Song Yang cleared his throat. Conversely, if my herbs are genuine, you too must bark like a dog. Do you dare to play? Song Yang fixed his gaze on Situya, posing the challenge. With a dismissive snort, Situya expressed his disdain. What is there to be afraid of? Song Yang turned to Li Hanfeng and Chun Jiao, saying, Gentlemen, have you both heard? Li Hanfeng nodded, and at that moment, an elderly man, drawn by the commotion, approached, thinking he had stumbled upon a treasure. Upon seeing the herbs on the ground, the old man exclaimed, Traditional medicinal materials? He quickly stepped forward to examine them closely and remarked, What a remarkable quality! Whose materials are these? Song Yang replied calmly, They belong to me. The old man was recognized by some as Tan Feiyun, the president of the Pharmaceutical Association. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, Young brother, the raw materials for traditional medicine are indeed rare. How about I offer you 5 million? What? Li Hanfeng was astonished by Tan Feiyun's offer. Song Yang, however, smiled and replied, Elder, do you truly think so little of my youth? These herbs, with just a bit more processing, could fetch me at least 20 million. Do you truly believe selling them for less would be wise? Tan Feiyun was taken aback, not expecting this young man to possess such profound knowledge. It seems you are quite the expert as well, knowing all this. Then I shall offer you 20 million. Do you agree? Song Yang glanced at the herbs and responded with a smile. I also understand the 9 methods of traditional processing. The old man's eyes widened. What did you say? Song Yang, maintaining his composure, explained, harvesting involves adhering to the right seasons and carefully preserving the medicinal properties post-collection. Then comes the processing, cutting, crushing, breaking, splitting, and twisting. Following that is the water processing, fire processing, combined water and fire processing, and then frost treatment, regeneration, fermentation, refinement, and finally, blending. Upon hearing this, the old man was rendered speechless. Could it be that Song Yang had mastered all 9 traditional methods? This was astonishing. If he could truly execute the 9 methods, then these herbs were indeed worth a fortune. Song Yang chuckled. So, if you desire any specific herb, please let me know your requirements, and I will prepare it for you. Moreover, if I do not meet the standards of traditional craftsmanship, you need not pay me. Tan Feiyun immediately replied with delight. Excellent. I shall select a few. Song Yang allowed Tan Feiyun to choose 3 types of herbs, which he did, and then he wrote down the specific requirements. He added, If you can fulfill these conditions with these 3 herbs, I shall give you 30 million. Song Yang smiled and concluded, My clinic is located at Xiang Hall in the northern part of the city. You may come to find me in 3 days. Tan Feiyun laughed heartily. Very well. I shall await your good news. Chun Jiao was left in a daze. He was all too familiar with who Tan Feiyun was. For someone like him to offer 30 million for herbs, there was absolutely no doubt about their value. Who exactly was Song Yang to possess such remarkable skills? Could it be that his own infertility had a chance of being remedied? At that moment, Situya's expression darkened considerably. Meanwhile, Song Yang seemed unwilling to let him off the hook, bowing slightly and saying, Elder, I have one more humble request. Some have claimed that my herbs are counterfeit. Would you kindly verify their authenticity for me? Tan Feiyun, uncertain of the unfolding events, smiled and nodded, declaring, Of course it is true. I can vouch for it with my integrity. The medicines are crafted using ancient methods, preserving their efficacy remarkably well, and the ingredients are authentic, sourced from the rarest wild natural herbs. Before Tan Feiyun could finish his sentence, Li Hanfeng teasingly glanced at Situya, exclaiming, Oh dear, are you prepared to accept defeat? Situya's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and red. He was taken aback that these seemingly shabby items were indeed so precious. How could he allow Song Yang to seize the opportunity right beneath his nose? This realization infuriated him to no end. Song Yang, with a steely gaze, directed his attention at Situya, stating, Surely you are not afraid to play? Chun Jiao interjected with a sarcastic tone, Song. There is no need to stoop to the level of such a petty individual. If he had any sense of responsibility, he would not have engaged in such shameless antics. Situya, seething with rage, felt as though he might shatter his teeth from clenching them so tightly. Let us raise the stakes, he proposed. At the auction later, we will each place a bet. If we end up with fakes, we will forfeit this wager. Should I lose to you, I will pay you 50 million. Do you dare to play? Situya glared at Song Yang, teeth gritted. Li Hanfeng's gaze shifted to Song Yang, uncertain of his confidence. Situya would undoubtedly seek assistance. Could Song Yang truly prevail? Yet, Song Yang remained unfazed, replying, Very well, but we shall settle it in one round. I want to take advantage of you. Let us wager 50 million. Before we begin, you may choose to participate or not. If I guess incorrectly after the auction concludes, I will spare you from barking like a dog. How does that sound? Excellent. Let us see how this unfolds. Chapter 57. Determining the target. Young. Though this fellow may seem like a worthless dimwit, he does have capable people in his family. Is it not somewhat reckless to gamble against him? Song Yang recognized Li Hanfeng's concern for him, fearing that he might lose. Moreover, with someone like Sitia, should he win, he could very well cause trouble. After all, Song Yang was merely an ordinary person, and challenging the Situ family was a significant risk. However, Song Yang held an alternative perspective. He believed that the Situ family was on the brink of collapse in a few years. If they dared to provoke him, he would not hesitate to expedite their downfall. The Situ family, once renowned, had unfortunately produced nothing but scoundrels. First, there was Situ Feng, who, exploiting the advantages of his family's conglomerate, clandestinely engaged in the transportation and sale of contraband. Many sensitive raw materials could be utilized for the synthesis of narcotics. Despite the stringent regulations on such substances, he was undeterred, brazenly pursuing this illicit venture and establishing a network around it. As for Situya, he was equally reprehensible. This scoundrel indulged in vices of all kinds and bore a life on his conscience. He had driven under the influence and fled after colliding with a tour bus, resulting in significant casualties. Ultimately, his family had to bribe a driver to take the blame, paying 30 million to settle the matter. Should this incident come to light, the stock of Chong Kong Pharmaceuticals would plummet, presenting Song Yang with the opportunity to buy at a bargain. However, this required him to exercise patience for a while. When the moment arose, he could proceed gradually. Once he acquired Chang Kong Pharmaceutical, he would possess the capital necessary for his own development. Did you not assert this? I am not one to act without assurance. Naturally, I would only proceed if I were confident. In contrast to Li Hanfeng's anxiety, Song Yang remained remarkably composed and unperturbed. After all, this auction truly tested one's discernment, and Song Yang intended to seize the opportunity to outmaneuver them. Who could blame him for exploiting the situation when Sitia had sought trouble for himself? Even should it result in a loss, it would be of his own making. Upon hearing Song Yang's unwavering confidence, Li Hanfeng ceased his attempts to dissuade him. Frankly, Li Hanfeng had grown weary of it all. If Chong Kong Pharmaceutical were to confront them directly, they would be swiftly overwhelmed. However, the financial reliance of Chong Kong Pharmaceutical did not hinge upon them. And given that this enterprise was not a colossal titan, merely a leading local firm, their capital demands were not excessive. This allowed them the means to survive with a little ingenuity. Moreover, having recently gone public, they had become even more brazen. Qin Jiaye remarked with a smile, "No worries. Should he dare to trouble Mr. Song, I shall intervene to teach him a lesson. I have no need to lay hands on a junior. But a warning to his family is certainly warranted. As the saying goes, hubris invites misfortune. Their excesses deserve a warning." In fact, after witnessing Tan Feiyun's demeanor, Qin Jiayao had been contemplating fostering a rapport with Song Yang. A person of such caliber could potentially offer hope for his own ailments in the future. After all, a young man who could astonish even Tan Feiyun was no ordinary individual. Typically, the young people he encountered were nearly oblivious to traditional Chinese medicine. Yet Song Yang was different. He was not only knowledgeable but remarkably composed. Such temperament indicated that his journey in traditional Chinese medicine would surely diverge from the ordinary path. Moreover, he recalled Li Hanfeng mentioning that Song Yang excelled in divination. The fact that Song Yang had never demonstrated this ability in his presence suggested its authenticity, and it appeared to be a secret weapon of his. After cultivating a friendship with Song Yang, perhaps he might even witness genuine divination? Qin Jiayao found this prospect highly intriguing and thus desired to engage more with him. Of course, his intentions were merely to establish a connection. He had no intention of confronting Chong Kong Group on behalf of Song Yang. As for the extent of assistance he might receive, that would depend on how much Song Yang was willing to help him. After all, merchants prioritize outcomes. Song Yang, however, paid little heed to Qin Jiayao's aspirations. His primary concern lay with the wild eukamia, an essential herb for prenatal care. The need for this herb was urgent. Preserving the child's safety and ensuring the well-being of both mother and child was paramount, having signed a disclaimer. Neglecting this matter now would equate to a form of indirect murder of his wife and child. Upon entering the auction hall, the three found a place to sit. To their dismay, Situya took a seat beside them. Song Yang cast a glance in that direction. This time, Situya brought along two individuals. One was a young woman, exuding an air of competence, likely an accountant by profession. The other was an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire. Undoubtedly, an expert summoned by Situya to lend his expertise. After all, an auction is no trivial matter. The items within are genuine, not trifles. Once settled, Song Yang, still fixated on the piece of tiger bone, inquired, "How much is that worth?" After pondering for a moment, Song Yang chuckled, 250, it cannot be more. Chen Jiayao was taken aback, staring incredulously at the tiger bone. Are you implying? Song Yang merely smiled, opting not to elaborate. The forgery techniques employed for this tiger bone were not particularly sophisticated, yet the details were executed with remarkable finesse, easily ensnaring even those seasoned in the field. In truth, had he not been acquainted with the individual responsible for crafting this counterfeit, he might not have discerned its authenticity. This individual had once sought Song Yang's fortune-telling services and later pledged 30 years of sweeping at the temple until his death. In their moments of leisure, they would discuss the intricacies of herbal counterfeiting, a subject Song Yang delved into to hone his ability to discern the genuine from the false. The details of this tiger bone forgery had been thoroughly explained to him, thus his profound understanding. Presently, it was indeed the pinnacle of the forger's craft. And Song Yang was confident that the majority of the fakes at this venue were his handiwork. Li Hafeng appeared perplexed. Yang good. If we wish to procure some medicinal herbs, which should we bid on? Pointing to the water spruce mistletoe, Song Yang advised, keep your eyes on item number 4. As for you, Mr. Chun, there is nothing here that meets your needs, as I have just purchased the herbs you require. However, if you wish to make a profit through collecting medicinal items, I recommend you consider item number 7. Item 7. Chen Jiayao glanced at the display. This 7th item was a dark, unidentifiable object. What exactly is that? He questioned, bewildered. Song Yang lowered his voice, patiently responding, a remarkable find. If you trust me, acquire it. It will serve you well in the future. Chen Jiaya nodded in agreement, genuinely intrigued. Profit was not his primary concern. He simply wished to test Song Yang's judgment. As the auction commenced, the first item up for bid was Song Yang's wild Yukamiya. Sidia turned to him, smirking as he asked, and what do you believe, true or false? Calmly, Song Yang replied, it is genuine. Sidia scoffed, glancing back at the elderly man, who nodded slightly, indicating that he could place his bet. Then I wager this item is a fake. Chapter 58. The divine assistance of a piggyback. The piece chosen by Song Yang was indeed quite special. It was a section of Yukamiya struck by lightning. The fragment was notably long, as lightning struck wild Yukamiya is rare, and few can yield resinous threads. Song Yang could instantly discern that this Yukamiya's resin was of superior quality. However, from the perspective of an average appraiser, the bark appeared withered, and it was likely sourced from a dead tree. Moreover, such instances of wild Yukamiya were exceedingly rare. In the market, nearly 99 out of 100 would be counterfeit. Thus, it is entirely reasonable to deem this wild Yukamiya as counterfeit. Li Hanfeng felt a tinge of anxiety. After all, if they lost a round, Song Yang would be liable for 50 million. This was not a trivial matter. However, Song Yang appeared to be brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, Sitiya, having learned from past experiences, quietly inquired, Old Lin, do you believe this is a certainty? The elder nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, this is my first encounter with such wild Yukamiya. In circumstances like these, it is virtually impossible to ensure the integrity of the bark. Look closely at this piece. While it may seem plausible at first glance, upon deeper reflection, the appearance of this Yukamiya is exceedingly pristine. Preserving it in such a condition would be an arduous task, and there are no signs of charring, except perhaps at the edges, which is indeed hard to fathom. Sitiya nodded, feeling reassured as he awaited Song Yang's defeat. Since Sitiya had already pronounced it a fake, many potential buyers had abandoned their hopes. With a starting bid of 30,000, the auctioneer called for bids. But the room fell silent. No one was willing to raise their hand. Only Song Yang lifted his paddle. 30,000 from this gentleman. Is there any higher bid? Although 30,000 was modest, experts had already made their assessments. Who would squander their resources on a lost cause? Observing this scene, Li Hanfeng began to feel uneasy again. Yet, Song Yang remained unflustered. 30,000 once. 30,000 twice. 30,000, third and final call. Sold. The organizers had not anticipated such an outcome. But who could have predicted that the Situ family would stir up trouble? This was clearly a deliberate provocation. Winning the bid at 30,000 infuriated them. Now that it is sold, let us see the truth behind it, the auctioneer stammered. Sir, all of our items have undergone thorough testing, especially the first item. Seeking out fakes would be tantamount to self-sabotage. At the auctioneer's words, Situya was momentarily taken aback, while Li Hanfeng could not suppress a chuckle. Calmly, Song Yang gestured to the auctioneer, who then used a small knife to slice through the edges. A dense strand of resin emerged before everyone's eyes. Song Yang observed the resin coldly, stating, "While it is rare, not all thunderstruck wood burns. This is evidently a fragmented section, remarkably intact, a true gift from nature. In terms of market value, this piece is worth at least 130 to 140,000 in the hands of a seasoned collector. It could fetch upwards of $1 million, given its scarcity. I must also extend my gratitude to Mr. Situ for facilitating my acquisition at 30,000. Situya's face turned a shade of fury, while Li Hanfeng taunted from the sidelines, "Quite the expert, aren't you? Situya, pray tell. Can you not afford to play this game? If you lack the funds, perhaps you should bark like a dog now. What's merely 50 million? Just consider it a charitable donation to a beggar." With a murderous glare directed at Song Yang, Situya begrudgingly accepted the loss. His heart unwilling as 50 million was now on the books. Another 50 million earned, and Song Yang felt quite elated. He disregarded Situya's resentful gaze, settling down to await the next item. The second item was a piece of wild lingji. Such well-preserved wild lingji is indeed a rarity, especially with the spores still present atop it. Li Hanfeng inquired with curiosity, "What do you think of this?" Song Yang replied calmly, "A master's work. It's merely a test piece, best left untouched." "What does that mean?" Li Hanfeng regarded Song Yang with the wide-eyed innocence of a novice. Qin Jiayao, standing nearby, chuckled. "It means that this is something crafted by certain skilled counterfeiters, merely to showcase their craftsmanship. However, had you not mentioned it was fake, I truly would not have discerned it." Li Hanfeng cast a challenging glance at Situya. Situya, however, showed no inclination to intervene, clearly wary after his recent failure. Recognizing that this was indeed a counterfeit, Song Yang assessed that his opponent's skills were commendable. Nonetheless, this particular lingji had still fetched a price of 200,000. The third item presented was a piece of deer antler, undeniably authentic and flawless, yet lacking in aesthetic appeal, leading both parties to refrain from bidding. As the fourth item was introduced, water fir mistletoe, Li Hanfeng perked up immediately. Externally, this water fir mistletoe appeared to be the most blatant of fakes. Water fir, after all, is a protected species, and this specimen was misshapen, with portions resembling broad leaves. Song Yang remained silent, as did Situya. His wager was with Song Yang, not with Li Hanfeng. Consequently, observing Song Yang's lack of reaction, he deemed the young man rather uncanny and chose not to act. Old Lin hesitated, suspecting the item to be genuine, yet uncertain. Thus, when in doubt, it is wise to refrain from bidding. Unexpectedly, when the auction commenced, Li Hanfeng placed a bid. Situya was taken aback, uncertain of his opponent's intentions. Was he attempting to deceive him? Song Yang could afford to abstain from bidding, but for Situya to place a bid meant he was now in the fray. The authenticity needed to be assessed, and should he suffer yet another defeat, he would be facing a loss of 100 million. The thought of returning home to face his father's wrath was daunting. Essentially, once Li Hanfeng called out his bid, it wasn't long before no one else followed suit. Who would dare to offend a banker? It was hardly a comfortable position for anyone. Starting at 50,000, Li Hanfeng secured the item for 90,000. He gleefully turned to Song Yang and asked, "Brother Yang, will this be beneficial for my grandfather's health?" Song Yang nodded. "Yes, indeed. When the time comes, you may entrust it to me, and I shall assist you in preparing the medicine." Li Hanfeng, having been outmaneuvered by Song Yang, felt quite displeased. Soon, several more items were auctioned, none appealing to either Song Yang or Situya. Everyone was aware that the real competition lay among the subsequent items, and amidst the silence between the two, Qin Jiaya successfully acquired the item Song Yang had mentioned, He Shouwu. In truth, Song Yang had intended to remain quiet until the end. With 500 million secured and the desired items obtained, the remaining items held little value. Of the three remaining, only one was genuine, while the other two were mere fakes. After much contemplation, Song Yang resolved to tease Situya a bit. He lowered his voice to whisper to Li Hanfeng and Qin Jiayao, both of whom chuckled in response. The next item, the third one up for bid, was a tortoise shell. This item was notably substantial and well-preserved. Situya, feeling a surge of urgency, glanced anxiously at Old Lin. "What do you think of this one?" Old Master Lin, stroking his long beard thoughtfully, remarked, "The quality is exquisite, and it certainly appears authentic. However, there lies a conundrum, given its age. It cannot possibly be this thick. Observe the reverse side of the tortoise shell. It is excessively thick, which is something that most would overlook. One must possess a discerning eye. Situya turned to Song Yang, who appeared eager and ready, fully aware that an opportunity had presented itself. What say you? Will you make a move? Without hesitation, Song Yang replied, Why wouldn't I? This is a prize I must secure. Situya scoffed, Very well. Let us engage in another round. I contend this is a counterfeit. I assert its authenticity. I shall withdraw from this round. Chapter 59. The tortoise shells are not an uncommon medicinal material. However, one of this substantial size is exceedingly rare. This piece is a remarkable giant tortoise shell. I urge all of you to scrutinize it closely and bid accordingly. The starting price is 1 million. 1 million, a considerable sum indeed. Yet, many hesitate to bid, uncertain of its origin. Song Yang, however, remained unperturbed, making a careful inspection, noting the burn marks that might have been incurred during the drying process. Clearly, this item has some history, roughly the size of a large pot used in rural kitchens. In the realm of tortoises, this is quite a sizable specimen. I bid 1 million. Song Yang initiated the bidding. Following his lead, another participant raised the stakes. 1,100,000. Song Yang remained composed, patiently awaiting his turn. As a result, the previous bidder suddenly panicked. Remarkably, Song Yang had merely spoken up, and they ceased to raise the bid? What was going on? 1,100,000, going once. 1,100,000, going twice. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. Song Yang smiled slightly, casting a deep glance at his rival, seemingly conveying, If you raise the bid again, I shall not follow suit. Consequently, with that increment, no one dared to bid further. Old Master Lin had just remarked that this item did not appear genuine. Initially, someone had attempted to capitalize on the moment. But Song Yang's actions instilled a sense of caution, as this was not an artifact. Counterfeits exist, and a fake is simply a fake. Before long, the bidding concluded. The tortoise shell now belonged to Song Yang for 1,200,000. Situya rose with a mocking grin. What kind of wild tortoise could possibly grow to such a size? Perhaps you should revisit the wonders of the animal kingdom. Song Yang retorted with a smirk. Who said this is a tortoise shell? This is merely a misnomer from the organizers. To be precise, this is a relic of an extinct creature known as the Ao. In mythology, it is often referred to as the dragon tortoise or bishi. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Situya erupted in laughter. What? Now you're invoking myths after making a blunder? Song Yang replied calmly, There is no need for mythic references. Auctioneer, please unveil the underside of the shell. The auctioneer promptly complied, flipping the tortoise shell over. At this moment, everyone was left in stunned silence. The surface bore cracks and signs of scorching. Holding a flashlight, Song Yang illuminated the shell, and only then did some discern the inscriptions. My heavens, is that writing? It appears to be Oracle Bone script. No way. Oracle Bone script. Upon closer inspection, one might indeed overlook the intricacies at play. The tortoise shell, with its formidable hardness, presents a challenge for carving, especially in an era devoid of modern metals. Thus, the markings are faint, requiring a discerning eye to reveal their presence. This is, in essence, a failed divination artifact. I, too, harbor an interest in the study of divination, particularly in the realm of tortoise shell oracles, and upon observing the burn marks and fractures, I was instantly reminded of this practice. Furthermore, tortoise shells are quite rare, suggesting that this particular piece was not likely utilized by the common folk of that time, thus carrying medicinal value, albeit modest, while its true worth lies in its collectible significance. Young man, would you consider selling me this tortoise shell? I am prepared to offer 20 million. What do you say? As Song Yang turned, he noticed a middle-aged man standing, visibly agitated. With a smile, Song Yang remarked, Are you here to seize a bargain? The man's face flushed momentarily, while Tan Feiyun examined the piece closely, confirming its authenticity without a doubt. Without hesitation, he declared, Young man, how about 200 million? Can we come to an agreement? Song Yang raised his gaze to Tan Feiyun and responded, If this tortoise shell were to grace an international auction, how do you suppose it would fare? I am not being unreasonable. I am asking for 500 million. Should you consent, it shall be yours. 500 million. The room erupted in astonishment. Was this not an exorbitant demand? What, then, could be deemed extravagant? After a moment of contemplation, Tan Feiyun nodded vigorously. Very well, 500 million it is. I shall instruct my assistant to transfer the funds immediately. Upon completing his statement, he gestured to his assistant, and shortly thereafter, the notification of 500 million arriving was confirmed. Song Yang glanced at the message before returning to his seat, leaving Xinjiaya in a state of bewilderment. Was this an instance of turning nothing into a fortune? 120,000 transformed into 500 million? The individual who had previously contested the bid with Song Yang slapped himself twice in frustration and, with tears of regret, exited the venue. Situya was so incensed that he bit down hard enough to draw blood from his gums. Old Lin's expression was equally grim. He had spoken truthfully, yet he had not anticipated encountering a rival more astute than himself. Li Hafeng, never one to miss an opportunity, was not about to let Situya escape unscathed. With a grin, he appraised the tortoiseshell before turning to Situya. Your discernment is commendable, but I wonder, are you still in the game? Situya gritted his teeth and replied, a mere 50 million? What could possibly deter me? Song Yang paid him no mind, resuming his seat. In truth, he was indifferent. Yet Situya's pride compelled him to proceed. The 50 million was duly transferred to Song Yang. In a fleeting moment, 600 million had been accrued. Meanwhile, Song Yang's initial expenditure had been negligible. However, within Chen Jiao's heart, a tempest was brewing. It became evident to him that Song Yang was indeed a master, a rare gem of a talent. Yet, how could one so youthful possess such profound knowledge? Had he perhaps concocted some elixir to reverse aging? How else could he wield such insight and discernment? After a brief surge of excitement, everyone returned to their seats, with the remaining 2 auction items drawing anticipation as all eyes turned to see whether Song Yang would make his move. If he were to take action, he would resolutely follow through, even at the cost of injury. The next item on his mind was the coveted tiger bone. However, Song Yang had stated that it was not worth pursuing. Initially, he thought Song Yang was merely being enigmatic, but it now appeared that what he said was indeed final. When it came to this particular auction item, Situya ceased to regard Song Yang, for he had originally come specifically for the last 2 items. Moreover, he had become quite invested. Consequently, with gritted teeth, Situya directed a fierce gaze at Song Yang. Let us wager on both items together. If you win, I shall grant you 100 million. If you lose, you owe me 100 million. All debts will be nullified. Song Yang smiled faintly and calmly replied, together. You say? You truly are audacious. Very well, I shall indulge you in this little game, as if soothing a child to stop their tears. At that moment, Elder Lin stood up, clearly agitated. After all, it was quite vexing to be outshone by a mere youth, though he had initially refrained from involvement. This time it was evident that his reputation was at stake, particularly since he had discussed the tiger bone with Tan Feiyan, both having scrutinized it closely. As for the wild ginseng, he had meticulously examined its exterior, and it was undoubtedly authentic. Therefore, Elder Lin spoke up, based on my years of experience. I can affirm its authenticity. For this prize, I am willing to bid 50 million. The question is, are you bold enough to wager? Elder Lin was evidently intent on challenging Song Yang. Faced with the relentless pressure from Situya and Elder Lin, Song Yang maintained his composure. Very well. I shall align with your expectations. Both of these items are counterfeit. Once again, the audience was taken aback. Chapter 60. A bit lacking in discernment, the tiger bone and wild ginseng had both been authenticated by an expert panel. No one believed that these items could possibly be fake. Moreover, Song Yang's demeanor was unsettling, leaving them uncertain of the truth. In light of Song Yang's assertion, the organizers felt it unwise to proceed with the auction. It would be prudent to first validate their own claims. Thus, the organizers declared, I shall take both items. 30 million for the pair. Will you sell? Upon hearing this price, the organizers were satisfied. Yet, Song Yang languidly remarked, these 2 are worth at most 500. And one of them is inedible. It's toxic. The organizers were taken aback by this. The auctioneer cleared his throat and stated with displeasure, Sir, on what grounds do you assert that both items are fake? If one were genuine, the organizers would not dare speculate otherwise. In the realm of medicinal herb auctions, the stakes are high. It is entirely normal to misjudge the authenticity, but to claim they are both counterfeit? How can that be possible? Do you take us for fools? Song Yang chuckled. What? You don't believe me? Just steam this piece of tiger bone, and you shall see. The auctioneer glanced at Situya, who, through clenched teeth, declared, steam it. I shall contest him to the very end. Madness. They had all gone mad. Situya had invested 15 million in this tiger bone, and now he was to steam it? This was truly a world that was incomprehensible to the wealthy. The organizers brought out an induction cooker and proceeded to steam the tiger bone. After half an hour, steam billowed, and the scent began to permeate the air. A faint yet acrid odor reminiscent of glue filled the atmosphere. At that moment, Situya felt a rising panic. He swiftly opened the pot, and the domestic situation left Situya utterly stunned. Inside the pot lay an assortment of bone fragments, with a meticulously polished bone at the center, its ends cleanly severed. Song Yang calmly remarked, "The premium tiger bone is crafted using an adhesive technique, isn't it?" Both Elder Lin and Tan Yunfei were equally astonished. They could clearly discern its authenticity, yet the craftsmanship of the forger was so exquisite that, without a thorough examination, it would be nearly indistinguishable. Satya remained unconvinced, continuing, "What about this wild ginseng? Is it also a counterfeit?" With arms crossed, Song Yang replied, "Not only is it fake, but it is also toxic." Tan Feiyan interjected, "Little brother, I've seen this too. The outer skin and roots appear flawless." Song Yang smiled. "That's because it's a composite. It's made with a strong adhesive. The roots are genuine, as is the skin, but they are a combination of broken pieces and subpar wild ginseng paired with forest ginseng to create a handcrafted trinket." Tan Feiyun was taken aback, and Song Yang added, "The artisan who crafted this has a commendable skill in mixing adhesives, which makes it easy to deceive the untrained eye. Furthermore, the cut is very deliberate, concealed within the creases, making it difficult to detect. Thus, it is the work of a master, yet counterfeit remains counterfeit. A closer inspection reveals all." Elder Lin immediately tugged at it. Crack! The sound of a less than crisp fracture echoed. Upon inspection, the cut was evidently aged. After a firm rub, the ginseng fell apart effortlessly. The craftsmanship of this adhesive ginseng was indeed extraordinary. Instantly, the venue fell silent, and Song Yang chuckled. 1,000-year-old adhesive ginseng is not something just any craftsman can produce. Without meticulous observation, one could easily fall victim to such deception. Witnessing the scene, Sidia felt darkness engulf him. With a thud, he fainted. Li Hafeng, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "Oh, playing dead? Planning to evade responsibility, are we? Quite the show." Elder Lin's face flushed with embarrassment as he promptly declared, "I won T renege. I will pay." However, Song Yang waved his hand dismissively, "Let it be. I never intended to gamble. It was he who insisted on showing off. You have already incurred significant losses. I shall not add to your misfortune. Hafeng, let us depart." Li Hanfeng nodded cheerfully, genuinely pleased. It was the first time he had seen Situya in such a predicament. Tan Feiyun also gained a newfound respect for Song Yang. Observing him, he realized that he was far from an ordinary youth. How could someone so young possess such mature disposition? Was he truly a genius? Today, Song Yang had profited immensely, and he had no desire to escalate the situation to a destructive climax. After all, Satya was the architect of his own demise. He could not be blamed. Moreover, Song Yang planned to acquire their pharmaceutical factory eventually. Thus, he intended to bide his time, awaiting the opportune moment to reel in his catch. Upon exiting the trade fair, Li Hanfeng and Qin Jiaya regarded Song Yang as if he were a celestial being. What divine maneuvering was this? They had come to purchase medicine, hoping merely to avoid being swindled. Meanwhile, Song Yang was there to seize the opportunity for profit. After a leisurely stroll, they raked in 600 million. The three settled the bill, and Song Yang drove the other two to their hotel. Within the confines of the hotel suite, Qin Jiaya showed an unmistakable increase in respect and attentiveness towards Song Yang. Previously, he had referred to him as Song Xing. But now he addressed him directly as Master. "Master Song, you mentioned that my ailment can be cured. What preparation should I make, and how much will it cost?" "Speak freely. I will not haggle." Unable to suppress a laugh, Song Yang replied, "Boss Qin, you are indeed quite magnanimous. To be honest, I am in need of some funds to invest in my own ventures. Since you have offered a reward, I will simply earn through the bounty you have set forth." Qin Jiaya nodded vigorously, "Of course, but I wonder if your efforts will be adequately compensated with just this amount?" Li Hanfeng chimed in, "Yes, Brother Yang. Given your remarkable abilities, wouldn't T8 billion be more fitting? Moreover, considering that Boss Qin's ailment has stumped many, wouldn't your treatment require some rare medicinal materials?" Song Yang waved his hand dismissively, "That one tea be necessary. I only seek what I am entitled to. The rest does not concern me. Besides, since you are friends with Boss Chun, that makes you a friend of mine as well. There is no need for such formalities." "Ha ha ha. Then I shall be bold and call you Brother Song. From now on, we are comrades." Qin Jiayo laughed heartily. Li Hanfeng joined in. Indeed, good brothers all around. Qin Jiaya then turned to Song Yang with an urgent gaze. "Brother Song, when shall we commence treatment for my ailment? Is there anything I should prepare in the meantime?" After a moment of thought, Song Yang advised, "For now, refrain from consuming any aphrodisiacs, none at all. Your meals should be light, and you must pay attention to physical activity. Furthermore, indulge in baths frequently. In 7 days, we shall begin the treatment." Excellent. During this period, I shall temporarily stay in Baitian. I entrust everything to you, brother. Very well. I shall come to seek you out in 7 days, and we will commence treatment. Rest assured, it will not take long. Your condition should improve within a month. Really? That is splendid. Shin Jiayao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. At that moment, Li Hanfeng leaned in and whispered, Brother Yang. Do you think I need to undergo some recuperation as well? Song Yang paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What do you need to recuperate from? Are you feeling unwell? Why do you always want to join in on everything? Chapter 61. My husband is remarkable. Li Hanfeng, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Shin Jiayao could not help but join in the laughter. The three enjoyed tea and conversation until the time was right. Song Yang then drove to pick up his wife from work, preparing to visit the Foshui garden to view properties. Naturally, Song Yang refrained from mentioning this to Chu Zihan, fearing it might overwhelm her. After all, revealing that he had purchased such a grand house would surely startle her. Arriving in a Rolls-Royce at the entrance of Chu Zihan's company, many onlookers paused in curiosity. They were eager to discover who possessed the stature to be chauffeured in such luxury. Shortly thereafter, Chu Zihan emerged with her bag, appearing quite impatient. Following her were a man and a woman. The woman looked somewhat flustered while the man was persistently attentive, engaging her in conversation. Song Yang sat in the car and cast a glance, only to discover that the man was still entangled with his wife. Was this a reversal of fate? Upon seeing the man, he couldn't help but curse. The man was Kong Jin, the head of the legal department at the headquarters, a white-collar elite. He held lofty expectations within the company. Today, upon meeting Chu Zihan for the first time, he found himself captivated. However, Chu Zihan's heart had no room for others. To her, there was only her small family, and no larger existence mattered. Indeed, if one were to compare, Song Yang was a billionaire, whereas Kong Jin earned merely 30 to 50,000 a month, a vast disparity. Kong, let me remind you of a few things, Chu Zihan said firmly. First, I have a husband. Second, I am pregnant. Third, please refrain from bothering me with anything outside of work. I fear I cannot explain to my husband if he sees. Without hesitation, she delivered her message, and at that moment, Song Yang called out softly, Zihan. The gentle tone sent shivers down Chu Zihan's spine. She looked at Song Yang in surprise, who approached her like a warm-hearted child. Zihan, are you tired? Let me get something for you. Though a tad sentimental. Especially for a long-married couple, it felt akin to a kiss that could induce 3 days of nightmares. This made Chu Zihan quite uncomfortable. It's fine, I can manage. Let's go. As she spoke, Kong Jin scrutinized Song Yang. Dressed in casual pants and a white shirt, he looked decent, but could this attire sustain him? Altogether, his outfit didn't even exceed 200. Thus, Kong Jin deemed Song Yang a freeloader, a leech. He then irritably remarked, Chu, working in an electric vehicle is detrimental to your health. Moreover, as the general manager, it's not good for our company's reputation to be seen like this. Chu Zihan furrowed her brows and coldly replied, What I wear to work is none of your business. Kong Jin, assuming the role of an entitled man, turned to Song Yang and continued, She was being lenient with you, and you squander her kindness? She is pregnant, exposed to the elements. Do you even consider yourself a man? Seeing that he could not sway Chu Zihan, he immediately shifted his disdain towards Song Yang. To Kong Jin, Song Yang was nothing but a failure, a disgrace to manhood. He secretly scorned Chu Zihan for being enchanted by such a superficial character. He believed that once he exposed the truth, she would inevitably come to her senses, abandon the child, and kick Song Yang to the curb. His thoughts were grand. But alas, they were unaware that they were a couple forged through adversity. Song Yang assessed Kong Jin with a cold smile and responded, Why are you so keen to meddle in my family's affairs? Besides, that is my child and my wife. What I wear to work is not your concern, is it? Agree, my dear? Kong Jin scoffed. Incompetent individuals always find excuses for themselves. Shouldn't you drive my BMW instead? After all, if you won't consider yourself, at least consider the child. Chu Zihan furrowed her brows and decisively refused, Kong legal, my husband is right. How I choose to work is a matter for our family alone. I advise you not to meddle in my personal affairs. Such behavior is exceedingly rude. Song Yang then took Chu Zihan's hand, deliberately asserting his claim. Did you hear that, you lowly man? Moreover, my wife doesn't drive a BMW. That contraption is unworthy of her and our child. What? A BMW is unworthy? But an electric vehicle is fit for her. Kong Jin was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. The female employee who descended alongside Chu Zihan could no longer tolerate the scene. She was taken aback by Song Yang's apparent indifference towards Chu Zihan and interjected, "Chu Zong, why don't we let Kong Legal drive us over first? After all, the roads are congested at this hour, and what about my electric scooter?" Chu Zihan, somewhat irritated, replied without a second thought, "It can be accommodated." The female employee felt a bit awkward, but Chu Zihan quickly realized her misunderstanding. She began to comprehend why Song Yang was so insistent on acquiring a vehicle. Sometimes, it wasn't her desire for luxury cars, but rather the nature of the world they inhabited. While she and Song Yang could rise above societal norms, the world would not be swayed by her sentiments. Chu Zihan playfully chided, "What are you causing a commotion for? Why haven't you fetched our car yet? Must you create misunderstandings to find joy?" Song Yang chuckled, fully aware of her implications, as the female employee pondered how the three of them would fit. And upon Chu Zihan's remark that it could be arranged, he conjured vivid images in his mind. It was indeed quite illustrative. Song Yang strolled towards his vehicle. The female employee soon realized that he wasn't heading towards an electric scooter, but rather to the illustrious Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the company's entrance. Kong Jin, who had just purchased a BMW 5 Series, was left dumbfounded at the sight of the pinnacle edition of the Rolls-Royce, resplendent in dual-tone colors. That was a naturally aspirated 12-cylinder luxury car. One couldn't dream of acquiring it for less than 20 or 30 million. Especially with those three elegant character lines adorning its body. Even Wang Qinqin could not afford such a vehicle. As Song Yang approached the car, he opened the doors and started the engine. The small figure at the front of the Rolls-Royce gradually rose. At that moment, Kong Jin was truly at a loss. His own car couldn't even afford a single wheel of that majestic vehicle. The female employee was equally astonished. In an instant, she understood why Song Yang claimed that a BMW was beneath Chu Zihan. Indeed, her husband drives a Rolls-Royce. Why would he need a BMW? Kong Jin, still stubborn, retorted, "Chu Zong, is your husband merely a chauffeur?" Chu Zihan huffed, tossing her hair. "He is a businessman, simply not one to flaunt his success. So, Kong Legal, I advise you to be more perceptive. The man I, Chu Zihan, admire has never been one of short sight. I value substance over wealth. Let me make it clear, even if he were penniless, my love for him would remain unwavering, for I am certain of him. That will never change. Thus, consider this my final warning. Do not test my patience. I may chastise my husband, but it is not your place to instruct him. Shao Qin, let us depart." The female employee nodded enthusiastically and promptly followed Chu Zihan into the Rolls-Royce. Upon witnessing the two Rolls-Royces, the female employee began to comprehend why Chu Zihan had unexpectedly ascended to the position of company president. Wang Qinqin, despite the prospect of not going public for 3 years, was determined to bring her on board, and there was a valid reason for this decision. Her husband was quite formidable. Chapter 62, The Price Rises Once Inside the Vehicle. The female employee sat in a state of bewilderment. As Song Yang drove, Chu Zihan inquired, "Are you familiar with Foshui Garden?" "Yes. I came across it while searching for a storefront a while ago. After you mentioned it, I took a look, and the surrounding environment is indeed pleasant. Directly across the street is a hospital, and there is also a postpartum center nearby. I inquired, and they offer home services for postpartum care." Seeing Song Yang's enthusiasm, Chu Zihan felt a surge of joy within her. They smoothly arrived at the community's entrance barrier, and since the car belonged to Li Hanfeng, they were granted immediate access, with all necessary identifications processed. A moment of surprise crossed Chu Zihan's face before Song Yang chuckled. "Hanfeng accompanied me today. He resides in this area as well. The garage is quite spacious, which allowed me to get registered." Song Yang parked in Li Hanfeng's designated space, and then the female employee, Qin Mei, guided the couple to her relative's home. Qin Mei's relative was engaged in business and had achieved a modest success. Although she held some disdain for Qin Mei, she had recently sought assistance in finding a rental, prompting her relatives to help scout for potential tenants. Her relative's residence was on the 14th floor, situated on the equipment level, making it relatively affordable. However, Song Yang suspected it might be noisy but chose to remain silent. Ding dong. After Qin Mei pressed the doorbell, someone quickly emerged from inside. The occupant was a woman in her 40s, heavily made up. Upon seeing Qin Mei, she smiled and remarked, "Ah, it's you, Xiao Mei. So this is the tenant you mentioned?" Qin Mei nodded, and with a smile, she said, "This is Mai," initially intending to refer to her as her superior. Chu Zihan discreetly touched her arm, prompting Qin Mei to promptly amend her statement. "A colleague. My colleague is expecting and is looking for a place near the maternity hospital, preferably with a postpartum center." "How fortunate." In Baitian City, only our feng shui garden meets such criteria. None of the others can offer this. With that, the woman welcomed the trio inside. I must tell you, many have been interested in viewing this apartment lately due to similar needs. If it weren't for our family connection, it would be challenging to secure it. Leading Song Yang and Chu Zihan into the apartment, she noted that it was over 90 square meters, though the actual usable space was only around 70, with much being shared common area. Compared to the previous 50 square meter rental, the conditions were indeed significantly better. Chu Zihan surveyed the place and felt quite satisfied. Song Yang remained quiet, content as long as his wife was pleased. He felt no need to voice any further opinions. After all, it was merely a matter of time before they settled in. With that thought in mind, Song Yang maintained his silence, while Chu Zihan continued to inquire. What is the rent for this place? For a whole rental, it is 18,000 per month. The appliances are all included. But we require a deposit and 3 months' rent in advance. 18,000? Chu Zihan was taken aback. The rent for this place exceeds her expectations. He had also viewed Fo Shui Garden, which is somewhat larger yet only costs 8,000. Why is this house so exorbitantly priced? Moreover, the upper floor consists of equipment. Noticing Chu Zihan's dissatisfaction with the price, the woman remarked, if it weren't for your association with Xiaomei, I would tell you that this afternoon, it was rented out for 20,000. This price is already quite reasonable. Upon hearing this, Song Yang realized that the rent was about to increase to 20,000. How could this shabby house command such a price? Is she unfamiliar with money, or has she lost her sanity over it? Qin Mei understood that her aunt was being unreasonable. Initially, she quoted 6,000 per month, yet when they arrived, the demand had escalated to 18,000. Is this not absurd? What kind of house rents for 18,000 a month? Furthermore, this is not a high-end residence. It is merely an ordinary dwelling. And it is not even in a reputable school district. This is utterly ridiculous. Chu Zihan turned to Song Yang and whispered, shall we consider looking elsewhere? What more is there to see? I must tell you, if you leave, there will be no opportunity left. This house was reserved specifically for you. Qin Mei, feeling conflicted, implored, Aunt, this is far too expensive. Could you lower the price? How could I lower it? Go ask around. Prices are on the rise. Renting a house is quite challenging, especially in this community, which is home to affluent and successful individuals. If you cannot afford it, inquiring is futile. No one here can rent it. At this point, Qin Mei's aunt began to regard Chu Zihan and Song Yang with disdain. After all, they did not appear to be wealthy individuals. Qin Mei could not disclose that Chu Zihan was a high-ranking executive. She was concerned that her identity would make her a target for exploitation, only for her aunt to end up treating Qin Mei as the fool. But you told me 6,000. I relayed that to others. Qin Mei protested. 6,000? That was for shared accommodation. 6,000 for the entire rental? What were you thinking? If you lack the funds, then leave. Do not waste my time. Upon hearing this from Qin Mei, her aunt immediately expelled the three of them. This left Qin Mei feeling humiliated. She reached the elevator door and burst into tears. Her family was quite ordinary. With her uncle running a hardware business in the wholesale market, earning a modest income, and consistently looking down on them, they were ostensibly helping her. Yet this was how they treated her? Was this not blatant bullying? As she approached the elevator, she noticed an advertisement from a real estate agency, an entire house for rent at 7,500. The area was identical, and it even advertised the 14th floor for full rental. Although the agency's phone number was listed, it was evident that the correct rental price was indeed 6,000 per month. Just as she hesitated, the elevator suddenly opened. Qin Mei saw her uncle arriving with another woman. This woman was stylishly dressed and quite beautiful, exuding the air of a high-powered professional. Her uncle appeared surprised to see Qin Mei. Xiaomei, what are you doing here? Upon seeing her uncle, Qin Mei felt a wave of indignation wash over her. You called me to assist in finding tenants, and I arranged for a colleague to view the property. However, my aunt suddenly stated that the rent would be 18,000 per month. Where on earth does such a figure come from? Qin Mei's uncle furrowed his brow. He had clearly set the rental price at 6,000. How could it suddenly escalate to 18,000? Even at 6,000, there have been no takers thus far, let alone 18,000. This is utterly absurd. But what difference does it make if he knows? Qin Mei's uncle is notorious for being under his wife's thumb. He wouldn't dare voice his dissent. However, upon hearing 18,000, the woman behind him abruptly halted. 18,000. Mr. Han, we agreed on 5,008. Your property isn't exactly a grand estate, and it's close to the utility room. This price seems rather excessive, don't you think? Surely you aren't trying to raise the price after luring people to view it? If that is the case, I shall withdraw my interest. Song Yang recognized the woman's voice as somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't place it immediately. Nevertheless, being married, he preferred to limit his interactions with other women. Zihan, perhaps we should take our leave. It seems today may not yield any fruitful results. Chu Zihan nodded in agreement. Just as Song Yang finished speaking, he was taken aback when the woman removed her sunglasses. Song Yang, what are you doing here? Chapter 63. The female classmate upon her removing the sunglasses. Song Yang was momentarily stunned. Chu Zihan, intrigued, inquired, do you know her? Song Yang rifled through his memory and then recalled, oh, she seems to be a high school classmate. The woman, exuding familiarity, exclaimed, long time no see. I didn't expect we wouldn't meet again after graduation. The woman was indeed quite attractive, possessing a captivating visage. Her name was Ning Luo, the belle of their high school. Song Yang had harbored feelings for her back then, but she prioritized her studies and turned him down. At that time, Song Yang thought little of it. If it couldn't be, then so be it. Little did he know, one day while working, he spotted her entering a car with a wealthy man, the vehicle bouncing incessantly. After that incident, Song Yang's infatuation with Ning Luo was completely extinguished. After graduation, Song Yang enrolled in a top-tier medical institution, while Ning Luo attended a private university, one where admission was relatively easy. Over the years, Song Yang had grown to feel nothing but disdain for her. Now, years later, Ning Luo remained as beautiful as ever, perhaps even more so with a hint of worldly charm. Upon seeing Song Yang, Ning Luo was quite gracious. Old classmate, it seems you're married? Why haven't you bought a house yet? Song Yang chuckled lightly. No rush. I've only graduated a few years. I still have to work hard. Ning Luo glanced at Chu Zihan. Although Chu Zihan was dressed modestly, her beauty and poise far surpassed Ning Luo's. You've truly done well for yourself, marrying such a stunning beauty. Song Yang replied calmly. We met during our studies. I'm in medical school while she's studying finance, so we aren't too far apart. During my working days, I often visited her campus. Facing Ning Luo, Chu Zihan had no doubts about Song Yang's fidelity. She graciously introduced herself. Hello. My name is Chu Zihan, and I am Song Yang's wife. Ning Luo smiled and replied, hello, I am a classmate of Song Yang's. We were in the same class and had a decent relationship back then. With subtle implications, Ning Luo hinted at something, but Chu Zihan dismissed it with a smile and a nod. Qin Mei's uncle, noticing their acquaintance, found the situation even more complicated. However, Qin Mei was undeterred and boldly stated, Uncle, we are renting at 6,000 if you're going to rent to others for 5,008. Then don't bother looking for me again. How am I supposed to manage in the future? Her uncle was conflicted, unsure of how to respond. He understood his wife well. Ever since stepping into the house, she had looked down upon his family. His niece was even less favored by her. Now, he was at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, the door swung open. His wife had overheard Qin Mei's words. As soon as she emerged, she reprimanded. We need a long-term rental. Your colleague has no means for that. If they only stay for a few months, what am I to do? Can I be blamed for this? Chu Zihan furrowed her brow, while Qin Mei was rendered speechless. Could Chu Zihan truly not afford it? As the general manager of a company, with the chairman treating her with utmost respect, how could she possibly lack the means? She drove a Rolls-Royce. Surely, she could manage the rent. Qin Mei was at a loss for words. In this awkward moment, Ning Luo smiled at Song Yang and said, since you are starting your own business, this rent may not be suitable for you. Why not let me have it, considering our old friendship? Though her words were couched in politeness, they veiled a jibe at Song Yang's financial situation. If one is impoverished, there is no need to put on airs. Song Yang felt no inclination to explain. He had always held a distaste for this woman. Noticing Song Yang's discomfort, Chu Zihan quickly interjected, forget it, we won't rent it. We can take our time to find another place. There are plenty of options. Song Yang shared her sentiment and, hearing his wife's words, decided to ignore Ning Luo altogether. Instead, smiling and nodding, all right, we will do as you say. With that, they entered the elevator, followed closely by Qin Mei. Once inside the elevator, Qin Mei looked at Chu Zihan with a hint of grievance. President Chu, I truly had no idea she would act this way. Seeing the young woman's tears stirred Song Yang's sympathy, prompting him to say, Zihan, actually, Hanfeng has found a place. It's just a bit more expensive and larger. The owners are abroad and require a long-term lease. I didn't mention it because I feared you wouldn't agree. Chu Zihan paused, then asked, larger? How large? Song Yang softly suggested. Let us go take a look. They proceeded to the underground parking lot, making their way to the exclusive elevator. After swiping his card, the elevator doors opened automatically. The three of them then ascended to the residence that Li Hanfeng had offered. Upon exiting the elevator, Chu Zihan was left speechless. Is this a house? This is a villa. Qin Mei was equally astonished, as the view from the living room unveiled a breathtaking panorama. In this enchanting feng shui garden, there exists a remarkable locale, a private scenic area nestled within a distinct community, accessible solely to its owners. This is not merely a public space, but a personal sanctuary, attainable only through the purchase of a specific residence. Isn't this the lakeside estate that has been separated from the feng shui community? Chu Zihan tugged at Song Yang's sleeve and inquired, how much does this house cost? Song Yang shrugged. I have no idea. However, a payment of 300,000 is required, allowing for 2 years of complimentary residence, followed by an additional 3 years at the same cost. I took the liberty of making the payment already, fearing it might upset you. 300,000 for 5 years? Averaged out, that's merely 5,000 a month. Isn't that practically free? Chu Zihan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that truly what Li Hanfeng said? Song Yang nodded. Indeed. He mentioned that it amounts to just 5,000 each month. He is not short on funds. He simply seeks someone to help oversee the property. Moreover, he is friends with Hanfeng and initially had no intention of accepting payment. However, I insisted, hence the arrangement. He also informed me that if we decide to purchase in the future, we could acquire it at his buying price. He has resolved to settle abroad, rendering his stay here rather meaningless. Chu Zihan pondered for a moment. Doesn't that seem like you're leveraging a personal connection? I don't believe so, he replied. Otherwise, he would still need to find someone to manage it, alleviating his friend of an expense while still receiving the 300,000. It's a win-win scenario, particularly as he is also looking to buy a car. Qin Mei immediately interjected, President Chu, your brother-in-law is absolutely correct. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. If he were to hire someone who would work for less than 8 or 9,000 a month, after contemplating, Chu Zihan remarked, then shall we reside here? Song Yang grinned. If you agree, then let's make this our home. There's a garage, and the space is ample. It would indeed be convenient to hire help. Song Yang's reasoning was quite sound. Both he and Chu Zihan had essentially grown up without parents. Given their circumstances, they would need to care for a child. And with her busy schedule, hiring a nanny became a necessity. Acknowledging this, Chu Zihan reluctantly acquiesced. Since the money has been paid, what more can I say? My concern lies in you owing a favor, which may complicate matters for you in the future. Song Yang chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Qin Mei was now truly envious of Chu Zihan. Her husband had managed to secure such a place for merely 5,000 a month, a rate that seemed almost unbelievable for a property of this caliber. Chapter 64. A fortunate bargain. Song Yang guided Chu Zihan through the residence, room by room, allowing her, the new mistress, to familiarize herself with her home. After all, the house was indeed quite spacious, and traversing it took a considerable amount of time. Once they had inspected all the rooms, Chu Zihan expressed her concern. Isn't this a bit too large for just the two of us? Song Yang reassured her, no worries. We can simply occupy one room each. Chu Zihan was nearly amused by his response. Qin Mei's eyes were filled with envy. Song Yang had quietly arranged such a splendid dwelling. Although he had just been dismissed by his aunt, it seemed he was now living even better than before. After surveying the house, Chu Zihan was exceedingly pleased with its layout. Not only were the rooms spacious, but the backyard was even larger. As she wandered through her new abode, it felt as though she were in a dream, one she had never dared to envision, living in such a splendid residence. Upon witnessing a couple find their dream home, Qin Mei, being perceptive, excused herself, citing matters at home. Once Qin Mei departed, Chu Zihan closed the door and turned to Song Yang, inquiring about a female classmate from high school. You and her, you didn't have a relationship back then, did you? Song Yang waved his hand dismissively, responding, I have no interest in women like that, particularly those who lack self-respect. Chu Zihan playfully chastised him. How can you say that? She was your classmate after all. With a calm demeanor, Song Yang replied, I'm merely stating the truth. You know I was poor back then. While working, I witnessed her getting into a car with a man, and the car was quite animated. At that time, we were in high school, and that man was at least in his 40s. Chu Zihan could not suppress a laugh, suddenly understanding the reason behind Song Yang's disconcerted expression. If that were the case, it was best to act as if she had never seen it, to avoid unnecessary distress. It's nothing. I haven't given it much thought, she said. Song Yang, pulling Chu Zihan closer with a smile, remarked, "My dear, I intend to work hard and earn more money so that one day you can become the lady of this house. What do you think?" Chu Zihan nodded enthusiastically. "Let us strive together." She playfully raised her small fist in the air. Song Yang wrapped his arms around her waist, cautious not to exert too much pressure for fear of harming the child, while Chu Zihan nestled gently against his warm embrace. "In truth, as long as I am with you, it matters little where life takes us," she confessed. Song Yang whispered softly, "Yet, I aspire for you to lead a good life filled with joy and devoid of worries. I wish to provide you with everything others possess." "However," she countered, "but if that happens, we may gradually drift apart. I simply desire to have you by my side. Earning money, neither of us is capable of that." After Chu Zihan spoke gently, Song Yang chuckled. "Am I to be a kept man?" As her small hand playfully pinched his thigh, she teased, "Are you treating me better now?" Song Yang quickly surrendered, continuing, "Actually, there's nothing wrong with that. With you, the strong one, supporting me, I need not toil as hard. I can spend more time with our children, while I focus on taking care of you. And the remaining time can be dedicated to earning money." Chu Zihan gazed at him and softly expressed her concern. "I worry, as they say, when men acquire wealth, they often change for the worse. One day, I will grow old and lose my allure, unable to compete with the young and beautiful. If you become wealthy, might you not succumb to temptation?" Song Yang shook his head firmly. "That won't happen. As you grow older, so shall I. Moreover, I have made mistakes and harmed you, which is why I intend to spend my life compensating for my wrongs. Besides, I have another idea." Chu Zihan paused, intrigued, and asked, "What is it?" "I wish to be the man behind your success. You earn the riches while I take a step back to delve into the essence of our national culture." Chu Zihan burst into laughter, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons. "You can't be serious about studying the I Ching and actually going out to tell fortunes, can you?" "Of course not. It would merely be a hobby," he replied with a grin. "Researching the legacies left by our ancestors yields profound transformations." A truth that resonates deeply with Chu Zihan upon hearing Song Yang's reflections on the I Ching. Her previous aversion to his interest in this ancient text dissipates, especially considering his earnestness in mastering it without resorting to fortune-telling for profit. Song Yang is the one who shoulders the burden of their housing expenses, leaving Chu Zihan with little room for dissent regarding her husband's peculiar hobby. After all, who among us does not possess a few trivial passions? He refrains from smoking, drinking, and has forsaken gambling. If he wishes to delve into the I Ching, so be it. Unbeknownst to her, Song Yang has amassed a fortune through the very methods she deems deceitful and fraudulent, blossoming into a billionaire. Yet, he displays no arrogance, choosing to keep this success from Chu Zihan, believing it too complex to explain. Rather than sow seeds of worry, he prefers to conceal his accomplishments until the time is ripe to share the fruits of his labor with her. Having secured a new residence, Song Yang takes Chu Zihan to their rented villa to collect their belongings. Meanwhile, Ning Luo has finalized her contract and has recently ventured into live streaming. With her striking appearance, she has garnered a considerable following, establishing herself as a notable influencer within the industry. Upon arranging her new home, she contacts a moving company and waits at the entrance of her community. As she waits, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glides past her. Instinctively, she captures a photograph of the luxurious vehicle, only to stare in disbelief at the driver, who appears to be none other than Song Yang. Stunned, she scrutinizes the image on her phone, zooming in repeatedly, though the details become somewhat blurred. Yet, it is unmistakably him behind the wheel. Confusion envelopes Ning Luo. Wasn't Song Yang an orphan, seemingly abandoned by his parents? How could he possibly afford such an extravagant luxury car just a few years after graduation? Despite receiving gifts from affluent admirers, she herself could never dream of owning a Rolls-Royce. Observing the gatekeeper granting passage and treating Song Yang with utmost courtesy, she approaches the security guard with a charming demeanor and inquires, "Excuse me, who was that gentleman in the Rolls-Royce? Do you know him?" The guard, overwhelmed by her beauty, finds himself entranced. "Oh, the one you just saw?" He is the new owner of Li Dishao's property, apparently quite close to him. "I saw them chatting amiably in the courtyard this afternoon." "Li Dishao? Which Li Dishao?" Ning Luo questions, her curiosity piqued. The guard, brimming with pride, replies, "Why? He is the most prominent owner in our community. A wealthy magnate who owns nearly half a building, Li Hafeng from Feng Group." Ning Luo gasps in astonishment. "Did you say Li Hafeng?" Chapter 65, The Challenges of Being a Good Person. Li Hafeng, the Diamond Bachelor of Baidian, commands a reputation that resonates through Ning Luo's circles, where he is revered as the pinnacle of success. Moreover, Li Hanfeng possesses a considerable amount of resources. Previously, Inin was something he acquired through financial means. However, recent gossip circulating in the group suggests that Inin has encountered some troubles and is reportedly in custody. With wealth allowing one to become a property owner here and even drive a Rolls-Royce, this situation has invigorated Ning Luo's new beginnings. Unaware of the unfolding events, Song Yang drove to retrieve his luggage. He and Chu Zihan were enjoying their intimate and sweet world together. Yet, at that moment, the sounds of Lu Sufin's crying and wailing echoed from the Chu household. How could this ungrateful girl dare to deceive us? They have directly transferred the money from the card. What will Ziheng do now? Lu Sufin sat on the floor, throwing a tantrum, while Chu Fumin sighed. Get up. Causing a ruckus at home is futile. The priority now is to locate that girl and reclaim the money. Otherwise, Ziheng might lose a few fingers. Old man, shall we report this to the authorities? If this continues, Ziheng may perish. Chu Fumin shook his head. No, those individuals are well connected. What use is it to report? They might all be in cahoots. Lu Sufin was at a loss, and the only option left was to demand money from Chu Zihan. Let us go? We'll confront her. The elderly couple rode their electric scooter, seething with anger, to seek retribution from Song Yang and Chu Zihan. They arrived at the previous residence and knocked for an extended period, only to discover that no one was home. Asking the neighbors yielded no information either. Could it be that they have moved? Panic surged through Lu Sufin. She had never anticipated that Chu Zihan could resort to such actions. Wait. I believe they are deliberately avoiding us. Let us wait here. I refuse to believe they won't show up for work tomorrow morning. Chu Fumin, resolute, decided to confront Song Yang and Chu Zihan to the very end. Thus, they spent the entire night at the doorstep, taking turns to guard against Song Yang's potential escape. One would sleep while the other kept watch. As dawn approached, they remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the door. Approaching noon, the door remained utterly still. Eventually, Lu Sufin could no longer endure the wait and exclaimed in distress, "What should we do? This girl is genuinely not here. Has she truly learned to hide from me? What sin have I committed to raise such a scoundrel?" Chu Fumin, taken aback, had not expected Chu Zihan to take such drastic measures. Returning the money and even moving away. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Wait, let us head to the company. She may escape the monk, but she cannot flee the temple." Lu Sufin immediately agreed. "All right, I shall accompany you." Both were now consumed by fury, eager to confront Chu Zihan at her workplace and make her feel ashamed. They had bottled up their anger all night. Thus, the pair sped toward the company on their electric scooter. However, upon inquiring at the front desk, Lu Sufin was left dumbfounded. "You're looking for Chu Zihan? She has already left. She completed her resignation procedures the day before yesterday and is no longer employed here." "What? She quit her job?" "I'm not sure about the details, but she indeed has not been here since yesterday," the receptionist replied curtly. "After all, Chu Zihan is not present here, and there is no necessity for her to curry favor with Chu Zihan. At this moment, Chu Zihan has merely begun to take charge, and the official personnel changes have yet to be announced company-wide. Thus, only those at the headquarters are privy to these developments. The Human Resources Department has not received any notifications either. They have merely transferred her personnel file. Where she has gone remains a mystery to everyone. Naturally, this situation has not sparked much concern among the others. Once again facing disappointment, both Lu Sufin and Chu Fumin were filled with trepidation. Had Chu Zihan fled? An unsettling thought arose in Lu Sufin's mind. After transferring the money, did she elope with that good-for-nothing Song Yang, taking with her 900,000? This scenario indeed seemed plausible. At this moment, Lu Sufin was utterly bewildered. Now, she found herself bereft of both wealth and family. Her only hope of marrying into wealth had vanished. Her unambitious son, having fallen into gambling, had even lost several fingers. How could Chu Ziheng possibly survive under such circumstances? Chu Fumin remained silent, grappling with uncertainty about what to do next. Baitian City is neither too large nor too small, with 6 districts to navigate. How long would it take to search thoroughly? Lu Sufin collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Frustrated by her lamentations, Chu Fumin shouted, "Be quiet," instead of wasting energy crying. "We should devise a way to acquire some money. What are we supposed to do? We're out of options." Lu Sufin lamented, her tears flowing freely. Chu Fumin pondered for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. "Let us take out a loan, mortgage the house, and repay it gradually. We have no other choice." Lu Sufin immediately protested, "You heartless fool. Are we to end up sleeping on the streets? Bah, we can repay the loan monthly. We won't be sleeping on the streets. First, let us focus on rescuing our son. While the elderly couple was in turmoil, after dropping Chu Zihan off at work, Song Yang headed directly to Li Hanfeng's office. Upon seeing Song Yang, Li Hanfeng greeted him warmly, aware that Song Yang had come to discuss matters concerning the American stock market. He was eager to hear Song Yang's plans. Brother Yang, I have prepared everything you asked. What are our next steps? Song Yang settled onto the sofa, and Li Hanfeng promptly poured him a glass of water, waiting for him to speak like a devoted student. We will engage in futures trading, primarily shorting the American stocks. Have you contacted the brokerage? Yes, we made contact. We can purchase some shares. Additionally, we must prepare for hedging. We need to capitalize on both ends. Upon hearing Song Yang's words, Li Hanfeng recognized that Song Yang was indeed a seasoned expert. Short selling requires hedging preparations. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to inviting disaster. So, how shall we approach the hedging? With a chuckle, Song Yang calmly responded, we will short the British stocks. Double short? Li Hanfeng felt a shiver run down his spine. Such a strategy was something even his grandfather would hesitate to undertake. Song Yang's audacity was astounding. Fear not. I will inject more capital. I will provide you with 500 million, and we will invest it all. Moreover, you must gather sufficient funds. If we are to proceed, let us do it grandly. Thus, the Hefeng Group would achieve fame in a single battle. Fame in a single battle? Li Hanfeng truly did not dare to imagine such a thing. He was already so astonished that his scalp tingled. If this were an ordinary person, he would certainly be branded as insane. However, Song Yang was different. He was not comparable to others. Did this not imply that our risks were heightened? Song Yang shook his head, stating, on the contrary, our risks remain within a controllable range. As I have said, it is divination. Do you believe it? Upon hearing these words, Li Hanfeng shuddered, then gritted his teeth and replied, I do. As the two were conversing, Lin Wei hurriedly entered from outside. Upon pushing the door open, his expression was somewhat conflicted. What is going on? Li Hanfeng looked at Lin Wei with dissatisfaction, seemingly annoyed at the interruption of his important discussion. Lin Wei glanced at Song Yang and then remarked, there are people at the window seeking a loan, insisting on $1 million, but their property is an old house and cannot secure such an amount. Therefore, the window refused them, and those two started a loud argument. Li Hanfeng retorted, then throw them out. Do you really need to report such trivial matters to me? Lin Wei replied with hesitation, the key point is that they are my sister-in-law's parents. Chapter 66, Yin Chang as assistant sister-in-law's parents? Upon hearing this, Li Hanfeng was taken aback. What kind of situation was this? Song Yang was also mildly surprised and subsequently asked, they wished to take out a loan? What happened? It seems they said their son was captured and something about having his fingers cut off. I am not entirely clear, Lin Wei explained. Li Hanfeng pondered for a moment and then stated, then let us grant them the loan. It's merely $1 million. Let the interest be calculated at the lowest rate we can offer. As for the rest, you need not say another word. In such circumstances, Li Hanfeng could sense that Song Yang was in a difficult position. If he claimed he would not assist, it might upset Chu Zihan. However, if he helped, Song Yang would become entangled. The best course of action would be to facilitate the loan directly through him. Furthermore, if the loan were not repaid, they still had collateral. Song Yang understood Li Hanfeng's intentions and smiled, saying, no worries. If they truly default, I shall cover the remainder. Li Hanfeng waved his hand. Such minor matters do not require your concern. Rather, Brother Yang, it would be best for you not to get involved. It would be difficult for you as well. Song Yang did not argue, for Li Hanfeng was entirely correct, even though it was his influence that secured the loan. Lu Sufan and Chu Fumian would not appreciate his kindness. Moreover, since their son had stolen 50,000 from them, they would not feel any guilt. Conversely, should they discover that Song Yang possessed such capability, they would turn into leeches, draining him dry. Thus, the most prudent approach for Song Yang was to ignore them. Lin Wei stepped outside and instructed the loan officer, provide them with $1 million loan, with interest calculated at the minimum rate. Let us avoid complications should they default. Understood. The loan officer replied. Following Lin Wei's instructions, he proceeded to grant Lu Sufan the loan. Soon, the 100,000 loan was processed, and the elderly couple hastily exited, eager to rescue their son. Just as he was about to step outside, 2 police officers intercepted him. You must be Chu Ziheng's parents, correct? Yes. What is it? Your son has been taken into custody. He has sustained serious injuries, with 3 fingers severed. However, he has already received medical treatment and is now stable. He is currently at the police station undergoing investigation, and we need both of you to come with us." Lu Sufin and Chu Fumin exchanged a glance. And Chu Fumin immediately demanded, "My son has been arrested and rendered incapacitated. Why are you seeking us out? Shouldn't you be releasing him?" The officers remained silent, and behind them appeared a man clad in a shirt and sunglasses. Casually consuming a slushie he had just purchased, he explained indifferently, "Are you not aware of your son's actions? He has confessed to gambling and stealing 50,000 yuan from his sister. This alone is sufficient for a conviction. But we have contacted the victim, and they do not wish to pursue the matter further, so this issue can be set aside for now." However, he then continued gambling, and the amount involved is substantial. There are also allegations concerning his malicious attempts to extort money and even a scheme to sell his own sister to a wealthy man as a mistress. It is truly impressive how you have raised such a scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Lu Sufin became agitated. That girl, she is repaying kindness with enmity. Knowing this, why doesn't she come to help? The man scoffed, "If I were her, I would have you all imprisoned. She simply wishes to move on and live a peaceful life, avoiding any further contact with you. Therefore, we will overlook your attempt to steal her bag and divert 90,000 yuan. However, your son will be detained. He is still under investigation and likely won't be released this month. Educate him well, and perhaps he will end up on death row." The man laughed heartily and gestured to the two officers. "What are you waiting for? Take them away." Lu Sufin and Chu Fumin were clearly intimidated by the police's stern demeanor and dared not resist. Meanwhile, the man placed the slushie on the car roof and leisurely chatted on his phone. "Hello? Song Yang? Your brother-in-law has been caught. 3 fingers were severed by those thugs. He has confessed. What is your stance?" Song Yang paused, startled. Just moments ago, Lu Sufin and Chu Fumin had borrowed 1,000,000 yuan. Yet Yin Chang had managed to bail him out? It truly seemed like fate. Song Yang replied calmly, "Thank you, Captain Yin. This situation has already been a considerable headache for me, and I trust you are aware of my family's circumstances." Yin Chang chuckled, "You certainly lead a legendary life, encountering such an extraordinary family. By the way, your wife seems to be quite unfortunate." Song Yang sighed deeply. "Is it any wonder I want to make a change? I feel terribly for her." Yin Chang replied with a smile, "All right then, I have already contacted your wife, and she wishes to avoid any further disturbance. So I have temporarily resolved this matter for you. As for your brother-in-law, how much do you know about him? It seems he is entangled in quite a bit." Song Yang calmly remarked, "You'll have to investigate that gradually. I have virtually no connection with him. All I know is that he is a good-for-nothing drifter." Yin Chang had already grasped the general situation. His conjecture aligned closely with Song Yang's. "Well, since you've learned your lesson, avoid retracing your old steps. As for your troublesome brother-in-law, I shall ensure he comprehends just how worthless he truly is." "Thank you, Captain Yin." Song Yang replied with a smile as he ended the call. Li Huanfeng, with a look of concern, turned to Song Yang and asked, "Brother Yang, what is the situation?" Song Yang replied calmly, "Cease the loans for them. The person has already been rescued by the police. Just find a convenient excuse and say the application was not approved." Li Huanfeng nodded and responded cheerfully, "All right, I'll follow your lead." After briefly coordinating their plans for future short-term trades, Song Yang descended the stairs, intending to check on his shop. After all, it was his business. One cannot simply be a hands-off proprietor. Just as he was about to open his car door, a Maybach pulled up. Soon after, he heard the familiar accented voice of Chen Jiayao. "Brother Song, what a coincidence. I was hoping to have Huanfeng take me to your shop to familiarize myself with the route. And here you are." Song Yang initially paused, then smiled. "Is there something you need, Boston?" "Indeed, it's quite a troublesome matter. I have a former associate who has fallen ill with a peculiar condition. Despite being examined at the hospital, they found nothing wrong, yet this ailment has deprived him of restful sleep for many days. I was hoping you could lend a hand." Chen Jiayao explained. Song Yang scrutinized Chen Jiayao closely. Was he testing his abilities? Without further ado, Song Yang confidently replied, "Where is your brother?" "In the car." Without hesitation, Song Yang climbed into the vehicle. He discovered that this brother was exhibiting a deep purplish hue, and his facial muscles twitched intermittently. After checking his pulse, Song Yang stated, "Have you traveled to Southeast Asia?" "Yes, I have indeed," the man in the seat affirmed eagerly. Chen Jiayao, visibly anxious, inquired, "Brother Song, how is he?" "He is truly my good brother. His name is Qi Zhifei, but everyone calls him Dafei." "What is his condition?" Song Yang spoke softly. "He must have consumed something he shouldn't have. It is evident he is suffering from poisoning, a natural toxin that is not easy to expel. However, there is a remedy, but we must visit a medical clinic." You can take our car. I will lead you, Chen Jiaya quickly agreed. Thank you, brother. Rest assured. If you save Da Fei, I want to let your kindness go unrewarded. Song Yang couldn't help but chuckle. No need for that. A small favor will suffice. Just cover the medicine and consultation fees. Chapter 67. Try telling me to leave. As Song Yang entered the car, two other vehicles followed, one belonging to Qi Zhifei and the other to Qin Jiayao. Both men were accompanied by personal bodyguards. A sensible precaution considering their wealth and the attention it attracted. Upon arriving at the medical clinic, Song Yang had just exited the car when he noticed a commotion at the entrance, where individuals were engaged in a heated argument. Song Yang furrowed his brow slightly as he approached hastily. Old Kong, what is going on? Upon nearing, he discovered that Old Kong was embroiled in a heated argument with a group of people. Seeing Song Yang, Kong Detsai appeared as if he had found a savior. Boss Song, these people are utterly unreasonable. They are the landlords, and they want us to vacate. Taken aback, Song Yang turned to the landlords and inquired. You want us to leave? The lease has not yet expired. What grounds do you have for such a demand? This is utterly illogical. The landlord scrutinized Song Yang before responding. This property belongs to our company. I say you must leave, and you shall leave. What is there to discuss? Upon hearing this, Song Yang let out a cold snort. If that is your stance, then we must have a serious conversation. By law, we possess the right of first refusal. If you intend to sell the property, you must consult me first. The landlord scoffed. Consult you? We can sell this property to whomever we choose. And it is none of your concern. Now, vacate immediately. Song Yang retorted, and what if I refuse? As he spoke, his gaze turned frigid. He had no desire for conflict, but would not allow himself to be bullied. Did they truly believe he was someone they could manipulate at will? At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed from a distance. Ha ha ha, then let South just smash this place to pieces. Recognizing the voice, Song Yang turned to see none other than Sitia, the audacious young man who had previously failed to learn his lesson at the trade fair. Song Yang realized that some individuals only learn from experience when faced with dire consequences. He had shown restraint out of regard for their family's business. But it seemed this young man was intent on courting trouble. With a dark expression, Song Yang addressed Sitiya. I have already warned you. Are you seeking further misfortune? Sitiya laughed derisively. Huh? Are you attempting to threaten me? Let me tell you, with someone like you, I can do whatever I please. And there is nothing you can do about it. Furthermore, I declare that wherever you go today, you will not find peace. I want you out of Baitian City, begging on the streets for the rest of your life. Unless, of course, you kneel and beg for mercy, calling me daddy. I might consider sparing you then. Upon hearing this, the landlord eagerly chimed in, indeed. If you kneel and acknowledge your mistake, calling our young master Situ daddy, I will allow you to stay until the contract concludes. With an icy tone, Song Yang replied, and what if I refuse? The landlord arrogantly raised his chin, then we shall demolish this dilapidated place. And it will be too late for you to plead. He commanded, bring the tools to smash it. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from behind Song Yang. Let me see who dares to speak so arrogantly, as if they are merely spouting nonsense. Sidiya was taken aback to find a man approaching from behind Song Yang. This man was none other than the real estate magnate, Qin Jiaya. Sidiya stood dumbfounded, while the landlord and his 4 henchmen, who had just been boasting, were rendered speechless. Sidiya did not dare to provoke Qin Jiaya. Offending Li Hanfeng was one thing, for he had no ties to them. But Qin Jiaya was a different matter altogether. However, Chongkong Pharmaceuticals has considerable intersections with Qin Jiaya. Recently, with plans for factory expansion and the necessity for Qin Jiao's endorsement to enter the port area, they would otherwise be left vulnerable to a catastrophic downfall. Nevertheless, Qin Jiaya maintains regular interactions with the Situ family, as much of their land acquisition has been facilitated through his influence. Without his assistance, obtaining land would prove exceedingly challenging, particularly their headquarters, which was entirely secured by Qin Jiaya. Thus, the Situ family is cautious not to provoke him. Mr. Qin, what do you mean by this? Are you truly willing to oppose me for the sake of that gambling drunkard? Do not forget, we have business dealings, Situya retorted, with a cold scoff. Qin Jiaya replied, business dealings? Situya, you must understand that it is your family that seeks my assistance, not the other way around. Adjust your mindset. Do not overestimate your own importance. Situya's countenance darkened, and at that moment, Qin Jiaya turned his gaze toward the previously arrogant man. With a visage as frigid as ice, he threatened, this neighborhood is under my development. Whose subordinate are you? Summon Qingji to me. Although the man had never encountered Qin Jiaya, he had seen his portrait in the company lobby. This was their true boss, Qin Jiaya. Initially, he had sought to ingratiate himself with Sitiya, given that the Situ family was somewhat of a local powerhouse. However, when it comes to true strength, Qin Jiayao was the genuine leader. Even at the provincial level, he was welcomed with open arms. Chairman Qin Jiaya spoke without mercy. You recognize me as the chairman. I had thought you were responsible for the Northern Sky operations. Now, cease your prattling and leave my company immediately. I cannot afford your misfortune. Furthermore, let me make it clear, Song Yang is my brother. Should you show disrespect to him, do not blame me for the consequences. Ah Fei, remember this individual. He is an enemy of Boss Song. Understood, brother. Rest assured, I have it noted. Upon hearing this, the man was so frightened that he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. He had never anticipated that an ordinary person like Song Yang would be a friend of Qin Jiaya. Sitiya was equally taken aback. His teeth clenched, yet he felt utterly powerless. He could disregard Li Hanfeng, as their bank frequently supported their competitors. Even if he were to sever ties with Li Hanfeng, his family would not reprimand him. But now, the situation had turned dire. Qin Jiayao, who had previously maintained a neutral stance, was now evidently taking sides, signaling a potential rift with the Situ family. Sitiya was left unsure of how to proceed. You clever young man, you found yourself an ally. I refuse to believe you can continue to evade consequences. We shall see. Qin Jiayao merely intervened briefly, primarily to cultivate goodwill with Ah Fei. It is indeed necessary for him to sever ties with the Situ family, yet Song Yang currently lacks sufficient leverage to play his cards. Consequently, Qin Jiayao refrains from further complicating matters for Sitiya. After all, Song Yang is no longer a youth. He possesses a clear understanding of the situation at hand. Moreover, he is preparing to engage in pig farming, and until he sharpens his tools, he intends to refrain from slaughtering any pigs. Therefore, he decides to allow Sitiya a few more days of freedom. Chapter 68, A Truly Divine Doctor. After dismissing the bothersome Sitiya, Song Yang invites both individuals to enter his clinic. Prior to his arrival, Qi Zhifei had already sought the counsel of numerous doctors abroad. To be frank, he held little hope for his visit with Qin Jiayao, considering that renowned international hospitals had been unable to provide a solution. What could a mere youth possibly achieve? Especially in the enigmatic realm of traditional Chinese medicine? Was it not akin to sorcery? The clinic had already attracted a considerable number of patients. Upon entering, they were promptly offered tea. As the upstairs was still under renovation, Song Yang invited Qi Zhifei and Qin Jiayao to take a seat together. Once settled, Qin Jiayao smiled and remarked, Brother Song, I have heard that traditional Chinese medicine also requires knowledge of ancient divination methods. Is that true? Song Yang did not shy away from the topic. Indeed, in ancient times, divination and traditional practices stemmed from the same lineage. It is essential to study the I Ching. Otherwise, one remains an outsider in the field of medicine. With that, Song Yang gestured for Qi Zhifei to reveal his wrist. After taking his pulse, he continued. About 3 months ago, you traveled to Southeast Asia and consumed a certain cooling substance. If I am not mistaken, its hue was pink. Likely a means to enhance your vitality? Qi Zhifei was astonished by Song Yang's deduction. How could he diagnose this? Was he a physician or a fortune teller? He glanced at Qin Jiayao, who was equally taken aback yet delighted, exclaiming, Don't look at me. I haven't revealed anything. This is merely the talent of my brother here. Qi Zhifei, sensing a glimmer of hope, implored, So, divine Dr. Song, do you believe I can be cured? Song Yang nodded, saying yes. Had you delayed for a few more months, it would have been too late. Please wait a moment. I shall have some preparations made. With that, Song Yang rose and conversed with Elder Kong. Initially taken aback, Elder Kong soon appeared to grasp the situation and nodded before hastily departing. Qi Zhifei remained perplexed, waiting in anticipation. After a considerable passage of over 2 hours, a beautiful waitress approached, carrying a bowl. Qi Zhifei gazed in astonishment at the dark contents within. Song Yang calmly stated, This is the antidote. Simply drink it. Qi Zhifei, unable to believe his eyes, detected no peculiar aroma. Taking a sip, he found it refreshingly cool, containing rock sugar and some unknown fruit pulp, along with ice cubes. Upon consuming the entire bowl in one go, he felt invigorated and exclaimed, This is delightful. Divine Dr. Song, what is this exquisite concoction? Oh, it's a medicinal tea brewed from the essence of young urine. Qi Zhifei nearly choked at Song Yang's explanation. Feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, he, a prominent figure in the Hong Kong underworld, was subjected to the indignity of drinking a child's urine upon his arrival on the mainland. The thought of such a scandal becoming public was enough to send him into a rage. Just as Qi Zhifei's face turned an alarming shade of crimson, Qin Jiayao, taken aback, exclaimed, "Ah Fei, your face." Startled, Qi Zhifei retorted, "What is wrong with my face?" He retrieved his phone and, using the front-facing camera, inspected his reflection. To his astonishment, the previously ghastly hue began to fade. Could it be effective? However, he soon felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Song Yang gestured towards the side, saying, "The restroom is over there. Go and vomit." Qi Zhifei hurried to comply, clinging to the toilet. He felt as if he were expelling the very contents of his being. Oddly enough, once he finished, a refreshing sensation washed over him. There was no lingering discomfort. And when he splashed water on his face and gazed into the mirror, he was utterly astonished. Not only had the bizarre discoloration vanished, but the dark spots on his face had also lightened significantly. Stunned, Qi Zhifei rushed out, exclaiming, "Song, this remedy is remarkable. I no longer itch, and look. The blemishes on my face have diminished." Song Yang replied calmly, "That is due to the medication you ingested earlier. This substance is not meant for everyone. I merely neutralized and adjusted its potency, expelling the excess. Moreover, its efficacy in that regard will be greatly enhanced." Upon hearing this, Qi Zhifei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qin Jiaya, equally intrigued, inquired, "Ah Fei, do you have any left? Let me try." Song Yang quickly interjected, "Qin, do not consider using this method to treat your ailment. Your condition differs from his. Since you are here, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Please wait a moment. Your remedy will take a little longer." Shortly thereafter, Kong Sai returned, carrying a bowl containing dark, glistening pills, freshly prepared. Song Yang examined them closely before stating, "Qin, take one of these and see how it works for you." After ingesting it, within about 10 minutes, Qin Jiaya began to sweat profusely, feeling a tumult in his stomach. Song Yang pointed towards the restroom, saying, "You should go." Qin Jiaya rushed to the restroom, only to discover he was experiencing diarrhea, accompanied by dark, clotted blood and a foul stench. Once finished, he felt invigorated, the heaviness around his eyes lifted, and his vision clarified significantly. "This is effective," he exclaimed. "Song, why do I feel so energized? How long will I need to take these?" Song Yang replied with a smile, "You should take one each time, an hour in advance. I will provide you with enough for about a month, and you should see results." Qin Jiaya nodded enthusiastically, grasping Song Yang's hand. "Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your help." Song Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. You have assisted me as well, have you not?" Qin Jiaya insisted. "That is not the same. My contribution was minimal. I will settle the agreed payment in full, offering you 300 million. Please, do not refuse." Song Yang responded, "That is unnecessary. I merely lent a hand." Qi Zhifei advised from the sidelines, "Dr. Song, you must not speak in such a manner. Your extraordinary medical skills are invaluable, truly invaluable. To dismiss them would be a disservice to traditional Chinese medicine." Song Yang, not one to refuse, chuckled and replied, "Why not wait a few days? Let us see the effects before making any conclusions." Qin Jiaya shook his head. "No need. I know my body well. I am certain I can produce a brood. Rest assured." Song Yang laughed heartily. "Ah, but Mr. Chun, when you play outside, do refrain from using it. We wouldn't want you to find yourself in a dire predicament." Understanding the essence of Song Yang's warning, Qin Jiaya responded with a grin, I comprehend. Subsequently, Song Yang turned his gaze to Qi Zhifei and remarked calmly, "As for you, Boss Qi, I have a thought that I'm uncertain whether I should express. But I shall, and you shall listen. Consider it a jest." Qi Zhifei, taken aback, inquired, "What words does Dr. Song wish to share?" This statement from Song Yang stemmed from a recollection of a past incident that had made headlines. Qi Zhifei, the prominent figure of the harbor district, had met an untimely demise. Betrayed by his own subordinates, he was brutally stabbed to death by a group of thugs. Despite his formidable prowess, he had fallen victim to treachery while inebriated. Song Yang believed that fostering a good relationship with them could yield advantages in the future. Aware of Qin Jiayao's divination skills, he feigned mystery and said, "When one encounters peril, they exhibit instinctive reactions, albeit unnoticed by themselves. In examining Boss Qi's pulse, I detected an ominous sign. It seems there may be treachery lurking nearby. It would be wise to exercise caution, lest you suffer a fate akin to that of Zhang Fei." Upon hearing Song Yang's warning, Qi Zhifei felt a weight settle in his heart. He had sensed for some time that there were those within his organization harboring ulterior motives. Yet he had hesitated to confirm his suspicions. With Song Yang's words, the seeds of doubt had truly taken root. Thank you, Dr. Song, for your alert. I understand now. Chapter 69. I am certain of deepening ties. Qin Jiayao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Song Yang's pulse reading could also serve as a form of divination. How astonishing! He exclaimed. Brother Song, I have a project I would like you to consider. To be candid, this venture is of great significance to me. Yet my competition is formidable, making it challenging to navigate. I am at a loss as to what to do. This matter, Qin Jiayao had previously disclosed to him in another life. Indeed, this project had nearly left him destitute. Fortunately, with the support of friends and the assistance of Li Hanfeng, he managed to recover. Song Yang replied calmly, Is it a real estate project? Qin Jiayao nodded, and Song Yang instructed someone to fetch the divination tools. Proceeding to divine for Qin Jiayao using the items. After the divination, he looked at Qin Jiayao and stated, This project is likely to falter. As you find yourself ensnared in a predicament, to put it plainly, there are traps laid for you. Should you choose to withdraw unexpectedly midway, there may be surprising fortunes in store. Withdraw midway? Qin Jiayao was astonished. He pondered, In that case, I would incur significant losses. Song Yang replied with a smile. In the midst of darkness, there is often light. The losses you face will swiftly transform into investments, yielding even greater returns. Though Qin Jiayao harbored doubts, he remained profoundly astonished. How did Song Yang come to know about the business I initiated? This matter had not even reached Li Hanfeng yet, considering all the previous circumstances. Qin Jiayao had initially placed great trust in these revelations, subconsciously recalling Li Hanfeng's assertion that Song Yang possessed extraordinary skills in divination, surpassing even his medical expertise. Upon reflection, it became evident that Song Yang's abilities were not merely remarkable, they were otherworldly. Qin Jiayao expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, my friend. I shall be cautious. With Song Yang's assistance, Qin Jiayao's fortune swelled by 3 billion, bringing his total to a staggering 9 billion. The accumulation of wealth for Song Yang signified that the auspicious days for Sidia had come to an end. However, Song Yang still perceived this sum as insufficient. He needed to swiftly accumulate funds for Chu Zihan's medical expenses and the acquisition of a company. He surmised that if he were to disclose his intention to spend lavishly on her prenatal care, it would undoubtedly startle her. Thus, this information must remain undisclosed to Chu Zihan. Song Yang estimated that to develop the desired medication for Chu Zihan, he required a minimum of 10 billion. Acquiring Chong Kong Group would necessitate at least 10 billion, preferably around 15 billion. Presently, even half of this amount felt inadequate to Song Yang. He shook his head in resignation, realizing he had to devise strategies to enhance his financial inflow. Engaging in short-term endeavors required him to explore multiple avenues for profit. The ideal approach at this juncture was to produce certain ancient medicinal formulations. The medications he could conceive that were intended for healing would require extensive scrutiny and time for approval. Conversely, beauty and skincare products were easier to formulate. With this thought, Song Yang identified the primary product as Shui Yin Dan. Regrettably, mass production of Shui Yin Dan proved to be quite labor-intensive. However, there existed an alternative, Wei Chun Gao, which, while not as potent as Shui Yin Dan, boasted a significantly lower production cost and could be marketed at a more accessible price point to encourage volume sales. Resolute, Song Yang promptly gathered the necessary medicinal materials, preparing to embark on this research. As for the stock market, he remained unconcerned. Such occurrences were merely inevitable. As a seasoned professional in finance, Li Hanfeng would undoubtedly manage it competently. Thus, Song Yang felt no anxiety. In contrast, Li Hanfeng was plagued by worries. He had never anticipated that he would dare to short the U.S. stock market, particularly the Dow Jones. Wasn't he that tantamount to courting disaster? Upon returning home, his mind was restless, often wandering. Li Yuanhe, noticing his distracted grandson, inquired with curiosity, Hanfeng, what troubles you? You appear quite preoccupied today. Has something occurred? Li Hanfeng cleared his throat, hesitating as he confessed, Grandfather, if I tell you, you must promise not to scold me. Li Yuanhe furrowed his brow, asking, What is it that has you so secretive? Have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Li Hanfeng waved his hand dismissively. I am not the type to cause trouble. Grandfather, do you think shorting the Dow Jones is insane? Li Yuanhe, astonished, exclaimed, What did you say? Shorting what? The Dow Jones. Moreover, we plan to invest 100 million. Li Yuanhe abruptly stood up, gazing at Li Hanfeng, and said, Are you attempting to reverse the celestial forces? Why not proclaim that you will shatter the heavens? Li Hanfeng sighed with a bitter smile. I too find this rather insane, yet it is what Brother Yang has instructed me to undertake. And he has provided the funds for it. A total of 550 million. Li Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. His hand, which was poised to strike, now hovered in midair. If it were merely Li Hanfeng acting recklessly, it would be one thing. But this is a plan conceived by Song Yang. Song Yang is not the sort to be oblivious to the vastness of the world. Since he has chosen to proceed, he must possess some form of assurance. Could it be the result of divination? Li Hanfeng sighed. Indeed, how could I be so conflicted otherwise? Though I deem it mad. This venture is backed by Brother Yang's own stake, and my willingness to accompany him is of no consequence. This indicates that he must have absolute confidence to act thus. Furthermore, I have tested this before. During a trading conference with Chan Jiayao, when procuring medicinal materials, you would not believe it, those materials had even deceived Tan Yunfei, who failed to discern the counterfeit. Yet, Brother Yang recognized it at a glance. Li Yuanhe was momentarily taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, he remarked, historically, shamans and physicians are intertwined. The principles of divination and medicine are of the same lineage. If he excels in divination, then his medical skills must surely be impeccable. It seems he is indeed a disciple of the prophetic school, but to whom does he owe his teachings? Such remarkable abilities cannot arise without an authentic lineage. Li Hanfeng, unfamiliar with the concept of doctrinal lineage, scratched his head in confusion. Grandfather, do you believe this matter is credible? Li Yuan had chuckled. Credible. However, this situation does not imply that Song Yang has lost his senses. It suggests that the world itself may be teetering on the brink of madness. Ultimately, one must succumb to the madness. Yet, based on what you have described, it seems Song Yang has deduced the impending chaos and strife that will engulf the world. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted you with such a task. What? Chaos in the world? Li Yuan nodded. Once, I had the privilege of attending a lecture by the true seeker Taoist. He foretold that a great calamity would soon arrive, leading to unprecedented turmoil and conflict. Upon hearing this, Li Hanfeng swallowed hard and quietly inquired, Grandfather, do you think Brother Yang could possibly be a disciple of that true seeker Taoist? Li Yuanhe was momentarily stunned, contemplating deeply before murmuring, this matter must not be discussed publicly. Whether he is or not, time will reveal the truth. Chapter 70, Can he truly create medicine? Short selling the Dow Jones refers to the act of betting against the North American stock market index. Engaging in such activities is tantamount to courting disaster. No one would undertake such a venture lightly. What does short selling the Dow imply? It signifies impending financial crises and economic tsunamis. For Song Yang to engage in this is nothing short of self-destructive folly. Yet, in Li Hanfeng's eyes, Song Yang is akin to a celestial being. Whatever he proclaims is gospel. In this world, as long as Song Yang dares to say it, there is nothing Li Hanfeng would hesitate to do. Having received his grandfather's endorsement, Li Hanfeng resolved to take the plunge and began contacting all possible resources to gather the necessary funds. Let the gamble commence. Li Hanfeng no longer harbors any fears. Meanwhile, Song Yang is at home, diligently experimenting with various medicinal herbs, engrossed in his research. Upon returning home with Chu Zihan in the evening, she is immediately greeted by the aroma of herbs. What are you doing at home? Why does it smell so much like medicine? She inquires. With a smile, Song Yang replies, I'm conducting research, developing some new ancient medicinal formulas. Chu Zihan looks at him skeptically before heading to the basement storage area, which has now transformed into Song Yang's little apothecary. Having been with him for many years, she recognizes some of the herbs. In the past, she would have surely thought he was treading a perilous path. However, now she approaches with curiosity rather than prejudice and asks, what kind of medicine are you researching? With enthusiasm, Song Yang begins to explain. This is a wound ointment for treating injuries, and this one is a bone-setting balm. Both require pharmaceutical testing but can be used in clinics. This is perfectly legal, though they cannot be sold externally, as they are prescription medicines. And this is my upcoming major project, called Rejuvenating Balm. It is still in development, but once completed, it could effectively reduce scars and enhance beauty. Reducing scars and enhancing beauty? Many skincare products boast of such claims, yet few deliver genuine results. Will it really work? Chu Zihan expresses her skepticism. Song Yang shrugs. It's an ancient formula. I'm not certain. This is an experiment. We're still in the research phase, but once it's ready, you can use it. It's natural and poses no risk to fetuses. Even pregnant women can use it. Amused, Chu Zihan chuckles. So, I will be your little guinea pig? Shaking his head, Song Yang replies earnestly, no, I merely wish to atone for the pain I caused you in the past. I recognize that I was not a good person and that I hurt you. I don't know if I can make amends, but even if just a little, I wish to try. Tears glisten in Chu Zihan's eyes, her gaze shimmering with emotion. She has long since Song Yang's transformation, and his current actions deeply move her. Suddenly, she recalls something and extends her delicate finger, revealing a crimson scratch, a wound she incurred earlier while handling documents. Speaking of your wound ointment, doesn't it treat injuries? Should I give it a try? Song Yang examines the scratch and shakes his head. All right, let us give it a shot. He applies the white medicinal powder to her wound, and soon she feels a soothing coolness. However, she does not dwell on it, simply smiling gently. After all, Song Yang has ceased gambling and is now wholeheartedly focused on his research. No matter what he studies, it is all for their future, and that intention alone brings her contentment. As for its efficacy, she remains indifferent, not expecting any miraculous results. After dinner, Song Yang stays with Chu Zihan until she falls asleep. Only then does he quietly rise to return to the first floor and continue his research on the medicinal formulas. The healing ointment is relatively easy to prepare. The key lies in expediting the production of the fracture balm, allowing the clinic to resume normal operations swiftly. These products serve as a profitable foundation for the establishment. Originally, the clinic was renowned for its bone setting, and now handling minor injuries should pose no difficulty. After a night of diligent work, Song Yang placed the finished products neatly in the trunk of his vehicle. These medicines were ample for Zhang Hall's operations. When Chu Zihan awoke and noticed Song Yang was not by her side, she quietly made her way downstairs, discovering him engrossed and meticulously measuring the herbal ingredients. You didn't stay up all night, did you? She asked, concern evident in her gaze. Startled, Song Yang quickly washed his hands and replied, not at all. I merely rose early, eager to bring forth the results. Gently, Chu Zihan embraced him from behind, whispering, you should not be so hasty. Some matters cannot be rushed. Everything must progress gradually. Song Yang nodded in agreement, not disputing her wisdom. Instead, he wore a silly grin, saying, understood. My main focus is to complete the healing ointment and fracture balm. Those require no testing, as they are fundamental prescriptions with proven efficacy. Upon hearing his words, Chu Zihan instinctively glanced at her hand. Remarkably, the wound that had appeared red just yesterday was now almost unnoticeable. Is this truly effective? She marveled, staring at her fingers. Your healing ointment is extraordinarily effective. With a smile, Song Yang affirmed, of course. If it were ineffective, why would I bother researching it? Witnessing the results, Chu Zihan, who had previously thought that Song Yang merely needed something to occupy his time, suddenly realized that her husband possessed considerable talent. Moreover, he seemed to be gradually regaining his confidence and uncovering his potential, which filled her with joy. I believe in your abilities. I am confident you will succeed in the future. However, remember that your health is paramount. There is no need to rush. Besides, as your wife, I am also a business owner, so supporting you for a few years is not an issue. You need not worry about that. She reassured him. If you truly feel anxious, you could consult General Manager Li Hanfeng about potential collaborative projects that could be beneficial as well. Although investing carries risks, it is not akin to gambling. Gambling leads to inevitable losses, while investing is a legitimate livelihood. Chu Zihan smiled, offering her encouragement. Upon hearing this, Song Yang beamed. Indeed. General Manager Li recently inquired if I would like to participate in his new project, and I agreed. Therefore, I must visit him during the day. If we achieve prosperity, I intend to save the funds to establish a factory. Excited by Song Yang's ambitions, Chu Zihan exclaimed, you want to establish a factory? Are you serious? To produce these medicines? Yes, that is my intention. For now, you shall remain the business owner while I accumulate experience in the pharmaceutical field. I can also assist with patient care. However, managing a company is beyond my capabilities. I am simply not cut out for it. So, my dear wife, I aspire to be the supportive man behind your success. As Chu Zihan's cheeks flushed, she playfully struck Song Yang's arm, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? Come on. Let's head upstairs for breakfast. Chapter 71. Possessing talent. Upon reaching the upper floor for their meal, Song Yang and Chu Zihan quietly finished their breakfast, after which Song Yang escorted Chu Zihan to her workplace. The couple's daily routine was notably orderly and harmonious. They traveled to work in a luxurious Rolls-Royce, with her husband driving her to and fro. Many women would indeed feel a pang of envy at this sight, especially as they exited their residential community, where envious glances followed them. As Song Yang gripped the steering wheel, he noticed the gentle patter of rain falling outside, leaving the air outside damp and heavy. Upon arriving near the entrance of the company, they encountered a commotion, with numerous people gathered along the roadside. Chu Zihan glanced out the window and discovered a little girl had been struck by a vehicle, while a woman knelt on the ground, sobbing inconsolably. Ching Ching. I'm so sorry. My dear, it's all my fault. I should have been more careful. You had an important exam coming up, and here I let this happen. The woman bore visible injuries. Her face bruised and battered, yet she scarcely registered her own pain as she wept over her daughter's twisted leg. Song Yang halted the car, exited, and approached the scene. Given that they were at the company entrance, Chu Zihan observed the girl's condition. Her face was pale, and she was in such agony that words eluded her. Although her leg bore no severe wounds, it appeared grotesquely contorted, a sight that was profoundly unsettling. Chu Zihan quickly inquired, "What happened?" "Ma'am, please, get up. Your injuries look severe." Upon hearing Chu Zihan's concern, the distressed mother replied tearfully, "I truly deserve this. My daughter has a dance competition next month. It's of utmost importance to her, and after all this time practicing, this is the moment we've been waiting for." As Chu Zihan stepped forward, a bystander who had been observing the situation was captivated by her beauty, and he suddenly presented himself as a gallant savior, declaring, "I am an orthopedic doctor. Let me examine her." Hastily stepping aside, Chu Zihan watched as he scrutinized the girl and remarked, "I fear this child will not be able to participate in the dance competition. Even if she can walk normally, it will take at least 6 months to recover." The mother burst into tears upon hearing this. "Will my daughter never dance again? Has her entire future been shattered?" She lamented her choices, questioning why she had hesitated to spend a little money on a taxi. Now, it was too late for regrets. At that moment, Song Yang pushed through the crowd, swiftly approaching to examine the girl closely. He then reassured the mother, "There's no serious injury. The bone is merely dislocated. If we perform a realignment now, there should be no lasting consequences for next month." Nonsense. Chu Zihan suddenly recalled something. The bone-setting ointment. Could Song Yang be considering using it? Without further ado, Song Yang retrieved a dark, viscous ointment from his pocket. He applied the ointment to the girl's dislocated joint and then gently grasped her delicate, pale leg. With a sharp crack, the girl let out a piercing scream. The orthopedic doctor pointed an accusatory finger at Song Yang, demanding, "What do you think you are doing?" Having no understanding yet daring to act recklessly, this child is bound to be utterly ruined. Upon hearing this, the woman grew frantic, wailing as she lunged towards Song Yang. "I will fight you." She seemed as if she were ready to devour him. "Dear sister, do not be anxious. My husband is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and his clinic specializes in orthopedics. He is quite proficient in this field." Chu Zihan hurriedly explained on Song Yang's behalf. The man, however, scoffed dismissively. "Traditional Chinese medicine? Isn't that just a scam?" The crowd around them nodded in agreement. If traditional medicine could truly heal, even a sow could climb a tree. It can only treat ailments that would heal on their own. Indeed, what nonsense! How dare they come here? Just as the crowd was voicing their criticisms, the girl suddenly stood up. She quickly pulled her mother, saying, "Mom, don't act like this. I'm fine." Before she could finish her sentence, she was left in shock. She stood up. Although her legs still ached, she could feel them and still stand. At that moment, the surrounding crowd fell silent in astonishment. Was the child's legs truly fine? There had been no x-ray nor any examination. How could he possibly know her bones were unharmed? Moreover, how had Song Yang managed to heal the child? Did he merely touch her thigh? The woman was equally stunned, repeatedly probing her daughter's legs. "You're all right?" "I seem to have feeling again. It hurts." Song Yang patted his now wrinkled clothing and remarked, "Of course it hurts. After such a fall, it's only natural. However, thanks to your years of dancing, your bone flexibility is truly remarkable." The girl then anxiously inquired, "Can I still participate in the competition?" Song Yang smiled. "If you recover on your own, next month might be quite challenging, as you have indeed strained your tendons. But if you use the fracture ointment, it should take about 10 days. He then handed them the remedies. "Take these, if you need more. Come to Ziang Hall in the northern part of the city, where I practice. An experienced master also attends there. And this, having scars will hinder your ability to dance. So take this." As the woman saw the items Song Yang offered, she hurriedly accepted, ready to bow in gratitude. However, both Chu Zihan and Song Yang swiftly intervened. Song Yang chuckled. "Traditional Chinese medicine is not a scam. It is merely the targets of commercial tactics from the pharmaceutical industry that attack us. To put it plainly, if we are not portrayed as utterly worthless, how can they charge exorbitant medical fees? Rest assured, these medicines are not expensive. The fracture ointment is 200 per pack, and the wound medicine is 30. At our clinic, orthopedic treatments are free. After saying this, Song Yang nodded politely. This served as a round of promotion while also showcasing his prowess, and he left with Chu Zihan, humbly concealing his accomplishments. Witnessing her husband's remarkable abilities, Chu Zihan felt a profound sense of pride swell within her. Excitedly, she asked, "How did you become so skilled?" "Thanks to Elder Kong's guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached this level." Song Yang remained notably humble and modest. Chu Zihan smirked. "Very well, Dr. Song. You must strive diligently to take good care of me and our child." Song Yang gave a thumbs up, declaring, "Absolutely. Rest assured, I will make it happen." Chu Zihan felt confident in Song Yang. After all, he was her husband. Upon contemplating the remarkable capabilities of her husband, she was suddenly reminded of the rejuvenating balm. If Song Yang's medicine proved to be so effective, might the rejuvenating balm not also possess miraculous properties? With this thought in mind, Chu Zihan promptly inquired, "If the rejuvenating balm is perfected, will its effects be exceptional?" "Well, we shall see once I develop it. However, if we are to discuss efficacy, the rejuvenating balm is not the finest. That honor belongs to the Snow Radiance pill. Yet, that particular item is exorbitantly priced, with high production costs, making it rather challenging to market. Thus, I have opted for a product that is more accessible, allowing for mass production, and establishing it as our family's premier venture." Chapter 72. I believe everything you say. Chu Zihan truly felt the transformation of her husband from a wayward youth to a responsible man. It felt akin to a dream. Yet, regardless of its surreal nature, it was undeniably reality. After escorting Chu Zihan home, Song Yang drove to meet Li Hanfeng to assess the readiness of their funds. Upon entering the bank hall, everyone greeted him with utmost respect, addressing him as Mr. Song. The security personnel were particularly attentive. Upon reaching the office, Secretary Wang Wei greeted him warmly. "Mr. Song, welcome. Is Hanfeng in the office?" As Song Yang had grown familiar with Wang Wei, their exchange was more amicable. "Indeed, Mr. Li is waiting for you in his office. Please, come in." With swift steps, Song Yang entered the office. As soon as he walked in, Li Hanfeng approached eagerly. "Yang Gu, you've arrived. Please, have a seat." Seated on the sofa, Li Hanfeng poured water for Song Yang and cheerfully remarked, "All the funds are in place. There's one more matter for which I must express my gratitude. My father has fully withdrawn from his previous endeavors. The European operations have ceased, and he is now preparing to exert influence in the Middle East. I am responsible for facilitating his loans. If this venture succeeds, Yang Good, you will have bestowed upon us a transformative favor, a debt my family could never repay in this lifetime." Song Yang chuckled. "What do you mean by that? Are you attempting to distance yourself from me?" Li Hanfeng hurriedly waved his hands. "Of course not. How could I possibly distance myself from you, Yang Gu? I merely wish to convey that henceforth, should there be anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask." Unable to contain his laughter, Song Yang replied, "All right. Let us not indulge in idle chatter. If the funds are ready, we shall commence trading today. We will enter at a high position and initiate a short sell." Li Hanfeng nodded vigorously, then asked with concern, "When shall we exit the short sell?" "After 3 circuit breakers, we will exit immediately upon triggering them." "Circuit breakers? Are you suggesting the Dow will experience 3 circuit breakers?" Song Yang could scarcely believe his own ears. What an extraordinary scenario. The Dow experiencing 3 circuit breakers would be a historic event. Li Hanfeng, equally incredulous, gazed at Song Yang with questioning eyes. As anticipated, Song Yang smiled mysteriously. "Trust in the divination results. If you believe, simply follow my guidance." Li Hanfeng nodded earnestly. "Understood." The current situation is that Li Hanfeng has completely ceased to think critically. Song Yang, even if he were to assert that eggs grow on trees, would be inclined to believe that eggs have stalks. After all, Song Yang has been deified in Li Hanfeng's mind, particularly regarding his divination skills, which are remarkably accurate. Once Song Yang had made his arrangements, he drove home to delve into the study of his rejuvenating balm, a matter of considerable importance to him, as the potential for profit hinged upon it. However, prior to this, Song Yang delivered the concoctions he had prepared to the medical hall, where Kong Dasai eagerly received the drugs and personally began his practice. Meanwhile, Song Yang pressed the accelerator and headed home to focus on his rejuvenating balm. As both Li Hanfeng and Song Yang busied themselves with their respective tasks, Chen Jiayao's heart raced uncontrollably. He chose to trust Song Yang's words regarding yesterday's events. Upon returning to the hotel, he ordered an immediate halt to the project. Consequently, Upon waking, he received news that the project had collapsed. He had skillfully evaded disaster, albeit at the cost of some initial investments. To his surprise, the project had been a deliberate trap set by his rivals. Yet, they had not anticipated his sudden withdrawal, which resulted in the project's abrupt failure. After concluding a board meeting, a shareholder reached out with news that the project was now ripe for acquisition. As those who intended to ensnare Chen Jiaya had been imprisoned and were under investigation, the local authorities hoped Chen Jiaya would seize the opportunity to acquire the project, ensuring it would not be left dormant. It is noteworthy that the acquisition price differs vastly from the collaboration price. Initially, the shareholders intended to confront Chen Jiaya that morning. However, now they could only admire him, as his maneuvering was nothing short of extraordinary. This turn of events effectively saved the company two-thirds of its original budget while securing a high-quality project and a substantial loan, a most gratifying outcome. Having managed all these developments, Chen Jiaya fell into contemplation. How had Song Yang foreseen all of this? How did he know the precise moment to act? Could it be that Song Yang was aware of his rival's schemes? It seemed implausible. For Song Yang had only come to know him through Li Hanfeng and had no vested interest in him. Chen Jiaya had merely joked with him. Yet he had stumbled upon such a significant opportunity. Lost in thought, his office phone rang. Chen Jiaya quickly answered, recognizing the call was from Fei. Having recovered from his illness, Fei had flown back to the harbor district. Why was he calling today? Had his condition worsened? What's wrong, Fei? Is there a relapse? On the other end, Fei sighed deeply. Of course I've recovered. Precisely because I am well, those scoundrels have attempted to target me. Had it not been for Master Song's divination, I might have met my end. Chen Jiaya's expression darkened as he stammered. So, you mean Song Yang predicted this accurately? Did your subordinate truly betray you? Those rebellious youths, had I not been prepared upon my return, you would have surely received news to attend my funeral by now. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiaya was utterly frozen, as if turned to stone. If one prophecy is a coincidence, what can be said of two? Is it still mere chance? Especially with such precise alignment? Chen Jiaya could not bring himself to believe it. The current circumstances could only indicate one thing. Song Yang truly possesses the gift of divination. Boss Chen, are you all right? Came the concerned voice of Fei from the other end of the line. Chen Jiaya shook himself back to reality and hurriedly replied. Fei, focus on managing the gang's affairs for now. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Additionally, if you can get to safety, do so at once. Once everything is settled, come find me in Baitian. We must cultivate a good relationship with this brother Song. It will be crucial for the both of us to ascend to greater heights. Understood, Boss Chen. Rest assured, I will clean house immediately. After hanging up, Chen Jiaya let out a long sigh of relief and then picked up the landline, dialing Li Hanfeng's number. Hafeng, where are you? I need to speak with you. Can you come out? Chapter 73. Truly a divine person. Li Hanfeng, upon receiving the call, was quite curious. What was Chen Jiaya up to? What did he want? Not pondering too much, as he had nothing else to do, he drove his Lamborghini straight to the appointed restaurant. Celia Western Restaurant. The most upscale dining establishment in Baitian City is not a place one can enter merely with wealth. Celia is a nationally renowned chain, specializing in high-end events and business receptions. Therefore, without a certain status and capability, one is absolutely unqualified to dine here. Upon entering the platinum private room, Li Hanfeng was warmly greeted by Chen Jiaya. Hanfeng, take a seat. Puzzled, Li Hanfeng inquired, Boss Chen, what brings you to seek me? Why the air of mystery? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jiaya hesitantly replied, it concerns Brother Song. How much do you know about him? Yang Ge? You mean his past? Li Hanfeng asked with a smile. Chen Jiaya nodded, speaking in a hushed tone. I truly wish to understand more about him. Li Hanfeng sighed. As for Yang Ji's past, I believe it holds no reference, for his history amounts to that of a scoundrel, a gambler, and a drunkard. One could say, he is utterly transformed from who he once was, rendering his past devoid of any value. Moreover, my grandfather has mentioned him as well. Instead of dwelling on his past, we should be more concerned with his present, seeking ways to forge a path toward the future together. Furthermore, Yang Ge is actually a disciple of the Taoist school, belonging to the divination sect. Beyond that, we truly know nothing. Chen Jiaya wholeheartedly agreed with Li Hanfeng's assessment. He had also investigated Song Yang's past, which left him bewildered. Yet, he gleaned a significant piece of information from Li Hanfeng. Song Yang was indeed a disciple of the Taoist school. This clarified many mysteries. It seemed he was concealing something profound. Generally speaking, individuals of their kind tend to remain unobtrusive, wary of attracting attention. This sentiment is echoed in Song Yang's unpretentious demeanor. It appears this is the case. What is it? Listening to Chen Jiayao, Li Hanfeng became increasingly curious. Chen Jiayao sighed deeply, stating, to speak candidly, I sought to probe him yesterday. He treated us. And while I felt nothing remarkable, after all, childbirth is not something one can validate immediately. His health has indeed improved significantly. As for Qi Zhifei, my brother of Fei, he experienced immediate results. Moreover, Brother Song unexpectedly performed a divination for him, predicting that a Fei would encounter betrayal. Initially, we dismissed it. However, events unfolded swiftly. A Fei's rare ailment was cured, and those underlings, perhaps perceiving an opportunity, conspired against him. Had he not prepared in advance, he might have perished by now. Li Hanfeng was taken aback, springing to his feet, exclaiming, You mean Brother Yang divined for your brother yesterday? And it was accurate? Again? You just said again. Chen Jiayao stared at Li Hanfeng in utter disbelief. His words implied that this was not the first instance for Song Yang. What had he predicted previously? Li Hanfeng let out a bitter laugh. I was skeptical about Brother Yang's predictions this time. It seems I was overly cautious. What else has he foreseen? Chen Jiayao inquired with heightened curiosity. Li Hanfeng recounted all of Song Yang's prior predictions, including the incident where he was framed in matters concerning wealth. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiayao stood in astonishment, exclaiming, Is this even human? He must be a celestial being. Can he truly divine? Brother Yang refers to it as deduction, not divination. The latter is considered superstition. What he does is deduce based on the laws of development in various phenomena, utilizing clues from nature, Chen Jiayao said, rendered speechless by excitement. He continued, If I understand correctly, he is collaborating with you? Indeed. Would you care to join this collaboration? The more capital we have, the easier it will be to execute our plans, Li Hanfeng replied with a smile. Chen Jiayao nodded eagerly. Is money really an issue? What do you propose to do? We intend to short the U.S. dollar index. Chen Jiayao nearly choked on his own breath. This Song Yang was not merely extraordinary. He possessed remarkable audacity. What was he planning? To overturn the heavens? To short the U.S. stock market? What was he thinking? Yet, upon reflection, Song Yang's repeated successes indicated that this was no mere stroke of luck. Furthermore, he had invested a substantial sum this time. Crucially, this endeavor was to be managed by Li Hanfeng himself. He was not deceiving anyone. It was a matter of trust in Li Hanfeng's capabilities. Such an opportunity? Very well. I shall contribute 10 billion. Will that suffice? Li Hanfeng nodded with a smile. Sufficient indeed. More than enough. If this is the case, shall we commence shorting the U.S. stock market? Perhaps we shall etch our names in history. Chen Jiayao laughed heartily. This is feasible. If we can leave a mark in history, our lives will not have been in vain. Last time that scoundrel troubled us, I was on edge every day. Now, it seems we have the chance to retaliate. What more is there to say? I must join in. Li Hanfeng was undoubtedly pleased with Chen Jiayao's involvement. As the greater the influx of capital, the more secure their position became. If they could successfully short this wave, they would stand to earn a substantial profit. Why not seize the opportunity? Very well. Let us agree on this. Provide me with the funds before the market opens, and I shall take care of it immediately. Chen Jiayao nodded eagerly, saying, Leave this matter to me. From now on, we shall be good brothers, sailing in the same boat. Li Hanfeng nodded and, feeling curious, inquired, Is Yang Ji's medical skill truly remarkable? Chen Jiayao responded with calm assurance. What he possesses is not merely skill, it is divine, a miraculous healer. Do you have any idea of his capabilities? A Fei sought renowned doctors abroad, spending a fortune, yet with just one prescription. He cured a Fei's peculiar ailment and offered sage advice, helping him avoid a calamity. As for me, while I spent 300 million in consultation fees, the profits I garnered far exceed that amount. Compared to the fee I paid him, the money I made from it is but a mere trickle. Upon hearing this, Li Hanfeng was immediately intrigued. Could it be that my grandfather's health could also be restored? Should I take him to the clinic for a stroll? And perhaps Yang Gu could examine him as well? Chen Jiayao pondered for a moment. I believe you should not rush. Steady yourself and wait for the right opportunity. Besides, hasn't he promised to attend to your grandfather's health? Li Hanfeng chuckled heartily. You may not realize, but Yang Gu is quite modest yet forgetful. Doesn't he seem to possess the demeanor of a young man? Rather, he resembles a very youthful elder. Thus, I must remind him, or he might forget. Chapter 74. Development of the revitalizing elixir, just as Li Hanfeng suggested. At that moment, Song Yang was entirely absorbed in his research. He was diligently working on the revitalizing elixir when suddenly, The doorbell rang. Curiously, he checked the intercom and saw that Li Hanfeng had arrived. An idea struck him. How could he have forgotten this matter? Realizing it pertained to the old patriarch of the Li family, he opened the door with a smile. Hanfeng? Here for the old gentleman's sake? Li Hanfeng was momentarily taken aback and then asked, Yang, you couldn't have predicted my arrival, could you? Song Yang laughed heartily. If I could predict such things, I would lead a rather exhausting life. Of course, it was not a prediction. You must be here for the old gentleman's matter. Rest assured, I have prepared for it. As for the medicine, please come in and wait a moment. With that, Song Yang led Li Hanfeng to the first floor. Upon entering the storeroom on the ground floor, the scent of herbs immediately greeted Li Hanfeng. The shelves on either side were neatly organized, displaying various herbs in an orderly fashion. Song Yang prepared several doses of medicine according to the prescription for the old gentleman and personally crafted a few pills. Finally, he handed everything to Li Hanfeng, saying, the prescription has long been prepared. Now that you are here, I will dispense it to you. Take the medicine to the old gentleman, and here are the instructions for its use. As Song Yang spoke, he produced a small vial and handed it to Li Hanfeng, saying, this is the main thing. You should give it to the old gentleman. Let's see how it works. What is this? Li Hanfeng asked, astonished as he gazed at the tiny bottle. With a subtle smile, Song Yang pointed at the vial in his hand and replied, this is a remarkable item. After you use it on the old gentleman, let me know if it proves effective. This medicine is indeed a rare treasure. Li Hanfeng cautiously accepted it and promptly expressed his gratitude to Song Yang. Additionally, Song Yang handed over a prescription he had been contemplating for some time. With the medicine prepared by Song Yang in hand, Li Hanfeng hurried off to find the old gentleman. Once Song Yang bid farewell to Li Hanfeng, he glanced at the time and decided to go grocery shopping and prepare medicine for Chu Zihan. Upon returning home with Chu Zihan, she immediately caught a whiff of a subtle herbal fragrance that filled the air. Curiously, she looked at Song Yang and inquired, were you studying herbs at home today? Song Yang nodded, smiling as he replied, indeed, as this will be my future work, research is a necessity. Feeling a warm sense of appreciation that Song Yang had not neglected his grocery shopping, Chu Zihan insisted that he rest while she prepared the meal. Though Song Yang wished to spare her from fatigue, Chu Zihan was determined that she wanted to see him enjoy the food she had made, which brought her immense joy. The fact that Song Yang had already procured the ingredients meant she would not have to exert herself excessively. After the meal, Song Yang prepared the traditional medicine and instructed Chu Zihan to drink it first. Although this medicine would not provide a particularly strong effect for maintaining pregnancy, it would nurture her body and also offer some care for the fetus. For Song Yang, this was quite suitable, as he needed to rely on these remedies to support Chu Zihan until he found the necessary medicinal catalyst. After taking the medicine, Song Yang presented a newly formulated rejuvenating balm to Chu Zihan. Take a look at this. Intrigued, Chu Zihan opened the bottle and inhaled the delightful herbal aroma. What is this? This is something I've been researching recently. It is called rejuvenating balm. It can be used both internally and externally. Internally, it combats aging, while externally, it enhances beauty. As Chu Zihan observed the semi-transparent balm in the bottle, she was unsure of its nature. However, she trusted that if it were dangerous, Song Yang would never allow her to use it. Thus, she nodded and followed his instructions, applying a small amount and even diluting some with water to drink. After dining, Chu Zihan retired for the night. This time, after using the rejuvenating balm, she felt herself sleeping deeply. The next morning, after having breakfast with Song Yang, she hurriedly asked him to drive her to work. Song Yang drove the Rolls-Royce directly to the company, while Chu Zihan planned to apply some makeup once she arrived. However, upon entering the office, she was met with astonished gazes from her colleagues. The looks they exchanged seemed peculiar to her. Just then, her dedicated secretary, Su Xiaoling, stared at Chu Zihan in disbelief. Wow, President Chu, what have you used? Your skin looks incredible without any makeup. So fair. You don't even need foundation to look this good. Your complexion is remarkable. Taken aback, Chu Zihan responded, slightly puzzled. Me? I have not applied any makeup at all. I was merely about to touch up. Why would you bother with makeup? Isn't that a waste? Su Xiaoling, being a girl herself and only 22 this year, should embody the essence of youthful beauty, yet she finds herself envious of Chu Zihan? Upon hearing Su Xiaoling's comment, Chu Zihan felt a surge of curiosity. She picked up a mirror and was taken aback by her own reflection. The image staring back at her was reminiscent of her university days, with skin that was undeniably more plump and elastic than it had ever been. Chu Zihan was indeed naturally beautiful, but she wondered if she had ever been this striking. What could possibly explain this? Suddenly, the thought struck her, the rejuvenation cream? The mere notion ignited a thrill within her. What did this signify? It signified that Song Yang's potion had indeed succeeded. The results were astonishingly evident. What woman would not be captivated by such an effect? With this thought, Chu Zihan hurried to the lounge adjacent to the office, her usual sanctuary for relaxation and wardrobe changes. She closed the door behind her and promptly dialed Song Yang, exclaiming, "Your rejuvenation cream is working wonders." Song Yang, who was just about to leave, chuckled into the phone. "Oh really? It seems my efforts were not in vain. Is it truly capable of mass production?" After a moment of contemplation, he confidently replied, "Absolutely, but we still need to conduct some allergy research. As certain individuals possess sensitive skin, I must continue to refine and perfect the formula." Chu Zihan, brimming with excitement, responded, "Given the remarkable efficacy of the rejuvenation cream, do you envision us starting our own company in the future?" The thrill of Song Yang's breakthrough nearly made her heart leap from her chest. This was the first time she felt so close to hope. Previously, Song Yang had only left her despondent, obscured by uncertainty about the future. However, times had changed. Song Yang had truly transformed. He was no longer consumed by gambling and alcoholism. The creation of such a powerful remedy would not have been possible without his dedicated focus on research. Once mass-produced, this invention would secure their future indefinitely. "Yes, I've considered that. For now, we will focus on research while you gradually accumulate experience at the company. Once you have gained sufficient expertise, you can support our endeavors. In the future, I will handle research, and you shall be my CEO, helping to promote our work. Together, we will prosper, shall we?" Tears of joy welled in Chu Zihan's eyes as she choked on her words. "Yes, I will gather experience, and we will save together to establish our business. In time, we will enjoy a wonderful life together." Chapter 75. A grand gesture. Chu Zihan had completely set aside all her reservations regarding Song Yang's transformation. Now, if anyone dared to speak ill of him, she would be the first to defend his honor. Where could she find a husband like him? Even if it meant supporting Song Yang for a lifetime, she would willingly embrace such a role. Unbeknownst to her, Song Yang was more than capable of providing for her carefree existence, even if she chose to relinquish her career and live off him for the rest of her days. He would be more than happy to oblige. In order to maintain confidentiality, Chu Zihan organized her thoughts and stepped out of the office in a tailored suit. She had not applied any makeup, as she preferred to forego it during her pregnancy. In a few days, she feared that even formal attire would become a challenge to wear. Chu Zihan resumed her work, although the company had many matters to attend to. Her exceptional capabilities allowed her to ensure that her colleagues worked efficiently without the need for overtime. This garnered great admiration from her peers for the newly appointed CEO. Meanwhile, at Li Hanfeng's residence, Li Yuanhe awoke feeling invigorated. Upon rising, he noticed his vision was clearer and his hearing significantly improved. His mind was no longer clouded. As Li Yuanhe prepared to enjoy some tea, Li Hanfeng was equally eager to ascertain the effects of Song Yang's medication. However, upon seeing Li Yuanhe, he was taken aback. "Who are you?" Li Hanfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Li Yuanhe was momentarily stunned, then retorted with irritation, "You little rascal, do you not recognize your grandfather?" "Grandfather? Is that really you?" Li Hanfeng exclaimed, as if he had encountered a ghost. Li Yuanhe furrowed his brow and glanced down into his teacup, where his reflection startled him. He appeared exceptionally youthful, at least a decade younger, with darkened hair roots. How was this possible? He marveled at the image staring back at him. He swiftly rose to his feet, realizing that his physique felt remarkably robust, as if he had genuinely regained years of vitality. Hastily, he stood before the mirror, utterly bewildered. The reflection revealed a noticeably younger version of himself, with significantly fewer wrinkles on his once dry skin, no longer appearing aged. His cheeks were flushed with color. My heavens! Li Yuanhe could not contain his astonishment. "Hanfeng, what miraculous elixir have you given me? Could this medicine truly reverse aging?" Li Hanfeng, equally astonished, found himself at a loss for words. Regardless, this medicine was undoubtedly a rare treasure. It was astonishing that Song Yang had bestowed it upon him. "Have I now incurred an insurmountable debt to Brother Yang?" Li Yuanhe mused with a wry smile. "It seems there is no way to repay this. In the future, the Li family must become the most steadfast supporters of young Master Song. Only then can we repay his kindness to us." Li Hanfeng nodded in agreement. Understanding that words were futile at this juncture, their actions would be the true measure of gratitude towards Song Yang. If Li Yuanhe utilized this medicine, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence once more. The revival of the Li family's glory would not be a distant dream. As Li Hanfeng contemplated this, his phone suddenly rang. "Brother Yang, do you need to speak with me?" He inquired excitedly upon seeing Song Yang's name on the screen. "Nothing urgent, just wanted to check on your situation." "How is the old man faring? Is the effect satisfactory?" Li Hafeng handed the phone to Li Yuanhe, who cheerfully remarked, "Song Xiaoyu, I owe you a significant favor this time. Would you be willing to visit my home as a guest in a few days?" Song Yang nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes. It's just the right occasion to return the car. I've been driving Han Feng's vehicle for quite some time now, and I feel rather embarrassed about it." Li Yuanhe laughed heartily. "That might not be possible. There are a few children at my home, and if they were to sneak off with your car and end up wrecking it, that would be a disaster. You can keep the Rolls-Royce. Since Han Feng isn't driving it and your wife is expecting, it's much safer for you to use that." Song Yang understood their intentions, but he couldn't help but feel that the Rolls-Royce was quite an extravagant vehicle. He felt uneasy about the arrangement. However, Li Yuanhe insisted, "If you value this old man at all, take my advice. I don't consider you an outsider. I also don't drive, so feel free to use it. If you don't like it, have Hafeng find you a new one." Feeling modest, Song Yang replied, "No need for that. I'll just use it as is." "Thank you, old sir. We are family, so let us not speak as if we were strangers. If you have no pressing matters today, why not come and keep me company? It gets rather dull being alone at home." With nothing pressing on his agenda, Song Yang agreed. After hanging up, Li Hanfeng smiled and said, "Grandpa, isn't meeting Brother Yang my greatest contribution to our family?" Li Yuanhe nodded with a grin. "Indeed, you are quite fortunate. The fact that he wishes to borrow from you signifies that he does not regard you as an outsider. Otherwise, even if we were to offer him something, it would be out of the question. Moreover, Hafeng, remember that Chu Zihan is your sister-in-law, and as her younger brother, you must pay her extra attention. She is expecting, and Song Yang cannot always accompany her. When he has official matters to attend to, she will require other transportation. Arrange for a driver and provide her with a Cullinan for her use. Would Yang be agreeable to that?" Li Yuanhe chuckled. "Just tell Chu Zihan that it's a gift from me, and make sure to mention that this vehicle is intended for the child, not for her. Additionally, considering that my health relies on Song Yang, it would sadden me if she were to decline." "Oh, I see." Li Hanfeng nodded and promptly got up to prepare the vehicle. Finding a Cullinan and a driver was a trivial task for him, since it was for his sister-in-law. He arranged for a trustworthy female driver, who also happened to be a bodyguard. This way, Song Yang would not refuse, as ensuring Chu Zihan's safe travel was something he would certainly agree to. Furthermore, the vehicle was primarily for her professional use, though it would be registered under Song Yang's name. Li Hanfeng had a copy of Song Yang's ID, having previously assisted him with a bank card. Before long, he had arranged everything regarding the car and secured a bodyguard to double as a driver. While he was attending to these matters, his secretary suddenly rushed in. "Sister-in-law, Mr. Li from the phone group has arrived." Li Hanfeng? Chu Zihan was taken aback. She quickly rose, only to see Li Hanfeng entering with a woman dressed in a sharp suit. This woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding a sense of competence and vigor. "Mr. Li?" Chu Zihan hastily attempted to rise, but Li Hanfeng swiftly approached, saying, "Sister-in-law, simply call me Hanfeng. Addressing me as Mr. Li feels too distant." Chu Zihan smiled and replied, "All right, Hanfeng, have you come to see me for something specific?" Li Hanfeng chuckled. "The old gentleman has heard of your pregnancy and is quite concerned for your safety. Given the numerous dangers you have faced previously, it is only natural for him to worry. This is your driver, and we have prepared a new car for you to facilitate your commute. We cannot have Yongga picking you up for work, can we? That would be inappropriate. The company has vehicles," Chu Zihan began, but Li Hanfeng quickly waved his hand. "Sister-in-law, if it weren't for Yongga, my grandfather would have been in dire straits. Do not concern yourself with the expense. The old gentleman is currently enjoying tea and conversation with Yongga, who is fully aware and has consented. If you were to reject his goodwill, it would surely sadden him." After speaking, Li Hanfeng turned to the woman beside him. "Hong Ying, from now on, you will accompany General Chu, ensuring her safety and travel arrangements." Understood. Chapter 76. A family faced with Li Hanfeng's generous offer, Chu Zihan truly hesitated to accept. Regardless of the vehicle's worth, it was a significant gift, not to be taken lightly. However, hearing that Song Yang had approved the arrangement, especially considering he seemed to have saved the old gentleman, made her conflicted. As Chu Zihan pondered, Li Hanfeng glanced at the time and exclaimed, "Oh dear. It's already this late. I have a meeting to attend, so I shall not disturb you any longer. Feel free to utilize Honging as you wish. With that, he promptly exited. Chu Zihan contemplated pursuing him, but given her condition, she refrained from voicing her concerns and opted to call Song Yang instead. At that moment, Song Yang was engaged in a pleasant tea conversation with Li Yuanhe when he noticed Chu Zihan's call and felt a spark of curiosity. Zihan, is something amiss? Han Feng has sent me a female bodyguard to serve as my driver, along with a car. Are you aware of this? Li Yuanhe laughed heartily. He is indeed aware. After all, he saved my life. It was I who instructed Han Feng to arrange this. Song Xiaoyu is becoming increasingly occupied. And you have assumed the role of a company executive, making safety a paramount concern. We cannot afford to be careless. Furthermore, I am aware of your previous encounters. What if an unforeseen incident occurs without a bodyguard? In truth, Song Yang had contemplated declining the kind gesture, yet Li Yuanhe's words stifled his protest. Particularly, a female bodyguard would adeptly safeguard Chu Zihan's well-being, especially now that she was precious and vulnerable. Moreover, the debt of gratitude could be repaid in due time. Song Yang did not perceive the Li family as strangers, so he smiled and said, "Yes, the old gentleman means well. You should graciously accept his offer. You never know when your brother might return, and considering your current condition, it is wise to be cautious." Chu Zihan nodded and replied with a smile. "Then you must express your gratitude to him and ensure that you do not let him down." Song Yang reassured her, "Rest assured, Han Feng and I are like brothers. You need not worry about this matter." With a sigh, Chu Zihan ended the call. Li Yuan had chuckled. "You young man, surely you do not wish to avoid owing us a favor? Between us, there is no need for any pretense of social niceties. I do not regard you as an outsider, and you must not view yourself as one either. Otherwise, it would surely displease me." Song Yang chuckled, responding, "Well, then I shall not refuse. To do so would be ungrateful." Li Yuanhe nodded with a smile, seemingly indifferent to the matter of the car. "From now on, I shall call you Xiao Yang, and you, like Han Feng, shall refer to me as grandfather. This place will henceforth be your home. How does that sound?" Song Yang was momentarily taken aback, a warm sensation enveloping his heart. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "All right, then you shall be my grandfather, and Han Feng will be my brother." Li Yuanhe laughed heartily. "Good lad. I truly do not regard you as an outsider. Now, could you share with grandfather your thoughts on short-selling American stocks?" Song Yang pondered for a moment before replying, "Through divination, I have indeed predicted a downward trend in the American stock market. Based on my analysis, it should occur soon. Given their current unfavorable circumstances and numerous unexpected events, particularly their attempts at industrial repatriation. Therefore, I deduce that this will impact the stock market negatively, leading to a significant decline. From the historical data I possess and by cross-referencing it with my divination results, I estimate that there will be about 3 circuit breakers before liquidity is injected into the market. This influx will not immediately saturate the market, thus preventing inflation. Yet it will create a stark disconnection between the stock market and the real economy. Nevertheless, I am certain they will resort to quantitative easing, which serves as the foundational theory for this operation." Li Yuanhe's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Song Yang, exclaiming, "A prodigy, an absolute prodigy. Xiao Yang, you are truly the most extraordinary individual I have ever encountered. The current situation indeed reflects a downward momentum, although it remains uncertain whether a circuit breaker will occur. I believe your judgment is sound. After all, given the stock guru's current stance, he must have insider knowledge, and this situation is bound to unfold. With your assistance, Han Feng should have no concerns. By the way, what is that remarkable substance you provided me, which can be applied externally and taken internally? It must be quite expensive." Song Yang laughed heartily. "It is called Rejuvenation Balm, which I intend to mass produce. It is a product priced at the 1,000 yuan level. I do not plan to make it excessively costly, so that ordinary people can also benefit from it. As for the price, it will remain within a reasonable range." Li Yuanhe raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "So inexpensive? This product is clearly capable of generating substantial profits. Even at a higher price, there would be demand, and supply would certainly fall short." Song Yang waved his hand dismissively. "That is not my intention. A true gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. What good does it do to amass such wealth? In death, one possesses nothing. My current earnings are solely for my wife and children, with the remainder dedicated to fulfilling my wife's dreams. In truth, I am not particularly interested in money. Thus, earning it steadily is far preferable to employing dubious means." Li Yuanhe nodded in satisfaction. "Your perspective is indeed broad-minded. What a pity that had you been born a few years earlier, you would undoubtedly have become a legendary figure. Song Yang held no desire for legendary status, for he was already a legend in his own right. His life was replete with extraordinary experiences. My aspirations lie not in such pursuits. In fact, I am a person with little ambition. In truth, I would prefer to lead a tranquil life, cherishing rare moments of leisure. However, at present, my wife and children require my care. Ha ha ha. Your aspirations are quite lofty. Few can navigate life with such clarity. As Li Yuanhe engaged in conversation with the elder and younger Song Yang, Li Hanfeng rushed in with great fervor. Upon seeing Song Yang, he greeted him with a smile. Brother Yang. Song Yang nodded and replied with a grin. You've worked hard. Your sister-in-law has certainly kept you busy. Li Hanfeng scratched his head and chuckled. You speak as if it's not my duty. Moreover, I've heard that North Tian City has been rather tumultuous lately, with several gangs embroiled in conflict. Following the downfall of Hutong, it seems multiple factions in the underworld are vying to usurp its position, intending to engage in usury. Numerous companies have been threatened, and your sister-in-law, being both beautiful and kind-hearted, is a CEO. What if she attracts unwanted attention? Song Yang furrowed his brow, unaware of such a predicament. Is what you say true? Is North Tian City really that chaotic? Indeed, several bloodbaths have already occurred, resulting in 7 fatalities and over a dozen injuries. All of this is stemming from market disputes. I fear that if these gangs continue, North Tian City will inevitably deal with them. However, until that day comes, we should exercise caution. Rest assured, if she is called by your sister-in-law, she will come. Otherwise, she would not intrude upon your intimate world. Chapter 77. Huang Xiaoyu with a bodyguard for his wife. Song Yang indeed felt a sense of relief. During work hours, should any incident arise, he would find himself unable to address it in time. Now that Chu Zihan has a female bodyguard by her side, he could finally exhale. The next step would be to pursue short-term profits. Presently, he had numerous short-term ventures, and the financial gap he needed to bridge was considerable. The most favorable strategy that occupied Song Yang's thoughts was futures trading, which could yield some profits as well. While in contemplation, Li Hanfeng chimed in. Brother Yang, how about I introduce you to a friend? He's quite a decent fellow, just newly arrived and eager to make acquaintances. Introduce someone? Who is it? Song Yang inquired with curiosity. Li Hanfeng replied with a cheerful demeanor. His name is Huang Xiaoyu, my childhood friend. Huang Xiu? From the Huang family in Midbay? Song Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. The Huang family of Midbay is indeed a prominent clan. Moreover, the young master Huang Xiaoyu had been involved in a tragic incident that once captured nationwide attention. He was kidnapped in North Tian City, with the kidnappers demanding a ransom of 500 million. Ultimately, the Huang family paid the ransom, only to discover that Huang Xiaoyu had been hidden in an abandoned factory, where he was tragically mauled to death by wild dogs that very night. The severity of this incident prompted the Huang family to offer a bounty of 1 billion for the capture of the kidnappers. Eventually, they were reported, apprehended, and, unsurprisingly, executed. Brother Yang? What is the matter? Do you know him? Li Hafeng inquired, noticing Song Yang's troubled expression. Song Yang shook his head. No, I do not know him. I have merely heard of the Huang family. They are a distinguished lineage. Li Yuanhe chuckled from the side. Xiao Yang, you needn't worry. Xiaoyu is a fine young man, quite different from the typical wealthy scion. If he were the kind of dandy, Hafeng wouldn't be playing with him. Song Yang realized the old gentleman had misunderstood, and he smiled as he replied, I am not concerned about that. I am merely surprised. I didn't expect Hanfeng to know someone of Huang Xiaoyu's stature. Li Hanfeng scratched his head and laughed. I suppose I am not too bad? I don't know many people, but they are all decent individuals. So, Yang good. Would you like to meet him? If so, we could go together. Song Yang did not decline. Meeting Huang Xiaoyu seemed quite harmless. Thus, Li Yuanhe did not object, allowing Li Hanfeng to take Song Yang to meet Huang Xiaoyu. The rendezvous was set at a quaint CAF, modest in size yet refined, with a sparse clientele that rendered it relatively tranquil. Upon their arrival, Song Yang and Li Hanfeng spotted a young man already waiting. Xiaoyu, Li Hanfeng called out, immediately greeting him. The young man hesitated for a moment before hurriedly rising. Hanfeng, this must be the Yang you mentioned? Li Hanfeng unabashedly declared, indeed. This is Yang Ge. I must tell you, he is an extraordinary person. Song Yang awkwardly chuckled. Do not heed Hanfeng's exaggerations. I am merely an ordinary individual. My name is Song Yang. Huang Xiaoyu extended his hand with great courtesy, saying, Greetings, Yang Ge. I am Huang Xiaoyu. The 3 young men settled at a table, And Li Hanfeng remarked, Yang Ge, Xiao Yu is not a stranger. I wish to be candid with you. He is facing some difficulties and does not know how to proceed. What difficulties? Song Yang looked at Li Hanfeng with curiosity. Li Hanfeng sighed. Perhaps it is better for Xiao Yu to explain. Huan Shi spoke softly, in truth. It is rather trivial. I have a fiancée, but she is quite interesting. After our engagement, as our wedding approached, her family consulted a feng shui master who declared me a harmful star, a bringer of misfortune, suggesting that marrying me would lead her to widowhood. Consequently, her family wishes to annul the engagement, which has greatly upset my father and grandfather. Hanfeng mentioned you are knowledgeable in divination. Could you perhaps lend me your insight? Is there any truth to their claims? Song Yang was taken aback and then inquired, do you know whom they consulted? Huang Xiaoyu shook his head. They only mentioned it was a Taoist. I am unclear about the specifics. Song Yang pondered for a moment and thought to himself, is this person from the divination school? Otherwise, how could their assessment be so precise? Noticing Song Yang's grave demeanor, Li Hanfeng anxiously asked, Yang Ge, what is it? Could it be that Xiaoyu really is? Song Yang smiled. I cannot say. This matter requires divination. Furthermore, the outcome may not align with what you wish to hear. Huang Xiaoyu responded with calm resolve. No worries, Yang Ge. Please proceed with the divination. Whatever the result may be, it shall be. Seeing Huang Xiaoyu's assurance, Song Yang began the divination process. Li Hanfeng procured some toothpicks, and Song Yang commenced his readings. Before long, the hexagram was revealed, Li above, Dy below, corresponding to the 38th hexagram, the Kwai hexagram. The interpretation stated, minor matters bring good fortune. The principal line is in the third position. The line text reads, Kwai, solitary meeting with the original spouse, mutual faith. Peril without blame. Song Yang gazed at the hexagram, his expression turning somber. Li Hafeng hesitantly inquired, what is the situation? Song Yang studied the hexagram and responded. The changing hexagram is wind and thunder, with the primary line being the middle line, indicating the guidance of the public. Your hexagram reveals alterations in the earth, humanity, and heaven. Analyzing the hexagram, the heavenly line corresponds to the original hexagram. Regret has vanished. The ancestral line is consumed, leading to no blame. Upon raising one's gaze to discern the established fate, separation and solitude, encountering a pig burdened by mud, transporting a cart of spirits, first displaying the bow, then explaining its arc, not as a thief, but in marriage, encountering rain will bring good fortune. In essence, your future appears to be a deadlock. Furthermore, the movement of two yang lines suggests that the individuals pertinent to your fate are male. After a brief pause, Song Yang continued, to break this deadlock, one must identify the changing earth line, seek assistance from the human line, and ultimately alter the heavenly line. If all three variables are activated, one can transform misfortune into good fortune. Additionally, the composite hexagram reveals the union of water and fire. And observing the primary line of the hexagram serves as a reminder to remain vigilant throughout the day, as this pertains specifically to you, thus indicating an impending calamity. As for misinterpreting the hexagram, it is still the union hexagram. Therefore, I discern that your hexagram harbors danger, and one could easily falter within it. Hence, it is prudent for you to exercise caution and choose the correct path and suitable allies to alter your destiny. Upon hearing this, Li Hanfeng grew anxious. He turned to Song Yang and worriedly asked, Brother Yang, do you have any solutions? Regarding Huang Xiaoyu, Song Yang found him to be of considerable assistance. Huang Xiaoyu's family is involved in international trade, particularly in bulk commodities and various futures, which is their main business. Additionally, Huang Xiaoyu and Li Hanfeng are friends, so offering help would not be an issue. Coupled with Song Yang's knowledge from past events, he reflected on the situation. After gathering his thoughts, Song Yang stated, in my opinion, the calamity is likely to occur soon. Evasion is futile. The adversaries are focusing on you, so it would be wiser for us to act in unison. Proceeding with utmost caution. Upon hearing this, Li Hanfeng's eyes brightened, and he responded, then, Brother Yang, coincidentally, we have an event to attend together tomorrow. Xiaoyu intends to expand his business in Baitian City, specifically in the medical aesthetics sector, and is seeking partners. In a couple of days, I will introduce him to some individuals, and you can accompany us. I'll introduce you to several friends. If someone is indeed targeting him, such a gathering would be ideal. What do you think? Song Yang pondered for a moment and then nodded, saying, very well, let us arrange to meet. And when the time comes, we shall act together. In critical moments, we will seek a resolution. Chapter 78. A dreamlike reality. Huang Xiaoyu felt bewildered, uncertain whether to believe Song Yang's words or not. However, his divination was not akin to the deceptive rhetoric of charlatans. Yet, the terms used were somewhat cryptic. Nevertheless, Li Hanfeng believed in it and felt assured that it posed no threat to him. Thus, he paid it little mind. Upon their meeting, Song Yang noted that the time was appropriate and drove directly to the company. Arriving at the entrance of Chu Zihan's company, he spotted her being escorted by a woman as she exited the building. Moreover, in front of the company stood a brand-new white Rolls-Royce Cullinan. As Song Yang alighted from the vehicle, Chu Zihan approached with a smile. "Hong Ying, this is my husband, Song Yang. Song Yang, this is the bodyguard that Han Feng arranged for me." Named Hong Ying, she was formerly a female Special Forces soldier. "Hello, Mr. Song," Hong Ying greeted, exuding an air of confidence with her keen, sharp eyes. Song Yang replied with a smile, "Hello." Hong Ying glanced at the car Song Yang had driven and continued, "Mr. Song, why not leave your Rolls-Royce Phantom for Boss Chu as the company vehicle? I believe this car aligns better with the essence of corporate travel, while the Cullinan might suit you more appropriately. Furthermore, with the Phantom, I can ensure the protection of the boss more effectively." Song Yang surveyed his vehicle and then the new one. He chuckled as he handed the car keys to Hong Ying, saying, "I trust your judgment. You are the expert in this regard." After exchanging keys, Chu Zihan whispered, "Isn't this car Han Feng S?" Song Yang laughed heartily, "Not a problem. He took my car for a joyride, reportedly to let his younger relatives have some fun, and it seems he has driven it to the point of being unusable. This vehicle has been gathering dust at their place, and the old man mentioned it was taking up space, so he asked me to take it away. Otherwise, he would be displeased." Chu Zihan expressed her concern. "In that case, we owe quite a significant favor to them." Song Yang shook his head. "Perhaps our relationship is not as superficial as you imagine. Han Feng and I share a bond akin to that of brothers. If I were to refuse, the old man would perceive it as my deliberate attempt to distance myself from them, which would be counterproductive." Chu Zihan began to fathom the depth of the relationship between Li Hanfeng and Song Yang, surprised by how well it had developed. She silently admired her husband's adeptness in managing interpersonal relationships. With this thought, Song Yang opened the door of the new car and said, "All right, my dear. Let us return. Additionally, let us allow Hong Ying some rest. She has been on duty all day and needs to tend to her personal affairs and living arrangements." Hong Ying nodded, and Chu Zihan smiled. "All right, Hong Ying, if you need anything, do let me know. Don't treat me as an outsider." "Understood, Boss Chu." Hong Ying replied with a smile as she entered the car and drove off in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, while Song Yang opened the door to the Cullinan. The moment the door swung open, the vehicle automatically lowered, showcasing its luxurious demeanor. This model was the lavish four-seat version, equipped with a 6,712 engine, boasting power that rivaled that of the Phantom. Although the guide price for the commemorative edition was over 8 million, when factoring in various optional configurations and additional costs, Han Feng had invested over 18 million in this vehicle. As Song Yang drove, Chu Zihan felt as if she were in a dream. After all, this was not a pre-owned car, but a new one. The interior was pristine, and witnessing it all left her in a state of blissful disbelief. She gazed at her surroundings, her heart swelling with warmth. It all seemed so surreal, especially considering that just days prior, she had been juggling 3 jobs and often faced harsh treatment at home. Now, every day, her husband drives a Rolls-Royce to pick her up. They reside in a luxurious mansion, and she has become the CEO of a company. These changes have transformed Chu Zihan's life dramatically overnight. When Li Hanfeng purchased the Cullinan, he had already registered the license plate for Song Yang. Therefore, when Song Yang entered the community, the security gate posed no obstacle for him. As he drove the newly acquired Cullinan into the parking lot, Luo Ning caught sight of him behind the wheel. Just days ago, he had been seen in a Phantom, and now he had swiftly acquired another new car? Luo Ning felt a sense of bewilderment. How much wealth did Song Yang truly possess? Residing in a mansion worth over 100 million and switching luxury vehicles, was he so weary of the Phantom that he opted for the Cullinan? This old classmate, once a gambler and a drunkard, now seemed to be living an enviable life. He had transformed into someone extraordinary. No, I must find a way to approach him. Such an opportunity cannot be missed. Unbeknownst to Song Yang, his old classmate was envious of him, while he himself harbored different thoughts. Upon returning home, Chu Zihan inquired once more about the progress of the rejuvenating cream. Learning that Song Yang was conducting an allergy experiment, she felt a surge of excitement. Moreover, she had even applied the rejuvenating cream as a facial mask and drank a cup of water. After all, what woman does not cherish beauty? It was only after Chu Zihan had fallen asleep that Song Yang quietly took out the I Ching and began to study it in silence. In his study, he lit sandalwood incense and then performed a divination for the child. The hexagram read, E hexagram. Perseverance is auspicious. Observing the E, one seeks verbal justification. The main line, by observing the E, it is perilous but auspicious, beneficial for crossing great rivers. Upon reading this, Song Yang felt a sense of relief. Within the changing hexagram, he discerned some dangers. It seemed that to find a breakthrough, some obstacles were necessary. However, as long as he remained steadfast, these issues would eventually be resolved. Reflecting on this, Song Yang set aside his counting rods, quietly contemplating. In his previous life, he had no children. Yet, with the birth of this child, the future would be irrevocably altered. Fortunately, his divination skills were formidable, having been a renowned master in the divination school in his past life. With this ability, he could safeguard his future plans. Divination is not merely about predicting that certain events must occur. It is about understanding one's fortune and identifying variables. Currently, the variables concerning the child's situation primarily involve people and the heavens. If one's thoughts remain upright and pure, they can trigger heavenly changes. Of course, hexagrams are not solely composed of variables. There are also constants. A purely constant hexagram lacks change, thus rendering events nearly predetermined. In such cases, one must seek a glimmer of hope within the constants, which is inherently quite challenging. Since the hexagram had been drawn, Song Yang no longer hesitated. He understood what he must do next: earn money and gather medicinal herbs. At present, he was in dire need of a rare herb known as the seven-star tree. This particular item was exceedingly scarce. Desiring to acquire this, Song Yang recalled that in the later years, its price oscillated around 1 billion. Presently, it should approximate that value. Furthermore, this particular herb is nearly extinct. Even if it exists, it is generally regarded as a collectible. This book is derived from a low shrub and necessitates drying for preservation. Thus, simply encountering it is fortuitous, let alone utilizing it. Nevertheless, for the sake of his child, Song Yang resolved to procure it, choosing not to disclose this decision to Chu Zihan. After all, it was uncertain how she would react upon learning that he had consumed such a precious herb. Therefore, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Consequently, Song Yang once again consulted the divination regarding the seven-star tree. Chapter 79. The consultation the following day, at dawn, Song Yang rose early. Chu Zihan inquired about his itinerary for the day. Song Yang mentioned his intention to visit the medical clinic, prompting Chu Zihan to express concern over his arduous schedule and offer to summon Hong Ying for her own transportation. Song Yang acquiesced, as he indeed had pressing matters to attend to. The affairs of the American stock market had commenced, and while having breakfast, he glanced at his phone, noting that the first market circuit breaker had already occurred the previous day. It seemed events were unfolding, and he needed to observe Li Hanfeng's maneuvers. After all, as long as he remained steady, the situation on Li Hanfeng's end was uncertain. Moreover, he had to prepare some medicinal products for delivery to Xiang Hall. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Chu Zihan donned her outerwear and exited. Meanwhile, Song Yang proceeded to the warehouse to continue crafting wound medicine and a hemostatic ointment, along with preparing other commonly used medicinal supplies to replenish the clinic stock. Having completed his tasks, it was nearly 9 o'clock when he set off for the medical clinic in his luxurious Curry Nan. As the clinic was set to officially open the following day, the upper floor had been fully renovated. Upon disembarking from his vehicle, the staff greeted him eagerly, their hearts swelling with pride, for their employer had recently acquired a Rolls-Royce. Ascending the stairs, Kong Detsai greeted him with a cheerful smile. Boss Song, we are officially opening tomorrow. Shall we hold a ceremony? We may not need one. Let us remain low-key. After all, we are likely short on supplies, so we shall consider this a trial operation. Very well, I shall follow your lead, Kong Detsai chuckled. Once the staff had stored the items in the warehouse, Song Yang continued, Kong Lao, our clinic's daily operations now depend on you. I am truly occupied. I appreciate your hard work. Kong Detsai quickly waved his hand. Nonsense, it is my duty. By the way, Boss Song, recently many individuals have expressed interest in enhancing specific attributes of their health. It seems someone has leaked this information. Should we prepare some remedies? Song Yang, intrigued, asked, Are there many? Kong Detsai nodded, stating that they had collected over 40 phone numbers. After pondering, Song Yang replied, In that case, I will prepare these at home. I fear my wife might think I am going astray. It would be better to process them at the clinic. I will provide you with several prescriptions. You can dispense the medicines according to the prescriptions while also producing some finished medicinal powders. Profit is indeed paramount. Kong Ditsai nodded with a cheerful demeanor. Subsequently, Song Yang produced his rejuvenating ointment, saying, "Old man, would you care to try the rejuvenating ointment?" Kong Ditsai was taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. At my age, without a partner, what purpose would this serve for me? Song Yang burst into hearty laughter. This is not a tonic for virility. This medicine is for maintenance, beneficial for someone of your years. Intrigued, Kong Ditsai decided to follow Song Yang's instructions and prepared a cup of the concoction. Soon, he began to feel a remarkable change. Ah, this medicine truly works wonders. How do I feel as if I have regained a few years of youth? Boss Song, if we were to sell this, we would scarcely need to do anything else. Song Yang chuckled heartily. As for the rejuvenation balm, we cannot sell it just yet. It still requires careful formulation. It is not yet a finished product. I merely wanted you to test it and observe the effects. Once you have experienced its benefits, we can seek approval and proceed to mass-produce this remarkable item. Upon hearing this, Kong Ditsai became instantly exhilarated, envisioning a bright future ahead. With the rejuvenation bomb, our Ziyang Hall will undoubtedly gain fame. Song Yang glanced at the time and added, "Let us set aside the grand plans for now. Today, I will hold consultations for a while. You go to the back and prepare the medicine according to the prescription I gave you. Then call those individuals to come and collect their remedies." Absolutely. Kong Ditsai took the prescription and headed to the back to prepare the medicine, while Song Yang settled in the main hall, ready to attend to patients. Just as he was feeling rather bored, a woman entered through the door. Upon stepping inside, she surveyed her surroundings and then inquired, "Where is the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner here?" Song Yang rose with a smile. "That would be me." The woman was quite beautiful and dressed in a notably fashionable manner. Accompanying her were a man and a woman, both of whom entered with an air of disdain. It seemed they would not have deigned to visit a clinic of this nature had it not been for the woman's insistence. "Xia, you really should come to my hospital instead," the accompanying woman urged the attractive girl as soon as they entered. The man chimed in eagerly, "Yes, yes. I've already contacted my distant relatives. They will bring an expert to consult with you. In such a wretched place, they are all charlatans." Upon hearing the man's words, Song Yang's good humor began to fade. "If you do not believe in traditional Chinese medicine, you are under no obligation to enter. However, you cannot step into someone's clinic without even seeking treatment and declare them to be frauds." He continued, "My friend, your conduct is quite inappropriate. If you harbor doubts about traditional Chinese medicine, you need not enter. But to enter and accuse us of deceit is rather excessive. Wouldn't you agree?" The man, upon hearing this, immediately adopted an aggressive tone. "What gives you the right to interject? Besides, running a clinic is merely a guise for making money, isn't it? Am I mistaken? Feeding people grass to cure ailments?" Song Yang was nearly overcome with laughter at the absurdity, looking at the man with a bemused expression. "My brother, you may not fully grasp the concept of extracts, do you? Do you really think Western medicine is conjured out of thin air? So what if it is? Traditional Chinese medicine is considered outdated, and yet we are not permitted to voice our opinions?" The man seemed quite obstinate, ready to continue his argument with Song Yang. Unperturbed, Song Yang merely smiled and said, "If you seek treatment, you are welcome here. However, if you are merely looking for a quarrel, I must inform you that I am not without my limits. Well, since I have come to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, I am determined to seek treatment." The girl leading the group suddenly darkened her expression, issuing a merciless warning to the man beside her. The man appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon, resigned to his own lamentations. Indeed, he could not afford to offend Chu Zihan. Upon noticing Song Yang, the girl seemed somewhat taken aback. You're so young. Can you really practice medicine?" Song Yang chuckled lightly. "I may be young, but I am indeed a licensed physician. Please, feel free to share your concerns." The woman, though skeptical, took a seat and inquired, "Are you certain you can diagnose me?" Song Yang nodded affirmatively, and without hesitation, she revealed her pristine wrist. Amused by her straightforwardness, Song Yang smiled and proceeded to examine her pulse. However, he was taken aback. "Miss, have you been experiencing dizziness, nausea, and persistent fatigue? And do you have trouble sleeping at night, accompanied by night sweats?" The woman stared in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How do you know?" With a mysterious smile, Song Yang replied, "It's quite apparent. Your condition appears to have developed recently, as the toxicity is not yet severe." The woman was completely bewildered. "Not severe? Are you suggesting I am poisoned? What do you mean by not severe? What nonsense are you talking about? As the man accompanying the woman glared furiously, Song Yang spoke nonchalantly. Literally, you are indeed poisoned, and it is a slow-acting toxin. The perpetrator is skilled, knowing how to administer it gradually. The reason you cannot detect it now is that it is still in the preparatory phase within your body. Once the toxin manifests, it will be instantaneous, leaving no time for rescue. How could it possibly be detected? At this, the woman felt a chill run down her spine. Meanwhile, the man's expression darkened ominously. Xia, did you hear that? This is nothing but a fraud. A complete charlatan. Song Yang's gaze shifted to the man, and he coldly inquired, "Why are you so eager?" "I am merely stating my diagnosis. Is it not within this young lady's capacity to discern for herself?" Under this scrutiny, the man's complexion turned pale. He then strode forward and seized Song Yang by the collar, threatening, "Try saying another word." In response, Song Yang's demeanor grew icy. Consider this a warning. Resorting to violence comes with consequences, especially within the confines of Xiang Hall. You would do well to understand your place. Upon hearing this, the man felt a jolt of terror as he noticed several silver needles had mysteriously appeared on his wrist, and his hand seemed to lose sensation, lifting stiffly. "What have you done to me? My hand! My hand!" Hearing the man's anguished cries, the woman's face paled in fear. Song Yang spoke calmly. "It is nothing serious, merely a couple of acupuncture needles, nothing to fret over. Of course, this is just a mild admonition. Should you choose to act violently in Xiang Hall again, I would not hesitate to let you experience the effects of poisoning firsthand." The woman was taken aback by Song Yang's detachment and methods. Was this the demeanor of an ordinary physician? Certainly not. "I am Liang Xia. Doctor, could you assist me in detoxifying?" Song Yang calmly took out a piece of paper and with swift strokes inscribed a prescription. "Prepare the medicine according to this formula. Use 7 bowls of water for 1 dose, boil it down to 3 bowls, and consume it all. Should it prove ineffective, return to see me. If it works, there will be no need for a second visit." Liang Xia's expression grew serious as she accepted the prescription and, in a hushed tone, inquired, "Sir, may I ask how I came to be poisoned?" "What kind of poison is it?" Song Yang replied coldly. "The poison you have is a specialized assassination toxin known as 7-day intestine break. It earned its name because each individual ingredient is either mildly toxic or non-toxic on its own. However, by the 7th day, it becomes lethal, resulting in death within 7 days, causing intense suffering. Cease the medication and adjust your regimen, and you shall be able to detoxify." "Are you saying that someone is poisoning me daily?" Liang Xia's gaze shifted to the man beside her. "Xia, I am your fiancé. How could I possibly harm you?" The man exclaimed, visibly agitated. Song Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Whoever is administering the poison, you must investigate for yourself. This is a medical establishment. Do not create a scene here. Moreover, it is not difficult to trace, as the specific herbs needed on the 3rd day are rather unique. On that day, you must have consumed chicken soup, for that particular ingredient must be concealed within it to yield its medicinal properties." Upon hearing this, the man fell silent, while the female companion beside him trembled and sank to her knees. Her face drained of color as she stammered, "No, it wasn't me. It was him. He insisted I give it to you. I had no intention of harming you. He claimed he wanted us to escape together, and he made me serve you the chicken soup. I drank it too. How was I to know what he intended?" Song Yang chuckled softly. "Indeed, one must be wary of fires, thieves, and even close friends." It was no wonder the man had been so fidgety since entering. Guilt often reveals itself. "Enough. Do not disgrace yourself here. Having committed the act, you must face the consequences. You should report this to the authorities." Liang Xia's beautiful eyes glimmered with gratitude as she bowed slightly. "Thank you, doctor. I owe you a great debt for this matter." Song Yang waved his hand again, unwilling to become embroiled in such familial dramas. Liang Xia turned and exited, immediately picking up her phone upon leaving. "Han phone? This is Liang Xia, an old classmate. Find me a lawyer. Someone is trying to kill me." "What?" On the other end of the line, Li Han phone was taken aback. "Liang Xia, you are the daughter of Liang Qiankong from the Wanhong Chamber of Commerce. Who would dare provoke someone like you? That would be tantamount to courting death. In the business world, no one would dare disrespect Liang Qiankong, for the Liang elder behind him is a figure of great significance in Huagua. Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you," Li Han Feng said, his tone laced with urgency. After all, Huang Xiaoyu, Liang Xia, and Li Han Feng were childhood friends. "I'll come to you. Wait for me at the company," Liang Xia concluded, and then drove away swiftly. as tranquility enveloped the room. Song Yang finally found a moment of peace. Yet, it was not long before someone jovially entered. Boss Song. Ha, Boss Song. I heard you have the medicine ready for Boston? Song Yang nodded with a smile. Indeed, I have both the quick-acting and the long-term medications available. One approach yields rapid results but imposes a burden on the body over time, while the other is slower to show effects yet offers prolonged benefits. Haha. I prefer the former. Life should be lived promptly. Song Yang chuckled and nodded, subsequently prescribing medication. This simple aphrodisiac is not inexpensive. A small bottle costs over 4,000. After all, the production cost is quite high, and Song Yang needs to turn a profit. Moreover, he does not wish to popularize this medication, as it is not truly beneficial for health. Thus, in a short while, he collected over 40,000. Although this sum is not exorbitant, it provides a steady flow of income to ensure a comfortable living. After working diligently for a while, Song Yang decided it was time to head to Li Hanfeng's office. Upon arriving at the company, he found Li Hanfeng seated on the sofa, looking troubled. What happened? Song Yang inquired. Li Hanfeng offered a wry smile and replied, It's nothing serious, just a classmate ran into some issues, and I've just finished assisting her. Have you seen the news? The U.S. stock market has already experienced its first circuit breaker. We really hit the mark. There might be another one today. Calmly, Song Yang responded, It's all right. If a third circuit breaker is triggered, you must sell immediately. Do not linger. Li Hanfeng smiled back. Yes, I will be diligent. Moreover, Chun Jiao has also entered the market, and he has substantial funds at his disposal. We are bound to profit. Observing Li Hanfeng's excitement, Song Yang maintained his composure and remarked, If you are to invest alongside me, I advise you to remain level-headed. Such situations will arise frequently. Also, I hope you can keep this matter confidential and refrain from mentioning my name. Li Hanfeng chuckled, his expression turning somewhat enigmatic. You want Chun Jiao to share in the profits for this reason, right? Song Yang nodded. That is one aspect. The other is for your benefit. Li Hanfeng paused, perplexed. Pointing at himself, for me? Song Yang chuckled lightly, speaking with calm assurance, of course. Think carefully. What you currently lack is a record of achievements in the business world. By shorting the U.S. stock market through your efforts, how will others refer to you? Li Hanfeng, momentarily stunned, ventured a title, Asian Stock God. Chapter 81. The eve of the gathering, a sense of gratitude washed over Li Hanfeng. This was the first time he felt the concern of a peer. Unlike his father or grandfather, whose motivation stemmed from family interests, Song Yang's intentions were for Li Hanfeng's own sake. Li Hanfeng enthusiastically patted Song Yang on the shoulder, saying, I want to express my thanks again. Brother Yang, as always, we are brothers. If there is anything you need me to do, just let me know. Song Yang smiled and nodded. Although Li Hanfeng appeared to have conferred many benefits upon Song Yang, in truth, those advantages paled in comparison to the significance of being called the Asian stock god. Relationships are not merely shrouded in mystery. They also thrive on mutual benefit and intertwining interests. While Song Yang has indeed gained from Li Hanfeng, the advantages Li Hanfeng has received from Song Yang far exceed the gifts of cars and houses he has offered. By the way, Hanfeng, where is the gathering today? What is the agreed location? Li Hanfeng casually remarked, Oh, the venue is set at Manhwa. Manhwa, a renowned establishment, is well known as a gold mine of sorts. In Baitian City, no one is oblivious to this place. The expenses are exorbitant, and many affluent young gentlemen frequent it. Here, they do not engage in any dubious activities. Even if one wishes to meet a lady, it is solely the ladies who initiate. The venue does not provide any such avenues, as its patrons are all from prominent families, many of whom are wary of causing disturbances at home. They are particularly protective of their reputations, which is why the owner refrains from indulging in any inappropriate services. While the establishment may lack such offerings and maintains an air of decorum, this does not imply it is devoid of allure. Many wealthy young men who find romantic partners inevitably choose to visit Manhwa. The name Manhwa also conveys a sense of romanticism. Even a simple glass of plain water costs 41, let alone other beverages. A single visit can easily start from tens of thousands. However, these details are not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is the incident involving Huang Xiaoyu from a previous life, who was kidnapped in the parking lot of Manhwa. According to news reports at the time, the abductors had lain in wait in the front parking area. Thus, when Song Yang recalled the divination he had performed for himself, the changing line appeared in his mind. The change in the earth line signifies that one should avoid the main entrance when venturing out tonight. As for the change in the human line, Song Yang was uncertain. It seems he must assess the situation on-site and adapt accordingly. With this thought, Song Yang chuckled. What a grand affair, hosting a gathering at Manga. You truly are affluent. Li Hanfeng laughed, scratching his head. Yang, you jest. Most of this money is from my family. In terms of my own wealth, I am no match for a billionaire like you. He continued, by the way, I am curious. Why do you allow your sister-in-law to work for others? Why not acquire Wang Qinxin's company instead? That would be splendid. Song Yang replied with a smile. The time is not ripe yet. Besides, if I were to acquire the company, your sister-in-law might suspect us of nefarious deeds. Li Hanfeng scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Indeed. It's said that men become more complicated after marriage. They can no longer act as they please. Song Yang patted Li Hanfeng on the shoulder, saying, You still do not realize the benefits of having a wife. With a good wife, one finds motivation in work. You will gradually come to appreciate this. Li Hanfeng remained silent, and Song Yang chose not to pursue the topic further. Noticing the time, Song Yang confirmed the meeting place and then drove to pick up Chu Zihan after her work shift. Upon exiting the company, Chu Zihan was engrossed in her tasks. The fluctuations in the U.S. stock market and the influx of foreign capital had rendered her company exceptionally busy. After all, many previously stalled projects had suddenly materialized. In recent days, orders had been pouring in like snowflakes. The entire company was abuzz with activity. With such revenue, this month's bonuses were assured. As Chu Zihan diligently managed her documents, Song Yang entered the office, curious. What's going on? Are you still not finished with your work? The exquisite visage lifted. And as those bright eyes beheld Song Yang, they seemed to melt away in an instant. Today has been particularly hectic. Orders surged unexpectedly. And investments that once appeared futile suddenly materialized. Our company has been inundated with business, and numerous contracts have been submitted across departments. I may need to work overtime for a while. Didn't you mention you had something to attend to? You should go ahead, if I return home. Honging will escort me. Chu Zihan, with a rosy complexion, gazed at Song Yang and spoke. But you are with child. You must not allow work to exhaust your health. Oh, it is nothing to worry about. A day or two won't pose any issues. It is just these few days that are busy, and the overtime won't be excessive. After all, a black swan event has occurred, has it? Song Yang nodded. Acknowledging, I am aware, Li Hafeng had already discerned this situation. Our recent investments have been strategically aimed at this very point, and we have already profited. Now awaiting the opportune moment to exit. If we succeed, our aspiration to establish our own factory will progress further. Chu Zihan paused for a moment before excitedly grasping Song Yang's hand, saying, Has Li Hafeng truly predicted the trajectory of the U.S. stock market? That is remarkable. You must cultivate a good relationship with Hanfeng. Indeed, investing can be a lucrative means of sustenance. Song Yang nodded in agreement, affirming, of course. I am well aware of this. Hence, I shall learn diligently from him. The couple indulged in affectionate moments in the office until Chu Zihan playfully urged Song Yang out. After all, this is a company, not their home. She felt a bit shy about being so intimate in the office, with his wife having sent him away. Song Yang found himself without a destination, so he decided to visit the clinic first to assess the day's earnings. Upon entering, he was greeted by Kong Detsai, who approached him with palpable enthusiasm. Boss, look at the day's revenue. Song Yang was momentarily taken aback as he reviewed the accounts, astonished by the figures before him. Such substantial earnings? He gazed at the day's income, which amounted to over 100,000. Remarkable. Merely selling a few vigor-enhancing medicines has resulted in such impressive returns. Men truly value their image, especially in peculiar contexts. Song Yang could not help but chuckle at the accounts before him. Kong Detsai had never witnessed such flourishing business. Ever since the phone call, transactions had not ceased. If the products prove effective, tomorrow will undoubtedly be equally bustling. Naturally, Kong Detsai understood that had Song Yang marketed the rejuvenation balm at their clinic, they would likely still be experiencing long lines. Thus, Kong Detsai was untroubled by the income. Entrusting the clinic to Song Yang was indeed a wise decision. After laying down the accounts, Song Yang pondered for a moment before inquiring, Kong Lao. Our business in bone setting today has also been quite favorable. Kong Detsai nodded vigorously, replying, Indeed. Today, we have received a considerable influx of customers, but regrettably, this line of business yields little profit, almost none at all. Song Yang waved his hand dismissively and replied calmly, Profit is not paramount. As long as we have lucrative transactions to sustain us, the clinic's primary purpose is to heal and save lives. We need not dwell on the rest. As long as we do not incur losses, that suffices. Kong Sai promptly clasped his hands together in respect, exclaiming, "Your magnanimity is truly admirable, boss." Song Yang waved his hand, shifting the topic. "Old Kong, starting tomorrow, we need to increase our stock of medicine. Since we are establishing Xiang Ang, it must be sufficiently grand. Once Xiang Ang reaches its full form, we shall officially open for business. Regardless of the circumstances, I want everyone to know that I, Song Yang, am the proprietor of Xiang Ang, owning a legitimate enterprise." Chapter 82. Why are you here? For the sake of being recognized for having a respectable profession, it was essential for Chu Zihan to feel completely at ease, at least to convey outwardly that there was nothing unsatisfactory about his situation. Song Yang was determined not to be a weakness for Chu Zihan. Thus, after meticulously calculating the accounts, he drove straight to Mangu. Before Mangu, a parade of luxury cars stretched endlessly. Song Yang's Cullinan stood out conspicuously, as it was a vehicle rarely driven by the affluent. Although not inexpensive, it was commonly perceived as a car stolen from one's father. Upon stopping the car, Huang Xiaoyu and Li Hanfeng waved to him from a distance. "Yang Ge." Song Yang turned to see Li Hanfeng and Huang Xiaoyu and walked over to them. "Hanfeng, Xiaoyu, you arrived quite early." Li Hanfeng chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing. We came early to discuss some matters. Our friend has encountered a bit of trouble." Huang Xiaoyu added with a resigned expression, "Indeed, if we don't intervene, the consequences could be dire." As the two exchanged words cheerfully, a chilling female voice suddenly echoed from afar. "Aren't you afraid of divine retribution for speaking ill of a stunning beauty behind her back?" Upon hearing this, both men broke into a cold sweat. Song Yang turned towards the sound and spotted a girl approaching, clad in jeans and an ice silk top, her hair tied in a single ponytail. She wore a pair of white platform sandals, her slender, elegant legs tightly embraced by the denim, drawing the eye irresistibly. "It's you?" Song Yang and the girl exclaimed almost simultaneously. Li Hanfeng and Huang Xiaoyu were taken aback. "Yang Ge, do you know Yang Xia?" Song Yang smiled. "I met her today. She came to my clinic for treatment." "What? Yang Xia, the one who visited the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner today, is referring to our Yang Ge?" Yang Xia asked curiously. "Is this the Yang Ge you've been telling me about? No wonder he could tell I was poisoned. So that is how it is." Realization dawned on Liang Xia, and she approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Hello, Yang Ge. I am Liang Xia, a good friend of Li Hanfeng and Huang Xiaoyu. By the way, you're quite young. Still single, I presume?" Li Hanfeng laughed heartily. "Don't even think about it. This lady, his wife, is pregnant, and he is still single." Song Yang calmly affirmed, "Indeed. I have been married for many years." Liang Xia expressed her disappointment. "What a pity. Another opportunity missed. Why doesn't one of you marry me instead?" Li Hanfeng's expression fell immediately. "Liang Xia, given our relationship, you don't need to put me in such a predicament, do you?" Huang Xiaoyu chimed in. "Yes. We have no grievances. Why must it be like this?" Yang Xia, hands on her hips, retorted, "You two scoundrels, must you be so shameless? Am I not giving you face?" Three individuals engaged in laughter and conversation, while Song Yang observed with a gentle smile, reminiscent of an elder brother watching over his younger siblings. "Shall we head inside? Today, I intend to introduce Xiaoyu and brother Yang to a few friends. After all, in the bustling city of Baitian, having more acquaintances opens up numerous avenues." Yang Xia scoffed. "Forget it. With your dubious companions, they are likely only interested in your loans. Ultimately, they are merely fair-weather friends. Why not let me introduce you to a few of my sisters? At the very least, they could help you attract some clientele." Huang Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. "No thanks. Your sisters are as fierce as wolves. Brother Yang and I prefer to lead a more tranquil life." Amid their banter, the four entered the establishment known as Man Cabinet. The decor was undeniably opulent, a clear indication of its expensive nature. However, upon entering, Song Yang did not exhibit the awe akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden in his previous life as a leader. He frequented such venues almost daily and was thoroughly accustomed to them. In truth, this gathering was financially backed by Huang Xiaoyu, while Li Hanfeng primarily facilitated the arrangements. The grandeur of the event revealed that Huang Xiaoyu was no ordinary individual. Once Li Hanfeng made his appearance, many attendees gravitated toward him, eagerly greeting him and attempting to forge closer ties. "Li Xiao, it has been ages. When shall we hang out together?" "No thanks, I prefer a vegetarian diet. I cannot indulge in your carnivorous gatherings." "Ha. Allow me to introduce my childhood friend, Huang Xiaoyu," Li Hanfeng said, introducing Huang Xiaoyu to the crowd, yet omitting Song Yang. This was not due to any disdain from Li Hanfeng towards Song Yang. Rather, He recognized that these individuals would offer no assistance to Song Yang and might even harbor condescension that could upset him. Thus, Li Hafeng aimed to introduce Song Yang to those who were trustworthy and with whom he shared a good rapport. As for those fair-weather friends, Li Hafeng deemed them unworthy of Song Yang as acquaintance. While Li Hafeng introduced Huang Xiaoyu, Liang Xia raised her glass, looking at Song Yang with a smile. Brother Yang, I must express my gratitude for your assistance today. Without you, I might have met an untimely end. Song Yang shook his head with a smile. There is no need for thanks. As a physician, how could I bear to watch you perish? Leaning against the bar, Liang Xia pondered before saying, by the way, Brother Yang, I heard from Han Feng that you practice divination. Could you assist me in foreseeing how I might escape this predicament? Song Yang replied with a smile. There is no need for divination. Your situation is easily circumvented. It was not that Song Yang was unwilling to perform a reading for Liang Xia. Rather, it was simply unnecessary. After all, in his past life, he had faced such threats with alarming frequency, with assassination attempts becoming a mundane aspect of existence. Conversely, living a normal life during that period was a rarity. Oh, I would like to hear more, Liang Xia said, eagerly taking a sip of her drink. Song Yang, unreserved, calmly stated, Is today's individual your fiancé? Yes, and I cannot comprehend why. Even if you were to betray me, it would warrant my demise? Song Yang shook his head and calmly stated, This method of assassination is far beyond the comprehension of someone with his intellect. The 7 days of heartbreak is a sophisticated technique. And frankly, your fiancé is not equipped to wield such a poison. His character falls significantly short. Song Yang's words struck a chord with Liang Xia. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, So, you suggest that someone is manipulating him from behind the scenes? With a confident smile, Song Yang replied, If it weren't for someone in the medical field, mastering the 7 days of heartbreak would be impossible. Assassins today have countless methods at their disposal. The fact that he chose such an antiquated approach indicates that this individual possesses medical knowledge. Therefore, if you investigate along this line, you are bound to uncover valuable clues. Chapter 83. The Mad Dog Defeng. Upon hearing Song Yang's suggestion, Liang Xia's face brightened with excitement. Thank you, Brother Yang. Your advice is immensely helpful. Song Yang merely smiled faintly, revealing little emotion, as if he were indifferent to everything around him. Unbeknownst to him, his current demeanor was quite captivating to women, reserved, enigmatic. With a hint of roguish charm, yet exuding an air of refinement. Such a complex and mysterious man was appealing to many women. Furthermore, with Song Yang's newfound wealth, it was effortless for him to attract attention, making him an appealing presence for women seeking comfort. However, Liang Xia was not the type to shamelessly disrupt someone else's family. Still, her admiration for Song Yang had been steadily growing. While they conversed, Li Hanfeng unexpectedly encountered Sitiya. Upon seeing him, Li Hanfeng felt a surge of irritation. He hadn't invited him, and had no idea which fool had brought him along. Ah, Li Xiao, we meet again. Li Hanfeng's expression darkened as he put an arm around Huang Xiaoyu. Let me introduce you to our city's foremost scoundrel, Sitiya, the young heir of Chongkong Pharmaceuticals, who squandered money on counterfeit medicine at the auction just yesterday. Huang Xiaoyu nearly burst into laughter. Li Hanfeng remained as bold as ever, unyielding to anyone who dared provoke him. Sitiya, however, was unfazed. He sneered, Li Xiao, you remain unchanged. They say people should grow. Yet you appear to have made no progress. By the way, bringing such trash to an event like this is rather distasteful, don't you think? His gaze fell upon Song Yang, and before Li Hanfeng could retort, Liang Xia interjected, If you don't wish to be here, then just wrap your arms around your head and roll out of here. This is a space for conversation, not for you to pollute the air. Didn't your mother teach you not to speak carelessly when you step outside? Sitiya glared in anger, but upon realizing it was Liang Xia who spoke, he refrained from being reckless. Liang Xia was different from Li Hanfeng. Her father was the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and Situ Pharmaceuticals truly dared not offend the Liang family. After all, if the elder Liang were to take action, the Situ family would certainly face dire consequences. Liang Xia, it would be wise for you to refrain from meddling in matters that pertain to men. Just leave. Do not pretend to be a man here. You are hardly manly at all. You dither about like one of the women. How dare you call yourself a man? Perhaps you should disrobe, and let me see if you possess the requisite attributes of masculinity. Sitiya did not anticipate that Liang Xia would emerge to defend Song Yang. What is this situation? Does Song Yang not have a wife? How is he entangled with Liang Xia? At that moment, Li Hanfeng approached Song Yang, patting him on the shoulder and saying, Brother Yang, there is a rabid dog over there. Let us keep our distance. It has truly soured the mood. I wonder which fool brought that mad dog here. Li Hafeng then led Song Yang and Liang Xia aside for a drink. Huang Xiaoyu, meanwhile, engaged with others. As today was primarily about expanding his network. To be frank, Li Hafeng held little regard for these individuals. In truth, the friendly Hafeng intended to introduce to Song Yang was none other than Liang Xia, and to his surprise, they were already acquainted. Sitting in a cozy corner, Li Hafeng expressed his frustration. I cannot fathom who invited that scoundrel. It is truly unfortunate. Liang Xia poured herself a drink and remarked, that scoundrel Sitiya. Once I am unencumbered, I shall surely deal with him. Song Yang smiled gently and replied calmly, why bother to stoop to his level? The Chong Kong group is fraught with issues. Judging by his demeanor, it is unlikely they will last much longer. Li Hafeng was taken aback. What? Are they destined for misfortune? Is that truly your prediction, Brother Yang? Song Yang nodded, causing Liang Xia to be momentarily stunned. No way, if they are indeed facing misfortune. Could you perhaps predict the specifics? I would like to see if I can assist in ensuring their downfall. Liang Xia exclaimed resentfully. However, Song Yang remained composed. Well, I cannot divulge that just yet. I have indeed foretold it, but the secrets of heaven must not be revealed, and I also require a pharmaceutical factory, Hanfeng. You will need to assist me in that regard. Both Li Hafeng and Liang Xia were no fools. They understood immediately. Li Hafeng thumped his chest and declared, Brother Yang, rest assured, while I may not guarantee much, if it involves burying that scoundrel, just point the way, and I shall ensure it is done. Liang Xia echoed his sentiment. Indeed, Brother Yang, if you truly have a plan, share it with us, both Hanfeng and I will certainly support you. Song Yang smiled amicably and continued. For the time being, it is not yet the moment. Let him prance about for a couple more days, and when the time is ripe, we shall deal with him. Thus, there is no need for anger now. Upon hearing Song Yang's words, both Li Hanfeng and Liang Xia felt considerably relieved. Just after they had shared a drink, a commotion erupted nearby. Li Hanfeng turned to see what was happening, his expression shifting immediately. Who brought that scoundrel here? Upon hearing Li Hanfeng's remark, Liang Xia was equally startled. She scanned the crowd and soon spotted a young man accompanied by a few sycophants entering her line of sight. Upon seeing him, Liang Xia became incensed. What the hell? Who is this? Why did they bring this mad dog here? Do they think we do not have enough lunatics around? Song Yang, intrigued by who could provoke such disdain from both Li Hanfeng and Liang Xia, soon realized that aside from Situya, there could only be one other person. As he gazed across the room, he was momentarily taken aback. Di Feng, the individual known as Song Yang, may not recognize this person, but he is certainly acquainted with his father, Di Rong, a significant figure in the underworld. In the days when Song Yang navigated the murky waters of this realm, Di Rong was already a legendary character. As Song Yang's enterprises flourished, expanding his territory, the inevitable confrontation with Di Rong came to pass. However, unlike the continuation of legends, Di Rong's tale was abruptly concluded by Song Yang. It is worth noting that Song Yang recalls Di Rong's son as being physically impaired. A cruel man who often wreaked havoc upon his subordinates, with many young women suffering at his hands. Ultimately, when facing off against Di Rong, it was Di Feng who became Song Yang's point of leverage, and he too fell victim to Song Yang's machinations. To Song Yang's astonishment, Di Feng appeared to be in perfect health. This was indeed a rarity. Wait a moment, had Song Yang realized something? Human transformation? His gaze fixated on Di Feng. It was undeniable that Huang Xiaoyu's silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Di Feng, given Di Feng's less than virtuous nature. Should he meet with an untimely demise in Huang Xiaoyu's stead, it would hardly be a tragedy. After a moment's contemplation, Song Yang turned to Li Hanfeng and remarked, Hafeng, the potential salvation of Xiaoyu today hinges upon this mad dog. Li Hafeng and Liang Xia were momentarily taken aback. What? He will rescue Xiaoyu? How is that conceivable? Song Yang offered a slight smile. It is still too early to say. The timing has not yet arrived. In any case, heed my words. From this moment forth, do not engage with this fellow. He is likely to encounter trouble today. Chapter 84. A Clash of Titans Observing the Time. Song Yang discerned a direct correlation to a kidnapping incident from his past life. If misfortune befell Di Feng, resulting in him being a stand-in for Huang Xiaoyu, it was almost certain that, given Di Rong's influence, the kidnappers would flee, abandoning any further intentions towards Huang Xiaoyu. Thus, this opportunity was ripe for exploitation. After all, Di Feng was hardly an innocent victim. His kidnapping would be well-deserved. As Song Yang pondered these thoughts, he was taken aback when Di Feng approached him directly. Strutting towards Li Hanfeng, he pointed an accusatory finger at his chest. You were the one who sent Yinin in, weren't you? Are you unaware that Yinin has shared my bed? While you may indulge in my discarded remnants, you are in no position to handle matters on my behalf. Li Hanfeng was not one to be trifled with. He forcefully swatted Di Feng's hand aside. Remove your filthy hands. If you wish to play with discarded shoes, that is your affair. If she deceives me, I will deal with her. No negotiation. He continued. Let me make it clear. Di Feng may inspire fear in some, but not in me. In confronting Di Feng, Li Hanfeng held his ground. Indeed, while Di Feng was the son of Di Rong, Li Hanfeng had his own formidable reputation in Baitian City, straddling both the legitimate and illegitimate worlds. Could he simply endure this affront? Despite his often jovial demeanor, Li Hanfeng commanded a level of respect that few dared to challenge. Though lacking the powerful connections of someone like Liang Xia, he had earned the esteem of both sides of the law. It was not merely wealth that ensured his influence. His network spanned myriad walks of life, and anyone foolish enough to provoke him would only invite unnecessary strife. Di Feng, unlike the unrestrained Sitiya, could not afford to confront Li Hanfeng without caution. Many of Di Rong's loans were derived from Yi Feng Dai. Therefore, Di Feng dared not to be overly audacious towards Li Hanfeng. Upon hearing this, Sitiya immediately fanned the flames, saying, Young Master Feng, it seems that young Master Li is not giving you any respect. Before Sitiya could finish his sentence, Di Feng swung a slap at him. Smack. Who told you to speak out of turn? Are you tired of living? Di Feng glared coldly at Sitiya. Li Hanfeng chuckled and interjected. When the adults are speaking, what business do you have to meddle? At this moment, Di Feng cast a frigid glance at Li Hanfeng and mockingly patted him on the shoulder, saying, Do you think that just because you know Lu Yuan, I am afraid of you? In my eyes, Lu Yuan is nothing but a speck. He merely clings to his decrepit grandfather, relying on the Li family's influence to survive. He's nothing more than a dog, unworthy of my attention. Li Hanfeng remained composed, gently brushing Di Feng's hand aside. Speak your mind, but refrain from laying hands on me. If you're dissatisfied, come at me. I assure you, I will not back down. Di Feng's expression darkened as he raised his hand, prompting a nearby lackey to hurriedly light a cigarette. He then deliberately exhaled smoke towards Li Hanfeng, laughing boisterously. In my eyes, you're nothing. Li Hanfeng's expression hardened, and Di Feng burst into laughter. What's the matter? Just a joke, and you're already upset? At that moment, Li Hanfeng clenched his fists. Liang Xia, unable to bear the scene any longer, stepped forward and declared, If you want to fight, count me in. Di Feng looked at Liang Xia and leered. I want to have some fun with you. How about tonight? Let us book a room. I guarantee it will be unforgettable. Liang Xia was about to explode, but Song Yang intervened. Liang Xia, there's no need to stoop to his level. Di Feng glanced at Song Yang with disdain and retorted, What are you? Who invited you to speak? Just as he was about to make a move, Liang Xia's hand flew out. Smack. The slap landed squarely on his face. Liang Xia pointed at Di Feng, seething. If you're not afraid, let us see you try to engage me tonight. If I don't send your father to sell himself, I want to bear the surname Liang. This fierce girl spoke crudely, yet her words held a stark reality. Di Feng only dared to boast. If Liang Xia truly took action, Di Rong would have no recourse. However, given the trivial quarrel among the younger generation, it was unlikely to escalate that far. Hence, Di Feng felt emboldened to speak recklessly, knowing that if he truly crossed the line, his own father would not spare him. Consequently, Di Feng quickly shifted his focus to Song Yang, pointing at him and declaring, You now have two choices. Either bark like a dog to ease the awkward tension, or tomorrow, I will leave your corpse on the streets. Song Yang scoffed. If you have the capability, then give it a try. However, I believe it's uncertain who will perish first. As the saying goes, those who are arrogant often face dire consequences. Are you not afraid you won't see tomorrow? Di Feng laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Who do you think dares to kill me? Who? You? Song Yang remained silent, calmly stating, Those who act foolishly will face divine retribution. Is that so? Then I look forward to it. How about this? I'll take care of your family first, and then I'll deal with you at my leisure. Song Yang did not exhibit anger. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. Yet, within that smile lurked a frigid intent to kill. Di Feng's words ignited a murderous resolve within Song Yang. Hanfeng, let us depart. There is no need to waste breath on a corpse. Li Hanfeng was taken aback. Song Yang was not one to engage in empty bravado. Could it be that Brother Yang intended to take a life? The thought astonished Li Hanfeng, But considering his sister-in-law's pregnancy, Song Yang was unlikely to act impulsively. Could it be that Song Yang had previously mentioned Di Feng's intention to meet a bloody end today? Was this the matter at hand? Li Hanfeng exchanged a glance with Liang Xia, and the two, in perfect harmony, chose to accompany Song Yang as they prepared to leave. However, Di Feng was relentless. His voice icy as he retorted, "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Song Yang turned, fixing his gaze on Di Feng, and replied, "Oh? What would you have me do instead?" Di Feng erupted into a maniacal laugh. "Since we are gathered, let us play a game to lighten the mood. How about this? We shall roll dice. If you lose, you must run around here naked while barking like a dog. And if I win?" Di Feng scoffed, slapping his car keys onto the table, declaring, "This shall be yours." Song Yang glanced at the keys, a Bugatti Veyron. Indeed, he was quite affluent. Li Hanfeng tugged at Song Yang's sleeve, urging, "Brother Yang, let's go. Do not engage with this mad dog." Yet, Song Yang remained unmoved, smiling as he said, "Very well, let us play around." Di Feng, upon hearing Song Yang's agreement, erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha. I adore your fearlessness." Li Hanfeng's concern grew. If Song Yang played well, he would not lose so drastically. What if Di Feng resorted to trickery? However, Li Hanfeng was oblivious to the fact that during his time in the underworld, Song Yang had mastered the art of deception. He had learned this skill after realizing he had once been manipulated. Those in the gambling world often employed deceit to swindle money. Consequently, Song Yang had dedicated himself to mastering such techniques. Although he was not addicted to gambling, he had never lost when he played occasionally. Di Feng's confidence stemmed from his own rudimentary understanding, but he was no match for Song Yang. As Di Feng summoned his underlings to prepare the dice cup, Li Hanfeng urged, "Brother Yang, what are you gambling for? What if the scoundrel cheats?" Song Yang, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied coldly to Di Feng, "Hanfeng, I am not gambling. I am waiting for the opportune moment. I am providing Xiaoyu with a chance to survive. Trust me and do not hinder me." Upon hearing this, Li Hanfeng quickly responded, "Is that so? Then even if you lose, it matters not. I shall take your place." Chapter 85. Are you not up for it? Before long, Di Feng's lackeys presented him with a set of gambling tools. Such items were indeed available here, as gatherings typically involved light-hearted bets, posing no significant harm. Di Feng's erratic behavior was rather uncommon. Grinning, he grasped the dice cup and proclaimed, "I shall shake. You shall guess." Song Yang remained composed, signaling for him to proceed. Di Feng seized the dice cup, and 3 dice were ensnared within. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of the dice colliding echoed, audible to all present. It must be said that Di Feng indeed possesses remarkable skills, eliciting cheers from his subordinates. Liang Xia and Li Huanfeng began to feel a sense of unease, pondering whether Song Yang could emerge victorious. It was evident that Di Feng held a certain prowess. Although Song Yang was adept in divination and healing, this situation seemed uncertain. As Di Feng slammed the dice onto the table, he flashed a confident smile, asking, "What is the outcome?" Bang! Song Yang struck the table, startling everyone. One of the subordinates indignantly accused Song Yang, "Are you out of your mind? Why slam the table?" Remaining composed, Song Yang replied, 1, 1, 5. Small. Di Feng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he deliberately manipulated the situation. When he lifted the dice cup, he covertly altered one die's number. The moment the cup was raised, everyone was dumbfounded. 115, 7 points small. What just happened? Did he really guess correctly? Witnessing the astonished expressions around him, Di Feng, who had initially felt assured of victory, suddenly froze. He looked down in disbelief. How could Song Yang have predicted it? He had changed it, hadn't he? When rolling, it should have been 1, 1, 5. Regardless of how he altered it, it shouldn't have resulted in this. Song Yang smiled. "I've won. Isn't it my turn now?" In a fit of anger, Di Feng tossed the dice cup at him. Song Yang, unfazed, skillfully tossed the cup, sending 3 dice inside. Clatter! Song Yang shook the cup rapidly. Bang! As he slammed it down, he smiled at Di Feng. "Care to guess?" Di Feng scoffed, clearly having heard the roll. 2, 3, 4. Small. Song Yang replied calmly. "You open it yourself, lest you accuse me of cheating." Di Feng sneered disdainfully, muttering, "I don't even need to look. I can tell just by listening. Don't think that mere luck can secure a win against me." As he spoke, Di Feng removed the cup. The result, however, stunned everyone anew. 3 sixes. A triplet. Di Feng was truly taken aback, incredulously gazing at the dice on the table. Li Huanfeng and Liang Xia were equally astonished. Wasn't he Song Yang once a perpetual loser at gambling? How could he suddenly be this formidable? If he possessed such skills, how had he lost everything before? Could it be that Song Yang had never truly lost but had been playing a long con, owning his skills? Li Huanfeng secretly entertained this notion. Recalling his grandfather's words about Song Yang's past being entirely unrepresentative, it certainly seemed so now. Faced with defeat, Di Feng continually shouted, "Impossible. This cannot be. You must have cheated." Song Yang chuckled, "Cheated? You opened it yourself. It has nothing to do with me." Li Huanfeng chimed in, "Exactly. I witnessed it." "You opened it yourself. It has nothing to do with my brother Yang. If there is cheating, it's more likely from you." Yang Xia, stirring the pot further, remarked, "I wonder if this fellow can't handle losing. After all, he just bought a Bugatti." Di Feng gritted his teeth and retorted, "A mere car. Who can't afford to lose?" With that, he tossed the car keys to Song Yang, who merely handed them to Li Huanfeng without a word. Subsequently, Di Feng, unwilling to concede, exclaimed, "Let us compete again. This time, we shall see whose score is greater. I shall go first." As he spoke, Di Feng swiftly shook the dice cup. The sound echoed clink, clink, clink. Once it ceased, a confident smile spread across his face. Just as he was about to reveal his score, Song Yang interjected, "Wait, what are we wagering this time?" Di Feng replied, "A 200 square meter apartment in Changhe Garden." Song Yang gestured for him to proceed with the roll. Di Feng, employing a clever technique, rolled 3 sixes, a strategy he had employed from the outset. However, when he unveiled the results, his expression shifted dramatically. 1, 1, 1, 3 ones. Li Huanfeng burst into laughter. Is there even a need for comparison? Song Yang smiled as he took the dice cup and shook it. Upon revealing his roll, Di Feng could scarcely contain his fury. 1, 1, 2. Just a fraction more. Still unyielding, Di Feng shouted, "This time, let us compare whose score is smaller. I wager 1 million. Song Yang waved his hand dismissively. "No need. If you lose, you must not hinder our departure." Di Feng scoffed. "What of it? You go first." Song Yang once again shook the dice cup. When he revealed the result, laughter erupted. 6, 5. A mere point less than a leopard. Li Huanfeng and Liang Xia's expression shifted, and Huang Xiaoyu grew tense. Di Feng laughed heartily. "Ha! This time, your luck has run out." At that moment, Di Feng felt as though victory was assured. He shook the dice and casually slammed the cup onto the table. "This time, you must run naked and bark like a dog," he declared with glee. However, upon revealing his roll, Di Feng was once again taken aback. He had clearly rolled 3 once. His technique had been flawless. Yet, astonishingly, he had rolled a leopard. What did this mean? Just shy of victory. Di Feng was on the verge of exploding with frustration, but it proved futile. Song Yang smirked, his eyes sparkling with a hint of provocation. "Well then, you have lost. May we take our leave?" Song Yang, along with Li Huanfeng and Liang Xia, laughed together, further infuriating Di Feng, who felt utterly powerless and resolved to seek revenge on Song Yang in the future. As Song Yang prepared to exit, he glanced at Huang Xiaoyu, saying, "Why are you standing there? We shall wait for you at the back door. Later, hand Di Feng the car keys and say it's to ease the tension." Huang Xiaoyu stood in shock, while Li Huanfeng and Liang Xia exchanged knowing glances, as if to say, "Listen to Brother Tian." Huang Xiaoyu, eager to avoid trouble with Di Feng, complied. He stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Sir, thank you for taking the time to attend my birthday banquet. I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed. How about you drive my car? In the future, we may have the opportunity to gather again. I am Huang Xiaoyu, here on business in Baishangxia." Di Feng snorted disdainfully. "At least you know how to be sensible." With that, he snatched the car keys from Huang Xiaoyu and headed for the exit. Song Yang turned to Li Huanfeng, saying, "Let us depart. This is not a place for lingering." Li Huanfeng and Liang Xia nodded in agreement, and soon Huang Xiaoyu dutifully followed them out through the back door. Huang Xiaoyu, perplexed, gazed curiously at Li Huanfeng and Song Yang. "Brother Yang, what do you mean by asking me to hand over the car keys to him? Am I just to gift him a car?" Song Yang shook his head. He may not need to drive anymore, for tonight marks the end of his days. Chapter 86. The end of days. The phrase "the end of days" left the three of them stunned. Li Huanfeng remained silent, giving Huang Xiaoyu a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Listen to Brother Yang. Don't complicate matters for yourself." Huang Xiaoyu sighed, realizing that he indeed should not have offended Di Feng, especially since he intended to develop his future in Baitian City. With this thought in mind, he decided to let go of his worries and handed his Ferrari keys directly to Di Feng. "We're friends. Let's not make a fuss. Di Xiao, this is my car. You can take care of it." As Huang Xiaoyu passed the keys to Di Feng, the latter cast a cold glance at them and scoffed. What do you mean by this? Do you pity me? Witnessing Di Feng's furious reaction, Huang Xiaoyu and Song Yang quickly ushered Li Hanfeng and the others out through the back door. With Li Hanfeng's departure, the remaining crowd lost interest, and as they exited, they paid no mind to the route taken by Song Yang and his companions. At the street corner, Song Yang remarked, "Since we've all been drinking, let's avoid driving." Li Hanfeng laughed heartily. "No worries. I'll have someone return your cars shortly." Liang Xia and Huang Xiaoyu were curious, yet they remained oblivious to the meaning behind Song Yang's words. As the crowd dispersed, an infuriated Di Feng emerged with his lackeys. Deprived of his own car keys, he was left with no choice but to drive the vehicle offered by Huang Xiaoyu. Upon stepping outside, his subordinates looked at Di Feng, uncertain how to console him, especially since their master was in a volatile mood and could easily unleash his ire on them. "Young master, why not find a few girls to vent your frustrations? Tomorrow, we can avenge you against that fellow named Song." Di Feng huffed. "Fine, at least you have some sense. Just leave me be today." With a dismissive wave, his lackeys hurriedly departed, showering him with gratitude. Not long after the van had pulled away, a group of 4 or 5 individuals approached. "Police, we need you to come with us," they announced. "Police my foot. Do you know who I am? Dare to arrest me? You must be seeking to leave Baitian behind." Di Feng, already seething with anger, found his temper further ignited by their audacity. He lashed out, kicking one of them, which provoked a retaliatory assault from the others, who began to strike him mercilessly. In a fit of rage, the injured assailant drew a knife and severed Di Feng's hand. "Ah!" Di Feng screamed in agony, quickly realizing that these individuals were not police at all. "You little brats, where do you hail from? Do you know who I am?" As he shouted in fury, the group seized him and forcibly dragged him into a vehicle, driving away without a care for his injuries. In the vehicle, Di Feng was kicking and screaming, trembling with rage. "You worthless dogs, I'll have my father bury you alive. Who do you think you are? It's high time you stop challenging us." The passengers began to grow impatient with Di Feng, but he bellowed, "My father is Di Rong. You truly wish to court death, don't you?" At this proclamation, the driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to an abrupt halt. The occupants were left in stunned silence. "Di Rong? Is this the son of Di Rong?" They were supposed to be capturing Huang Xiaoyu, not Di Feng. "Big brother, this is a disaster. We've captured Di Rong's son. What are we to do now?" One of the kidnappers anxiously inquired of his leader. The man furrowed his brow. If they had indeed captured Huang Xiaoyu, the Huang family's influence would be rendered impotent in Baitian City, given that they had been monitoring Huang Xiaoyu for days and had already noted his license plate. They had finally found their opportunity to strike. Little did they know they had stumbled into a grave misfortune. If Di Rong were to discover that his son had been abducted and harmed, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Di Rong was a formidable force in the region. After pondering for a moment, the leader replied, "What rotten luck to have caught this calamity." He made a gesture with his neck, and his subordinates immediately understood. They were left with no choice. Aside from tearing up the ransom note, they were at a loss for what to do next. "Boss, why don't we just release him? We can make a run for it. Di Rong wouldn't dare retaliate against us," suggested a younger accomplice. The leader hesitated for a moment, but the already enraged Di Feng erupted, "You all will die. I'll make sure to kill you when I get home. If you have the guts, then kill me now." Seeing Di Feng's rabid demeanor, they abandoned any thoughts of releasing him immediately. Today, Di Feng was driven mad by Song Yang, having been humiliated by a nameless nobody. Now, a mere band of small-time kidnappers had managed to bring him to this state of despair. Di Feng had lost all sense of reason. He believed that no one in Baitian City would dare lay a hand on him. Yet, what he failed to realize was that these individuals were not ordinary thugs. They were desperate outlaws. "Since you, Di Feng, refuse to let us live, we shall ensure your demise." With this thought, the leader of the kidnappers addressed his comrades. "Di Rong holds some sway in Baitian City, but outside of that, he is nothing. If worst comes to worst, we simply want to return here, and that will suffice. Enough chatter. Let us deal with him immediately so we still have time to escape." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the practicality of the plan. Unbeknownst to Di Feng, all of this was precisely within Song Yang's calculations. He intended to use these circumstances to eliminate Di Feng, provoking him to the point of rage. He understood Di Feng's character well. Once provoked, the young man would act irrationally. In that moment, it was certain that he would seal his own fate, and the kidnappers, in their quest for survival, would undoubtedly seek to rid themselves of Di Feng. Thus, with Dirong unable to locate his son, ample time was afforded for their escape. This was precisely the rationale behind Song Yang's unwavering belief in the demise of Difeng. As anticipated, the kidnappers indeed suffocated Difeng before concealing his body in an abandoned factory. They lured famished wild dogs to tear at the corpse, ensuring the obliteration of all evidence and rendering their whereabouts untraceable. Having completed their grim task, the kidnappers swiftly vanished, leaving behind a mangled and unrecognizable body within the factory. Upon returning home, Song Yang retired to bed with his wife, showing no concern for Difeng's fate. Meanwhile, upon learning of his son's disappearance, Dirong mobilized all his brothers to commence a search. Before long, his underlings uncovered a lead, capitalizing on their local connections. A thief, having spotted the kidnappers, relayed the information to Dirong. By the early hours, Dirong had located his son, only to be struck down by the gruesome sight of Difeng's mangled body. Collapsing in shock, he could scarcely fathom that his son was gone. At that moment, as Li Hanfeng was engrossed in the fluctuations of the American stock market, his phone buzzed. "What did you say?" "Difeng is dead." Chapter 87. Unreasonable. Li Hanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Difeng was dead? Who could be responsible? A chill coursed down his spine, for earlier that evening, Song Yang had hinted at the possibility of Difeng's demise, insinuating that he had died in place of Huang Xiaoyu. Panic-stricken, Li Hanfeng seized his phone. "Lu Yuan, can you confirm this? This is no trifling matter." "Li Xiao, would I just about such things? Dirong has already issued a bounty, promising 10 million to anyone who can capture the kidnappers." Li Hanfeng felt a wave of dread wash over him. Just moments ago, Difeng had been alive, acting like a rabid dog. Now, he was dead? Furthermore, according to Song Yang, he had perished in Huang Xiaoyu's stead. With this unsettling thought, Li Hanfeng ended the call and hurried to the guest room of his home, where Huang Xiaoyu was staying, having just arrived in the north and yet to secure a residence. Knocking on the door, it was not long before a bleary-eyed Huang Xiaoyu emerged. "Hanfeng, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "Difeng is dead. He was kidnapped." Li Hanfeng's succinct statement left Huang Xiaoyu utterly astonished. Difeng was dead and had been kidnapped? Did what Yang said hold true? Had he truly foreseen this? Huang Xiaoyu, who had previously dismissed such notions, was now confronted with the reality of the situation. Was there indeed such a thing as divination? Is what you say true? This is simply beyond belief. Yang can truly predict the future? My heavens! Li Hanfeng murmured softly, "Do you think I introduced him to you out of mere goodwill? It is for your benefit. If Brother Yang could impart some wisdom to you, you would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Even without relying on your family, you would achieve remarkable success. Do you know what Brother Yang had me do? Short selling the U.S. stock market. You must be aware of the recent market crashes, right?" Huang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Li Hanfeng spoke with unwavering confidence. Before the significant decline in the U.S. stock market, Brother Yang had already foreseen it. "We began our preparations prior to the downturn. Furthermore, Brother Yang predicted that there would be 3 market halts, advising us to exit immediately after the third." "Do you think this is a joke?" Huang Xiaoyu could scarcely believe his ears. The notion that Song Yang had orchestrated a scheme to ensnare Li Hanfeng, only to subsequently feign ignorance, was preposterous. How could Song Yang possibly orchestrate the collapse of the U.S. stock market? Such a feat was nothing short of mythological. With this realization, Huang Xiaoyu's composure began to waver. "What shall we do next?" he asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Li Hanfeng pondered briefly before responding. "At this moment, it is imperative that we refrain from any actions that might be misconstrued. Such moves could endanger Brother Yang. For now, act as if you're unaware. When the police arrive tomorrow, feign knowledge then. Remember my words." Huang Xiaoyu nodded in compliance. Neither of them could find solace in sleep. How can one rest when death looms so close? They exchanged anxious glances, fixated on the U.S. stock market. As anticipated, a second market halt was triggered. Huang Xiaoyu gaped in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the reality of the situation. Should another halt occur, Li Hanfeng would be positioned to liquidate his holdings. Meanwhile, the police station was abuzz with activity throughout the night. They meticulously investigated every lead and scrutinized surveillance footage. The evidence indicated that Difeng had been abducted by a group of kidnappers. In contrast, Song Yang, Li Hanfeng, Huang Xiaoyu, and Liang Xiao had departed by taxi. The movements of all individuals that night had been thoroughly analyzed, confirming that they had no connection to the kidnapping, as they had vacated the scene prior to the incident. What puzzled Yin Chang was why Song Yang and his companions had not utilized their own vehicle. Furthermore, in light of the testimonies Someone claimed that Song Yang had ominously suggested Di-Feng would meet a grim fate. This remark, upon reflection, seemed more a curse than a confession of guilt. Yin Chang meticulously verified the evidence, including photographs of the kidnapper's vehicle. Though fabricated, it was now evident that Di-Feng had fallen victim to a group of roaming criminals. And it appeared they had apprehended the wrong suspects. Armed with the report, Yin Chang approached Di-Rong. Mr. D, please accept my condolences. The investigation into your son's demise has reached a conclusion. Your son was murdered by a gang of criminals known for their abduction schemes. Preliminary assessments suggest this was a kidnapping gone awry. We will continue to pursue the case, and I shall inform you once we acquire conclusive evidence. What did you say? My son died in place of another? Who is responsible? I demand retribution. Di-Rong's voice was filled with fury, causing Yin Chang's expression to stiffen with cold resolve. Di-Rong, have I shown you enough respect? Do not presume that your few subordinates render you formidable. I have no desire to confront you. Were it not for your current compliance, I would have dealt with you long ago. I caution you, should you dare to act recklessly, I shall swiftly take action against you. Test me if you doubt my resolve. Furthermore, you are well aware of your son's deplorable behavior. Had it been someone else, it is likely that a ransom would have been demanded, and the culprit would have been provoked by that mad dog of a son. His demise carries a substantial share of your responsibility. Had you not raised him in such a manner, would he have met such a fate? Di-Rong gritted his teeth, casting a penetrating gaze at Yin Chang, and inquired, Do you intend to stop me? Yin Chang raised his head, locking eyes with Di-Rong, and declared, I shall warn you one final time. The North Sky does not permit your insolence. If you consider yourself an emperor of the underworld, then by all means, test me to see if I shall bring you down. Di-Rong, fully aware of Yin Chang's temperament, acknowledged that he would indeed take action. The crux of the matter was whether he could continue to endure this affront. However, he maintained an outward calm, responding, Very well, I shall grant Captain Yin this concession. I await your communication. With that, Di-Rong turned to leave. Yin Chang exhaled in relief, cognizant that Di-Rong would not easily relent. Yet, for the moment, he could only proceed with caution. His immediate task was to identify the criminal suspects. It was imperative to locate these abductors. Otherwise, who could predict what Di-Rong might do? He was utterly unreasonable. Of course, Yin Chang would not indulge Di-Rong either. The only reason he refrained from immediate action was the potential for his subordinates to bear the consequences should anything be uncovered. Thus, Yin Chang aimed to gather irrefutable evidence to ensure Di-Rong's incarceration. After much contemplation, he resolved to investigate Song Yang and his associates. Though he was aware that they were uninvolved in this affair, it was crucial that they swiftly distanced themselves from suspicion. This was of utmost importance. Otherwise, who could say what chaos might ensue in the North Sky?